Epstein killed himself. People believe he was murdered or he was switched out. And he is now a server at Mitchell's Ocean Club in Ohio, in Columbus, which is the original restaurant that started Ocean Prime. It's a great restaurant. Cameron Mitchell, the owner of that, wrote a book called It Doesn't. The answer is yes. It doesn't matter what the question is. And that was about restaurants, hopefully. But the point is, we don't know what's going on, so you have to release everything. A little bit of grand jury testimony is not going to do it. I told everyone at the dinner, I said, it looks very bad. And they all knew that. They all knew that. This is Trump's tweet based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to the Jeffrey Epstein. I've asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam perpetuated by the Democrats should end right now. Trump believes that connecting him to Epstein is a Democrat scam, hoax, whatever. Prove it. Really, you gotta release everything. I know it'll be uncomfortable. It's gonna be uncomfortable. It's gonna be uncomfortable to release all the things. It's just an uncomfortable reality. Sometimes you are friends with someone and they're a human trafficker. That's what it is to be rich. Explain that to people. Tell them that. What it is to be rich is to be best friends sometimes with a human trafficker, satanic pedophile. You don't even know it. You just know that you both like boats. To be rich is to be friends with people who are implicated in the murders of their wives, the trafficking of children, coups, drug running, narco trafficking, arms dealing, false flag operations. This is what it is to be rich. It's not for everyone who said that. I've always said it's not for everyone. To be rich is not to be around school teachers, good people who teach the kids all day. Here's your, pass out these folders, your homework. That's not what it is. I have a little bit of money now, not even a lot. I haven't spoken to a firefighter in 6 years. I don't even know who they are. Cops, firefighters, teachers, who are these people? I go to dinner with people I'm pretty sure want to kill me. They always choose a nice restaurant. That's where I go, and it's near my home. But I'm friends with people now I'm pretty sure are on an assignment to kill me. Truly, it's what happens when you have a little bit of money. I don't even have a lot of money. But a little bit of money, unfortunately, you get a set of friends, and they're all predominantly morally questionable, and you don't know them. Rich people are private. The middle class isn't. The middle class is always telling you about the fights they've had with their husband or wife, their fat kids that won't get it together, their daughter who's pissed them off because she hasn't filled out her college application. Well, we're not going to tour the school for their kids. They're always vomiting their lives to you, but the rich are quiet. They are quietly drowning the chef in the Martha's Vineyard pot. Fucking butter. Quietly, they don't bring it up. Explain that to people, Donald. Go out and say to them, sometimes you just end up best friends with someone who's trafficking children. And it's because you both, they're fun. Here's the thing with human traffickers, they're fun. Are you telling me you don't think Ghislaine Maxwell was fun? There's not one photo of Ghislaine Maxwell where she doesn't look like the funnest person that fucking ever lived. And that doesn't make me happy. I don't like that. Yeah, she's a satanic pedophile. I get it. She's evil. They're both evil. Sometimes rich people are evil. Duh. She's massaging his feet on a plane. The bitch played her position. She was fun. The woman was fun. Look at how relaxed he looks. The point is, you got to explain to people that this is unfortunately hard. The people at the top of society they're into shit and they're involved in shit. But it tended to be. But you gotta show everyone that you're not involved in it, so you gotta release it. You can be at a party with someone, you can shake a hand, you can hang out with someone even, but You need to prove that you are not in any way associated with this part of this man.
But for the most part, Jewish Monday
Hit that pick away from Fudge Place.
at this point.
You have to show the world that.
If you were a typical Christian, say
you can say I made an oopsie.
chances are you would be more likely
I made an oopsie. You can say that. I took a ride on a plane that I shouldn't have been. I thought he was just a whack. But he was a wacko. He was a silly Billy.
So this is essentially how
maybe that's what you say. Oh, he was a silly Billy. He was a Daffy Duck.
Still, when we kind of reflect on the overall...
But you gotta show people you weren't raping children. That's what you have to show people. I don't even care if you laundered a little bit of the money. No one does. No one does. Donald, if that's what you're worried about, no one cares. It's okay. If you laundered some of your money, even a lot of your money, if you laundered a lot of your money, because that's not what people are thinking. God, it would be fun if you just laundered some of your goddamn money. Say that. Say that. Say I got a casino's cash business. He laundered some money. Say it. Say it now. That's not impeachable. Who cares? He laundered some money. God damn it. Say that. Please, we want it to be that. That's what people want it to be. I mean, of course, a lot of people don't want it to be that, but I don't want Clinton fucking the kids either, even though that's not, there's a fucking breadcrumb trail that isn't ideal. But I don't want any of our presidents to be having sex with children. This is not my idea of a good time. Now, that unfortunately seems to be more than likely something that has happened. So you need to prove that you did not do that. Please, God, you say he laundered the money. He became my friend because he knew how to make large sums of money.
Welcome, dude.
To pay taxes.
How you living, Tim?
Pay these taxes.
First of all, let's just take one moment to...
People are okay with that.
What's up?
People will be okay with that. Just say you stole money. Jesus.
How are you?
Just come out and say I stole money. He stole the money with me.
Why did you say you were going to come in earlier and play and then you left?
He was laundering my money. Scream it. How many press conferences ago? Jeffrey
Because why?
laundered my money. And that was wrong. And that was wrong.
All right.
It was wrong what he did with the laundering of my money. But here's all the files. I didn't do anything else. It was just about money. That would be nice. That would be ideal.
Philosophy, organization, movement of the Jews that he
Something's going on. I don't know what it is.
A little bit today, but we'll see
Something's
more when we
happening.
get to the modern period what exactly that Semitism
The intelligence community
was based
isn't
on
a monolith.
development of
They're not any one thing. So there's people in the CIA that do not like Israel, and there are people that love it.
But otherwise, it's completely nonsense.
There is
It used to be spelled
there are opposing factions in all of these places.
There is such a thing as Semitism.
People go, well, why was Epstein even arrested if it's a whole thing? People in those agencies, some of them want justice, truly. And when they're presented with a case and there are witnesses, they do what you should do as a cop. You arrest the bad guy. But then, when it gets to the legal level, and Alexander Acosta is told, I was told to not take it any further with Epstein because he quote belonged to intelligence, and it's an anonymous quote that someone else said Alexander Acosta said it was given to Vicky Warren and Vanity Fair. Why, is a credible reporter. I don't think she's making stuff up. She got an anonymous quote. Get Alexander Acosta. Get him on the stand. Get him on the stand.
19th century hatred
Because we know
that we see in earlier centuries.
that something is
So it
rotten.
is somewhat incorrect.
We know that. And please, God,
push it back.
let it be that he laundered
I will
a little bit of your money.
speak about
Oh, he laundered
bias against Jews
Come
that
on.
historians have identified.
I was a casino guy. We had a lot of cash.
It's really not correct when we're trying to put it in context.
And he
So
loaned
let's
the money.
quickly look at those
Maybe that's it.
levels because I want to put them in the
We
context
don't know.
which is our focus.
Lesser of two evils, or nothing illegal happened. Even better.
Is what I like to call
He did nothing illegal. I was friends with him, and he did illegal things. Because Jeffrey Epstein's like, they do him all these things. He's a Wall Street guy, and but here's the other thing: no one knew how he made any of his money. He had like one client who was Adnan Khashoggi, Jamal Khashoggi, the guy who the Saudis killed in that embassy. Was I think Adnan Khashoggi's brother or son, but I don't know. It was related to him in some way. Adnan Khashoggi was Epstein's client. Like Epstein was supposedly this guy who had
more like a, if you will,
all this money, the largest residence in Manhattan. Nobody knew how he got any of that money, and nobody had ever worked for him. He didn't have he was like Stephen Cohen, who owns the Mets. So the show Billions is based on, who has a hedge fund in Connecticut, .72, and there's a bunch of people that work there. There's people that have worked with Stephen Cohen. I can talk about Stephen Cohen. He's a legendary stock trader. There's articles written about Stephen Cohen. Every article about Epstein's like, who is he? What's he doing? But go to the VH1, see if you can. Oh yeah, Jeffrey Epstein, international money man of mystery, terrific guy. Donald Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. And maybe that was true. So this whole thing here, this was an article from what year? 2002. They're writing about Jeffrey Epstein. Listen to this, right? He's pals, and this is New York Magazine. This is the magazine of the, chattering class, the smart set. The bold-faced names, the glitterati. He's pals with a passel of Nobel Prize-winning scientists, CEOs like Leslie Wexner of the Limited Socialite, Ghislaine Maxwell, even Donald Trump. But it wasn't until he flew Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, and Chris Tucker to Africa on his private Boeing 727 that the world began to wonder who he is. Jeffrey Epstein, international money man of mystery. And this is an article, and you can all read it. And it's funny. It's in hindsight. It's one of the funniest articles that you'll ever read. He comes with cash to burn, a fleet of airplanes, and a keen eye for the ladies. That's the first line. It's a life full of question marks. Epstein has said to run $15 billion for wealthy clients. Yet aside from Limited founder Leslie Wexner's client list is closely held secret. A former total math teacher, he maintains peripatetic salon of brilliant scientists, yet possesses no bachelor's degree. For more than 10 years, he's been linked to Manhattan London Society figure Ghislaine Maxwell, daughter of the mysteriously deceased media titan Robert Maxwell. Yet he lives a life of a bachelor, logging 6 hours a year in his various planes as he scours the world. It's a lifestyle of the rich and famous. See if you can get on Instagram. They did VH1 did the fabulous life of billionaires. There used to be these shows on TV, by the way, before people were in the financial position where they were considering eating their cat. They used to watch shows like The Fabulous Life of, and it would just be, it's a rage bait. But people would like it back then. And you would just watch really rich people do rich shit. Let's watch a little bit of this. And VH1 has pulled this. Obviously for obvious reasons. But this was go to the one that's 3 minutes. And this is something that VH1 had aired about Jeffrey Epstein. And again, it's unintentionally hilarious now in hindsight. Let's watch.
In the next hour, we'll tour the hedgerow mega homes they're buying with all that hedge fund cash, but not quite as much as financier Jeffrey Epstein. Jeff was a high school math teacher until he traded his blackboard for the big board in 1976, eventually launching his own exclusive finance arm for billionaire clients. But he just couldn't keep out of the classroom. So when he was shopping for a new house, he bought himself an entire schoolhouse. And transformed it into the largest single residence in all of Manhattan at a whopping 51,000.
By the way, pause this for a second. There had to be people who knew he was a pedophile who saw this. I'm like, this is amazing. You know what I mean? Like, there were people that obviously for this guy's entire life knew he was a pedophile. And victims of his who were watching VH1 saw this. Like, literally, people that he had victimized turned on VH1, to watch, I don't know, a Tony Braxton music video. And they're watching Jeffrey Epstein where they're like, he couldn't stay out of the classroom. He bought himself a whole school. And there's people who are like, yeah, I know, he raped me in it. Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
1,000 square feet.
The school costs about $20 million, and he's dropped $10 million just renovating it. They'll have incredible bells and whistles, closed circuit televisions, a heated sidewalk out front, so there's no mouse.
Only one man truly rules the Wall Street skies. Because former school teacher turned billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, one private plane won't do. He's got a small fleet, a Gulfstream Ford, a Cessna, and a Boeing 727.
Stop for a minute. Do you realize how important Hollywood is? Like, in just narratives. How important it is, like, that they no longer have the ability to do this. Like, you can't just do this without any pushback, without anybody on the internet challenging what conclusions you come to. This is a puff piece going, he's a Wall Street legend. And by the way, no company, no employees, nobody that has ever said they work for the guy. A couple of journalists are like, this isn't adding up. And VH1 just runs this whole thing where they're like, he's a genius. This guy was a math teacher, and it's like Goodwill Hunting. He was a math teacher, now he's a Wall Street legend, he's a math teacher. So it's Goodwill Hunting. They didn't realize it was Goodwill Hunting for children. But that's what it was. You had the ability to just project this image of a mysterious guy with all these connections. And by the way, that would never work anymore because we know what mysterious means. Mysterious means you're having sex with children or not. I mean, there's no. By the way, you used to be able to say somebody was mysterious, and it was like some kind of compliment. You'd be like, wow, he's mysterious. I don't know what he's doing now. Use that word. You go, yeah, keep him away from my house. Mystery now is bad. It is bad. Like, celebrity's over because there's no more mystique. There's no more mystery. It's like, yeah, because mystery now means people think, oh, I guess you're having sex with children. That's mystery. I guess you're laundering money for a human trafficking operation. Like, so it's amazing to me that they're running this puff piece, this positive, piece talking about the glamorous life of this human trafficking. You would never know. You'd be sitting on your couch going, because that's what Wall Street is, by the way, to most people. Like, a lot of finance is fake, truly. And most people just believe that. They're like, I didn't have the right connections, I didn't go to the right schools. They don't even try to understand this crap. I remember that during the mortgage crisis, they were trying to explain credit default swaps on Fox. And they were like, well, the credit defaults, and people are like, fuck this, you're all crooks. Because it's structured finance, lots of it, is fake. It is largely a science of what most people would call outright criminality. And so when they used to run pieces like this, nobody would think anything of it. They'd go, yeah, he's just it's a guy on Wall Street, and he's making gobs of money doing God knows what. But little do they know, this is actually an evil, cruel, sadistic monster. And you're talking about the renovation he's doing to his house, his schoolhouse that he's living in Manhattan. Keep going.
But with, of course, an in-flight training room.
He has a Boeing 727. I'm just wondering, what do you need a commercial-size airline
too. Jeff gave him a ride in his personal 727. Actors Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker along for the trip.
Now, for a former president, Clinton, it was a chance to investigate the problems of AIDS in Africa, and perhaps it was a chance to hang out with some of his big shot friends.
Jet setting with Bill.
I love the idea of that. I love the idea of Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein gassing up the jet and going to investigate AIDS in Africa. And it's just like an amazing, like he's like, let me call Jeffrey Epstein. Let's go find out what this AIDS is about. And then Spacey's there with him. But Spacey, by the way, was like, put it all out. Spacey's like, I haven't done anything. Put it out. Put it out. So, I mean, that's where we're at. You can scrap this. But I watched it and I thought it was so funny. It was such an interesting thing. Now, the Late Show with Stephen Colbert is being canceled. And people are angry. Trump is breaking out that he is suing Murdoch over this story. People are angry. Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Supposedly they're setting a financial decision, but people are saying that it's because Colbert criticized CBS, willing to settle a lawsuit with Donald Trump. So people are going out, like Bernie Sanders, I think, just came out and put out if you go to Bernie's Instagram, I believe he put out a statement saying that this decision is because Stephen Colbert had the temerity to criticize. I keep bringing up Bernie, just doing ads for Kalshi. Bernie's like, do you think Maxwell will testify? Go to Kalshi. You can create your own market. CBS's billionaire owner paid Trump $16 million to settle a bogus lawsuit while trying to sell the network to Skydance. Stephen Colbert, an extraordinary talent, he was. And the most popular late-night host, not true, it's Gutfeld, to be honest. Whatever you think about anything, that is the truth. Slams the deal. Days later, he's fired. Do you think this is a coincidence? No, here's the thing. Late night feels like it's on its way out. And could this have made CBS make their decision quicker? Sure. Or are we going to have late night shows in 5 years? I really don't know. It doesn't seem like it. It doesn't seem like it in 3 years. There's people that go on late night, you know who they are. There's a lot of people that go on late night, no one really knows who they are. And so the host is doing like banter with someone who
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you? I'm lovely, thank you. Are you ready to hit the day? All righty. Go get it. God willing. Take care. Bye-bye.
Will come on and she'll be like, Steven, such a fan, love you. And he's like, this show is great. No one's heard of the show. No one has heard of the show in the audience. He's like, now this show, tell us about the show, because it's amazing. This show you're on, everyone loves this show. It's called Carolina Blue. And she's like, yeah, it's about the Blue family in Carolina. They're super tight. And then one summer, everything threatens to be unraveled by a really wild secret. And he's like, and people can't get enough of this show. And the audience is sitting there, they don't know what's happening. The show might as well be fake. The show might as well not exist. No one knows who the person is. What did I call her? Mitchell Stein. What was her name? What name did I just say? Carmen? Sarah? Did I say Jody? I don't think so. Do you remember what I said? You have a broken brain. But it doesn't matter what I said, because it's every single guest on that show, for the most part, unless they're like famous, no one really knows who they are or what they're doing there. And he's like, so this show is amazing. It's an amazing show, and it's on Hulu Plus, right? That's where it's on? She's like, yeah, so if you upgrade your Hulu to Hulu Plus, you can watch Carolina Blue. And he's like, now the first season was in 2021, and season 2 is premiering in 2027, right? So it's a 6-year gap. But we're revisiting a small beachside town in Carolina. No one knows, and the audience are just sitting there. And the audience are all people that are just in New York City. And someone goes, go see Colbert. and they know the unsolved deer, and many of them grew up watching David Letterman. And America's all about celebrities. That's why people like from Sweden come here. It's not to eat our poison, buckets of poison dough that we make our bread from. It's because they really want to see a celebrity, and they want to see how rich and fat we all are. That's why they come here. They gotta see America. They gotta see America. How rich are they? How fat are they? How amazing is New York? They want to see a real city, not like an ancient city here. You know what I mean? And they're traffickers in Sweden. It's like all the royals and really rich, creepy people. It's an A24 movie. But our people that are human traffickers are like not even hiding. They're like barely hiding it. So that impresses them. They're like, they're rich and fat and they're pedophiles. Don't even hide it. So they come to see all of this circus of America. And then they're in the Unsolved Theater and they're like, who's coming out tonight? J-Lo? And it's like a comedian with 8,700 followers who's on a show on Amazon that no one's watched. And he's like, so now tell us what it was like to grow up as a you were non-binary in Oklahoma. Tell us about that, because that's the premise of the show, right? The show is that you're non-binary in Oklahoma, but you're also like one of the top poker players in the world. But no one knows you're non-binary from Oklahoma because it's all online, right? And the people in the audience, like, we just want to see pedophiles or J-Lo or fat people. We came to America. It was a long flight. It was a really long flight. We just want to see pedophiles, fat people, and J-Lo. They want to watch a celebrity just smack a minority in the face like an immigrant. That's what they want. They want to see J-Lo take a garbage can and like the dream of someone that comes here from a Scandinavian country. One of them. If you come to America from Norway, your dream is you go to the Unsolved Theater. J-Lo comes out, and then as you're leaving, you look down an alley and you see her take a garbage can, and there's like a little Mexican woman, and J-Lo puts the can on her, and for whatever reason, you don't even know what this woman did to draw the ire of J-Lo. But now this little Mexican woman's got a can on her, and she stumbles into the other building, and she hits herself. She like knocks herself out. She's just rolling with the can, and then J-Lo gets in the black car and drives away. That's the dream. Did this lawsuit make them go, hey, let's get rid of Trump? Let's get rid of Colbert because he bothered Trump? Sure, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that that's a possibility. You know? Bernie Sanders, go to Kalshi.com. Bernie Sanders, does he have his betting market on Kalshi? I'm having fun on there. Will Trump release any of the Epstein files this year? Will Ghislaine Maxwell testify? 20% chance. I would say it's a little higher than 20, but not that much higher. I would say it's a little higher than 20, but not that much higher. But I will say this. The people that I spoke to at the dinner know they have a problem. They know they have a real problem. They know that the base is angry. The people that elected them are angry. They're aware of that. They get it. And they know that the thing that needs to happen here is Bondi needs to be fired. And Ghislaine should testify. And people know that you need to release everything. You know, they know that. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know if any of what I was told is true. But it does stand to reason that these tapes are not with Pam Bondi, who's a buffoon. And that these tapes, and I'm sure they exist, are somewhere else if they haven't been destroyed. They're either with a foreign intelligence service or our own, or both. there's some kind of dead man switch on something I don't know. I lack the ability to know. But the people I've spoken to, they get it. They understand that this is the problem. I'm not going to say who they are. It's not fair to say who they are. I will not say that. We had a nice time. We had steaks and some salad. It was nice. I won't say who they are. I was a little worried that it was going to be Indian food. Good luck out there.
Suggested that Jews kidnapped
Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist as well as a body language expert. And today, we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of a number of Jeffrey Epstein's associates. This includes former President Clinton, President Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell, Bill
Christians being abused with this and this is the first before Christianity practiced religion. It is a bizarre kind of thing where even examples this in other cultures, but nothing with the kind of Julian intentional power that William of Norwich one of the basic elements that I already mentioned is typically a child involved who is unfortunately murdered, that story regarding the cause of his death involving the Jews circulates in society. This is a famous book I've actually included the bottom part, which has kind of like the text that explains what's going on in the images, but all of the Jews here are clearly marked with well, with a round symbol,
expensive and often avoidable with a local trust. TrustedWill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off your estate plan documents by visiting TrustedWill.com/radio. Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTB's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win fabulous Hawaiian
usually happen around
with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTB purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit JTB.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTB, their paradise awaits.
The idea that this is so important for really important for Jews, and therefore the description of the Jews must be really mentioned this, and they might want to also reenact.
That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history.
Remember also that Easter typically falls around the same time as Passover. Actually, up until the 4th century was exactly the same time. But the Jews are engaged in all kinds of unusual behavior during Passover, right? Because it has this massive house cleaning time where you have to deal with
and the Jones stuff, that was kind of legit. Like, they were really interested in the occult. Yeah. Interdimensional aliens. Alex thinking interdimensional trash. I haven't talked to him about that. We have talked about Operation Paperclip, but only in regards to, like, Werner von Braun. And, they were in, like, deep denial about that. But the Simon Wiesenthal Center said that if Werner von Braun was alive today, he would be prosecuted. He'd be prosecuted for crimes against humanity. Yeah, when he was running his rocket factory in Berlin, he would take the 5 slowest Jews and hang them from the front of the factory, so that as you're walking, this is what happens if you move slowly. And that was the head of NASA, who supposedly got us to the moon. Speaking of the moon, have you seen that documentary called Room 237? Yes, I just watched it last night. Yeah, that's bananas. the connections between Kubrick's The Shining and the moon landing and all the hidden stuff that he did, all the Easter eggs, including the little boy with the NASA shirt on, the Apollo shirt on.
Apollo 11 shirt on, and then the key to the room 237 said room in instead of NO 237. It just said room N 237. So you could, bro. I mean, I am like,
What does that mean?
so like if you take the letters ROOM and then N, you can recombobulate them to say moon.
Oh,
Right? Like there's so much dot connecting in that documentary. It's there's an absurd level of dot connecting that just is unreasonable. But the stuff about the moon, though, like the kid wearing the Apollo 11 shirt, right?
The number of the door and the distance from the Earth to the moon.
Yes.
In miles.
Yeah, I think it's
miles.
Yeah, I think it's like 1,000 miles short.
Yeah.
And then like also the psychological trauma that the scenes with Jack and his wife saying like, don't you know what a contract is? Where he's like living his double life and he's like arguing with his wife and talking about contracts and secrecy and all this stuff. And then there's so many weird things and like the ball rolls up to Danny on the carpet and then it cuts back to him, like picks up the ball and the carpet shape is different. There's so many like strange Easter eggs in there.
What's that supposed to say?
I have no idea. It's just like either that movie has like an insane level of like continuity errors or he was doing something.
Oh, he was probably doing it on purpose. Yeah, Kubrick in his spare time would do complex mathematics. His spare time. Yeah, he was like a legitimate genius. And it's amazing that he pulled off the greatest science fiction movie of all time, especially at the time, during the exact same time period where the moon landings were filmed. And the stuff from 2001 is more sophisticated, looks better than the stuff from the moon landings. So like, the idea that you couldn't fake it, that guy could fake it. Right. 100% can fake it.
Right.
And if they hired him to fake it, if they brought him aboard, the idea that he wouldn't be able to keep secret, like, of course he could.
Right.
Yeah, people keep secrets. This idea that people can't keep secrets because some people can't keep secrets, like, listen, high-level military guys keep secrets all the fucking time. They go to the grave with those secrets. Yeah, they swear to secrecy, they swear to an oath. You know, they have top secret clearance and above and whatever it is. They don't say shit forever. Their whole fucking family doesn't know what they're doing.
Yeah, the thing about like if you think the moon landing was fake, you're a moron. But it's like the thing about it is even if you want to say they didn't go to the moon, wouldn't it be reasonable to suggest that they would have had a backup plan in case they couldn't get there, like have some sort of video footage that they shot.
Well, not only that, they filmed a lot of training footage.
Yeah.
They definitely tried to pass some of that training footage off as legit. That's proven. Like the Michael Collins from Gemini, I forget what mission it was a spacewalk. So there's an image of him that was in training, and he's got the suit on and the wires, and he's working with the spacesuit that you use when you're actually in outside of the capsule or whatever the fuck they call it. And what they did was from the training mission, they just blacked out the exterior of the same photo and reversed it. So they switched the photo the other way. It's the exact same photo, and they tried to pass it off as Michael Collins on the spacewalk. Because you got to think, like, how are they taking pictures? Who's going to take the picture of right there? This is part of the problem with, I think it was Apollo 12 or 13, whichever one it was, where they got the footage of the lunar module leaving the moon and going back towards the orbiter, and it looks so fake. It looks so fake. It looks so ridiculous. There's no plumes of fire. How does it have the power? Where's the engine?
They use car batteries, right? On that thing, allegedly. That's what Bart Simbrell says.
It's still 1/6 of Earth's gravity. It's still a significant amount of gravity. It's not the same gravity as Earth, but how does that thing shoot off into space? Like, that's nonsense. It looks like it's being pulled by strings.
Yeah.
And the camera, which is operated, remotely, pans perfectly to catch it. Shut the fuck up. And how are you getting that footage? Like, what are you doing? This is 1969. You're on the phone with Richard Nixon from the moon. Are you out of your fucking mind? Is this supposed to be real?
Yep.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. I think we can all agree that eating highly processed food for every meal isn't optimal. So why is processed food the status quo for dog food? Because that's what kibble is, an ultra-processed food. But a healthy alternative exists, the farmer's dog. They make fresh food for dogs. What does it look like? Real meat and vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients and help avoid any of the bad stuff that comes with ultra-processing. And it's not just random ingredients thrown together. Their food is formulated by on-staff, board-certified vet nutritionists. These people are experts on dog nutrition, and they're all in on fresh food. The farmer's dog also does something unique. They portion out the food to your dog's nutritional needs. This ensures that you don't overfeed them, making weight management easy. Research shows that dogs kept at a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer. Head to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. This offer is for new customers only.
Right in the middle of Operation Paperclip, MK Ultra, the Cold War, all the fucking deception that was going on, all the secret.
They lied about everything.
That was the time in history where they probably had the most fucking
Vietnam War. They lied about everything. So the idea that they didn't lie about this one thing, the moon landing, is all 100% legit. Meanwhile, you've got intersecting shadows, you've got all sorts of problems. You've got the weirdest one is Neil Armstrong's 25th anniversary speech that he gave at the White House. So crazy. We have here among us America's best and brightest. You will achieve great things. Once you reveal some of truth's hidden layers.
Once the hidden layers are uncovered.
What? How about just say I went to the moon 25 years ago? Like, what is all this cryptic talk?
That was the only time I ever did a public talk. I think about it.
Well, the other thing is the post-flight press conference. The post-flight press conference looks like these guys have a gun to their head. It's like a hostage video. It looks so weird. Yeah. And people say, oh, they were nervous. They just got back from the moon. Bro, look at Katy Perry. She went basically a little bit higher than an airplane, and it was like a life-changing experience. She's holding up a daisy. It was amazing. I feel so connected to Mother Earth. You know, like, these guys would have been ecstatic. Yeah. The idea that they would have been nervous as if they've been forced to lie. They're behaving. Like, behavior experts have looked at that footage and said these guys are being deceptive.
Yes.
Particularly Michael Collins. There's also inconsistent things with what he said during the post-flight press conference right after flying in comparison to his 1994 book.
Change the story, right?
Change the story about being able to see the stars. And what were the stars like? He's like, I don't remember what I was seeing. And then in the 1994 book, he talks about how amazing they were, incredible. The footage that Sabrell acquired that shows that it appears that they covered up the windows to make this deceptive film that looks like they're far into space. That's a weird one, man, because I can't find any rational explanation that's like free. I tried to look at it like as objectively as possible, because I've gone back and forth on the moon thing. Like at one point in time, I thought I'm just being really stupid. Like, of course they went to the moon. Everybody would know about this. And then over time, like I joked about it in my comedy special, like after COVID, I'm like, I don't think we went to the moon. But that's kind of true. Like, once I saw the level of deception that was willfully pushed forth during COVID and how many people were cooperating with this, and like how many organizations, government organizations were cooperating and knowing that they lied, knowing that these were lies, I'm like, yeah, they can lie about all kinds of things. And this is today with the internet. You know, like, look, where's the Epstein files? Ooh, can't find them. Don't exist. Like, they can get away with shit, man. Yeah. And the idea that they couldn't in 1969, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. They could fake that. It'd be easier to go to the moon than it would be to fake it. Shut the fuck up. No, it wouldn't. Right. Not if you physically can't get a human being through the Van Allen radiation belts without them dying. They never even flew a chicken through those fucking things and had to come back alive.
Russia flew a dog and it came back and died 2 days later, I think.
But they didn't even go to deep space.
No, I think they just went into the belt and then didn't return.
Bro. No one's even close.
Have you seen I'm sure you've seen this, the photo of Jolly West hanging out on the set of 2001 Space Odyssey?
No. You haven't seen it? No. Oh, that's amazing.
Should I send it on?
Fuck yeah, send it to Jamie.
Oh my god.
Joe's number. No. Here.
But you can probably Google it.
What exactly is going on here?
It's probably
see if you can find it if you Google it.
Yeah, just Jolly West, Stanley Kubrick, 2001 Space Odyssey. There's a photo of them walking between the sound stages. That's a wide shot of a bunch of dudes.
Listen, man, of course
That's not it.
Of course, they would contact Kubrick if they wanted to go to the moon and fake it.
Yeah.
And of course, if Kubrick was, if you're in the middle of the Cold War, which they were, which was very terrifying. Right. When I was a kid, when I was in high school, we were terrified of Russia bombing America.
Yes.
Everyone was like really concerned. Russia was the great enemy. You know, the video of Khrushchev yelling, "We will bury you," like that was like burned into every American child's mind. And if you're a patriot and you wanted to defeat Russia, we have a strategy to defeat Russia. And this is what we're going to do. First of all, we're going to bankrupt them by just making them spend to keep up with us. And they don't have a capitalist society, so they don't really have a GDP. Like they have a GDP, but they don't have like the same sort of corporate structure that we have in America, where they're like striving and innovating and developing new things. The companies are getting bigger and there's more growth. And now they're communists. They were a communist country, so everything was like food lines, and they didn't have the kind of money that they have. It wasn't even close. So Reagan essentially bankrupted them. And then, during the time, and all the other people before him as well, but during the time where they were developing these rocket ships, the Russians were way more advanced than us. And basically every single thing. They got to space first, put the first man in space, and put the first satellite in space, and they couldn't even come close to putting the guy on the moon.
Yeah. It's amazing. It's incredible also that there was never another nuke that was sent to anybody after Batman Little Boy.
Yeah, that's incredible.
It is really insane to think about sometimes.
Yeah, that's one of the great achievements of human beings. That we did it once and we said, let's not do that again.
Annie's book about nuclear war scared the living shit out of me, bro.
Yeah, it's a good one.
How she said that we have 11 interceptor missiles in the U.S. That's a total, I think it's 11 or maybe 22. Or no, it's 44.
Russia has 5,000 missiles.
Yeah. And the problem with it is, like, if a rogue nuke got launched from North Korea from one of their submarines, it would have to fly over the North Pole, right, towards us. And as soon as they launch it with all of our satellite systems that we can detect the rocket burner, like, going into orbit, we'll know within 5 minutes of them launching it, probably before. And then we literally have to, I guess the way she described it was, our policy is once that nuke is launched, we have to empty our silos, our ICBM silos, because they're stationary. They can't, if they're hit, they're gonna try to take us out at those ICBM sites. Those are going to be like one of their first targets. So use it or lose it. You have to launch all those ICBM nukes, and then we have to fly those over the North Pole, over Russia, to hit North Korea. And it takes like 11 minutes. So like you got to get Putin on the phone in 10 minutes saying, yo, these nukes aren't coming for you, bro. They're going for Kim Jong-un.
Oh my God.
And then by that time, it's like, if you don't have like a perfect communication amongst all these world leaders, everyone's going to be launching nukes.
We have the story about that one Russian military guy that was the reason why Russia didn't launch a retaliatory strike, because there was a submarine error. Yeah, there was an error, and they thought the United States had launched a missile towards Russia, and they were ready to respond.
Wow, that's Jolly West in the background, bro.
It's unconfirmed. I don't know if anyone confirmed it.
That's if you can find a Yelp.
Zoom in on him. Zoom in on him. Let's zoom in on him right here.
I saw the video we're supposed to talk about it. That's it. I don't know.
What are you talking about?
I'm just happy.
Jamie works for the government. Jamie, see that? Go look at that. That's 100% him. Look at that picture. Now go to the other picture you just showed. That's him.
It's Jolly West.
Yeah, that's him. I mean,
Nothing to see here.
yeah, that is 100% him. That's the exact same face. Shut the fuck up.
Find another one. Corroborate it.
That's all. I'm just trying. I don't think.
Out of all the people that I wish were alive that I could talk to, Kubrick is number one on that list.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, first of all, I made some of the most impactful. Well, I'd like to talk to Jolly West too, if you'd be willing.
Fuck.
Be a few people.
Like, dude was everywhere.
Yeah, that looks like it. Yeah, it looks like it.
Doesn't look like that guy.
Look at that guy. Look at the far left photo. It seems pretty close.
That's him. Shut the fuck up.
Hairline's identical. Look at the hairline.
Jamie's a party pooper. Jamie's a total party pooper.
I might think I want good evidence. There's one right here in that guy's head, and that guy's
Oh my God, he combs his hair different. Crazy.
I hate when facts don't line up with my theory.
Part in the second one is exactly the same. That one right there is exactly the same.
That is.
He started losing his hair. He started doing a little bit of a comb over. Yeah. Look, man, that guy was one of the biggest pieces of shit in the history of the United States government. What he did was nuts. Just the fucking Manson stuff was nuts. The MK Ultra stuff was unbelievable. And imagine you could do all this stuff. No one's investigating it. No one even knows. It's all completely top secret. Congress has no idea you even exist in this realm. And they were running around doing like...
Yeah, I was talking to Hamilton about it. I'm like, dude, isn't that crazy all the stuff they were doing with MK Ultra? And Hamilton's like, no. Of course those guys were doing that shit. So, Hamilton Morris.
Oh, him. Yeah, that guy. Of course.
I'm like, of course they were doing that, bro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, if you have some unique compound like LSD, and Hoffman discovers it, and then they start experimenting. Like, what can we do with this stuff? And then you find that has profound effects on the human mind. Of course, you're going to try to use it for mind control. They had already experimented with all sorts of techniques in regards to doing it with prisoners, like taking prisoners and trying to figure out like what kind of sleep deprivation, what psychological techniques can you use to extract information from them. So if you had something like LSD, of course they're going to try that. Makes sense. Yeah. They were doing it way back in the 50s in the UK with those British soldiers. I'm sure you've seen that video.
No, I have not.
You've never seen that?
No.
They dosed up these soldiers with acid and then had them go out in the field and do these training routines, training exercises. And they could see if you can find the video. It's hilarious. They were just laughing so hard they could perform. Like some of them were able to do their duties and other ones just fell to the ground. They were just laughing and rolling around the ground. Like this is 64.
These guys are high on acid.
So what it says, Jamie? Did you just make it smaller again so you can see it? 64. Royal Marines. So look at these poor guys. Men begin to relax and giggle.
What the fuck are we doing here, bro?
They probably didn't even tell them, and this guy freaked out. He had to remember. He's holding that lady's hand. I love you. I think you're amazing. We're all connected. God is real. There is no death. And then fucking, he's aiming the missile. He's aiming this cannon. Look at these people. They're bunching indecision as they enter a wood. Almost immediately, section commander tried to use a map. He couldn't read the map. They're just tripping balls. It's so funny that they try. Look at their smile on their face. These guys got his hand over his head like, what is going on, man? And they're supposed to be doing these exercises. Radio and communication. Difficult, if not impossible. He's like, fuck this. Look at him. This guy's just laying down, laughing, having so much fun. I try to chop a tree down using only a spade. Sense of responsibility is fight with physical illnesses. But 1 hour at a time.
Imagine what they're doing now.
Those guys are dead.
There's the DARPA, that DARPA grant that went to University of North Carolina to figure out how to take the psychedelic trip out of LSD, I think it was.
Yeah.
They're trying to make super soldiers, right? They're trying to make them so they can, this is what I've heard, is that they're trying to make them more effective on the battlefield, right? With things like edge detection, right? And also coming back, like get back out there, like take them through the process, let them recoup and get right back out in the battlefield, to where if you could get all the benefits of a psychedelic without the trip, right? Would you get those benefits, and would it be useful for soldiers in combat? It's an interesting idea.
Well, the Vikings took mushrooms. The berserkers, they would take mushrooms before combat. Yeah. I mean, it does make sense. It really does. It doesn't make sense to us because we think of mushrooms as like, hey man, I'm going to go connect with God and it's going to be peaceful and I'll lay in a field. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to reset and come back and tell everybody I love them. That's what mushrooms are to us. But if you live in an insanely warlike culture and you believe it's right to go to battle and you're supposed to go to battle and Odin is on your side, and you take these mushrooms to summon the strength of the gods to prepare yourself for battle. And I know a lot of guys who fight on mushrooms. Yeah. Like Joe Schilling talked about on the podcast. He took like a small dose and was sparring and then fought a few kickboxing bouts that way. He said he could see what guys were doing before they were doing it. It's almost like he could. And Joe Schilling's a world champion, like an elite kickboxer, like one of the best ever. And so for a guy like that to say that had a profound effect on him, he knows his body. Like He's
when you say you're a kid,
battle hardened. He knows the difference between regular fighting and fighting on
so
mushrooms.
this particular
He said he could almost like know what they were going to do before they did it.
That's wild. Yeah, there's this dude who's like, I heard about Dana Beal, who's flying Ibogaine to the troops in Ukraine, to the Ukrainian troops, trying to get those guys in Ibogaine. And meanwhile, the Russians are on, what's that meth drug? There's like a new age meth that they're on. There's a new age meth? Yeah, there's a new version of it. The new version of what? It's not Pervitin. It's like a new version of it. It's like a little bit tamer.
Adderall.
I guess, yeah.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. I want to let you in on something. Your current wireless carrier does not want you to know about Visible because Visible is the ultimate wireless hack. No confusing plans with surprise fees, no nonsense, just fast speeds, great coverage without the premium cost. With Visible, you get one-line wireless with unlimited data powered by Verizon's network for $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What you see is what you pay. No hidden fees on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent? So Visible? Well, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details.
Maybe like super Adderall, but
Adderall. Do you know
it's working.
million prescriptions of Adderall given in this country every year?
Gavin McGinnis told me before I came here, I was like, you got any advice for Joe Rogan? He's like, he said, slam 3 beers and eat an Adderall. I was like, no, bro.
That's not what he would do. Yeah. He came, you ever see the time he came in dressed like Michael Douglas?
Yeah,
Walking down.
of course.
Walking. What was the movie?
I forget the name of it, but yeah, that
We
was
freaked out. Michael Douglas like had enough.
Yeah. No, he slams beers 24/7. He's constantly drinking Budweiser. I've never seen him without a Budweiser in his hand. Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
It's great.
Oh, he's a smart guy. Yeah, he's a funny guy too. He just the Proud Boys thing was just. If he had never done that, he would be like, the famous commentator too.
Yeah.
Like you think about like Steve Bannon, all these other guys. Like he's way funnier than any of those guys.
Oh, yeah.
He's very insightful. Like he's right about a lot of things. He like picks up on trends and culture and sees where people are going. And he was aware of like the dangers of Marxism and a lot of this fucking ridiculous leftist ideology that they were pushing in universities like way before anybody else wanted.
Yeah, there was this documentary that just came out about him from one of the guys, Thomas, that used to work for Vice. He was like one of the original reporters for Vice. He did all like the early stuff, and he made this documentary all about Gavin.
What up, Pimp?
It's like focuses on the transfer.
How are you?
Like early punk rock.
Oh,
Are you? I'm uniting the world through language.
pardon me?
I'm uniting the world through language, making sure everyone's aware of the dangers of the term known as
Apartheid.
apartheid. Thank you. I was trying to think how I said it. Yeah. So if I can unite people on apartheid, then who knows? How are you?
I'm good.
Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
Yeah. I actually, there's like these YouTubers I watch. One of them is named, his name is like Scam Likely, and he posts all these funny videos of like, his most popular ones are like how to get chicks when you're like down really bad, and he'll just like give these like weird suggestions, like go on Facebook Marketplace, look for a girl who's like selling a ring, message her to meet up in person, and then go riz the shit out of them IRL, or go to like a massage parlor on the apps, or fucking what was the other one? He just has these fucking funny suggestions, like one of them was go become like a DJ photographer so that you get into like the clubs and events for free and shit, and then snap a bunch of pics of these like hot girls who want to be seen at the DJ club, and then you get their information and then like send them a photo, and then afterwards you can start risen. But
This all sounds like
yeah,
terrible advice. Does any of it work?
we're gonna see. I did like cast a little line out there to some really hot chick who was selling jeans. And
Are you gonna ask? Can I get in those jeans?
Yeah, hopefully.
There you go. Did you watch UFC? No, because you suck dick. Did you accept my invitation for Karam? No, because you suck dick.
I will in just a moment.
You're gonna watch the whole UFC in just a moment.
No, except the Karam invite.
Is it Karam or Karam? Neither of us know. It's like apartheid or apartheid.
Karam. Karam sounds like shit.
Karam.
Why would anyone say Karam?
Karam. Karam.
Yeah, Islam, Karam. I don't know. Aaron. I don't know.
So
is it a boat or is it a ba act?
Is it a boat or is it a ba act?
Yeah. We'll never know. It's up for debate.
Oh, a boat. I gotcha. Who knows? What I want to know is, did you watch UFC yesterday?
I'm not one of those people that drive around in like a pickup truck all recklessly, like honking for no reason and like cursing and hating the world because they have a small penis. So no, I don't. I did not.
You're saying that people who watch UFC have small dicks?
Yep.
You even said that you like it, and you like it a lot.
Yeah, I'm in the group too.
All right, well, I like it, and I'm not in that group.
No, I think you are.
No, I'm larger than average.
Okay.
What up, Frosty? How you living, pimp?
Oh, no way, it's Frosty. Bro.
Yeah.
I thought that dude fucking went AWOL.
He came back.
Frosty, thanks for abandoning us for like several months, worrying about you sick every night.
No, he told me he was going to be leaving, but I just didn't tell you.
No, why would you not? Where did he go?
That I don't know. He was just doing his own thing, which he may be doing right now. Frosty, we can't hear you if you're talking. Hey, Riser, you gonna take my Karam invitation?
Yeah, I'm just getting some food.
Karam?
What?
Yo, did you watch UFC? All right, sounds good, Frosty. Frosty and Zoot could get married. That's what they do. Zoot did that twice today. Except what Zoot will do is I'll be like, "Are you ready to get your ass kicked?" And he'll be like, "Yeah." And then I'll send him an invite, and then he'll leave. And I'll just have this random invite on my phone. And then he'll join it 6 hours later and win the game because I didn't even know we were playing. And I'll just open my phone and see that Zoot won. I'll be like, "What the fuck? Zoot never wins. What are you talking about?" So did you watch UFC?
Yeah, summarize it. Why?
All right, so it took place in New Orleans, Louisiana, which is near the hometown of Dustin Poirier. Do you know who Dustin Poirier is?
No one knows who that is.
I agree.
No one knows who Dustin Poirier is.
No, Poirier, I think. Anyway, he's allegedly like a top 10 all-time fighter, and he did such a good job for the UFC that Dana White said for his last fight they would have it in like his hometown. His hometown is Lafayette, Louisiana, which is close. Anyway, so he was fighting Max Holloway, who is the bantamweight champion or something like that. That was the title card. They had a bunch of cards up before then, and I watched them. I don't like when it goes to a decision. I like when somebody has to tap out or gets knocked out or something. But a lot of decisions. I'm sure they had women fighting, but I don't really like watching that. So I didn't watch. I watched all of the like main event things.
It's not like fucking figure skating where you just go to a panel of judges, hold up like a fucking eight. Like that.
I also don't.
Like, crushed, clear winner.
I don't I don't understand why they don't have it like an easier to understand scoring system. Like they're always like 46 to 48, 45 to 49, and it's like, well, what on what scale? It should just be on a scale of 100, and it should be like 51 49, 52 48. Like that makes sense to me, but it's not like that. So Max Poirier or Dustin Poirier, he's like repped by Theo Vaughn, who's also from Louisiana, and Dustin and Max Holloway, he is from Hawaii. If you're like, well, why do you tell me all this back information? I don't know, because I watched the fucking thing and they did all these things on them. So anyway, they fought and it was a super intense fight, and either one of them could have knocked the other one out. And eventually, they gave it to Max Holloway, who was already the champion, and they had fought. This is the third time they had fought. The two previous times, Dustin Poirier won, but this time Max Holloway won, and then they had this like retirement ceremony for Dustin Poirier. Joe Rogan didn't do it. It wasn't one of the biggest what do you call it? Pay-per-views. But I did watch it, and the one that I think might be really big is the one on July 4th, 2026, which is gonna maybe be on I think it's gonna be on the White House lawn. And I think John Jones may come out of retirement to fight Tom Aspinall, which would be like a giant fight. It'd be like maybe one of the biggest fights ever. So if you're like, wow, you know a lot about this, no, I don't. I literally just learned this from like these stupid podcasts that I watch, or like Joe Rogan versus. Not even Joe Rogan talking about them.
Was this on like a few hours ago?
You mean the UFC?
Yeah, it was like tonight, right?
Yeah, it was Saturday night. And it also helps that I had a good stream. Like a lot of times I'll get these streams that go down halfway through the fight, and so I don't really know what happened and all that. But I got a good website. So I checked that out. I don't know if this is exactly true because my source for it is Brendan Schaub, who's like, you can't ever believe anything that motherfucker's saying. But on a given UFC, 80% of the people who watch it are pirating it. 80%. I believe
they charge $80 $100.
Yeah. They just charge just absolute ridiculous amounts.
Probably just make it like $20 and then make more money.
Maybe not though, because like there are some people who are like, I'm just never gonna pay for that shit ever. So there are other people who are like, look, if you're gonna pay for it, or like if you're gonna have a party and you don't want to look like a cheap ass, then you're gonna pay for it, and we're gonna make you pay. So it'll be $80 or whatever. But then there are other people who are like just like I am, who are like, I'm never gonna fucking pay for that shit. Like there are so many other sources for me to watch it.
For instance.
Well, I will when I'm either like if I work again or I go viral. Absolutely, I'll watch it. But I'm in a situation where I'm just not dropping $80 to watch two guys of whom I've never heard fight. So I'm gonna pirate it like everybody else. And I watched like in perfect stream. It's like they've got to figure out a way to make it so that people can't do that, or else like I don't know how to stop it, but they're really strict about people doing it. But nevertheless, like I can tell you this:
If they can make the penalty for it like 9 years in prison, and then boom.
well, there's already that, but if you do it outside the United States, which a lot of these people do, then they can't come and get you, and there's not a penalty to watch it. So it's like,
they need to rewrite like the international law or something.
Yeah, good luck with that, dog. So then there is but whenever I watch them, I have to be very careful because I'm live streaming simultaneously, and because of that, the UFC more than any other sporting event will shut down my streams. They're like really, really strict. Even on like Instagram or TikTok especially. Like if I'm not showing it, it just is playing in the background like at a really low volume, and it'll get flagged and it'll shut everything down. Or I'll get an email that says like this live stream got a like usually it's not a copyright strike, but it'll be like it can't be shown in these countries, in like 157 countries, because it was it has some like copyrighted audio. So I usually just watch it on my phone really close to my face and have the volume down so it's like it doesn't trigger any of that stuff, and that usually works. So I was able to watch it, and I like the UFC. I used to not. I did not like it before I started live streaming, but then like when you live stream, you have a lot more free time, obviously, than like I normally did, and sporting events became cool to watch and everything. And then I really started getting into them about 2 or 3 years ago. Now I don't watch every single UFC. A lot of times I fall asleep for them, but I do. I try to watch the bigger ones, and they're exciting. They say that
I don't know why it's not like friggin' hockey games or baseball games or like every day constantly with like multiple teams and shit. Like I feel like it could be on way more frequently because there's no way like there's not the amount of people there to like that would fight. There's like people in jail that like just got out that'll be fighters. Like there's no shortage of fighters, but there's like such a small quantity of actual UFC events.
Let's find that out. Well, there's one every weekend, but I get what you're saying. Why isn't there one every single day? Yo, dog, could you please tell me why there are not more UFC fights, why there isn't a UFC fight like every single day. There are so many people in the world who want to fight, and why isn't it there? Why doesn't the UFC have like a nightly fight? I know they have one every weekend, and then usually once a month they have a big one. And then also, why did they get rid of the reality show, The Fighter, Ultimate Fighter, or whatever? Because that seemed like a good way for people to get to know fighters, and that had fights like every day or whatever. And please answer it like Joey Diaz. It's Joey Diaz's impression is much better than William Montgomery's. Hey, come on, dog. Listen to Uncle Joey for a second here. You're sitting there wondering why the UFC don't got fights every day, like it's freaking Monday Night Raw 5 times a week. But let me break it down for you real quick. Fighters ain't effing robots, cocksucker. These savages go through 8 to 12 weeks of brutal fight camps. Punching, kicking, wrestling. They're living on boiled chicken and nightmares. You can't have them doing that every day of every week. Their bodies would collapse like a house made of coke mirrors and bad decisions. Matchmaking takes time, bro. This ain't bum fights in an alley behind the El Compadre, all right? The UFC has to do logistics, match weight classes, contracts, injuries, visas, medical suspensions. Oh, yeah, and they have drug testing. That would get really expensive. You think Dana White calls people up like, yo, fight, yo, fight tonight? This ain't the streets, dog. This is sanctioned violence. You'd water down the product. Every night, that's too much. It ain't special anymore. Imagine eating steak every night. I've actually done that for like years, and it's amazing. It don't taste the same by Thursday, you feel me? UFC needs build-up, storylines, and hype. That's what makes you foam at the mouth when a pay-per-view hits. Why'd they drop the Ultimate Fighter? They didn't really drop it, cocksucker. It just got old. It ran for years, and at the start, fire. Straight fucking fire. You had dudes living in a house, cutting weight, fighting for their dreams, and sometimes for pizza. But after a while, same format, same drama, same kitchen fights. People stopped watching. Plus, now we got Dana White's Contender Series. Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Which is the Ultimate Fighter, but no drunk drama, just straight hands. And real talk, TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram Reels made it harder to sit down for 12 weeks of fighters beefing over who didn't clean the protein powder shaker. Real spit from Joey Diaz. Back in my day, you wanted to fight. You went to the bar, you smacked somebody with a shot glass, and the bouncer choked you out. Nowadays, these savages get a 6-figure contract and bonus if they knock your head in the effing 300 section. You want fights every night? Go to a Waffle House at 2 a.m. UFC is a business, not an ex-girlfriend with daddy issues. You understand me? So yeah, dog, there's a reason why it's weekly, why they keep it weekly, to protect the fighters, build hype, and keep the product from turning into daily background noise. Now go smoke a joint, watch some old Wanderlei Silva fights, and remember, it's not about how often they fight, it's about who bleeds the hardest when it's time. You feel me? I personally, I think it does a very good job summarizing as Joey Diaz, and I agree with all that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Have you seen the Anderson Silva clip where he like breaks his leg?
I'm gonna see it right now. So I don't know fighters that well. I probably am I know maybe like 10 maximum. But I know their names a lot. Like when I hear the name, like, oh yeah, I know who that is. Okay. In December 2013 at UFC 168, Anderson Silva broke both bones in his lower leg in an incredibly rare occurrence when his kick was blocked by Chris Weidman. Last night at UFC 261, Chris Weidman broke his lower leg in the exact same way against Uriah Hall, video and comments. Oh yeah, I have seen this one. Yeah, their legs look like broken legs. I don't know how to describe it.
No. It's like he kicks this guy, and then like, oh, it's just so brutal to watch.
Hold on.
Like the commentators' reaction when they see the replay is like,
Oh,
That's about as obvious as it gets. And as I told you, John Dyer.
he like just severed into like two pieces, and like
yeah. It
he
looks
goes
like
to stand on his fucking back foot, and then there's like nothing there. It's just like
two
the bone
sticks.
is totally
Two
connected.
sticks in a bag.
What?
It's like two sticks in a bag. Like if you were to take two sticks and put them in a bag, that like became his leg.
Sure. Yeah.
That's what it looks like. I mean, imagine you had one stick in a bag and then you broke it and then tried to stand on it. That's what it looks like. It's disgusting.
Yeah. That is like one of like the most, I mean, very, very, very painful. And then you hear his screams, and then like the doctor comes out, and he's like, okay, stand still. And then he's like, I'm gonna like move your foot slightly, and he just like whatever he does, moves his fucking leg a bit. He just lets out the biggest fucking scream. It's like so. The audio is like painful to listen to. I pray to God that never happens to me.
Are you gonna join this
That was just
Quran game?
weird. Like it literally like snapped like a freaking matchstick.
Let's look up how to pronounce Quran. Yo, dog, how do you pronounce Karam? Is it like Karam
Karam.
or Karam?
I accepted your invite, and the game has started.
It's what? No. I hate when. Tell me when my time's about to run out.
It's like already running out.
Shoot. Yo, dog, Karam, the board game, is usually pronounced Karum. Not even like Ram, it's Karum. Sounds like car run. Emphasis on the first syllable. So I think I'm going to call it Karam. Karum. Look how sick that shot was. Yo, dog, you have one that's just about to go in. Look how sick
Yeah,
this
you can
shot
hit it
is.
away.
Did you see how sick that shot was?
Wow.
Look how sick this shot is. Am I the cockiest motherfucker you've ever met? Dog, I think I'm gonna live forever and make you a trillionaire. I don't know. I don't know who else is cockier than that.
I mean, do you fully believe that, or do you have any doubts, or
No doubts.
are you like one of the power of belief?
100%. I believe it. I mean, I could die. I'm not saying I couldn't, but like I truthfully do believe life extension technology and mind uploading technology will allow me to live a digital immortality.
Yeah, I think it's a when, not if.
I'm in agreement.
But I think, or
I'm in agreement with you.
oh, fuck.
Thanks, dog. Okay, this is an interesting one. Stop. Do you like Tim Dillon? Stop.
What?
Do you like Tim Dillon?
Yeah, I do. I listen to his podcast. Actually, he's one of the few select, like, in my 15 list of people I listen to in the podcast. So.
He's hilarious, and I'm with you on that. I just listened to his podcast this week from yesterday, and oh fuck, dude,
Nice on there.
dude, I was doing so well, and then these things keep popping up. Yeah, he's hilarious, and his podcast is so straight to the point, and like, yo, it's just gonna be, I'm gonna be in front of you wearing sunglasses with like a green screen.
Yeah, I'm surprised he rarely has guests on. Hardly ever. It's just him.
Right. For an hour. And I'm not going to interview anybody. I'm just going to tell you what I think about how shitty everything is. And I love it. Oh, come on. Does that count?
What? I thought you have to wait until it's fucking like the last one.
I thought you did. I still think you do.
No, it says, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
I
but
did not think so.
No. But then I have to do it again. Or I have to keep doing it. Like, basically, I have to get
sing all of them now?
Right. Or else it goes back on the board.
You might be in a little pickle then. Why is it not on the board? What the fuck?
Dude, that's a good question. Why isn't it on the board?
We don't even know the rules. We've been playing it like
I know.
wait until it's the second last one.
I know. Where is it? So then how do you get it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter and it's just like the first one to...
Then I don't like playing with the queen because then it's kind of pointless. Then we should just play pool. Like the pool version of this.
I mean, we don't know. Maybe the queen will just come out of the nest.
I think I'm in agreement that could happen. Look how sick this shot is. Oh, are you serious? Are you for serious? That's garbage.
Fuck. At least my thing's kind of blocking it.
Your shit is a bucket shit, son.
Oh, no.
I don't really know how to do this shot. Get it.
That'll work.
Word, dog. Look at this move. I wish I figured out like how to win. How to win with the red thing. All right, what kind you want to play? Freestyle 210.
Let me win, but yeah, if you want to do that one.
What do you want to do?
Do like a high number though, like not like the middle number, not like the 120 or like the 210, like the 1.
210 is the highest one.
Do like the second highest one.
160?
Sure.
I think that we are basically equal in this game. Like, I'm not better than you are, and you're not better than I am. But I have been winning a lot more games.
Oh, this one you can sync whatever color, right?
Word. Black is worth 10. White is worth 20.
Oh.
Stop. Drop. Let him down. Run
I don't
up
know.
shop. Roll. Roll. That's how Rough Riders roll. Do you like DMX?
I don't know. I don't listen to his music, but isn't it like very like hood rap stuff? Like you think that guy's like rapping from jail?
That's an excellent way to put it. Yeah, he died during the beginning of the pandemic, and I don't feel he was like they would have made a bigger deal about it. He was a big rapper, and he had like one of the best rap voices ever. He had this really raspy, like mean sounding voice, and then he died, and nobody like cared. But I still care. I care about you, Dogman X. Get it, baby.
Stay out, stay out.
Let's see if we can get that
If you
red.
get one in here, I'm gonna. Oh my god.
Stop. Drop.
Go
Let
for
it
the
down.
red one.
Open up shop.
Go for the red
Whoa.
one.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, you
That's
should go. Stay, stay.
that's
no.
how Rough Riders
What?
roll.
Oh, I'm so
Stop.
dead now.
Drop. Let them down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Nice. I literally got one turn.
That was a really good game. I mean, for me. All right. What do you want to play?
Yeah.
Classic, pool, freestyle, 120,
We can
160.
do another one of these. This 160 game because I'm not happy with that result. That was 16-1. I got smoked.
That's true. I don't like the red being worth so much. Like, it's kind of unfair. It's worth so much.
Yeah, yeah, it really sways it. They could have made it worth like
30.
I mean, I guess that's the skill.
Yeah, but I mean, I got really fortunate. I didn't even mean to hit that red one in the last game, and it just kind of just eked in there.
That sealed my fate. Yeah.
And then I had to cover it, which I still don't understand. Oh, there you go. So you got a fortunate bounce right there. What? Up. Let it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. That's a Rough Riders roll. No way. Dude.
Shit.
Am I even going to get to go? Am I even going to get to go?
I mean, I haven't got the red one in yet. So let's try it. Fuck. Oh no, they're just. Stay. Oh my. Please miss. Oh no, he's in the zone, folks.
Stop. Drop. Let it down. Open up shop.
Fuck.
Whoa.
No.
Whoa.
Cover the queen. Better pray that.
That's how Rough Riders roll. When I've been playing darts with Zoot, I've been dedicating every shot to rappers. And it's so funny.
This one's for Biggie.
This one's for DMX, baby. Stop, drop, let them down, open up shop. This one's for Puff Daddy. Whoa, whoa. Wow, I just destroyed you.
What the fuck?
I didn't miss.
Yeah, this rematch.
Freestyle 160?
Yeah.
You want this fire?
Yeah, no, I'm just warming up. I've only played this few games.
I think it's a disadvantage to go
going
first.
Is a disadvantage or advantage?
Disadvantage, totally. I've never seen anybody make it on the first one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a disadvantage.
It's a huge disadvantage. Oh, that was kind of a smart play. That was a really smart play. Stop. Drop. Let it down. Open up shop. Oh. Oh. I want to know the statistics on this game. Like, if you get the red one in, what are the chances that you win? It's got to be like 90%.
Yeah, I agree.
Stop. Drop.
There we go.
Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa.
No, I feel like, I don't know, I got like unlucky in this game where it's like I have like no good shots and stuff.
Bank it. Oh.
Oh no. Somehow the red one's out there.
Dude, I don't have any good shots.
There's several good shots there.
None. Get in.
There's an abundance of good shots there.
No way. I don't see them. Stop. Drop.
Yeah, when they're in a clump, it's like you can't really do much.
Let it. Oh, no. Go,
No,
baby.
No,
Go, baby.
No. Very good.
Fuck. Oh, no way. You got the red one and the white one?
Now it's going to be like hard to lose, but it's still possible because I could give you a turn and then I never get another turn again.
Fuck, man.
Freaking Karam expert. Fuck.
Yeah, but all these things are fucking jammed together. Oh, this sucks.
Yeah, these are like the situations where there's like literally no good shot except pray.
Okay, you won. You're gonna get that white bitch.
Too easy, dog.
Drop. Let him down. Open up shop.
Oh my god.
This should be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. Oh.
No, we fucked it. First chance. Oh my lord.
Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Dude, what the fuck? There aren't any good shots.
have to bank it. I saw. Oh, not like that.
That's
There
it.
you go. Final there. Wow, you're not doing too well that game.
Right. I didn't have any good shots. I need the shots to be like open. It's all because of how you started, which was genius. In fact, why don't I just do this?
It's like the mini golf. But break them up, big dog. Don't be shy. Oh my god.
X gonna give it to you.
Going for the easy pickings.
Stop.
You're gonna have to
Jump.
still break up that clump eventually. It's whoever can get the red one.
Basically.
wins the game.
Stop.
I wasted my turn. But the game can go forward.
Get
You
it.
take all that
Get it.
shitty black, white shit. I'm going for the red one.
Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shot. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, fuck.
Oh, you're might be in a little bit of pain here. Let's see.
You're not. I'm not. I'm going to beat you.
Oh, there we go. Yes.
You don't have any.
Oh, yeah.
Now you don't have any good shots.
Oh,
No good shots.
what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Nope. Impossible.
Fuck.
Dude, you just gave me the game.
I may have done that. I had to risk it.
Stop.
That was
Drop.
shit. I don't know how that didn't come in.
Settle down. Put it
No,
up. Shot.
you didn't want to break up the ones in the middle, so I did.
I mean, I did. I'm the first person who knocked around
No,
anything.
you did not break them up.
Yeah, I did. X gonna give it to you.
All right, break them up again. It's like the same tactic as mini golf on the find the hole, or any of the holes where you have to contribute to knocking down things.
I want to see somebody win without getting the red one in, and the other person got the red one in. Oh man. Watch this bank shot.
Oh,
X gonna give it to you. Stop.
Get in. Go. Oh, what?
No way.
Oh, my.
Huh. This is a tough shot. What a bank shot. What a bank shot. It's one of the best shots I've ever had.
That was nice. That was beautiful.
Newfie.
Oh, thank you.
Dude,
Needed that. I have like 8 pound to get.
how are you? Oh, fuck. No way. No way.
Yeah.
No way, dude.
Oh my god.
Stop. Drop. Put it down, open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. That's a Rough Riders roll. You're done. You're done. You're done. You, my friend, are done. You're done.
Go in. Oh, the white one. Oh, the white one.
Stop. Oh, no.
Oh.
What a major miss.
Let's go. Let's go.
Go, go, go.
Stay. Stay. Oh. I thought it dropped.
Big points. Big points. 120. Stop. Drop. Put it down, open up shop. Whoa. Whoa.
Fuck.
That's a Rough Riders roll.
Ow.
Okay, this would be the best comeback in this history of this game.
No.
No.
Miss. No.
Stop. Drop. Put it down, open up shop. Whoa. Oh. Fuck.
I should be able to close this one, hopefully.
Easily.
Yeah.
Karum. Are you going to accept my invite? You're going to jerk yourself off raw.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm just looking.
It's called Karum. Stop. Drop. Let it down, open up shop.
Okay. Yeah, can I tell you a joke that I think Zoot should do for his stand-up on his opening?
Yeah.
It goes like this. Justin Bieber recently dropped an album, and like most albums, there's like 3 songs that were good, and the rest kind of sucked, and or meaningless, stupid interludes that didn't need to be in there. But there were some beautiful songs. Now, people hate on Justin Bieber, and I get that, but to all those salty, jealous Justin Bieber haters out there, fuck you. This album is fucking fire, and joke's on you, because I'm gonna go suck the jizz out of my boyfriend tonight.
I like it.
Yeah, it's the joke is that you're defending a Bieber album and then admitting to being gay.
I like it.
While saying in your face.
Did you start?
Yeah, you're supposed to serve.
I was looking at the stuff you could buy. It's like different colored strikers and stuff.
This game actually makes money.
Oh, for sure.
Play-Doh.
Yeah, it makes a lot of money.
Really?
Yeah, could you imagine some nerdy kid who wants to impress some chick? So he buys like a board or something?
Buys the Quran board for Christmas.
Stop. Drop. Let it down. Put it up. Shop. Whoa. Whoa. That's a Rough Riders roll.
Do you watch Mr. Beast at all? Ever?
No, he sucks.
Wow, really? As a fellow viral YouTuber, you're
Yeah,
gonna say that?
I'm bigger than he is. I have more content.
No, you're basically on the same level as.
I have more
Mr. Beast.
content than he does.
I mean, he doesn't upload, like, he doesn't live stream. Imagine if he, like, started live streaming, how much money he would get.
Right. All his shit is overproduced garbage.
I mean, is that your honest criticism?
I honestly haven't really ever watched any of his videos ever.
Okay.
Like, I maybe have seen.
You've never given him a chance, is what you're saying.
Yeah, never given him any. Yeah. I mean, I saw him on Kill Tony.
You saw him what?
On Kill Tony.
Oh, he went on Kill Pony?
Yeah, at their Madison Square Garden
Kill.
one.
What did the fucking Frosted Flakes tiger do to anyone?
What are you talking
He
about?
deserves to be murdered. You don't know Tony the Tiger, the Frosted Flakes?
Oh, I get it. Oh, get in.
Literally, I set you up for the dub. Oh, dope. Except now it's in your fucking corner, so I have to pop it out. Are you ready for one of the greatest shots in the history of Quran?
Yep. Oh, no way. Get it.
No.
That was tight.
Yeah, that's right. We heard the nerves.
This is easy.
This is an easy shot right here. High IQ newbie shot, as usual. I won. I didn't even get the red one. Oh, I whooped your ass. What the hell?
Yeah, so I watched him on Kill Tony, but he gave away like $10,000 to somebody whose dad was also on, whose dad got caught. It was a weird story. It was like his dad got split his dick open from fucking some chick too hard and had to get like stitches or something. Are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw like that guy on Kill Tony?
Yo, Rabbi,
Yo,
and invite.
I did like 1,000 times.
It's not there.
Well, check again, son.
There we go. All right. It's making you serve first every time, but
No, it's random.
well, the last like 8 times has been you, so it's not very good at being random. Why are you so afraid to serve?
I'm not. Oh, you're fucked. Oh, no way. You're going to get in on the first one.
I got it in my first one on the very first time I served. I don't think I've done it since.
That shit's wild.
You also messed up the game type, I think. Yeah, you did not switch the game type, but that's fine.
What did you want me to what did you want me to switch it?
Like the white black.
Oh,
version.
did you say that?
It's okay. What?
Did you say that?
Yeah, I said it. I said it like 8 times.
Lies.
A Parthiad says otherwise.
What a shot.
Oh, bullshit.
What a shot, dog.
Yeah, anyways, I watched a Mr. Beast video today, and he was giving away this private, like, $2.5 million jet to this guy who was, like, a pilot. And he basically
Go.
kept him in jail for, like, 2.5
Wait,
months or something.
didn't your fucking thing go in?
What are you talking about?
Your slider went in.
No, it didn't.
Oh, it was really close then.
No, we're good. I would never allow that to happen.
Dude, I know your slider went in.
And how come I'm still going?
The game,
See, you messed up my concentration.
the
and
game
now
is
my
rigged.
Fucking game is off. You can't fucking do that. That is, if there's a ref here, he'd be throwing you out into the stands.
Come on, baby.
There's a pilot. He's going to win a $2.5 million jet, and all he has to do is survive in the jet for 100 days, which is like over 3 months of like jail. He can't talk to his family.
Stop.
Puck should have went in there, but
Stop.
it's not that. Oh, it is that game type shit.
Look at these shots.
Yeah, because I actually broke up the fucking Quran.
I can't hear you over the sound of all these Karams going into the fucking hole.
They're not called Quran.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're called discs.
Yeah, that's right. I think they're called Karams as well.
No, no one says that.
The people who call it a Parthiad do.
That's like one of my favorite new memes. Is that no one knows who that is. No one says that.
I made that up.
No one pronounces it that way.
I made that up. I think it's hilarious.
I know.
Whenever I want to say, I don't know what you're talking, I just say, no one calls it that. No one knows what you're talking about.
Even if they're like a very well-known thing.
Right. Or like,
goddamn.
Nobody thinks that's cool. And then I'm just basically nobody. Oh, what a shot. No one likes that. Like, Zoot will come in here and he'll be like, did you see Survivor episode 2? And I'll be like, nobody thinks that's cool. Those Survivors kind of cool. Or do you know who so-and-so is? I'll be like, nobody knows who that is. Gotcha. All right, you want to play the old-fashioned way?
Let's try pool, like actual pool.
Oh, okay.
Like with the...
I'm terrible at this. I have played 22 times, and I've won 5. All right, 1v1 8-ball, random breaks, normal scoring.
Yeah, whatever. I want to see how awful... Hopefully it's not like darts, where it's just like you literally can't control it. Oh, it's my turn to break, so I guess I'm going to do the... How do I actually shoot it?
There's like a thing on the side. You pull it back.
Oh, I should have aimed it.
I'm so shitty at this.
Yeah, go for the 8-ball. If you get the 8-ball in, you get double points.
I told you I'm shitty at this.
What the hell is fine aim? What the fuck does that do?
Firing aim?
No, fine aim. It's like on the... I should go for...
Stop. Drop. Oh, great. You know what's pretty good at this is Zoot. Okay, where? Oh, fine aim. That's like if you want to put spin on it. Oh, like did you see that go in and then come out?
Oh man, these pockets are not forgiving at all.
No, when you hit it too hard, that happens. And I always blast it as hard as I can in the hole. You know, that's just how I am.
Why isn't that shooting?
No way that goes
Go
in.
in. Fuck.
No way.
I'm not used to the sensitivity.
That's what she said.
Bravo.
Okay.
There you go.
Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa.
Oh.
That's a Rough Riders roll. Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. That's a Rough Riders roll. I'm going to dedicate my next shot to Aaliyah. Oh.
Who the hell is Aaliyah?
She died in a plane crash. She was an artist. Very pretty woman. She could have gotten it.
I don't understand. She died in a plane crash?
Yeah.
Or that was the band?
It was a woman. She's like a female R&B singer. She sang the song I don't know. She's a good dancer. I'm trying to think of the song she sang. She sang a bunch, but anyway, I'm in her subreddit. That's a miss.
Oh, I should have left it in a difficult place for you, but it seems. Yeah. We'll see if you pick up the easy shot. Nope. You should have gone for the green.
Oh, I didn't even
Green
see that
ball.
one. I'm not good at this game.
Oh, this pocket will never bounce in. Okay.
Do you know who Nick Cannon is?
Yeah, he's like the worst father in the entire universe.
Yeah. I don't know about that, but he's got like 1 trillion kids. He had this song called Gigolo that I really like. It goes, oh, 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 oh.
Oh, he has music.
Oh, oh, yeah. He also has a show in LA called it's the Nick Cannon Show. It's on Power 106.
Yeah, should never give that guy a platform.
Look at this shot.
From downtown.
Fuck. I'm a gigolo, got lots of hoes. Can't tell all the wide body sitting on flow. Sitting on the bun with the fresh clothes. Always surrounded by so many hoes.
There were 2 left. One of them is an easy one. The other one is also an easy one. Yay.
Are you proud of the way that you're
Wait.
playing?
I get to place it anywhere.
Yeah, dog. Place it wherever the fuck you want, son. Terrible shot. No, you can't hit the black one first.
Maybe I failed to hit a stripe. Fuck.
You have to hit a stripe first, son.
Ah, shit. Okay. I mean, we might witness the greatest comeback in the history of snooker. Scratch. Oh, you almost fucked up, son.
Do you know what? If you scratch on the 8 ball, do you lose?
Yep. Which is a weird rule.
Yeah, that rule sucks. You know who's really good at billiards? I'm gonna make you guess. We mentioned his name in today. I'm almost certain I have. If not, I talk about him all the time. He's good at a lot of
Joey
things.
Diaz?
No, he's good at a lot of things.
Joe Rogan.
Word. No way.
Are you seeing this comeback?
No way,
Are
dog.
you
You're fucked here, though. You're fucked here.
No. Oh, look at this fire IQ shit.
No way. Quit with this bullshit. Quit it.
Oh, I almost freaking dabbed on you. You like that angle. That was a new VIQ angle right there.
I won.
Scratch. Oh my god. I should have just not hit the ball and let you hit it or something.
6.
Damn it.
Go to best shot. I do like this where they show you the best shot. My best shot was not even that good of a shot. It was like a really shitty shot. When
From 1 foot away.
okay, so you have the same one. All right. You want to play?
Cool.
You want to play cutthroat?
Yeah. I don't know what that means.
I don't either. Let's play 8-ball but trick shot. 8-ball but trick shot.
What the fuck does that mean?
I think you have to bounce it off the walls and stuff.
Oh no, we suck at this game. No. Why would you make it harder? Why is it always my turn to IQ? What
Whoa.
the fuck was that? That's not what happened. I did an illegal break.
Why
I
would
do
you?
that every time when I play pool. I go for like the second.
Oh, I fucking
Lose. Instant lose.
instant lose.
Wait, why are you rewarding them? The fuck?
This is gonna take hours. How did
What
you?
was wrong with that break? What game mode is this shit? The fuck? That was also not good for some reason.
Oh, you! I bet you have to knock it off the wall.
I've never seen someone go for that, but oh,
The table is open.
that's what the bartender said.
What in the fuck?
That's what the waiter said.
Get in.
Garbage.
Dude, I just gave you the easiest shot in the world. Is this a trick shot?
Oh,
Combo shot. Riser stripes. It's got to be trick shots, dog.
it doesn't. What? What the fuck is a trick shot, though?
It's got to bounce off something.
Why would you select that as a game? No.
To be sexy?
That wouldn't have counted.
Why?
Because you didn't bounce it off anything.
I bounced one ball off the other ball.
Oh, yeah, that's all.
So you either have to bounce it off the side rail, or off another ball.
This is going to be impossible.
It's going to take hours. One of us is just going to hit the 8-ball in.
That won't lose you the game, though.
Yeah, it does.
Oh.
You've got.
What the fuck am I supposed to do here? Fuck.
Did anything go in?
No. All right. Did he not see your shot?
No.
Oh, here we go. I have to not fuck this one up.
You're good. There's no way you're going to get anything in, dude. Combo 20 plus 20. Riser pocketed the 15 ball.
I'm halfway done right now. Oh, he managed to get one.
Bank shot.
In a real game? What the fuck? I was at a bar with my buddy like a little while ago, and this fucking French guy, like, we were literally there to play pool and eat chicken fingers and throw a dart. And this fucking French guy was just like hogging the table, the pool table, and like there's like a chalkboard where you'd go and write your names down on the board.
Right.
And it's supposed to be like, oh, you play a game, then whoever the fuck wrote their name on the chalkboard next gets to play, and you rotate through. But this French guy was just like, oh no, I stay at the table and we're doing like some King's Court type shit, and like you have to fucking play me.
Yeah,
I won. And
wait, isn't that how it works?
Like,
isn't that how it works?
What do you mean?
Like basically, you play on the table, and then somebody's got to beat you to get on the table next.
Wait, that's how it's supposed to work?
I think so.
How is that how is that fair for everyone and not just helping the best player hog the table?
I mean,
is that how it works?
No, it could be played both ways. No. It could be played both ways. It could be played the way that you want, which is, hey, you just get to go, and then the next people get to play with whomever they want, and then the next people could play with whomever they want. Or it could be whatever King's Court is, where you have to beat that guy to get the table. No way.
Yeah, I mean that is some. It's just like, I want to play with my friend. I don't want to play with like random dude here.
And even if you did play him, like, what are the odds you're going to beat him if he's really good?
Yeah, I know. I lost, and then he's like still there like 8 games later. Like, okay, bud. Fuck.
Nice scratch, big man.
I played this game one time.
Combo shot.
There should be only bank shots in Quran.
That would be cool.
The fuck? Yo, this is like actually gonna take. Oh wait. Maybe. That's gotta count. There
Kick
you go.
shot,
Next
dude.
shot, buddy.
That was great. That was really impressive.
Oh, Maybe I can just go for like Nick shots every time.
Kick shots. No, it had to hit the rail first.
Oh no, but if the ball bounced in from the corner pocket somehow, then it might work. Okay, thanks for the Nick shot, buddy.
Why do you call it the Nick shot? It's the kick shot.
That's what it says on the screen. Nick
It said
shot.
kick shot.
Let's see. Kick shot. My bad.
Dude, that was really good.
I mean, I'm somehow getting through this nightmare a little bit, but
You only need to get 2 more in. But your time is running down seriously. You're running out of time, son.
I gotta line it up.
You're running out of time, son.
Oh, almost got this.
I dedicate this shot to Jewel. What? Combo shot. Scratch.
Why doesn't the ball come out if you scratch?
I don't know. Did you see how many times that ball went back and forth? Why didn't the ball come back out?
I guess you can scratch and just keep the ball. Because it's some trick shot shit.
I don't like that.
What do you mean? You just got a free...
I know.
thing
I
for
don't
doing
think I
like
should have
nothing.
gotten that. I would, if I could, I would take the ball out. No way.
Oh, I hit it too soft. No. Oh, game over.
You have a very difficult shot. You hit my ball first. Oh,
I
no,
don't
you
think
didn't.
so.
No, you didn't. You're right. I need a kick shot.
This shot's never gonna work. That didn't count.
No, it didn't.
Why is the ball gone? What?
I think it's.
Why is the ball gone?
I think it's. You have to. I don't know.
Oh, it doesn't. The balls still disappear even if you don't hit the trick shot?
It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, you just lose a turn? That's not making... Are you fucking serious? You just can't keep going. Oh.
Look at this bank. I have to do a trick shot because you have the lead.
No, I mean, you could just not do it and then hope I miss, which is pretty high probability. Scratch. Scratch, please. Scratch. Oh, I can place it anywhere.
No way. No way.
Okay. Oh, except you get to place it anywhere for the 8-ball? Are you serious? This is how the game ends? Are you fucking kidding me?
But I think you win.
Oh, no. Okay.
You actually have a kind of difficult shot.
This is an easy shot.
Did you get any points on the last one?
Oh, you have to hit a fucking trick shot on the last one? Okay. Wow. Game just keeps getting better. Scratch.
No way.
Whoa. This is gonna be impossible.
No, it's not. Got it. Scratch.
What? How is that not the end of the game? How?
It's trick shots, baby.
Alright, this is your demise.
No, it's not. Stop.
You're never. You have no chance of making this.
Pocket the 8 ball, son.
Go. Oh, okay. It doesn't give you enough power in this game. In a real pool table, that would easily make them. Okay, so I should have won twice now.
At least.
Okay. Let's go for the old Nick shot.
No way.
That seems to work. Oh,
Quit
well.
calling it Nick shot. It's kick shot.
That's the apartheid Parthian.
The reason why I sent it to you is it said that William Montgomery might pronounce it that way.
Oh, did you see the screenshot I sent of William Montgomery in Edmonton?
Yeah.
He's like on stage and there's actually like a huge crowd.
Oh!
Fuck. Okay, no, not doing that one again.
Best shot.
Do the normal one.
Let's see best shot.
That one's.
Oh, and I had the best shot. Didn't I?
The best shot was the one at the end.
Yeah, that 8 ball right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're never playing that again. All right, what do you want?
Can we play the fucking disc one? I love the disc one. Disco.
Karam?
This one's fucking amazing.
Karam pool?
No. I'm sending you an invite.
Disco? Dude, where's the invite?
Alright, I sent you an invite. There you go. I fucking love this game. There's so much strategy to it.
Word. And you have to be so good with the touch.
Shit. Oh no, I'm rusty.
Hi, Rusty. I'm Rabbi.
Are you to be good at this? Get this bullshit out of here.
Are you serious?
Yeah, dog, I'm serious. I'm in the end zone. Oh, there's a backboard at the back that it can bounce on.
You lost. No doubt.
Oh, there we go. There we go. 2-1. Stay on that side. So.
2-0.
No, it didn't fucking shoot hard. Alright, we're running that back.
You need one of the best shots of your life. I won 1-0.
Only one. I mean, that was a pretty good comeback.
I wasn't impressed. Oh, hey. There's a daily goal today. You have to win 3 games. And we have to play. Next game we play has to be bounce.
No, that game sucks.
I know, but just
No,
let me win so that I get the reward.
No.
Well, just play to be a nice person.
That game, alright. Why do you need the reward?
Because then I get 100 tokens. You want to see something?
You paid tokens for that emoji?
Yep.
How many tokens do I have?
Click on your username and you can see.
Oh, big mess.
Nope, it's perfect. Oh, stay.
Oh, there we go. Oh, fuck off. No.
It's 2-0. All right, bounce, baby. Two players. Easy. Riser. Let's go.
I'm gonna try and beat you.
I bet this game's super popular in the future.
No, it's the worst game of all time.
I love how this is like the easy mode, but it's still like really hard.
Is it hard mode?
Yeah. Dude, I'm playing like a G.
I'm right on your tail.
Yeah, you are.
Shit.
Fuck. Gotcha, baby. 300 points. I've never gotten one of the daily rewards.
Oh, that was not even.
You've never won?
The hard mode.
I got 100 coins. I got a WASD bubble. I don't know what that means.
Do it on like the hardest one.
Okay, I don't
And
know.
that'll be you.
Okay, you ready? Pro. You have an invitation. 4, 3,
I'm in.
2, 1.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck.
Good luck on the star one, buddy.
Oh, fuck.
No.
I like this one.
I see it.
It's easy.
What the fuck is this? Oh my god.
Dude, this one's hard. Fuck.
I don't like the waiting part.
I know.
Oh, this one. No. Oh. Oh my god, I have to wait for it to go around again.
I'm fucked.
Go, 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 go.
Dude, I'm
Did you get
stuck.
stuck one?
Yeah, I got stuck.
Oh, my only fucking 80% of the way done. Oh my god.
Come on.
Fuck, no.
Come on.
This is so frustrating.
Come on.
I tried. It's hurting.
Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up again.
No, come on.
Come on. This one's so hard. The angle's throwing me off. This one's so hard.
Gotta be patient. Shit. Oh my lord.
This one's so hard. You're fucked.
I was hovering in it for like a minute and then my card was done.
This one sucks.
No! I got to the second one.
Oh no. Okay, I can get it.
No. No!
This is so hard.
I did it.
Good job. You got your first win.
Wow, that was excruciating.
Yeah.
My forearm hurts.
Play me in darts.
Oh, that one sucks. Archery.
Play me in darts first.
Okay.
Try to beat me in darts. Just all you have to do is beat me in darts. Dude, you're not bad.
No, it's way too sensitive. Like, am I supposed to go for certain numbers, or
You want to get to exactly 0, not more than 0. Nice 25.
I shot it off the board. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's telling me where to aim.
Get that 20.
What do you mean bust?
You can't go over. Check out.
What that means.
You ready for?
I don't even know how to play, but rematch.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna show you how it's done, son.
0.
I dedicate this game to Zoot.
What the fuck? Wow. Yeah. Are you serious?
Yeah, the inside ring is triple, the outside ring is double.
What do you mean? How did you go bust? You hit the 1. Isn't that good?
No, because it's times 3. So it's 3, and I went over.
Hitting the 1 is times 3?
The
you hit
the circle inside.
You hit the green thing twice?
Yep.
Fuck off. I have to do it. Or 7. What do you mean that I went bust? They're fucking winning the race.
Reload.
Somebody.
You're blocking your microphone. Yeah, I can't hear you.
Really? Still?
You're a little better.
It's working. I can see it working. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Are you fucking serious?
Because I'm a pimp.
Why is the game so short?
Well, we could make it longer. You want to make it longer?
Sure.
Okay, 501 pro double out, which means on the last one you have to get it in the outside ring. It means you can't end on like an odd number.
too sensitive. They should just make it so it's like more round. You got the Midas touch over here. Might be fucked. Fuck off. Oh my god. How? How do you do that?
You're down 103 points. I do this to Zoot to piss him off.
I thought you said Zoo was good at this one.
He is good at this one. But he's not good at... He's good at 100. He's not good at 500. Takes a lot of consistency. Good job. Good job with...
just got 60 there.
That was good. You're down 4.
You come back. Come back. Yes. Oh, you're really going for that inner ring, right?
That's the best one to go, to which to go. It's triple 20. It's the highest thing you can get. You're down 110. You got a triple 20. Oh, dude, you just got 100. You're down 10. Great job, dude.
If I win here, oh my god, fuck off. Oh, you can fuck it up.
Correct. 20, 17, 20. That was good.
If you bust, do you lose?
No,
Or you just have to try it again?
you just have to try again.
I could win it right here. No!
That's good.
No, I wanted to win everything. 22, I could go for 211.
No, you don't want 2 11s. You want the outer ring on 11. Do you see it flashing?
Oh, I have to get that one?
No, you can do something else. Now you have to get the 4s. The 4 one.
Fuck. How is that even achievable?
Fuck. Just get the 4. Get the 1.
It's very difficult. It was harder than pool. I might actually still win here.
Oh, you're going to win. Now get the 1. You got it. You won.
Yep. Nice. Never playing that again. That sucked.
All right. Archery.
Both target games, archery and darts.
Bitches call me Robin Hood because I be stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. Would you take that?
So,
Would you take a 20, 26 right now? Eight. You're down 18. 7.
yeah,
You're down 11. 7.
I can read. Robin Hood. This better be good. See, I know that, like, I don't know, you like the UI is funky or something's up, because you should not be able to, if you let the timer go down that far, it should be shaking so much that it's impossible to make the shot. I have to shoot it like very early on before it's like halfway, or else it just gets too shaky and wobbly.
I'm a grown man, not B2K.
Your device is hacked or something. We're gonna lower that one.
You need 2 10s to be able to tie. Get it.
We just started. This is 2 out of 3.
Well, this round. Get it.
A little north. A little bit north. That was not at all. Oh, fuck.
You're done, son.
Uh,
It's over for you. You should probably hit those 3, the thing in the corner, the button with the 3 dots on it. Just press resign, because it's over, baby. Right now, you need 2 11s.
I've gotten 2 9s in a row.
Get a 10, baby. It's over. I've beaten you like 6 games in a row.
What are you talking about? I just beat you in darts.
No, in archery.
Archery, yeah, I don't know. Something has changed.
Yeah, we don't play that one where you do as many in a minute as you can do. That was sick.
Easy shot for Robin Hood.
That's a bullseye. That's bullshit.
There's actually a 9, unfortunately.
Fuck.
According to Plato.
You made me fuck up. You made me fuck up. Nine. Dude, you made me fuck up. 9. Get a 6. 7. All right, I need a comeback. 9. 9. I dedicate this shot to Zoot. 5. That was not good, dude. You need to miss. 8. You just need 2 7s. 8. Just get a 6. It's tied going into the last one. 8. That's not good.
7. Here comes
6.
7. 6. 8.
7.
7. Oh, that's beautiful.
You might be able to beat me here. 9.
Laser precision.
You just need 2 6s. 9.
Again, upside down.
You need a 3. This game's rigged. 5.
Oh, shit.
Rigged.
Oh. I beat you like 6 games in a row.
Fuck off. What are we playing?
Crown.
All right.
Master Champion.
What do you want to play?
Individual one.
Pool or classic?
But
You're covering your mic, son.
I'm not covering my mic.
Now you're not. Now you're not. Now you're good.
Is my mic at the top?
It's got a little hole.
You actually have to break it up full this time. I'm not. You can't do that.
Did you see what I just did?
You tried to shoot it into the hole and you missed.
I hit it too hard.
That's what she said. See, now I'm trying to be the good guy and get some fucking pebbles on the board. But,
Oh, fuck.
oh, there you go. Some karma. There we go. Have you seen Kenny versus Spenny, Rabbi?
Nobody knows what that is.
Oh my god, you haven't seen that show? It's so fucking fun. Can we watch it together and react? And that way nothing's demonetized?
Yeah, if you... Oh, it'll still be demonetized. I don't care about
react.
I don't care about demonetization. I care about copyright infringement.
Okay. Oh shit, I got a white one in. I thought it was in the fucking
Free for
other
all?
mode. Whoops. Oh yeah, okay. This mode, it may not matter as much if you break them up in the middle, because you can't just snipe any of them.
It's a good point. Good shot, dude.
That was like dedicated to my boy. What's his name? EXAM
DMX?
or Exhibit. Yeah.
I dedicate this shot to Zoot, my favorite comedian. It's no longer William Montgomery.
He'll be on Kill Tony one day.
Oh, for sure. Look at this shot. Dude.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I need the red one.
You're not hitting the red one, eh? Told you.
What's that, big dog?
You didn't hit the red one in.
What's that, big dog? I'm going for it now. I had to.
Yeah, but you're not going to get it now. You're
Didn't notice
fucked.
that big sound effect.
You're fucked.
Easy.
What does that do for you now?
Oh, I have to get all 5 in? Shit. And, it's been so long. Oh, I got the red one in.
Right. What does that do for you?
I don't know. I mean, no one knows how to play this game. You can read the rules, but
No.
I do that. I want to see what happens if you win, because I already sunk the red one. You have not. And I know that, like, I can win if I sink mine, but I want to know what happens if you win. Like, if you sink your 3 right now, do you win?
It's a good question. I just gave you a shot.
I want to find out what happens if you... Because you didn't sink the red one at all. That's it? And does the queen come out? No? The queen didn't come out.
The queen sucks.
What's the point of the queen then?
I guess it's just like an obstruction in the middle.
Do you have to sink it or no?
Yeah.
I mean, in the other one, it's worth 50 points, so you want to do your best.
Classic pool, freestyle 120, freestyle 160, freestyle 210.
160. Go, 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 go. Oh!
Dude,
I got
what a
2
great
left.
way to start. Maybe the best start we've ever seen.
You've never seen that
No.
in the history of
That was amazing.
Iran before.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
I dedicate this shot to R. Kelly. I dedicate this shot to Puff Daddy.
Oh, you let Puff Daddy down right there. This one's for ASAP Rocky right here. This shot is for someone.
Dude, you're destroying me.
Someone right there.
What?
Oh, what a shot. Clutch. Absolute clutch shot right there.
Dude.
Isn't it a fun feeling when, like, the other person you're playing against is just, like, draining them over and over and over, and you just have to sit there and pray that they somehow miss one, even though they likely will not. And
I dedicate
so
this
you
shot
do.
to Puff Daddy.
Oh, I was 10 away. Oh my god.
I
All
dedicate
needed
this
was
shot
one more.
to Aphex Twin.
You have to think like
Aphex
1,
Twin.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You'd 8 in a row right now.
I dedicate this shot to Eve.
Aphex triplets. Apparently there are like some
I dedicate this shot to Missy Misdemeanor Elliott.
apparently there are like
I dedicate this shot
quintuplets
to Lil
that were
Kim.
born. I'm trying to spill you some Canadian history right now. Just want to hear it.
I dedicate this shot to
I tell you everything about this game.
Nelly. Okay, now tell me everything you want about Canada. Tell me everything you want about Canadian history. What's your Canadian history thing?
There are these quintuplets born in Canada, like 5 identical twins. They were like put in like the Montreal, like basically it's like human zoo, and people would come look at them.
When?
Is that fucked up? In like the 80s or some shit.
That's wild shit, dog.
Yeah, did you like the scrotum satchel?
What the fuck was that?
Do you know who the Liver King is?
Yeah, dog. He's a terrorist.
No one knows who that is.
That's true. I think it's hilarious that they consider him a terrorist. Like, come on, don't you have anything better to do than call that motherfucker a terrorist?
I don't get the meme or the lore. What are you talking about? Why is
he
Liver
like
King a
threatened?
terrorist?
He threatened Joe Rogan, and now he's in jail, and they let him out, and they charged.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
No way.
yeah, he did. They charged him with terrorism.
No, they did not.
You think I'm making this up? He drove to Austin, Texas. You didn't hear about this?
No, what the fuck?
He drove to Austin, Texas. He went on Instagram Live and was like, Joe Rogan, I want to take this on with you man to man. And I'm going to beat your ass when I see you. I want to fight you. Something like that. And that's considered like making a criminal threat. And they arrested him.
Saying fucking you want to take it on man to man?
Yeah, I'm going to fight you. So
Joe Rogan got scared? Wow.
Yeah, and got a no contact order against him.
Why? What was he so angry about? Wasn't Joe Rogan saying like, "Oh, there's this guy Liver King and he eats fucking testicles and shit"?
Yeah, he just said he's on steroids and shit, and like don't listen to him or whatever.
Oh, really? So he basically defamed Liver King.
Yeah, but Liver King had already been defamed.
By who?
A bunch of people.
But I don't think he's on steroids.
Dude, he's on a ton of steroids.
Says who?
Dude, everybody on the podcast circuit.
Did Liver King at all confirm that?
Yeah, he
or
did.
Deny it?
He came out and said that he was like leading people astray by making them think that you could look like that with just naturally.
Oh, so he's like basically grifting people, trying to sell them on like the
word
fucking primordial diet.
Word. This is my last game. My arms hurt.
I mean, he's still in good shape. But... My arms hurt.
They do.
No, this would be a good comeback for you.
We have yet to
For
have
you.
someone win while the other person had sunk the red one. Like hitting the red one's like a guaranteed win. All right, good job.
Oh man, it's sweaty. Let's see what these fuckers said about me on Blue Sky. Something in some other language. They wrote. Oh no, that's different. Hey, Rabbi's here. And then something in German. New Rabbi content just dropped, Cap'n. Then somebody replied, Rabbi shot. All right. Oh, I'm sweaty.
Oh, do you know who Dean? You saw that picture of Dean Blunt that I sent.
Who the fuck is Dean Blunt?
Everyone knows who Dean Blunt is.
No, no one knows who that is. You sent me a picture of.
Yeah, with your favorite comedian.
Oh, that's a real person?
Yeah, it's not like Photoshop or anything.
I thought it was. I was like, oh wow, somebody bigger than David Lucas.
Yeah.
Who the fuck is that guy?
He's like some rapper.
What kind of chair is that?
Just desperately needs Ozempic.
Yeah, big time. He'd be so much healthier with it.
Yeah, I mean.
Or he'd be dead because that like kills people too. So I don't really know.
Yeah, his chair. He had like this custom chair that was like.
Oh,
like, that guy was huge. He must have been like 500 pounds, maybe 600.
Dude, he's a big boy.
Like, and then that got me thinking. Like, I want to be like custom rack suit levels of like fat.
Same.
That's my target.
With
But right now, he's like literally like 5 times.
With like the word baby fat on my ass. Or the phrase.
Yeah, what would your custom tracksuits for obese people brand be called?
Fat fuck.
Great use of alliteration.
Thanks, baby.
Who's the most overweight person you've known?
It's a good question. I've never known anybody super, super fat. Like that. Not even close to that. Let's see here. There's this guy from South Africa, believe it or not, from my synagogue who is very big. He's probably the biggest guy. And I don't want to say his name. I don't want to embarrass him, but he's a big dude. Very interesting guy from South Africa. But yeah, I want to say he had an interesting life. I forget. Like he had a house in Las Vegas and then moved to Orange County. He's originally from Cape Town, I think. I'm trying to think if he's like the biggest guy really I've ever known. Definitely the biggest guy I've ever known in real life that I can think of. Yeah, so he's probably like, he wasn't even close to that guy's size, but he's a big dude.
Yeah, I mean, you probably read the comment that I attached to the photo, but like
yeah,
David Lucas on a podcast, he like brings them to go fishing at like a pond or whatever, and fucking guy so I was finally interviewing the fucking
David Lucas. I know, that's what I thought. I thought it was photoshopped. David Lucas looks small there.
Yeah. No, like, I just look like a gummy bear, like teddy bear thing, like that was like photoshopped or something. He like looked like photoshopped. He was not. One of my cousins was very large. She's probably like the number one, but yeah, I also knew this therapist named Greg Ovalt, and he was amazing, dude. Super. He was like the most like blunt therapist like ever, and it was super funny. Like my parents were like went to him to see him, and they like sat down or whatever, and like one of the first thing he says was like, "Listen, I don't give a shit like whether you guys are together or not. I'm just fucking here to like see if you guys want to work through it." Shit. He died, unfortunately.
And he was that big?
He was not like, he was more closer to the David Lucas, but he was pretty big. He was not like, he could easily be like Santa Claus.
Let me see that picture again. The guy I knew was bigger than David Lucas there, but smaller than the other guy. And well, I still know him, but he moved to LA, and then he moved to like Santa Monica and hasn't been back to shul. Well, he didn't come back before the pandemic, and then I didn't see him after that at classes and stuff. But yeah, I would hope that he was a guy. I think he was of some means, and so he'd be able to get Ozempic and get really thin. But yeah, it's sad when people get like that giant and then can't control themselves.
I mean, I feel like with like a Dean Bun guy, like it's got to be like a genetic thing,
right? Their body just can't.
He's just a school bus,
right? Like literally, you sent that to me, and I thought it had been photoshopped, and you were just making a joke about, like, hey, I photoshopped this guy so big that he's the lake, and the joke is that he's the lake. He's that big, but he's not. You didn't Photoshop him. Oh, do you watch the Joey Diaz podcast?
It's called like Church of something.
Yeah, the new one.
Like Church.
Yeah, do you watch it?
What's it called?
It's called the Church of What's Happening Now, the New Testament.
Okay.
He's had so many different podcasts. He started out with a podcast called Beauty and the Beast. Then he did the Church of What's Happening Now. Then he did Uncle Joey's Joint. Then he did the Catch It, the
the catch up, and then he did the Church of What's Happening Now, the New Testament. That's 5 of them. And
he posted a video on Instagram where he like made some like pretty crappy joke about like really like wasn't that funny, but it was like sarcastically like saying, I think it was like an Epstein joke or something, but it just did not land well, and people in the comments were like, bro, it's just like offensive. It's not even funny. It's just like a really insensitive thing to say. And he's like, fucking cocksucker, fucking, what are those fucking kids even fucking doing there? Shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, his new podcast kind of sucks. And though the one he did when he was in LA was, I mean, it kind of sucked too, but they had some really good episodes, and they've become classic now. And I don't know. I like him. I think he can be funny, but if you've ever seen his stand-up, it sucks. Or at least his stand-up specials suck. Though when you hear people say when he kills sometimes harder than like anybody. Joe Rogan says that. People in his Reddit say that. I just like I shouldn't like him at all. He's like not a good person. He used to make chicks suck his dick to get stage time at the Comedy Store, which I really fucking hate. Like I have in this Discord, I've got like the Joe Rogan Experience and Joey Diaz podcast, and I sometimes consider taking that one out just because it's like I don't want to endorse this, but he's got some of them that are just they're like hilarious that I'm like, oh, whatever. That, you separate the art from the artist. We've got that podcast sucks. Tim Dillon's podcast is pretty good. Theo Vaughn's. I don't like when he interviews like famous people too much. I like when he interviews just like.
Oh, what do you think of Andrew Schultz?
Schultz? Flagrant 2? Yeah.
What?
His podcast is called Flagrant 2.
Yeah. Flagrant.
Yeah.
Or like flagrant.
He's pretty funny.
My brother likes him a lot. I don't think he's bad at all. I don't think he's like I don't know, he's just like a regular person.
I became a fan of his during the pandemic. He did some funny like Instagram shorts or reels and things, and like that's how I found out about him. And then he did the Joe Rogan podcast, and he was funny on there. I've gotten into Matt and Shane's Secret podcast.
Is he like Italian or some shit? Because he seems like Italian or something.
Yeah, he's probably like Italian and German. I don't know though. I know his mom was a professional ballerina or something. So like he kind of grew up in the New York.
Oh yeah, maybe it's like the New York accent.
Yeah.
Or his attitude.
His mustache throws me off. Same with what's his name? Shane Gillis's. It's like I don't know. Nobody wears a mustache anymore except like these comics, and it's like they almost do it to be funny. So I don't really get that, but that's fine. I've been getting into Matt and Shane's Secret podcast.
I mean, you have a. Oh yeah, is there a rabbinical thing that's like the beard endorsement?
I don't endorse beards, but basically,
like that's just like you should have a beard or something.
Yeah. So the halakha or Jewish law is that you don't want to cut the corners of your face, and so some people interpret the corner of your face to be like your sideburns, but I have heard from Orthodox people and rabbinical colleagues that that was interpreted as your mouth. So I've known Orthodox Jews to just have mustaches, but like this one time I was at this really big rabbinical event, like all these Chabad rabbis were there, and of all of them, of maybe like 150 rabbis, only one of them just had a mustache, just one. Like everybody else had a beard.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So it's very like common for Orthodox Jewish people to have the beards.
Yeah, but like I've known rabbis who you would look at and you would be like, does that person have a beard? And they just have like a permanent 5 o'clock shadow. That's kind of a thing too. The key is we don't use straight razors. So we don't.
Really?
Like, yeah, we just use like electric razors or like scissors or something. But yeah.
So you can never do like a clean shave.
You're not supposed to. Now, there are reasons where, for like medical reasons, why you might need to like shave a part of your body for a surgery. But generally, that's not even supposed to be done. It should just be done with like an electric razor. And it goes back to like the
What
cadence.
about women? Women as well?
Women, there's some there's some leniency, but generally it's just upon the man. And it's the thing with having a beard is you want people to be able to identify you as a man at a distance. That was important. And so having just like a clean face is like a it's not it's like it effeminizes you a little bit. But again, I've known Orthodox people who, I mean, I didn't ask them, but I'm sure they've used like Gillette razors before, and that's just what they do. Another thing you'll see are guys with like who like might shave their head, and you don't ask them like how they do it, but like I'm sure they can probably use like one of those electric razors, but I'm sure some of them probably use a straight razor, and it's all just it's very traditional. But like generally, if you're gonna see rabbis, they're gonna have beards. Orthodox rabbis. Now, conservative, reformed, humanitarian, or humanist, and reconstructionist, they do their own thing, so I can't really speak on their behalf. But you'll see basically like a beard, usually about the length of mine, sometimes a little shorter, sometimes a little longer. It depends on what you're going to be. Like if you have a secondary job, a lot of times you won't have as long of a beard. I've known some rabbis who are lawyers, and they'll just have like a 5 o'clock shadow permanently, or just like a short beard. The key too is
Yeah,
like
why? But most people go for the length, but you're allowed to trim the length, right?
yeah.
Eventually.
Yeah, you can use scissors or like an electric razor is fine.
What do you use?
Usually when I grow a beard, I just let it go, and then like the I've had a beard really really long before, like almost down to my belly button. Like
Are you fucking serious?
yeah, it was like let me see. It was maybe like to here, so like maybe nipples, not belly button. And this was like 2018 to 2020 or something like that. And
It took like 4 years to grow that long.
like maybe like 2.5 or something like that. And
And then I was going to continue to grow it, but it became difficult because of masks. Like everybody's masking up and everything, and so it wasn't really doing anything. And I just was like, it made me look old, and um, I thought, okay, well, I'll and I was gonna start seeking a wife, and I thought, well, I probably should have like a more youthful look. So when I shaved it, it was really interesting because it I'd never had a beard that long. I had a beard another time, like pretty long, but not nearly that long. And when I shaved it, there's all kinds of dead skin that's on your skin that you can't get to, and you have to like get it like exfoliated. And so I had that done, and then this most recent time, I just figured I'm just gonna go for it, and I'm gonna have a beard for like the rest of my life anyway. So I'll just have it be really long, and so I haven't shaved in like
Do you like the beard? Like, would
um.
you?
So it has pros and cons. The pros are you don't have to do anything. The cons are you get food stuck in it and stuff, and like so you've got to like wash it more thoroughly. Um, it also sheds, and um, you have to make sure like there are like beard creams that you can use and like oils to make sure that it doesn't get too dry. Um, it's much easier than shaving though, and I do like to shave. I would do all these shaving tutorials when I would shave. Like I don't know, they're on my Instagram and stuff like that, and I would just teach people how to shave. It's not hard, but just with an electric shaver, and um, I got really into like electric shavers. So I've tried or had like basically a dozen or so, like especially
Have
when
you tried Manscaped? The
y-
Manscaper?
yeah. So that kind of came out after I started those, or maybe it was out, but I shouldn't say it. But I had like Remington ones and Braun ones, and one of the best ones I've ever had is just some one that I got off of somewhere from China, and it has the best battery in it. I've not charged it in like um like a year, and it sells like an 80% battery. Dude, I should have told you about this. I forgot to though. You're always asking me about inventions and stuff. There's this one invention that I came about totally randomly in the early parts of my stream. And I've got it on video. This is so strange. So I would do a lot of IRL content, especially in like I was doing IRL content in Beverly Hills like every night when I first started, and I needed lights to be able to see myself on camera, and I had these things that I would hold to hold the camera and all this shit. Well, one of these lights, like I don't know if you've seen these social media influencers lights. That's just like a rectangle, and it's like a pure white light. It's just pure white, and I would charge it every night, and it would it would like hold the battery for like I don't know 6 8 hours of just being on, but then it would start to die. Well, this one day I think I dropped it and like cracked part of it, and so I had some Gorilla Glue, and I like I for one reason or another I glued it, and um I don't know why I did this, but I don't know why. Oh no, I do remember why. Okay, hold on. So, okay, imagine like you've got the light and a stick that goes into the light, and the part where the stick attaches to the light cracked. So I took some Gorilla Glue and just started putting it in the hole, and just kept putting it in there to see how much it would be because I figured like, well, it's eventually going to fill up, and then it's just going to be like really, really hard when it hardens. Well, I put like a whole bottle of Gorilla Glue in there. I'm not kidding about this. That light didn't shut off. It was on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for like 45 days straight. And I was like, no way. I developed a new type of fucking technology that like no one knows about. That like you take one of those lights and put this glue in it, and somehow, some way, it just didn't shut off. It was in my car on 24 hours. I did never shut it off, and I was on camera when I did this, so I like have really good evidence of it. But there's something about those lights. If you put Gorilla Glue in them, they'll last for like weeks on, and really, really bright. I mean, this is like a really bright light. I couldn't believe it didn't die. It's like the battery, when the glue got into the battery, it caused it to not die as quickly.
Could you still recharge it or not?
No, I just left it on and like had it as a little science project. So every day when I get in my car at night, I'd be like, dude, this light is still on. This is incredible. And it would still be really, really bright. I mean, bright as
And before that would, like, it was a chargeable light. How long would it last?
6 hours.
Oh, so you increased the span by like 400 amps.
Exactly. But it made me think like there's
Any explanation for that? That seems really random.
it's like the most random thing. It's like a thing I invented or like discovered. I shouldn't say invented, but it's like when like somebody discovers something. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT about it. Yo, dog, explain to me like Joey Diaz. This one time I had like a light, an LED light that you use for social media on your camera, like or like helps to light you up. It's about the size of like I don't know 3x5 note card, and I poured a bunch of Gorilla Glue in it one time, and normally the light would shut off at like 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours. But when I poured all the Gorilla Glue in it, it lasted for like 45 days. Why? And without any charging, and it was really bright. Why would this be? Listen to me, you filthy animal. One time you're sitting there with your little social media light thinking you're going to make a TikTok. That's exactly right. Maybe flex a bicep, maybe say some shit that gets 6 likes. I would have been fortunate to get that. The light's got a battery life of 6 hours, maybe 8 if the light gods are feeling generous. But then you get crazy. You go full Coco mode. You say, fuck it, and pour a bucket of Gorilla Glue into this thing like a fucking maniac. It wasn't a bucket, but it was like a bottle of it. Like you are summoning some sort of lightning demon, and then suddenly that son of a bitch is glowing like a lighthouse on meth for 45 days straight. That's exactly right. Um, Now let's break it down science style, Uncle Joey style. Gorilla Glue ain't magic, but it's a chemical mosh pit. When it cures, it expands, heats up, and might have shorted or bridged something in your light circuitry. But not like in a pop dead way. Maybe like it created a Frankenstein energy loop, bypassed a battery cutoff, fused the regulator, something crazy. That's exactly right. Could have sealed in air, reduced heat loss. That could be. Electronics hate heat. You suffocated that be like a mob hit and made it stay cooler. Maybe the battery efficiency skyrocketed. Maybe your battery was charging from an external freak source. No, that's not it. No, this thing was not charging any other way. Or maybe you just hallucinated the whole thing. No, I did not. I have it on camera. This isn't like, oh, I had a dream and this happened. No, I had it on camera and I would document every single day, and I've got the footage. Bottom line, brother, you did some real savage shit. You made a regular light up go beast mode with a squirt of glue. So if I had to explain it in any way, it could have sealed in air, reducing heat loss. but it also could have like fused the regulator, or I don't know, but it was like a Frankenstein energy loop. It eventually did die, but not after 45 days of documented. I have it on GoPros. I remember being like, every single day, I'd be like, this fucking light is still going? I can't believe it. And it
You
lasted.
invented the Tesla coil.
That's exactly right. I mean, it was like, I thought to myself, like, if I were a camper, this would be like the ultimate.
Except you can't turn it off.
Yeah.
That's the one catch.
But here's the thing.
Caveat.
That's true. But you could just put it face down and it would shut it off.
I mean, that's not.
I shouldn't say shut it
shutting
off. No, you're right.
Just
Yeah. I mean,
covering it up.
yeah, covering it up. Yeah.
It
But
works.
it worked.
It works.
I mean, and it was really bright. It was like
How many lumens? Have you seen like world's like biggest flashlight?
yeah, dog. I love watching that shit when they're in like an apartment complex and they turn it on and it's like lighting up like all the buildings around them.
Yeah. There's a whole subreddit about it. I'm sure you know.
Yeah, I think I'm in it. I'm in the flashlight one.
This has nothing to do with any of this. And remind me like later. Come back to maybe we can go through the Tesla conspiracy shit, but that's also not what I want to talk about. I heard someone mention David Cho, to be exact, that he had purchased like this bottle of pheromones from somewhere, and you like whatever you spray it on yourself, and apparently the pheromones make you like irresistible to women.
Oh, for sure, dude.
There's
people
truth in that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. I absolutely do, and I've done it myself in cologne bottles.
Colognes aren't pheromones, are they?
No, you put the pheromones in the cologne bottle, and then you spray it on yourself.
Oh. Where the fuck do you get the pheromones from?
Amazon. You could also get them from overseas.
Where do they even come from?
I think it's just a chemical. So maybe a lab?
Okay, I'm gonna ask the AI.
Yo, dog, where do you get pheromones for like picking up chicks from? Not Fairmont. Pheromones. No, it's pheromones, not pheromones. Okay. It's a silent chemical. Yeah. Do pheromones work on humans? Yes and no. Spray this cologne. Truth, it's marketing hype. Pheromonal attraction. Where do they get them though? Like, are they made in a lab? Yeah, they're made in a lab. Scientists identify real human pheromones, stuff like androstenone, androstenol, and copulins found in women. These are naturally present in sweat, urine, or bodily fluids. Then they replicate them chemically in a lab.
Yeah, that'd be awkward if you get it picked to fall in love with you and then you didn't spray on the pheromones one day and she's just like, the fuck? You're not that great after all.
Right.
So it could backfire.
Right. I mean, I didn't use them a lot. I just would try it just to see if it had any effect. And I wasn't like at the time. I mean, I couldn't tell you if it worked. Like I'd get numbers or something at a bar, but I can't tell you if it was the pheromones or not. And I wouldn't put it in like, I don't wear like normal colognes. It would be like just in like a cologne like bottle, to like the spray. Like sometimes they come in just like a little eyedropper bottle, but I'd wanted to be able to spray so it had like a bigger effect. And I don't know. I mean, I think it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of dubious. It's like you're sending. I mean, you have them anyways, but like, I don't know. It's kind of like weird because you're like almost like it's like a subconscious like thing that you're like emitting.
Yeah, but girls do that shit too with perfumes and such.
No, I think perfumes and pheromones are two totally separate things.
I know what you're saying. I'm saying that like using subconscious things. Like women use makeup to make themselves look younger and blemish free. I get though what you're saying. Pheromones are like completely silent. They're like completely undetectable. So it seems like it's like not fair. No pun intended. Versus like makeup, you can see it. So I get it.
Yeah, but I think females could probably use. I don't know if there's like. I think that there's male and female pheromones, and like the females could use it as well, probably.
That's true. I can tell
Just
you
somehow even the playing field or whatever.
I can tell you it works exceptionally well with animals because the people who own the house had like they went to Iran and got like some kind of nuts or something that eventually had like moth larvae in it, and we had unbelievable amounts of fucking moths. And so I bought these moth traps that have pheromones in them, and it got them all. But it's like attracted all the moths and within like I don't know
Oh,
200 yards, and it would attract them with pheromones, and they worked really really well.
right. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I mean, human beings are animals, but we might not be as sensitive to it as the moths are, or else probably people would have figured that out, that covering yourself in pheromones makes all the women gravitate towards you.
I'll tell you what, I think it does to some
It
extent.
would be nice if it worked like that, though.
When women smell,
It would be great if it was just like one spray of the pheromones, and then there's just like women just stalking you from like miles away, trying to hunt you down.
well, I mean, if you've ever done like a really hard workout, you're like emitting all kinds of pheromones, and women are really attracted to that afterward. Like it can cause them
Did not know that.
it can cause them to ovulate.
Damn.
We are just creatures.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I gotta get to sleep.
Take care, big dog.
Best wishes with your pheromones.
Try to improve your Quran skills.
Dog, I'm
by the
better.
time we come back.
I showed it that I'm better than you are at just about every game that we play.
Except for Quran, which is the only game that matters. Yeah.
All right. Take care, pimp.
All right, later, big dog.
Tangible Investments owner Sil DiGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Sil guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Custom home builder, custom home designer, and every weekend your guide to better understanding that place where you live. Today on the show, we are in midsummer and we are doing our midsummer fire hardening fire season prep for your home. That is a very important conversation. I'm very interested in what you are doing. A lot of feedback from so far. We're going to return to that conversation in just a bit, but we are in
like liberal Gavin in the UK with like the mobs and the rockers to like the current Gavin, which is like, you know, he frames him as this like this super right-wing racist dude. And you know, I was asking Gavin about it because he came on the podcast recently, and he's like, I've always been the same. He's like, he was explaining that his views never changed. He was saying that like Vice all of a sudden was getting infused with millions of corporate dollars, and I wasn't a good look for that. They didn't want me in there, but meanwhile he was like the whole soul of Vice. Like if there was no Gavin, there was no Vice. Like all the controversial do's and don'ts shit, and like all those controversial articles about like trans shit early in like the early 2000s that he was doing was funny. And like culture didn't look at it the way it looks at it today, you know?
Well, he was being attacked for things that are like openly discussed today, like the dangers of trans ideology, and that these are just men, and a lot of these men are doing it because they're perverts, and so they're autogynephilics. You know, autogynephilia is a real thing. It's men who get sexually aroused and pretending that they're women, and they want to go into women's spaces and be sexually aroused. You know, now people are saying that openly, right? Like, what was the university that Leah Thomas was swimming in? Penn? Okay, so they have to take away all of, air quotes, her gold medals. It's a guy, like, has a penis, has sex with women, supposedly, according to Tony Hinchcliffe, number one source of news. But he actually has a bit about it. It's really funny. But the university now has to apologize to all the women that were forced to compete with them. And, you know, say they fucked up and never do it again, and not allow biological men to compete with women, which is like, it should be, that should be a left-wing perspective. Not that you shouldn't be able to be trans. Of course, you should be able to do whatever you want. Yeah, I'm for you doing whatever you want if you don't hurt other people.
Right.
If you really believe you're a woman, and look, if you can get fake tits and you can get fake lips and you can get a dick enlargement, like, do whatever you want to do. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. I'm covered with tattoos. I've made stupid decisions. Like, do whatever you want to do. But when you're competing with women, you are essentially victimizing these women. You're forcing these women to compete with men who've been through puberty, and in this case, still have a functional penis, like, which is fucking bananas. That's a man. And just because you think you're a woman, you physically, we know there's a difference.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was a giant problem until there was that fighter, Fallon Fox, who had competed twice against women without letting them know that this person was a biological male for 30 years, fathered a child, the whole deal. I'm like, this is crazy. And then his response was, it's a medical condition, so I don't have to
at least didn't go whiskey because us, they didn't
medical condition, which is just horseshit.
It's
Brendan Schaub
crazy.
is not really.
When I was saying that, I got
He has
attacked.
no, this is like
over and
$20
over
a
again.
bottle, which I was like,
Wow.
fucking
This is
psycho.
from the
You're just
left.
How much is
The
this one?
left has no problem.
$40 or
With
$45.
mentally
Good
ill
value.
man
Yeah, assuming it's
shit
good.
out of
Yes.
women. Falsely
I found out
claiming
all
that
these
they're
other
women.
comics of
I
liquors. I didn't even know like the
These
Ron
women
White
think
has
they're going to go
tequila.
compete in a low-level MMA
Bird and
fight.
Tom
Like, a
have
lot
a
of them
vodka, but that was
do
after us. But they
They're like, they look like they're
at
well
least didn't
trained.
go whiskey because
And they're
us they can be
competing against a biological man without having any idea.
Brendan
One of them got
Schaub
a
is
fractured skull. You know,
he
it's like,
has a no. This is like
that's when I
$20 a
realized, like,
bottle.
oh, this
which
is
I was
just
like,
a
you
cult.
fucking psycho.
This isn't the left that I
How much is
grew
this
up
one?
with.
Like
I grew
$40
up with
or
parents
$45.
hippies.
Good value.
And so,
Yeah, assuming
I
it's good.
felt the left wing. I felt like that was the only way to
I
be.
found out all these other
See,
comics of
the
liquors.
left
I didn't even know
allowed
Ron White
this bizarre
is
loophole
tequila.
where perverts can pretend
Bird
to
and
be
Tom
women,
have the vodka.
compete with women, fight
But that
with
was
women,
after.
beat
He's
them
still
up,
ramming through
be in
accolades of
their
this
locker
podcast.
rooms,
I wonder
walk
if they
around
act
naked with
same
their
old
dick
song.
hanging out, no one can say anything. Like, how did they switch? How did they flip it on its head? That, like, at any other time in history, if a man had a penis, was walking through
Why
a young
can't people
girl's
just be
locker
normal?
room, you'd be in real fucking trouble, rightly so, because that's not a thing that you should want to do. That's a weird thing to want to walk around naked with your dick hanging out in front of a bunch of women. That's a creepy sex.
One of the major areas of Jewish legal activity is the so-called She'elot U'Teshuvot literature, literally questions and answers, where there will be some legal question, often a real brain teaser, a difficult one, and it will be set to writing typically and sent to a great rabbi to answer. In some cases, it will be delivered orally, but the rabbi will later compose an answer. So it's really the Shuvot literature because the answer is the part that is mainly preserved in the historical record. Sometimes the question is reduced to just a couple of lines at the very beginning of the Teshuvah. So there are a couple of, what is this Teshuvah literature all about, this responsive literature all about? It anything dealing with the scope of human experience that has implications in Jewish law. A person wants to know, is this kind of chicken kosher? Can I do this on the Sabbath? And much more complicated monetary and personal status issues come to the rabbis. The rabbis report an answer, and that later becomes precedent that is cited by later rabbis as they try to determine the halakha, the decision of Jewish law in the case. So there's a couple of difficulties with using responsive literature to understand women's history. The first is, of course, it's not written by women at all. This is an entirely male area of activity. There are precious few, just sort of like echoes of what women might have actually thought about the process that is being discussed by rabbis that affects them in a very significant way. So it's entirely from a male perspective, what to do about this or that particular situation. We're going to discuss a few common types of situations. They deal with things like personal status, legitimacy in Jewish law, the legitimacy of a marriage, the dissolution of marriage, and the appropriate distribution of resources from marriage, assets on marriage, all discussed by rabbis. So one problem is it's entirely male in its focus, in its genesis. The second is that it's entirely rabbinic in its focus, where it's not just that we're having like a perspective of what all men think about these particular problems. We're talking about a particular class of men whose interests are sometimes deeply wrapped up in the questions that will be asked. For example, in the 12th century in particular, rabbis got much more involved in matchmaking than ever before. Matchmaking is fairly lucrative because when you set up a match, the custom is that if the match is successful, the parents of the bride and groom give the matchmaker a reward, which can be, in contemporary terms, thousands of dollars. So when the rabbis got involved, suddenly their personal interests were financially linked to the answers that they might have to give. Maybe we'll get to that again a little bit later. So first problem is it's male. Second problem is it's rabbinic, and both of those are like kind of like telescope views into the society. And the third problem is that the responsive literature basically only deals with problems. It only deals with there's an unusual situation that provokes a crisis that cannot be easily resolved by a local population or even a local rabbi. And so we learn about exceptional cases from the responsive literature. That's something special or especially untoward occurred. How do you react to this? It's kind of like, trying to determine life and wellness guide by only looking at people with illnesses, right? Avoid this, avoid that, avoid that. What you do is you try to promote that thing. So the responsive literature is intrinsically distorted for those reasons, but nevertheless, even with those limitations, we do get a sense quite often of what must have been the prevailing norm against which this particular situation took place. For example, in the case of a husband who takes a second wife without his wife's permission, you may see in the responsive literature, you may see a passage like the woman immediately wrote to the husband saying that she demands the penalty that has been customary in her land for the last 100 years. So all of a sudden we know, there is some kind of customary demand that may be placed on a husband who illegally takes a second wife, this kind of thing. But that's one of the major sources for our understanding of women in the medieval period is essentially the backdrop of the responsive literature. We also have another major source of information, which is still overwhelmingly male in authorship, but we do hear women's voices kind of peeking through the veil more and more, and this is the massive trove of Geniza documents. You recall that Geniza is this huge collection of medieval scraps of paper, really, refuse, not just paper, also papyrus, also parchment, things like that, but things that Jews didn't want to throw away in the neighborhood of Cairo, and for some 500 years they were piling these up in the attic of this particular synagogue. When they were discovered in the 19th century, they suddenly gave us a massive and really rich view of how Jews lived, primarily in Egypt and in the Mediterranean basin, the eastern part of the Mediterranean. It tends to be sort of lopsided towards the Islamic environment. Doesn't tell us a lot about the much smaller populations in Northern Europe, the Ashkenazim, but nevertheless, it does give us a much more rich variety of sources other than responsive literature, which is also reproduced in the Geniza documents. We have a lot of documents that may have been dictated by women to scribes. I happen to see in Judith Baskin's very important collection of essays on Jewish historical perspective that was published about 20 odd years ago, a little bit later than that, earlier than that even, where she says, to date, no woman's voice has ever been clearly identified in any Geniza document. I'm not sure that's still true today, but nevertheless, it's certainly true that the vast majority of the documents are absolutely male in authorship. Still, the Geniza documents tell us more about failed business arrangements, tell us more about contracts that were normal and then just tossed in the Geniza when they were no longer necessary, and personal correspondence and all kinds of functional and dysfunctional family information. So that's a really important source as well. Then we have an unusual source, martyrologies. This is much more important for the Ashkenazic lands, where it became, especially after the Crusades, kind of a literary genre for authors to commemorate the martyrs of various massacres. Quite often, the martyrologies give us information not only on specific individuals, very tragic stories of how they died, sometimes very heroically, women also playing a very large role in their refusal to give in to the will of crusaders, for example. But also sometimes you can get some demographic data, like make some pretty good guesses at typical family size. You can get some sense of how naming patterns and whether people name their children after Hebraic sources or after non-Jewish sources. All kinds of interesting things that you can derive from the martyrologies as well. And finally, the ethical literature, which, there's a lot of religious literature that falls into this category, but famous Inter Pares, one of the most important of which is clearly a very important 12th century source, which we discussed also in the context of the Crusades, the Sefer Hasidim, which is a remarkable document that includes a lot of fascinating discussion of exhortations for ethical behavior primarily, but also includes fables and stories that were circulating and things like that. And there's a lot of discussion of women in the Sefer Hasidim. Women are part and parcel of many of the commentaries in the Bible and other passages that are widely studied in this era, and seeing how they were written, or sometimes how they were not written, also give us some insight into how women were viewed and their role in society in medieval period. We will talk a little bit later about Rashi, who was especially fascinating, not only for what he said about women, which we'll get to, by the way, but by what he did not say about women. It is fascinating to note that in his commentary on the Bible, very widely read, one of the major functions of Rashi is he connects the text of the written Torah, the actual 5 books of Moses, to the much larger oral Torah, the Midrash in particular, the Talmud and so on. And he will frequently cite Midrashim for the women, but he tends to not cite and not include in his commentary Midrashim that may have read as derogatory to him in any way. So his editing tells us a little bit about his personality, which is confirmed in many ways by some of the things that he actually wrote rather than his editing. He was, of course, famously the daughter of 3, perhaps 4 daughters who married very well. His sons-in-law were all scholars and so on. More about that later. So this is, we don't have like autobiographies of women from medieval period until we get to the 17th century, really, with the remarkable Greek Hammer, we really don't have a definitive and substantive account of a woman's life by a woman. But we have all of these other kind of ancillary peripheral things that give us some sense of how we can construct a woman's experience of the world in the medieval period. So let's think for just a second about her legal status. Much of this is informed by the earlier Talmudic tradition, where you do have texts that form the basis of Jewish law, halakha, from the ancient period. But we do see from time to time sort of like adaptations of these texts from Mishnah and Talmud in particular for specific reasons, for particular places and times, and those areas of tension between contemporary practice or desire and the halakha, seeing how those are resolved is often quite fascinating. I think one of the most important areas which is relevant to our study of Jewish women is the writings of Rabbi Gershom, who was a very important Ashkenazic rabbi known as Meor HaGola, the light of the exile. And his years are roughly 960 to 1040. There is quite a bit of scholarly dispute over how widely accepted his bans were, the takanot, so to speak, decrees of Rabbeinu Gershom, and how quickly they were adopted. But that area of discussion of what was his level of authority it becomes moot because by the time you get to the 13th and 14th century, it's widely understood in Ashkenazic lands as being the law of the land. Everybody behaves according to the laws of the Gershom. Less so in Islamic culture. But what exactly did he have to say, and why was it so important for women? Among the many notes that he enacted was a ban on polygamy. Polygamy, of course, is the very common biblical practice of men marrying more than one woman. Singular. Men marrying more than one woman. Look at the patriarchs, Abraham with Sarah and Hagar, and of course Yaakov married two wives, two handmaidens, and so on. And this was widespread practice, particularly in Muslim lands, right up until the 11th century and beyond. In fact, in Christian lands, however, there is a decided tendency to restrict Jews' behavior to monogamy, and Jews seem to have sort of self-censored their behavior in that regard as well. So one of the scholarly debates is, was Rabbi Gershom initiating a big change, or rather kind of confirming a change that had already taken place? One of the areas where we see this play out in real time is in Spain, in the 11th and especially the 12th century, where even the areas that are now Christian, as per the Reconquista, there are some hesitancies to accept the ban on polygamy that Rabbi Gershom and Alberta had put in place. Nevertheless, there's no question that the Ashkenazic lands in Europe under Christian culture are steadily moving in the direction of exclusive monogamy, whereas in the Muslim lands in the southern Mediterranean, these documents indicate very commonly that there is no such strong movement towards monogamy, and polygamy is still very, very common. There are lots of economic attachments to polygamy, such as the need to set up two separate households. It can only really be effective with a man of means, and the occasion for polygamy becomes rather restricted to a specific class of individuals, and we'll really discuss that in the next few minutes. Rabbi Gershom also put in place, incidentally, a lot of other bans, which are not as widely appreciated, but I think quite fascinating. One that I really should say is really important before I talk about the minor ones. Besides the ban on polygamy, he strengthened a lot of the protections for women in divorce law, such as, for example, he instituted a ban on divorcing a woman against her will. She had to ultimately consent to the marriage during the divorce, just as she had consented to the marriage. And part of the reason for this, scholars dispute, but it may have to do with some of the contingencies of long-distance travel, and I'm going to push that off to the next slide as well. But in terms of his minor bans, or I think they're very important, but nevertheless not as well known, he placed a ban on reading other people's correspondence. So if you get a letter that is not addressed to you, and you open it up and read it, you're actually ignoring the ban of Rabbi Gershom, and it's a very, very serious thing. The so-called cherem, they use the term ban, but really it's kind of like an excommunication where a person who would be in violation of the ban would suffer huge social ostracism and other consequences of religion. It's a really interesting phenomenon. The ban of Rabbi Gershom is widely cited nowadays with electronic communications, right? allegedly are texts and tweets and emails private. Is the metadata information on the outside of the envelope private? Can be used in Okay, so we see there's a big shift here happening in the legal status of women, specifically with regard to marriage. In the Ashkenazic lands, more of a trend towards the Christian norm of monogamy, and in the Muslim lands, less of a phenomenon, and also some greater stringency put in place to protect women in marriage. Let's return to that. I would like to also point out, though, that in this context, women are, overall legal status of women in traditional Jewish society is not identical to that of men. There are some areas, limited, where women have priority and preferential privilege. Like, for example, when it comes to impoverishment, if a woman and her brother are both impoverished, it is incumbent upon the brother, the male, to go knocking on doors to find charity rather than his sister. This is because the Talmud recognizes the greater level of embarrassment that a woman would feel to beg that a man would. That's the traditional justification for it. But in most other areas of life, it is reasonable to say that men have a preferential advantage for a purpose of justification. That's beyond our discussion right now. One of those areas that is related to all the others is, of course, education. It seems it's remarkable that Jewish men in the medieval period had a very high level of literacy. Men were expected to at least be able to manage basic ritual competency in synagogue, which meant they had to be able to at least sound out the letters in the prayer book, and they should have a rudimentary understanding of what it is they are reading. The levels of literacy that we have today in the 21st century, of course, far higher than any imagined in the medieval period, but it's fair to say that men had pretty much universal literacy in at least one language. It may not be Hebrew, it may have been Yiddish or Judeo-Arabic, but they would be able to actually write and read in at least one language, and chances are they had at least some fluency in Hebrew. Hebrew was generally no longer used as the basic language of communication. Jews overwhelmingly used the vernacular, just so I'm not speaking to you, almost American English today, but they would have at least literacy in that language. Hebrew was reserved really for the language of prayer and the language of scholarship. So much more educated people could communicate in Hebrew much more easily. And of course, Arabic is much more closely related to Hebrew than any of the Germanic languages, including Yiddish. So Jews in the Islamic areas have a little bit of an advantage in that regard. What about women? Once again, we have very limited data to give us a sense of how literate women would have been. But if I can speak in generalities, it seems clear that the advantage that men had, Jewish men over non-Jews in literacy, was roughly replicated by the advantage that Jewish women had over non-Jewish women in literacy, perhaps to the same or even a greater degree. That's not to say that women were as literate as men were, that Jewish women were as literate as Jewish men were, but that on the whole, Jewish women would have had a much higher level of literacy than the surrounding non-Jewish population. Much less so in Hebrew, much more likely to have literacy in the vernacular. But let us recall that many of these vernaculars didn't even have widely known alphabets at the time. That people, Yiddish is essentially basically a German dialect. with lots of borrowed terms from Hebrew, Aramaic, Slavic languages, French, and so on. But it is written in Hebrew characters because Hebrew characters are the ones that Jews know. And so even Jewish women would have had a much better chance of knowing Judeo-Arabic because they would have been speaking Arabic and writing it in Hebrew characters with lots of borrowed Hebrew terms and things like that. So women had at least stronger literacy than stronger population. They probably had a level of numeracy as well. Again, piecing together the little bits of data that we have and speaking in broad generalizations, it appears that women typically had a very early rudimentary level of education that was truncated even before men's was truncated, primarily because of economic pressures. That men were expected, once they reached the age at which they could do any kind of work, the vast majority of them, their formal education stopped. So that might be, they might have been 11, 12 years old, and then they're essentially doing work or apprenticing or something like that. And for women, that age might have been 9 or 8. So they have something, but not nearly as much. They're, part of the reason for this, besides the sociological and anthropological differences in the experience of women's lives in general, is a Talmudic perspective, a very fascinating discussion that seems to me is in Tractate Sota, absolutely, it's in Tractate Sota, where there is a discussion about how much education should a woman receive. And this was basically between two rabbis. The one rabbi argues, and maybe I'll take a minute just to explain this to you. It's a little bit complicated, but basically, if you're familiar with the book of Numbers, in I think it's chapter 5, there's a discussion of the punishment that befalls a woman suspected of adultery. She's brought to the temple and formally accused. Again, she's not, her adulterous past is not confirmed. She's suspected by her husband, who jealously brings her to the temple. And she has kind of like a challenge at the temple. If she maintains her innocence, then she drinks this special potion, which consists of some special water drawn from a particular source, and it has a bit of the name of God from a parchment ground up into it. And she drinks this potion, the Sota, and if she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of additional protections and blessings and so on, and her husband is censured for putting her through this. And on the other hand, if she is guilty, then she dies a horrible death. Now, the Talmud says that horrible death part doesn't happen right then and there. It happens after all of her merits are used up, they're expunged, as it were. So let's say, for example, she volunteered at the Sisterhood Bake Sale, so she would get an extra 6 months before the horrible death got up here. And the more good deeds that she did, the longer she would stretch out her lifespan. So one of the rabbis in the Talmud, going back to the Tractate Sota, says, so there you go. So we should therefore teach our daughters Torah, because that will extend their lives if they're ever accused by their husbands falsely of adulterous behavior. Another rabbi says, are you crazy? You are teaching young women, kind of like an end run around the whole system. You're teaching them Torah in order to allow them to be suspected of adulterous behavior. Why are they getting in that situation at all? And the bulk of the rabbinic opinion, much of the Middle Ages, leaned towards the second opinion, which looked with disfavor at formal education of women in Torah. That obviously had to meet certain boundaries, and the rabbi said, no, they definitely have to learn, women definitely have to learn, what they need to comport themselves as appropriate Jewish women. They need to know the laws of keeping kosher, for example, to maintain the family kitchen and many other areas like this. But pure theoretical Torah, particularly Talmud, the bulk of rabbinic opinion shied away from it based on the second opinion in the Talmud. In the modern era, we get to the late 19th, especially the middle of the 20th century, there's some interesting rabbinic opinions that go back and revisit that question, but obviously that's not important today. Within this context, however, it's not like the Talmud says, absolutely full stop, a woman may not learn Torah. There's one opinion among many that suggests that it's not advisable. But what that means is you have throughout medieval history and into the modern era numerous exceptional women who, primarily because of their birth, they tend to be associated with scholarly families. I mentioned the daughters of Rashi, for example, who are privileged primarily because of the intellectual, spiritual nature of the family in which they are raised, to nevertheless achieve much greater levels of literacy and of familiarity with the tradition. We even see, as we get a little bit later in the medieval period, actually the early modern period, where there are women who are Roshei Yeshiva, who actually set up Talmud schools for men and teach Talmud, sometimes behind the mechitza, behind the ritual barrier that separates men and women. Really amazing women that defy the norm that is more common for medieval society. But as I mentioned, these are exceptional women. The vast majority of women don't know a lot about, and it appears that their general education level is much lower than men's. That's not a surprising kind of thing given the overall environment, but it would be fair to say that women are probably more educated than non-Jewish peers are. So that kind of gives you a quick overview of some of the important elements of Jewish women's experience. I'd like to look a little bit more closely at their role in the Jewish family and explore some of those issues, like how bigamy affects Rabbi Gershon's ban and so on, and East-West differences, and especially look at divorce law.
It'd be well worth it to get your hands on a couple square feet of absolute violent playground.
Okay, I can try that. With those question for a moment, a lot of the ceiling is open as part of the remodel. It's a two-story house, and I do get a fair amount of noise from upstairs. The ceiling is going to be redone with the fresh coat of confidence drywall, and then I'm putting 96-gauge hardwood tightwood flooring on the ceiling. They're complete. I'm thinking I might as well insulate those buildings while the ceiling is open. Should I use anything other than just your typical fiberglass slabs?
Oh yeah. Well, first of all, insulating the ceiling, great idea. Perfectly great idea.
One of the most unusual aspects of the medieval Jewish experience, which in many ways was replicated right up until the 18th century, was in Ashkenazic lands a really young age of marriage. According to the Talmud, a woman may not be married against her will, and that means she has to reach the age of majority, which is basically 12 years old. And that is in itself a ridiculously young age by 21st century standards, but not at all in the medieval period. It is associated, of course, with puberty and the possibility of starting a family and so on. But there is a pronounced tendency that we seem to see in Ashkenazic lands in particular to marry girls even younger than them. Sometimes married to men who are not much older than they. In Islamic lands, sometimes quite a bit older than they. There's a lot of interesting scholarship on why this may have been the case. Part of the reason seems to be competition. Let us not forget that Ashkenazic lands in the High Middle Ages still had really small populations. We're talking about communities that might have had 40 families, 50 families, sometimes even less in some of the larger communities. And so seeking an appropriate marriage partner, and by appropriate I'm talking about class and wealth and family background in general, challenging thing. So the competition for spouses was so intense that the age of marriage tended to drop. And by the way, it tended to drop from the limited evidence we have. It tended to drop in the higher classes more than in the lower classes. This could be because the higher classes, were more focused on the idea of finding a match of their same social class with a desire to try and contain resources within the family. So rather than marrying a wealthy boy to a poor girl and then essentially dissipating the family wealth, marrying a wealthy boy to a wealthy girl meant that they can consolidate their wealth within the family. Whereas less wealthy families might have actually needed the work product of the young man and young woman a little bit longer than they could to marry them off at a younger age. It's also important to note, however, that the actual marriage ceremony in Judaism technically consists of two distinct phases. The first is what we might call betrothal or engagement, which, as the Talmud puts it, is fully binding on both parties and is completely marriage, with the exception that they do not live together. And then sometime later, you would have the actual marriage ceremony, which is celebrated under the canopy and so on. In Talmudic times, there was a gap between those two ceremonies, which was usually attributed to things like the necessity of pulling together the dowry, which is a very expensive endeavor to provide a young woman with a dowry to be able to essentially set up a home was a potentially crippling economic event for a family. On the husband's side, was not at all the same thing. It was much more moderate affair to give the so-called bride price, so it was not equivalent in terms. So the Talmud says that these two events were traditionally separated by time to allow families to accumulate the assets to be able to support the young couple. But there are other reasons as well that are reduced by historians. So fear of mortality, for example. So mortality is very high, child mortality very high in middle ages, and a concern that, if we don't get the marry off now, those folks don't do it later. So a desire to use the Yiddish term chaparan to carpe diem, take advantage of the moment. But I also want to mention that ultimately, over the course of the ages, and into the modern period, those two events, the betrothal and the actual marriage, will collapse, and they are now customarily celebrated one immediately after the other on the same day. Because given that the betrothal constitutes actual marriage itself, even though they're not able to live together, society was aware of some of the tragic situations where young individuals and they're separated from their intended and they meet someone else, and all kinds of things can happen that are disastrous for the marriage. So it became much more practice to put these two events together. The women, once they were married, and especially once they started menstruating, they would begin a very important area of Jewish law, known as the laws of family purity. This is essentially a euphemism for a ritual that follows menstruation, in which women would immerse in a ritual bath called a mikvah. We've talked about this in the past, how this is one of the most important elements of a Jewish community, is the establishment of a formal ritual bath. It doesn't necessarily have to be a building, but the water cannot be drawn normally from a well or something like that. A river could be used under certain circumstances, or the ocean, or rainwater can be collected in a cistern. They take that spring water, but it can't simply be like a bathtub sort of thing. So the presence of mikvah is very much associated with these early communities. Not to go into this in great detail, but this is a very ancient practice in which the husband and wife would separate from each other during the period of menstruation and a certain amount of time afterwards as well. And then once that is concluded, then the women would go into the exile rituals and then regular relations with the regime as well. Very important element in Jewish family life as a whole, and but more than we can say. Now, to return to a topic we looked at a little while ago on polygamy, as I mentioned earlier, the incidence of women, the incidence of men marrying more than one wife began to fade in Christian lands for a whole host of reasons. Perhaps one of the most important, however, is the prevailing custom of the non-Jewish society. It is a well-known historical truism that the way in which the surrounding society behaves is ultimately the way in which the Jewish population living there will also behave. The Yiddish expression is something like which is hard to translate exactly. It means something like as one Christianizes, one Judaizes, and they essentially do the same thing. In Muslim countries, this was not the norm. Men could marry up to 4 wives, and so it was not at all uncommon for men to engage in polygamy, despite the ban of Rabbi Gershom, which seems to have been primarily directed at Ashkenazic Europe and into newly Christian Spain. Also related to this is a phenomenon that is known in the biblical period and in the medieval period, but again begins to fade, the institution of concubinage, or the Hebrew term is a pilegesh. And basically, this is a kind of common law marriage in which a man and a woman agree to live together as husband and wife, but the woman lacks all of the protections of marriage, including a really important document called the ketubah, which is essentially a marriage contract that the husband delivers to the wife, promising a level of support during marriage, including upkeep and standard of living and things like that, and more importantly, promising a financial compensation in the event that the marriage is dissolved. In other words, if he chooses to divorce her, then he will have to pay a very significant penalty as well. Concubines were not protected by this Ketubah document, which leads one to wonder why a woman would enter into such a relationship. But then again, beyond the scope of what we're talking about here. What we did have, however, which is kind of fascinating, is incidences, particularly for the first couple of hundred years of the High Middle Ages, where you had lots of men traveling from Ashkenazic lands into Muslim lands, and sometimes taking second wives. And this would be bigamy vis-a-vis the ban of Rabbi Gershom. But, sometimes they would say, well, I'm living in Sephardic lands while I do my business, and so I'm not bound by the ban of Rabbi Gershom. Maimonides in particular took a very dim view of this practice, and indicated that travelers who want to get married have to definitively prove that they are not already married somewhere else to avoid anyone trying to get around this sort of loophole. And a significant amount of the responsive literature that deals with these questions gives us a sense of how men who are engaged in essentially the traveling salesmen would behave, and their wives who would take them to court saying, hey, you agreed literally in writing not to take a second wife, and here you go doing it in Tunisia or something like that, and I want my traditional compensation for your breach of contract. So that's a good example, I think, of how responsive literature will give us kind of like a sad, unfortunate incident. What we don't really get, though, is like how common was this? How typical was this? Are we only looking at a very limited amount of bad behavior, or is this just typical of a much more common type of activity? At any rate, these are the kind of things that would animate much much of the literature and give us some sense of the relative privileges of men and women in society. Where it's especially relevant is in Spain because the southern half of Spain, very heavy Islamic influence, and even as it's increasingly Christianized, you have a Jewish population there who are not necessarily content to go along with Christian requirements for monogamy and prefer to maintain romance marriages. By the way, while we're at it, I was doing some research and I saw this amazing Jewish wedding. Apparently, they would actually own these for communities or for families. They were used for the seminary for the ceremony itself. I think this is 14th century. What a phenomenal piece of art this is. It's at the Met. Here you can see the underside of it. It has these two hands clasped. Really gorgeous. Now, connected to that, of course, after marriage is, God willing, motherhood. I don't want to go too in depth into the history of motherhood and childhood in particular because I don't know enough about it. It's a really fascinating area of research that I've just kind of scratched the surface of. I don't know enough to talk about it. But perhaps we could talk for a second about the institution of second marriages, because one of the things that we see quite a bit of in the responsive literature is the disputes between half-siblings over inheritance that frequently referred to this kind of bigamous second marriages that occur as a result of husbands traveling afar. So I have to come back to that, by the way, when we talk about the divorce law. Related to this is, what if a woman does not have a child, then her husband passes away? So this is a major distinction between the Ashkenazic world and the Sephardic world, primarily in the Muslim world. According to the biblical precedent, if a man dies before his wife is able to conceive a child, then his brother is required to marry him. When you read the context of this ritual, which is called Hebrew or lever of marriage in English, it's very clear from the context that the surviving brother is just basically doing the right thing. Given the environment where, in the biblical period, women rarely existed on their own unless they were in some kind of unfortunate situation. They typically lived with the shadow of their father or their husband or their adult sons. They were never kind of abandoned to their own devices. So, unless they were a widow, that kind of thing. So, Yibum was considered just the right thing to do. It's clear from the context there that if the surviving brother refuses to marry his sister-in-law, the wife of his divorced brother, then he has failed to live up to his responsibility and is deserving of communal disapproval. Nevertheless, the Talmud recognizes, as the Bible does, that there are times that a brother may not want to marry his sister-in-law, and so there's kind of like a default secondary ritual called chalitza, which refers to the removal of the shoe. Kind of an interesting ritual in which, if he says, I really don't want to marry my sister-in-law, then she removes the shoe from his foot, and there's and things like that. So here's the thing. Yibum is clearly favored as the ideal choice, but the Talmud already in the Babylonian period is going back and forth over how appropriate this is for every situation. When you get to the Ashkenazic world, it's very clear that the rabbis want to essentially give preference to chalitza over yibum. That is, the default case is to refuse these second marriage. They should not take place. In the Sephardic world, this is not the case, and Jews living in Muslim environments frequently have husbands and brothers marrying their sister-in-law after their brothers pass away. But in Ashkenazic lands, the default setting becomes chalitza. It's interesting to note that Rashi, among others, and Rashi, by the way, as we discussed recently, seems to be really pro-woman for his time. A lot of fascinating things there that indicate how he's separate from a lot of the other thinkers of his generation. He even valorizes the woman's opinion with regards to whether she wants to marry her brother, something which is debated in the Talmud for the most part dismissed in those social circumstances. But Rashi is thinking in the heavily Christianized environment of Northern Europe is saying the second, the wife may have a lot of problem marrying her husband, and he finds Talmudic precedent to give her the privilege of refusing Hebron and demanding Chalitza instead. A lot of fascinating things to say here, but I really want to save some time for perhaps the most important element of the period, which is divorce. Divorce is an issue that continues to reverberate in Jewish society today, primarily because the biblical precedent for divorce gives the husband far more power than the wife does. As I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Gershom put in place a ban on divorce against her will, which definitely improved the relative power differential of men and women, but there's still a very significant gap between their levels of authority and how to dissolve a marriage. Basically, it goes like this. The husband has the right to initiate the divorce, which then goes through procedures like divorce, demand that a woman consent as well. A woman, technically speaking, cannot force her husband to divorce her. She can appeal to the court, and the court has a variety of judicial tools at its disposal to try to coax and convince, coerce the husband into giving the divorce document, which is known as a get. It's the sign that is get refusal is abuse. But it's not an unlimited authority. It's not like the rabbis can simply say, well, this is clearly not working, and we don't care what the husband thinks, grant you a divorce. They don't have a clear-cut authority to do so. This represents a very difficult problem because the woman who cannot get remarried is called literally a chained woman, or an aguna in Hebrew. This problem, of course, persists to the present day, and in fact, it's much worse in the 21st century. In the medieval period, the primary cause for an aguna is not a husband refusing to give the get, which, there's definitely a disincentive to doing so because he would have to pay her the monetary fee outlined in the ketubah to do so. Typically, what would happen in the medieval period is a traveling husband would go missing, and perhaps he was killed on the road by bandits, or maybe he decided to just simply leave France behind and adopt a new identity in Egypt or something like that. These cases are described in Muslim literature. This left the woman in a very difficult situation because she cannot prove that she is a widow, allowing her to remarry. And she cannot prove that she is a divorcee because her husband has disappeared. In the modern era, we have this problem where men will use the granting of a get as leverage to coerce something out of the wife, like child custody, or payment of debts, or distribution of assets. Differently, it's a terrible situation, really. And there's modern approaches to it, solutions to it that have varying levels of effectiveness, but not for our discussion at this point. At any rate, this is a noted problem, though, even in the medieval period, even though it's much smaller than we see it today. It is something which exercises the minds of the rabbis engaged in responsive literature to quite a large degree, and still not done with this particular situation. I'd like to speak more about this, but it takes us further afield from history and more into medieval France during the Great Depression. So let us just conclude though by thinking a little bit about women and their contributions to family economy. There's no question that women in the medieval world worked. They worked incredibly hard, both at domestic tasks and at revenue-bearing activities. We should recall that some of the most basic tasks that we take for granted today took an incredible amount of time in the medieval period. In fact, right up until the industrial age, women's work, basically domestic tasks, was huge and overwhelming. Here's a photograph of some medieval women who are spinning thread. See, they have the distaff is sort of like a third arm to hold the raw material, like flax or wool, and it's kind of stuck on a stick and then put into the cummerbund that they wear so they stay steady. And then with the other two hands, which are now free, they can slowly peel apart the threads, and they use the spindle, which is actually hanging down towards the ground. Young women and older women would all be involved in this for hours and hours every day just to make thread. And then they've got to take that thread and they've got to make cloth. And out of the cloth, they've got to make clothing. And that's why so many people only had one pair of pants. Because it took forever to make these things. There was a huge amount of women's energy. They didn't have mass-produced goods like we have today. So even if they're working at what is typically called women's work, the domestic activities of making clothing, preparing food, washing clothing, things like that, that's a huge amount of time and value added to the household to provide these basic necessities. That said, let us not forget that we discussed it a while ago that the women, Jewish women, are much more literate in the surrounding society. They are certainly much more urban, most likely numerate as well. So we frequently find women engaged in business activities. We especially see this in the Geniza, where women are involved in all kinds of business. And sometimes, with tremendous success, like, for example, the remarkable Rusha the broker who's described in the Geniza archives, and as after her marriage is dissolved, she keeps her business running and defies communal standards to insist on having her way. She is repudiated by the synagogue for some unrelated activities, but she nevertheless, supports the synagogue with massive donations on Yom Kippur and things like that. Some fascinating women who are really significant businesswomen described in the Geniza. We also have significant evidence that they're involved in the same economic activities that men are, like we discussed when we looked at finance and trade and so on. Sometimes they suffer from similar kinds of depredations as well. There's a terrifying image from the 14th century that described in the caption as people ransacking a Jewish woman's house. Very unusually graphic depiction. Stealing their valuable clothes off their line, breaking into their cabinets and things like this. Jewish women were assisting their husbands in many aspects of trade and commerce, selling and buying, and also engaged in money lending and other financial activities as well. So women are definitely a very important component to the medieval family economics. And with that, I want to leave this brief discussion on the medieval period. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much for watching.
Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
They were sweet little old ladies. One with a pink song, the other with a Hungarian accent.
Yeah, I've spent a
They look like very nice grandmothers, in a city named for angels.
fair amount of time in the southern half of of the peninsula, looking at the Arab Jewish or the
So sad.
Muslim Jewish period of coexistence, the famous convivencia, right? And now we're going to look at the northern half and at the later part of the Middle Ages, specifically the 12th to the 15th century, which will unfortunately culminate in the Inquisition and the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. This is going to be kind of like the scene of medieval Jewish history for this course. It's not an uncommon place to sort of draw a line and indicate that before this event of 1492, things were one way, and then after 1492, they were rather different. You can say the same thing in the 20th century about the Holocaust and the state of Israel. Things were certainly different before those two events, so closely related in time, and then after those two events. So that's why we're going to construct much of the next semester on the post-expulsion era. So here's a map that will give you a sense of what we're talking about. This is the Reconquista, the reconquest. You recall that the Muslims come up from North Africa and they take over the peninsula primarily in the southern region, and they make it pretty much to the very top of the peninsula. But then it doesn't take long before the northern area starts to recede back into Christian lands, and slowly the Christians are able to penetrate downward. Eventually, they will ultimately expel the Jews and the Muslims from the entire peninsula. But we're going to focus on the regions of Leon, Castilla, Aragon, Navarre over the course of the next hour. Now, there's a few really interesting phenomena that are going on at this time. First, this is the era of the greatest of the Spanish court Jews. This is an institution which we'll see examples of it throughout Europe, but Spain in many ways has some of the greatest examples. Court Jews, it's hard to really translate that appropriately. It's related to the idea of being in the king's court, like a courtier, sometimes you see that word. It's something like a lobbyist or sometimes a government official, typically associated with some kind of fiscal activity. They often don't have any specific role in the court, but they're very much part of the ruling circle, advising kings, very frequently underwriting the king's activities, and exercising a tremendous amount of power. Quite often, these courtiers are also the titular heads of the Jewish community, so chosen because they are so close to the levers of power and are able to protect the community appropriately in that way. But quite often they are heavily resented by the larger non-Jewish population, and sometimes they suffer terrible falls from grace because they're intimately associated with the king that they serve. We see this, for example, with the great Don Isaac Abarbanel, or Abarbanel, who of course was exiled from Portugal, and then later he would be exiled from Castile, from Spain as a whole, and spent the last few years of his life wandering around. And it's really amazing, remarkable that he accomplished so much literary material when he was in exile from these places. But he's a good example of a Spanish court Jew, and the Spanish Jewish communities in Catholic northern Spain actually had phenomenal levels of authority, partially because of the tremendous strength of their courtiers. In particular, in Castile and in Aragon, the Jewish leadership was very much involved in an institution called tax farming, which we have discussed briefly in other classes, but let us just quickly recall what we're talking about here. Tax farming is a typical medieval institution where the king is unable to actually tax every individual landowner or certainly not peasants in his kingdom. So what he does is he deals with entire communities as a whole, typically whole classes of people in particular regions, and he hires out sort of middlemen to take care of the actual collection of taxes. These are called tax farmers because if the king assesses, for example, that from one particular region he can acquire, let's say, 100 gold coins, then he will appoint a middleman, who is typically a Jew, who will go out there and using a network of employees, typically also Jewish, they will be in charge of doing the actual collection of the taxes, the assessing of the properties, the assessing of the agricultural outputs, the placing of tolls on bridges and various small taxes with the authority of the king. And the tax farmer will collect maybe 1,200 gold coins. The 1,000 will be remitted to the king, and the 200 will be the profit for engaging in tax farming. So an extremely important venture that the king values very highly, and the kings, as we shall see, tended to protect the Jewish population primarily because they were very valuable kind of way to derive funds from the population. One historian has put it as kind of like the Jews are like a sponge that the king puts on a stick and dips into the ocean of the peasantry and then draws it out as able to squeeze the liquid out of the sponge. And so the Jews were often placed in that position. Naturally, Jews are involved in all kinds of other activities in Spain. They are landowners. Again, there's a widespread misconception that Jews were not allowed to own land. That is something that is true in some places and times, but typically not true. Jews were able to own land. It was just not necessarily a wise thing for Jews to invest in land, because if there was an expulsion, then you lost all of your wealth. Jews were also involved in various trades and various crafts. Silversmithing and goldsmithing was very common. They often faced competition from local guilds, however, particularly in Northern Europe, and they often were not able to join monopolies in given towns. So things like tax
So that's if we like so anyways, this picture here,
the economic backbone
Photoshop Steve did. You see it? It's little people. It's me, Brendan and Brian as little people. And then Rick Glassman is the first time I met him. And Brian and Brendan were not at the studio at the time. So anyway, he's like looking at the picture. He goes, "When did you guys take this picture?" I'm like, no, it's a guy named Photoshop Steve that he put us together. No, but when did you guys actually pose for, like, where was this? And he literally kept doing this bit, and I didn't know that's his personality. Yeah. I just kept talking about it. No, he goes, "No, this is amazing. Like, and you were that tiny." And it kept going on, and it never ended. I was like, what the fuck? I can't tell if that's a real laugh or a fake laugh.
That's real, dude. That's funny. I love that he did that bit and kept doing it even though you didn't.
He didn't stop. I love that. Yeah, it never ended. Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta commit to the bit.
He's such a trip. But then I found out later on, I guess he is autistic, right?
Yeah, but he was just doing it.
Yeah, but still, he probably thought that was really me. And Brendan and Brian.
No, he didn't. He was.
And then we suddenly took some medication and we became like real adults afterwards. Our limbs started growing. Why are you phone Kevin?
I just got a text and I had to respond to it very quickly. And I still haven't responded.
During a broadcast?
Hey, bro, you know what? Everybody else is on their stuff. I'm trying to be like everybody else. Mark's the pull-up guy. Yeah, but I want to be like Mark. I want to be like Mark.
You want to be a pull-up guy?
Yeah, you were actually the pull-up guy before Mark. And you didn't pull anything up, and then we had Mark do it.
I got like, hey, you guy, come in here. Yeah, pull stuff up. I got fired after 2 episodes for not being good enough. Which I've never done before.
Yeah, well, you got to rise to the challenge.
Yep. By the way, Kev, how much do you think you've learned since you've been part of Golden Hour and King of the Clips? King of the Sea?
Titles on the clips.
What the hell?
What the hell? What chin?
No, I'm saying, Kev, how much do you think you've learned? You must have learned a lot since you've been a part of the shows, right? Or the show.
Yeah, I learned how to spell the word Mississippi. Learn what the birds and the bees are. Oh God, here we go. What? Look, I'm just telling you what I learned. Look. Jeez. You made me lose my train of thought. Oh, never mind. Maybe it's because I can hear myself, and that's why I keep drawing blanks.
Take one take one ear off. Case?
Is that better? Yeah. Maybe I take both ears off, then I can't hear your fucking stupid voice.
No, you have to hear my voice. Keep one on.
Okay, good show, guys. We love you. We miss you. We're really doing it.
Well, hopefully we'll find out if the curse continues.
Yeah, tune in next week to see if there's more stuff with the curse.
We got another show tomorrow, Dan. Anyway, blah, blah, yada, yada. We did it. Stay safe from the curse.
Power struggles that tend to be revealed throughout much of the Middle Ages is the power struggle between the temporal powers, meaning the king, and the religious powers, the church, specifically the Catholic Church. As we discussed when we looked at Jewish communal structure, who really should be in charge? Philosophically, you would think maybe the religious spiritual authority should be in charge, but on the other hand, there's a lot of nasty business involved in governing. There's a lot of patronage and nepotism, for example, is a word actually comes from the medieval church.
Actual thing, period. Yeah. Unless you're like Nero, you're not doing that. Yeah. Even Nero.
Yeah, quote unquote, even though he's actually the son. So this is like a term that we borrow.
Sick fuck. But another thing Gavin was pointing out there, he was showing me this New York Times, or not New York Times, this Time magazine cover from a couple months ago. And it was all about how tomboys are going extinct. You seen that? Yeah, incredible. Yeah, because they're turning them all, they're cutting their tits off, turning their boys, and then giving them fake dicks. I was watching this operation today. You watch the operation. I go watch the season. I was watching a video on the post-op. I saw images of the operation. That was enough. But it was this poor person who decided they wanted to pee standing up. That was all they wanted for this fake dick. So they have these enormous scars on their leg where they take a giant chunk of flesh out of your thigh and roll it up and make a penis out of it. And they had to do it to both legs for some reason. Maybe one of them didn't work real well. But how old was this person? They sounded young. They didn't show their face. It's fucking insane because a lot of these people, unfortunately, are autistic, and then there's this other factor when you give them testosterone, it does alleviate anxiety because all of a sudden, you have this new hormone in abundance in your system, and you feel different, you feel better, you feel more confident, which is like the same way men feel when they have more testosterone. It's like then all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is who I was all along. No, you're taking a fucking compound that's forcing your body to change. This is not who you were. You're not affirming your identity. You're doing something that's altering your hormonal structure and turning you into a man. Like, it might feel good, but this is not like your true self. This is crazy. Like, I'm not just saying you shouldn't be able to do it. If you want to do it, if you're a woman and you want to take testosterone and be a manly, or manly, I feel like I don't know if it's the best decision for you, but I'm not you. And I believe in freedom. I believe in 100% human freedom as long as you're not hurting other people. Yeah. My beef with it is like it translated into them invading women's spaces. And, that's crazy. That's crazy because you leave the loophole for perverts. There could be a lot of them that are legitimately trans people that feel like they are in the wrong body and they want to live their life as a woman. And when they live their life as a woman, they feel healthier. They feel better. They're happier. And also crazy people. And if you don't have a way of determining who is just a pervert who just wants to hang out in the women's locker room and show everybody his dick, and who is a legitimate person with gender dysphoria, and then that's the other thing that Tucker had a really good point about this. He said if someone has anorexia, you don't tell them, yeah, you're fat. Yeah, you're fat. You're right. You're correct. Even though you look like a skeleton, you need to lose weight. No, you tell them you're mentally ill. This is incorrect. You're not overweight. In fact, you have body dysmorphia. You can't see what you really look like, which we know is a real condition. Like, it's a real condition with anorexia. It's even a real condition with bodybuilders. It's a real condition. Yeah, a real condition when people get plastic surgery, where they get crazy lips and crazy cheeks, and they can't see it. They can't see it. They can't see themselves. It's nuts. They turn themselves into like all those girls look like John Irving's walking around. They look like monsters. They look like monsters, and it doesn't look good. And they keep tweaking and fucking with it, and they can't see it because it's a mental illness. It's the same kind of thing. Like, the human mind is incredibly fragile. That's why Charlie West is fascinated with trying all these MK Ultra techniques and different compounds on people's brains, because human people can be manipulated like very easily, shockingly easily. Not all of us, right? Like you and me are probably very skeptical. There's a lot of skeptical people out there, but there's a bunch of people that are not skeptical at all. They're super gullible, and when an ideology forms, they step in line and they follow that ideology verbatim to the line. They'll repeat the things that they're supposed to say to the line because they think that's what they're supposed to do in order to be in the good graces of this community that they find themselves in. It's a fucking cult. Yeah. And there's a shit ton of cults. It's not just the Moonies. It's not just, whatever, fill in blank. It's all sorts of political ideologies. It's MAGA. It's the far left. It's the people that are cheering for this guy in New York City that's a communist.
Yeah, did he just promise a bunch of money for transition?
Yay!
It's not government run grocery stores and all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, he won the prime minister.
Yes, 100%. Because the other guy is the fucking Guardian Angels guy. The other guy's Curtis Sleewood. The guy who wears the goofy beret.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the guy who won the Republican side. Nobody wants to be a Republican mayor of New York City because they know they can't win. So they're not like,
this guy's to the left of Bill de Blasio.
oh, he's way to the left. Yeah. And he's young, and he's energetic, and he's saying all the right things for all these kids that are in the streets, that are protesting. They think they want to make the world a better place, which, hey, I would have been doing it with you if I was 20. It's all the same thing, man. It's all the same thing. You can get indoctrinated into a particular way of thinking without being objective about what's actually going on. All these people that are like just running through the street now saying free Iran. Like, yeah, free Iran from a dictatorship, absolutely. But if you're saying like wear scarves over your head and being forced to do what the Iranian government wants you to do and live like they live over there, no, they don't live free. Like they assassinated the fucking Olympic gold medalist in Russia, in wrestling rather, in Iran because he was protesting against the government. Like those are national heroes and killed them openly. Like it's not a good place to live, right? And I'm not saying we should bomb them, but like being in support of Iran, the Iranian people, yeah, for sure. But that government is nuts, man. It's like, trans people for Hamas. You know what I mean? Like there's people that are just, they're not seeing what you're talking. They're not seeing the big picture.
Yeah, there's so many contradictions out there, man. It's really hard to follow it all.
It's a cult.
And I think a huge amount of the Iranian population supports Israel too. And it's like you would never fucking know that unless you talk to them or listen to some of these interviews with these people.
A ton of Persian Jews that moved to Los Angeles. That was like at the fall. I guess it was in the 70s when. So this is the story for people that don't know about Iran. So there was a gentleman who was democratically elected. I forget his name. What is his name? I'm gonna fuck it up. So he decided that he was going to nationalize oil in Iran, and they got him out like that. They installed the Shah and turned it into an Islamic dictatorship, but they had access to the oil. So the CIA and the British government and everybody conspired to get rid of this democratically elected guy, because Iran at the time was like, women were wearing shorts or skirts rather, walking down the street. You're like, cool, there it is. Mohammed Mossadegh. Okay, so let's zoom in on the story here. It says Iranian Prime Minister Mohammed Mossadegh was removed from power in a coup organized and financed by British and U.S. governments. The Shah quickly returned to take power and signed off over 40% of Iran's oil fields to U.S. companies. It's crazy, man. It's like it's so transparent. They didn't even wait a couple of years. They didn't even go, well, the Shah's in power now. We'll see how things go. Right. No, they immediately came in and signed everything off. Yep. 1953, the CIA and British intelligence orchestrated a coup d'etat that toppled the democratically elected government of Iran. The government of Mohammed Mossadegh The aftershocks of the coup are still being felt. 51 Prime Minister Mossadegh roused Britain's ire when he nationalized the oil industry. So the oil, they weren't making money off the oil. They were making money, but not as much money as the British were. It being exclusively controlled by the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. The company later became known as the British Petroleum.
That's not any different, though.
BP, so they're the same people that dumped all the oil in the Gulf.
Yeah,
That's BP. After considering military action, Britain opted for a coup d'etat. President Harry Truman rejected the idea, but when Dwight Eisenhower took over the White House, he ordered the CIA to embark on one of its first covert operations against a foreign government. And Iran's been fucked ever since. I mean, we've been doing stuff like that, not we, not you and I, not Nick Jones. We're going to say it. But the United States government, especially the intelligence agencies in the days before they assassinated Kennedy, they were doing all kinds of wild shit. And
We're done now. We don't do that. They don't do that shit anymore.
They definitely don't.
No, they would never. They don't care a shit about the oil over there.
No, this government's America first now. We're legit America It's a crazy history, and when you don't know the history, you go, like, why are we mad at the Iranians? Well, why are they mad at us? Okay, like, what did we do to them? Yeah, why? How did these Islamic jihadists come to power? Like, where did it all start? Well, go back to the Mujahideen. We literally changed their definition of jihad. Like, we wanted them to become suicide bombers. We wanted them to do things and martyr themselves. So it was the original definition of jihad. Look this up, but I'm pretty sure it was a war against your own vices. This is the idea was you were trying to be a good Muslim, a pure Muslim. You were trying to avoid impure thoughts, no alcohol, all these different things. And they twisted that around with jihadists and through the CIA and Osama bin Laden, Mujahideen, to fight off the Soviet Union. Right. When the Soviet Union occupied Afghanistan, like Osama bin Laden was our guy. Right. He was working for us. Yeah. And he's like, these fucking people suck.
Yeah, there was a story how he's like angry.
A struggle against the enemies of Islam, a spiritual struggle within oneself against sin. Greatest jihad. Yeah, it sounds great. Isn't that interesting? A spiritual struggle within oneself against sin.
Yeah, I mean,
just reading it sounds. So it seems like it's more than one definition. There's probably so many. The other one is declared a jihad against the infant scroll back down again. Struggle or fight against the enemies of Islam. So it's two things. But they made it, they did a lot of mind fucking to those people, and they put them on a war that they couldn't win, again, to try to do the same thing that they were doing with the rocket program, with everything else. They were trying to outspend the Soviets. They were trying to bankrupt them.
Yeah, but that part of the world is just like, how much of it has to do with the fact that we've been occupying that area, that part of the world for so long, and like going out there, killing all the bad guys, and then the kids seeing their families being slaughtered, and then like, okay, we're going to eliminate terrorism, let's take out these bad guys, but then the kids grow up, and you realize it's just a hydra. You cut the head off, and 3 grow back.
Well, if you want to be even more cynical, we paid them, and we armed them.
Yes.
And we left behind billions of dollars of shit in Afghanistan that they use for parades now. They drive down the street with their own tanks. They have our Black Hawks flying overhead. That's all the shit we left. Billions of dollars. Like, you couldn't have got that out. Well, do you think they leave it there so that these people are always formidable and they always leave open the door to go back in? Yeah, I think so. I don't think that's the primary reason why they did it. But I have got to assume that would be on the table if it's been on the table in the past. Arming people in the past has always been a thing that we do. There's a Bill Hicks joke about Iraq. It's like, there you have the most deadly weapons. How do you know? Well, we looked through the receipts. I butchered the joke, but we've always been doing that. Of course, we've done that forever.
Yeah. What's my favorite Bill Hicks joke? At least I'm not like a historian of Bill Hicks. The one where he's talking about the sock puppets. He's like, yeah, I like this guy on the right. He seems like he fits my ideas. Like, I think he fits the guy on the left. It's like, what the fuck? The same guy's holding both the puppets.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's perfect. Perfectly illustrates the way it is.
Yeah.
and again, this was before we really knew things. This was Bill Hicks was saying this in the 1990s, where he just had books. So it was really hard to get these ideas across. He would have been a great podcast guest.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because he was like saying these things when no one even knew what he was saying. And he was putting it into comedy. People then were not nearly as aware of the manipulation of money and power. They really thought, a lot of people thought, that the will of the people, the president, we're going to get a good president in there looking out for us. They didn't really understand that it's all being bought and paid by special interest groups, large corporations, huge donors, and that when the guy gets in there, he's just representing the same thing, no matter what.
Yeah, the amount of reading and insight and learning that guy was, a lot of those dudes were able to do back then pre-internet is astonishing. And to be able to like internalize and process those ideas and rework them draft after draft, refine it into like the most perfect way to communicate it to people to where it lands. It's fucking crazy. And in today's day and age, it's almost like you would think it would be easier with all of the access to information, but it seems like it might even be harder because there's just too much information. Like last night, listening to you talk was fucking incredible, dude. Like listening to how you were at the end doing this like Q&A with the crowd. You're like, I ran out of jokes. Who wants to ask me questions? Like you were just on another year, dude. It's like you're so high octane and you're so like up to speed with everything that's happening around the world at all times. It's mind blowing to me how you're able to do this stuff, how you're able to stay up and do comedy late, do podcasts every day, and be like up to speed with all the news, and like have like thought through a lot of these things that just happened yesterday. I'm just fascinated by that, dude.
Well, that's all I do. When you only pay attention to fascinating things, like things that are interesting to you, and they're also interesting to the audience. But I don't have a regular job, right? So this is my job. This is my job to kind of pay attention to stuff, and have opinions on things. And then the tricky thing is taking those opinions and trying to make them funny. Trying to like put it in a way that's going to be hilarious on stage.
What do you think about this Diddy thing that just happened this morning?
We're kind of crazy, I'll tell you what, Kurt Metzger called this from the beginning, and especially when he found out that Comey's daughter was going to be the judge. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah. Wasn't she the same judge on the Ghislaine Maxwell case?
Yeah. Oh, yes, I did hear that.
Yeah. Bro, where's the videos? They were telling us that videos going to come out, incredibly high-profile people doing horrendous things, evil things. People are going to go to jail. People are going to be shocked.
Yeah.
Where?
Right.
Nothing.
Well, like, my thing about the Diddy thing is like, I don't really give a fuck. These people are they're of age. They're like 18 years old. And is it shitty what he's doing, trying to like use people and leverage them into do these weird sexual things and like sick shit, just the most sick shit you could possibly think of. But like the way I look at it is these people are using this Diddy stuff. All it does is like take away from the real child trafficking that's going on with like underage kids, right? There's like 300,000 something like missing kids. Like talking about Diddy and his oil parties with these 18-year-olds. Like, do I think it's good? No. I want to beat up their dad, but other than that, I don't really give a fuck if there's like 18 to 19-year-olds that are doing this stuff, as long as they're not being like actually like physically raped. But I mean, it seems like what's going on is just like this weird cultish thing where they slowly get creep closer and closer and closer to this thing. Like, oh, I'm here now. All these famous people are here. They're doing this. Like,
elaborate parties, lots of money, everything you want, the golden carrot at the end of the stick. And he's not even being charged for any of the things you just brought up. He's not being charged for blackmail, which is kind of crazy. Because, like, what did they do? Why did they tell us that there was all these videos of all these high-profile people and then silence, and then it never comes up once during the trial? There's none of that stuff in the trial. In the trial, it was his ex-girlfriend Cassie they were talking about. So, like, he's up for these 2 charges left, and it's like prostitution, something. It's like nothing stuff. It's like stuff that he's going to go to jail for like 5 years, if at all, and probably won't. And he's already been in jail for. So, like, what is time served now? It's over a year, right?
Yeah. No, I think he's gonna walk, dude. I think he's gonna walk too. And this is what Kurt Metzger called a long time ago. As soon as he saw that it was Comey's daughter, he was like, "Oh, he's gonna walk. Trust me, he's gonna walk." There's a bunch of high-profile people that are connected to this. They're covering it all up. If he goes down, they go down. So he's not gonna go down. Right. So that's the thing. Like, if he really did have like really wealthy, high-profile people at his parties, which we know city prosecutors abandoned multiple allegations against Ray's 4 trials end. Hey, look, he says, "Hey, remember I called it? This is Kurt Metzger on because James Comey's daughter is the prosecutor. Remember how well she swept up on the Ghislaine trail? Yep. Hey, who else called it? Yep. I can't be the only one." Yeah, he called it. Yep. He called it in the fucking green room of the mothership. Right when he found out, he goes, "He's gonna walk." I'm like, "What are you talking about? Have you heard these charges? Yeah. He's going to go to jail." Yeah, that's what was right. Yep. And then I don't know what happened with his. You don't think they could fake the homeland? They did. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. They got videotape, and all of a sudden they don't. You know, you have the director of the FBI on the show saying there's no. If there was nothing you're looking for on those tapes, like why'd they say there was thousands of hours of tapes of people doing horrible shit? Why'd they say that? Right? Did Pam Bondi say that? What, are you talking about Epstein or did Epstein? Yeah, she said it literally, I think, a week before you had the FBI director sitting here telling you there was nothing, right? She said something about that there was like thousands of hours of tapes of people doing horrible crimes. There is. And didn't the FBI dude say that there was nothing? Cashman tells her there's nothing you're looking for. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, what am I going to do? I'm going to push back. No, of course. Obviously, he's saying what he has to say. Right. Mystery surrounds the Jeffrey Epstein files after Bondi claims tens of thousands of videos. Tens of thousands. Jesus Christ. I'll tell you what. Oh my God. Was reviewing tens of thousands of videos, the wealthy financier with children or child porn. The comment made reporters at the White House days after a similar remark to a stranger with a hidden camera raised the stakes for President Donald Trump's administration to prove it has in its possession previously unseen compelling documents, or just bomb Iran. Everybody forgot just bomb Iran. Yeah, everybody forgets about it. Yeah, it seems crazy that we're just I would think just Trump's demeanor, his MO towards other countries. Like, if we're the ones funding them, giving them all this money, and they're trying to fight a war, like, typically he would be putting his boot on their neck, like, "Listen, you motherfucker, like, he's talking shit, right? Like, you have to do what I want you to do." And it just seems like, and now I think it just came out a couple days ago that they're trying to prosecute Netanyahu, right? And Trump's helping with it, I think, trying to help him, Netanyahu, in that whole rigmarole. They're trying to try him while he's involved. Right, and I think that he's trying to delay it because, like, look, we're at war. Right, and they decided to go through with it. Yeah, and I think something came out, I think, a couple days ago. I could be wrong, but I was listening to Dave Smith talking about how Trump was actually, like, helping him through this. I don't know, could be wrong. Okay, here it says, during a Fox News Channel interview in February, Bondi suggested an alleged Epstein client list was sitting on her desk. Yeah. Well, the list is one thing, right? I mean, there's so many people on the list that are probably innocent, but like they just run to the island for a party. There's gotta be a fucking hard drive. It's gotta be sitting in Tel Aviv right now. Yeah, that's listen. The other part is they asked like Maxwell's lawyers he had like 100 cameras in that package in every single house. You know his house is for sale in New York. That's amazing. Yeah. He's got a podcast studio. Now my wife found it on Trulia or whatever it is, one of the maps. And she's like, "What is this?" Because we were in the townhouse. Yeah, like, it's not a townhouse. It's a house. It's a big ass house. It's like multiple stories. The one right across the street from Central Park. Yeah, that one. It's for sale right now. How much? I think it was like 60 or 70 million, something like that, which is what it's worth. But who wants to live in the Epstein house? First of all, if I bought that house, I'd want the Clinton painting. Can you give me that painting? Clinton blue dress with all that shit. I want George Bush with the Jenga towers and the paper airplanes. I want all of it. And then the lady just died too. The lady got hit by a car. One of the witnesses. One of the Jeffrey Epstein witnesses. And apparently she had like a husband who was abusing her. And, people like to like to use this stuff as like a political football to like argue for whatever they believe in. And also, when you get rich, powerful people, so here's the thing that happens with rich, powerful people: they can't go anywhere, right? If you're, like, say, a Jeff Bezos type or something.
He eventually becomes the bishop of Burgos, and he devotes his life to attempting to convert Jews to Catholicism. So in this kind of environment where there's forced conversions and not a big follow-up of negative consequences as a result, and you have like Jewish leaders like Shlomo Halevi converting to Christianity, there is an increasing feeling of despair, like, where is our God? Where is Mashiach? Shouldn't he be here now? Shouldn't the Messiah be here now? And the conversion wave actually expands. We see this especially at the disputation of Tortosa. So we've already discussed the disputation at Barcelona. At Tortosa, which occurred after the wave of young conversion, you have a very long,
Colorado to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and stopped at a gas station in Las Vegas, New Mexico. I believe it was Phillips 66 at approximately 10/18, 2013. We pulled off of I-25 southbound to the gas station parking lot. We were driving down from the frontage road towards the gas station. We saw a few vehicles on the far end of the parking lot with 3 to 4 people talking, and a New Mexico State Police officer cruiser was leaving the lot. However, upon parking in front of the gas station, we discovered that it was closed. I needed to pee rather urgently, so I ran around to the back of the station to find a dark place to do my business. I walked about 20 meters behind the gas station to be totally out of sight of the occupied vehicles in the gas station lot. As I was urinating, I began to feel uncomfortable. I was peeing in open ground, and initially thought somebody was walking behind me, probably to do the same thing. I craned to look around and saw nobody, no animals, just a blanket feeling that somebody was very near me. As I finished peeing, I turned and began briskly walking back towards our vehicle. As I was hurrying back, I turned to look behind me, and this is when I became a believer. Before I continue, I would like to preface that my anecdote by alluding to my high level of academic credentials alongside my occupation as a healthcare executive. I also provided executive and technical advice to elected and appointed officials. I have worked very hard to become an expert based on empirical analysis and studied fact. I did not believe in Bigfoot, ghosts, or other unexplained anomalies. I believe in results, hard work, and well results. My perspective is now very different. As I turned and looked over my left shoulder, I saw an enormous lurking animal. The animal was crouched over, almost as if taking cover in the sparse and cool vegetation. In fact, I think the creature watched me the whole time and did not make such a noise. However, the creature noticed when I saw it. It stood up and quickly lumbered into the dark way from the direction of the parking lot. The one attribute of the creature that resounded with me was how heavy the footfall was. It sounded like somebody dropping a sack of potatoes over and over again, and it was fast. I observed the creature for about 11 seconds from the moment I realized I saw it to watching the animal dart into the moonlight. Due to the radiant light from the parking lot, I could make steady detail of the fleeing creature. Here are the salient points from my memory, aside from the footfall. The creature was approximately 8 to 10 feet tall. I'm 6'2", and this animal would tower over me, since I observed it on flat land leading to my destination. The hair of the creature was matted, like dogs that live outside. The coloration was dark brown. The creature had a very defined gait. It took strides I would estimate to be 3 to 4 semi-strides per 1 mid-strides. It had massive human-like hands, The creature was very skittish, not moving until realizing I was observing it, lending to a higher intellect than that of a brown bear. I believe the creature may have fled in fear. I did not make eye contact, but noticed a massive brown and defined jaw and cranial structure. There is one other trait that I've since read about that may allude to this being a New Mexico Bigfoot. The air was rank with what I thought was the dumpster behind the gas station. However, this might be the musk eyewitnesses have reported in the past. I cannot be sure, but it was very powerful and somewhat reminiscent of what I perceived to be urine. This incident was fearful and moving. I was unable to sleep for days and could not bring myself to tell my wife until recently. Due to my profession and reputation, I have extreme reluctance about openly sharing my encounter. However, I have personal visual evidence of a so-called mythical beast, and I do not know what to do with it. Another fact, I have a concealed carry handgun license in the state of New Mexico. I was carrying a 1911 45 at the time of the incident. I was so scared that reaching for a weapon wouldn't have been an afterthought. I was actually scared stiff. I also noticed that the animal was trying to stay hidden and very cognizant of where I was when I noticed it.
They have a lot of intrinsic advantages. They have a very, very high
It
level
was
of
Saturday,
literacy.
July 16th,
They are
2011.
very
About
well
12:30
skilled
a.m.
numbers and
Early last Saturday morning,
they are
we were
overwhelmingly
going to the
urban.
Cheska
There's
Mountains
a
on
lot
the
of
Navajo
advantages
Reservation for a
of
family
understanding
reunion. We just
the
left the
nature of
main
the
paid
corridors
highway
of power
through
and so on.
Narbonne Pass,
And
Indian
they're
Service
educated.
Route
And
32,
all of a sudden,
Highway
by
134,
becoming
between
Christian,
Sheep
whether
Springs, New Mexico,
by
and
force
Crystal,
or
New Mexico,
by choice,
we went south
they
on the dirt
suddenly
road,
have
Indian
access to
Service Route 32,
everything that
into
was
the Cheska
denied them
Mountains.
when they were Jews.
We were about 5 to 8
They
miles into the
are,
mountains when
many
we
of
came
them,
upon a
still
small hill
remaining
that
well
curved
in
towards the
touch
east,
with their Jewish
then
community.
to the south.
Those who, of course, were
As we
forced to
approached the hill to go
convert
up, the road quickly
maintain a
turned
kosher
right
diet,
or
observe
south.
the Sabbath,
As we
taught their
reached the top,
children in
we
Jewish
saw the full
schools,
moon, and
married
it lit up a
amongst
flat
each
green
other or
pasture
amongst
that was on top of the
regular
hill.
Jewish families.
As soon as we made the turn to the
Amount
right,
of attachment to the
I
community.
noticed a big
And
black figure
nevertheless,
standing
though,
there.
they are having
As I
tremendous
looked at it,
advantages,
it
and
stood
they're
with a full moon
displacing
behind
a
it,
lot of the
so that all I could see
traditional
was a
beliefs
black
as a
outlined
result.
form.
So there's this
I kept my eyes on the figure while
upswell
making the
of
turn right.
resentment against
I said to
these
my
numbers,
wife,
so
"Did you see that?"
specifically,
And she said,
which
"What?"
has its
I said,
economic roots, and it also
"Something is
has,
standing over there
you
by
know,
the
kind
road."
of roots in religious
As I looked,
activity. Because hey,
I
look at
noticed that
this.
the figure
They're
was
supposed
standing
to
by a
be
small
become
pond,
Christians,
which
and
was
they're
about
still
10 to 15 feet from
retaining
the
their
road.
Jewish identity, which
I
is
could
not
see the
fair. When
figure's
you look
reflection
around
in the pond,
as people
along
of
with the
authority,
full
even in
moon.
the church, you say that was a Jew and that
I
was
would
a
say
Jew,
when
and so
I
on.
first saw
It's
it,
a very kind
it
of,
was about
you know,
75 feet away.
disconcerting feeling.
As we got
So
closer,
the
our headlights turned to the
the
right,
church
away from
asserts
the black
itself,
figure.
and
But I still
not
could see it,
without
because the
the
moonlight was so
interest of
bright.
Queen Isabella and King
It just
Ferdinand,
stood there,
who are
still,
you know,
as if
thinking
it was waiting for
different
us to
thoughts about
leave.
the Jews than their
I told her I
predecessors.
was going to pull the truck onto
Whereas
the edge of the
kings
road,
and queens
the
typically
road being dirt,
protected
and
Jews
because of the rain,
against
it had
the
been
church quite
plowed,
often, as we discussed
so
in
there
the
was a
past.
ridge of dirt on
That
both
rule
sides
does
of the
not
road.
apply when
So I
there
pulled the
is
vehicle
a
left towards the
strong
Bigfoot
need
to
for
flash my
short-term
headlights on
gain.
it. As
Isabella
my
and
headlights
Ferdinand
flashed
had
at the
been
Bigfoot,
engaged
it
in very
turned.
expensive
We
wars,
could see the
some
legs,
defensive
which there
in
were two
particular,
of them,
trying to push the
turn,
Muslims out,
and the arms,
and
again,
the
two of them turn,
prospect of
and it started running away from
trying
us up a
to
small
get
hill
a
into the trees.
one-time big
It was a
surge of
quick, smooth
cash
run.
out of the Jewish population
I mentioned to
was
her that
quite
it
obscure.
ran
So
ninja-like,
one of the ways in
smooth and
which this
stealthy.
was expressed was
In less
they
than 6
received
seconds, it
from
was in the
from
trees.
6 to 4
As it was turning and
permission
running,
to
we didn't
establish
see any
its
clothing,
position
buttons shining from the headlights or
in
moonlights.
1478.
We just saw
The
a huge
Inquisition
mass, a body
was
running on two
not
legs.
directed at
We
Jews,
never saw any
Christians,
eyes.
or Muslims for that
We
matter.
noticed the legs
It
and
was
arms,
directed
and for sure,
on
it ran on
false
2 legs up the hill.
converts, the conversos
We were about
who
30
were
feet away from it when
secretly
it ran up the hill.
covering Jewish
We could see that it was
attitudes
not
or
a bear,
behaviors and so
nor
on.
a human.
And the
It stood at
purpose
least
of the
7 to 8 feet
Inquisition
tall.
was to try to
It was
root
right
out
taller than a person,
false false converts.
After it ran away,
To
we were in shock.
punish them
We sat
appropriately,
quietly in the
act
truck,
as a deterrent
still for about 15
other
seconds.
would-be converts.
Then all of a sudden, my
And
oldest daughter
incidentally,
screamed and said,
part of that punishment
"Daddy,
was
what was that?"
confiscation of their wealth, which
I was shocked that she was
something
awake the whole
Isabella
time.
Ferdinand were
I thought only my wife and I saw
The
it, but she was terrified, asking me
Granada
over and
engaged
over.
in a
I couldn't say anything but tell her that it was a Bigfoot.
Iberian society.
My wife and I aren't crazy,
Church life
nor are we
environment
believers
where,
in Bigfoot.
you know,
Until now.
a Christian
In
neighbor
fact,
would
we're the biggest skeptics there are.
betray a
But
Jewish
we can't deny
neighbor,
what we saw.
actually a converso neighbor.
I have to believe it because it was real.
The Inquisition would arrest
My wife also admitted that she saw it too.
subject
As we first approached the hill, just like I did.
that
She just wasn't sure at the time if it was the same thing that I saw. It was eerie and exciting at the same time. We also were back there on Sunday to look for tracks. There weren't any. The ground was extremely hard where we ran up the hill. Along the pond, we saw hoofprints from cows, dog prints, deer prints, but no noticeable Bigfoot prints of any kind. By the way, the pond was only about 10 to 15 feet wide. It was just runoff of rainwater, so it isn't always there during the year. It seemed to me that it was not wanting to be seen. I believe if I did not turn my headlights towards it, it would have probably stood there until we passed by. Then it would have left. I think it was very intelligent because it watched us. And even before I could get the headlights turned onto him, he had already started to turn away from us. It had to have known what we were going to do next. That is probably why we didn't see any eyes. I have lots of stories from my grandmother about Bigfoot. She said they've been here since the beginning of time, and that they were like us, living among us, until they saw humans start to fight amongst themselves. Then, they didn't want any part of us anymore, so they went into hiding. They know that if they kill a human or make contact with one, they know that nothing good will come out of it. So, that is why they stay in hiding. After our encounter, we heard a lot more people have witnessed Bigfoot in the same area. We also observed that the Bigfoot noticed us on the hill. It seemed to me that it stood there until it noticed we were turning towards it, because it was already turning before our headlights shined on it. That is why we didn't see any eyes or any face. I've also heard other stories. Many more sightings have happened because of the fires in the Arizona mountains. I even talked to a Navajo Nation ranger once. He stated that a lot more deer, elk, and other animals have also migrated into the Chesapeake Mountains because of the fires.
These are three examples of Santa Ritos that really were quite.
A friend was visiting from out of town, and so we decided to take advantage of the clear skies and mild temperatures and go for a road trip. We had just been down near Window Rock, Arizona. We're heading back to Farmington, New Mexico. The easiest way to do so is going over a certain pass nearby. The speed limit on the road is 65 miles an hour, and I was traveling at 65 when coming around a corner just south of the picnic area. There's only one area that is located east, just off the highway. As I came around the corner, I noticed something moving rapidly in a diagonal direction up the side of the hill, just where the forest meets the meadows lining either side of the highway. It would be the east side of the road. I slowed down and said to my friend, "Did you see that?" He had seen it as well. I hit the brake to get another look, but knew that by that time, I backed it up, and whatever it was would have been long gone. What we saw was larger than a black bear or an elk. Blackish brown hair that could have been seen hanging from all over its body. It was running on two legs up the hill. It never looked over at us, and we only saw its backside. Broad and at least 7 feet tall. We were both under the impression that we had startled it, and it was quickly trying to get into the forest for cover. We stopped a mile or two up the road, where the road crosses this creek at an ancient lava flow. The whole time we were looking out at the rocks, there was an eerie feeling that we were both getting, that something was watching us. We stayed around for an hour. When the sun started to get lower behind the mountains, we decided that it was best to leave.
Ferdinand Isabella decided
Late in the afternoon, early fall, getting ready to move our livestock back down from the mountain to the winter camp. My brother and I with our mother were looking for our cattle. Mom had cooked, and we ate lunch, got some rest, and talked about what areas we haven't checked yet. My brother was still eating, so my mom and I decided to check the area before summer sheep camp. We got in my truck and started driving slowly. We had driven about a mile or two from the house, down the mountainside, thick brushes and pine trees, driving slow enough to look around for any cows that were down that way. Usually there are some, but today there weren't any to be found. So we kept driving. I'm talking about how the weather was changing and getting a bit chilly. I kept looking left and to the right, driving slowly. Then I saw movement just behind the pine trees. First, I thought it was a man, so I stopped and backed up for just a bit and said to Mom, "Who's that?" And she goes, "Where?" I said, "Right there, look," and pointed for her in that direction. That person was standing right next to a pine tree, tall, reddish brown. The person went behind a tree and stood there. So I backed up some more. Then that person turned and started moving fast away from us into the thick brush. That's when Mom and I both noticed that this person had long, hairy arms, because when we turned around, the arms span around. It was reddish brown. They ran into the woods. We're still parked there, puzzled. Mom goes, "What was that?" I told her I didn't know. Then I got scared and looked at my mom and said, "Let's go." We turned right there on the road and headed for home. We drove back fast, and believe me, this particular road required slow driving, but not that afternoon. We got back to the house and told my brother. He goes, "It's probably a sheep herder." I told him a sheep herder wouldn't have gone and had long, hairy arms. Then he tells me that they wouldn't. He wanted to go back down there and look for that person, but I was scared, and the sun was about to go down behind the mountain. It would be dark soon. I'm going down there that evening. No way. We packed up our stuff and left from the mountain. At approximately 8:30 p.m., I was on my back way from dinner with my grandfather near Shiprock, New Mexico. While sitting on the passenger side of my mother's truck, I was looking out the window. On State Highway near Crystal, New Mexico, before Bald Canyon turnoff. At that moment, I was feeling calm, bored, and frustrated with trying to calm my younger cousin, who was very hyper. So, while I was looking for something to amuse him, I sighted something unusual moving. It was huge. It was as tall as the cedar trees that are around there. I was very scared and shaken when I saw it. I thought, what the heck is that? It looked like a man, but as I was watching it, I noticed it had hair covering its whole body, with a mixture of gray, dark brown, and white on its chest. The head and the feet, also the hands, were all dark in color, and the legs were a dark gray. The face was lighter in color. When I saw the face, it was turned towards my direction. The forehead was the most unusual, and it really stuck out to me, with no neck. It had a little slump in the shoulder, and its arms spanned down to its knees. It took large steps, and its arms swung back and forth. The distance from the highway was about 60 yards in total. I told my mom to stop, but she was scared. Too scared to turn around. Due to a witness request, the name will be removed, and Stephanie was sent as the place with her name. It was back a few years ago, when we were still scouting put-ins and takeouts on non-commercial sections of the San Juan River. We would drive these narrow 2 tracks to find river access, and then float and scout these sections accordingly. We could not find any real info either in print or the web about the river from Shiprock, New Mexico, down here to this creek in Utah. We had to explore ourselves via kayaks and canoes. Nowadays, we have a river company through the Navajo tribe and take people down these sections all the time. We found a put-in at mile 10, just outside of Shiprock. It's about 10 bumpy bad road miles to the river, but provided a good watch area. We used my truck to put in with the boats. We had already dropped a truck off at Four Corners Bridge, some 17 river miles away. The day was fairly warm for early March, mid-60s I think. We did the run in under 5 hours. We loaded the boats and geared the truck, and headed back over to my pickup truck. It was getting dark by the time we got there. My ex-wife and my partner pulled up out of the small canyon before me. We carried walkie-talkies on the river and in our vehicles. I turned mine on and told him to wait up. My partner replied with, "Sure, no problem." Just then, before he let go of the button, I heard Stephanie, my ex-wife, screaming, "What's going on up there?" I shouted through my walkie-talkie. Stephanie sees something up by that old sheep corral. Turn your brights on. I can't see it because I'm trying to get out of here and not wreck this truck. She says, "Look, it's on the right. You'll be coming up right up on it." Sure enough, I got right behind them. I saw the back of it as it turned my headlights. I saw a few swings of its arms, and it was out there. This was not Max screaming to see it all. I would put it at about 7 feet tall, skinny, gray in color, arms past the knees, like looking at the back of a grid shed BD. Stephanie got a better look at it than I did. She said it looked right at her. Does not much want to talk about it. In the very first incident, 2 sisters and daughters who was in her 80s were on their way to their mother's place to pick up their children for a birthday party. As they turned onto the dirt and gravel road to the house, they saw something sitting on the left side of the road. When the car lights illuminated it, it stood up to a height estimated to be 7 feet or more. One of the sisters refused to look at it after one glance. It was reported to me that the eyes seemed to be red in the headlights. It was hairy all over, with a kind of pointed head, long arms and no neck. It moved toward the river. The sisters turned into their mother's driveway and did not see it again. They were very frightened and were sure it was not a bear or a human. This happened in March of 1997, as I recall. My husband and I were visiting our adopted family in August of 1997. Having arrived there on August 21st, we were in our pop-up camper, parked by the river, behind the brush, across the driveway from Grandma's house. Next door to her house lives her son and his family. Her son was way on fire, along with his son, but his wife and daughter were home. On August 21st, we had set up our camp, ate, visited, and went to bed early, around 11 p.m. Everyone was asleep, except me. I was drifting into sleep when I felt a very strong jolt to our camper, which made everything rattle. I thought it might be a horse or a cow, but the impact was higher than a horse or a cow, like at the roof line. I was too scared to move, but didn't know why. Nothing more happened, so I went to sleep and told my husband about it the next morning. He sleeps like a log, so of course he didn't wake up. On Saturday, August 23rd, the whole group of us, maybe 20 people, had cooked and eaten outside. And after cleanup, we all sat around the fire in the brush arbor, enjoying the cool evening and visiting old friends. I was talking, and around somewhere, Ben remembered hearing a sound like a baby crying. The little girl sitting next to me said, "Did you hear that?" I responded that I didn't hear anything, and she said that we were howling. Immediately, the adults stood up and told the children to go to the house. That was it. Time for bed. They all heard it, whatever it was. My husband and I and our 2 little granddaughters sat there for a short while, wondering what was going on, and then went into our trailer and went to sleep. The dogs barked and howled almost all night. The next morning, Sunday, August 24th, I woke up and went to the house for coffee. All of the family members were already there and talking. I listened for a while to the topic of conversation. It intrigued me, so I asked what everybody was talking about. dead silence. I jokingly said that it sounded to me like they were talking about Bigfoot. One, then another of them began to talk about it. I said, why didn't you tell me? Their response was that they didn't want to scare us off. I told them I'd been interested in this for years. Then, the stories came out, such as the first one cited herein. Two of the grandchildren the previous night had been on their way to their grandmother's house. As they turned off the main highway to the old highway, where there's a sharp left-hand curve in the road, about 50 yards in, and where the remains of an old highway continues to a dead end to the right, they saw the being. It was right at the curve where they saw the crossover of their vehicle. A very large, hairy, long figure, which they observed to them, crossed the dead end portion of the road and crashed up the hill into the brush. They continued on to Grandma's house. As we all sat and listened to this, and every one of us believed that L.S., the son-in-law, suggested that we all go look for a sign of the site of its occur. L is an Eskimo from Alaska, and he is also a hunter. I wanted to go, but still in the jails and ropes, so I told him to go without me. When I got there, they were gone, so I returned back to the house. When they returned, Lewis said they were dropping tracks in matted down grass and chicken feathers, but no signs of bones or scraps. His view of the droppings, as related to me then, is that they didn't belong to a bear or any other animal that he knows of. They contained seeds and plant material, and bore a resemblance to human feces, except for size and quantity. Before we went in early August, she said she walked up the corner and noticed a huge handprint of her dining room window, which is a large window beneath which the table sits. She went inside to clean it off so the grandkids and others wouldn't see it to be scared. Grandma is proud of her flower garden of lilies. She said the flowers were trampled down by something heavy. Again, there were no horses around. In the kitchen on August 24th, I was told that the howls and screams occur frequently at night, that they have all heard them and cannot identify them. I remarked about how bad the owners have been and smelled the nights when the dogs, which are tied up, have barked and barked. In fact, one of the granddaughters was sitting in the living room one night, watching TV. She happened to look out the window to see something looking in at her. All she could say that it was big and hairy. The family advises that these strange sounds and occurrences begin in their area about November '96. There is plenty of cover in the area, including the marsh in which Grandma and her daughters go to gather tea, which activity they told me they were now afraid to do. They told me that easy access to the river, etc., is why there are sightings. They do not believe that there is anything that they could have done.
But one of the ways in which the Jews kind of pivoted at that point was they recognized that,
I used to be a scuba instructor in Indonesia. Groups can book me for a casual lesson, or for like a week's worth of diving, where they can then earn a diving license. So this one group books me. They're a mixed group in their early 20s, couples and friends, good people. Silver spoons galore, but I'm not one to judge. Our first activity was underwater walking. Now, I had never tried underwater walking, since it was relatively new at the time, but I'm keen to try it. So we pile into a little boat and take the short trip out towards the mothership. Now, this is just a naval term for a larger boat that the smaller ones like ours can work from. But we get on one step further to justify this, having spray painted one of those huge gray alien heads onto the hull. It looked awesome, and naturally, the kids loved it. Underwater, walking itself was similar to the time I did scuba, which is scuba plus snorkeling equals scuba in the Caribbean, and that the oxygen tanks float up on the surface of the water instead of being on the diver's back. The other major difference to regular diving is that instead of having a scuba mask to breathe out of, we had these big sci-fi looking helmets on. I mean, they looked like they were props from the old Lost in Space show that used to be on TV. I went first, and the procedure was pretty simple. I held onto the ladder with the majority of my body in the water.
They placed a small
There is
foam
at this
rubber
time
ring on my
a
head
brief,
to cushion
however,
the helmet.
respite where
And then they
there
finally
is
put the
a
helmet on.
leader known as Julian the
The
Apostate.
second that it was on my body, I felt this weight
But he
forcing me to
died
the bottom
very
of the
early,
ocean.
but when he was
It was kind of
rising in
scary
authority,
because I went down pretty fast, which caused the pressure to build up quickly.
to rebuild their
I made sure to
temple.
swallow
Got a
it
little
and
bit
pushed it,
excited
and it
about
gave
this,
the
but
effects of the
turned
pressure,
out to be very
and I was
short-lived.
fine.
It was actually
Also, I can feel never really to get a
more
deep breath of air
significantly, I
because
think,
as I breathed
in
in,
the 5th century,
the helmet began to
is
become
the
vacuum,
recognition by the
and
Jews that
I
they
would have
really
to
had
stop
to
to let it fill in with more
prepare
air.
themselves for
Then,
a
two members of the mixed group of teens followed suit before a scuba-diving man came down to be our guide. He handed all of us a piece of bread in a plastic bag, which drew the fish to us. That was a lot of fun, watching otherwise timid fish practically swim at us. There were metal guiding handrails in the ocean floor, which I followed. The two kids followed behind me. It was very difficult to walk because the current was surprisingly strong, and the helmets were quite heavy. We found it all incredibly enjoyable though, and I had been diving for years, and even to me it was a novelty. As I breathed, there was a constant whirring sound as the water, the pressure on the oxygen tube. It was kind of annoying, but it meant that I was getting air, which was obviously good. That's why it was so scary when the sound suddenly stopped. I was confused, but it quickly came back on. After about a few seconds, and I could breathe again. It happened one more time, and again, it came back on very quickly. I rationalized it by assuming that my tank had run empty, and they were switching into a different one. No big deal. I did not understand how they would run out so quickly, but I didn't think too hard about it. It soon came back on, and I could breathe, so no big deal. After about 10 or so minutes of guessing, I have no idea how long we were down there. The guy points at me and indicates that he wants me to climb over the railing. I was very confused, but I did it after he made it very clear that that was what he wanted. It was kind of hard to see out of any peripherals of the mask, so it was easy to get lost. I looked back behind me to make sure that the teenagers saw where I went and did not get lost. We made eye contact, so I assumed we were good, and then turned back around to follow the guide. He had me walking in a very small path between two corals, so I went very slowly to make sure that I did not cut my legs upon them. It was hard due to the strong underwater current, my unwieldy helmet, and an occasional tug by the air tube as I pulled the taut. As I reached the guide, my hair stopped again. I figured it was no big deal, like the previous two times, and continued on. I followed him a bit, and it still didn't come on. 5 seconds with oxygen, then 10. I began to get confused. Was this some kind of joke? If so, it wasn't funny at all. 15 seconds. I thought to myself, don't panic. They always tell you not to panic. I panicked. I started taking quicker and quicker breaths, but I forced myself to stop that. Thanks to previous training, I knew that was the worst thing I could do. I spun around to the guy and started pounding my fist on my chest. That was the sign for I can't breathe. He seemed to notice and started walking away. I can only hope that he was taking me to the boat. I thought maybe I should just try and shrug off the helmet and swim to the surface. I didn't know if I had enough air to make it, and I didn't know if the boat was above me. I mean, I didn't want to actually hit my head. I didn't know if I could actually shrug it off, and I didn't want to get the bends, so I figured it wouldn't be a good idea. 30 seconds. I started to notice that I was getting less and less oxygen with each breath. Water was starting to seep into my helmet. I had to look up to breathe with what little air I had. I grabbed hold of the guide's arm so that I wouldn't lose him, and also so that he would understand the gravity of the situation. I gave him quite the death grip. 40 seconds without oxygen now, and my lungs burned for air. I saw the ladder of the boat. I knew that all I had to do was make it there, and I would be okay. I must have gotten some sort of adrenaline rush with the renewed hope, because I almost forgot about my lack of air. I
fumbled for the ladder for a few seconds. It was hard to tell distances to the helmet because it was a bit of a magnifying aspect to it. Before I grabbed it and started pulling myself up, as I broke the surface, air came rushing into my helmet, and I took a nice deep breath. Breathing in never felt better. It was definitely the scariest experience of my life, and I would not recommend underwater walking ever. Spring break has always been one of my favorite times of the year. As a child, I used to vacation to the ocean, or sometimes even Disney World. And now, as an adult, my wife and I go on vacations together around the time that children are out of school for spring break. For me, there is no better place than the ocean at night. The way the moonlight glows on the waves in the water, and the sound of the waves crashing always gives me a peace of mind. Well, this particular year, my wife and I saved up a little extra money and rented a private house right on the ocean. It was amazing. Drinking my coffee on the ocean every morning and enjoying an alcoholic beverage every night as the moon rose was truly amazing. One day, I passed out on the beach for a couple of hours, only to awaken with horrible nightmares. They were strange, and the only thing I remember is darkness and screaming. A lot of screaming. My wife had asked me if I was okay, and I said, yeah, just a little shook up. The night my wife went to bed fairly early, but I could not sleep. Not sure if it was the little nap I had taken earlier in the day, or the horrible nightmares that woke me up from said nap. Either way, I wanted to clear my head, so I decided to go for a walk on the ocean. As I kept walking on the desolate beach, I approached something that appeared to be glowing in the sand. I started to approach quickly, but with a little bit of caution. It was some sort of glowing red ball. It's kind of hard to describe, but I'll do the best I can. It didn't look cheap plastic. It literally was a long red ball of light that didn't seem to have any actual shape. I stared rather intently until it flashed so bright that it knocked me down on the sand. The ball flew into the air and shot itself out into the ocean. And as it reached the horizon, there was a huge blast of light. Within seconds, the sky looked as if it was storming, but there was no rain. I saw all sorts of colors in the sky, and a lot of red flashes that I can only describe as looking like heat and lightning. But these flashes were lighting up the entire sky. As I watched all the intense flashes of light before I knew it blacked out completely. The next thing I remember is my wife waking me up the next morning in a frantic panic because she didn't know where I was. I tried to explain to her what I had witnessed, but she said I had just been dreaming and was upset that I wandered off last night, accusing me of being drunk and passing out. But it's important to know that I don't get drunk, and I would never just wander off and never come back. Something I can't explain happened that night. Can somebody let me know what I experienced? Could it have been a vivid dream if I passed out? Has anybody else experienced something similar? Either way, I know that I don't have the same affinity for oceans and vacations as I did before this occurrence.
Historically, a very Roman city. It was kind of like a city that was built on heavily by Noah. It was sort of like
this happened back when I was in 5th grade. School ended, so we were just playing around. We got bored, and one of us made a Ouija board. We played it. The coin was moving, and I thought my friends were just playing with it. Well, the ghost's name was Rory, and a girl. We didn't finish the game since my mom was already at the gate of the school, waiting to pick me up. That night, I was alone in my room when I heard footsteps outside my door. I went outside my room to see who it was, but there's nobody. After eating dinner, I went to my room. I was shocked when I entered because the sliding windows are open and the blinds are up, and my closet is also open. The papers that are on my desk are scattered everywhere. I was so sure that the windows were closed and that my room was very neat and tidy. My imagination is just playing with my mind, so I thought it was Rory who did it. I just couldn't mess up. That same night, I can't sleep. I would hear footsteps outside of the hallway, and occasional knocking on my window, even though my room was on the second floor. I thought it was the wind, even though it's summer and it's hot, and there's practically no breeze. I still managed to sleep though. I woke up to the sound of giggling of a girl. I opened my eyes and saw a girl standing at the foot of my bed. She looks like the ghost from the movie The Ring. The difference is she has a smaller hair and her height is smaller. I shouted, but there's no voice coming out of my mouth. Then I realized I'm numb and I can't move. I love reading horror stories, and I read in one article that moving the pinky finger on your foot will help you move. So I did. It stopped and I fell asleep. Then minutes later, it happened again. This time, it happened for like 2 minutes, and then the girl, Rory, took the pillow beside me, and she gave it to me, and she tilted my head towards the pillow, not trying to break my leg. Then she vanished. I woke up, because apparently my mom was waking me up so I can go to school. The pillow is beside me, the exact position where she put it. My mom was a lifesaver. I don't know what will happen if she didn't wake me up. I had many sleep paralysis, and the footsteps and the knocking is still there. Sometimes I can even see a little shadow. It's been 4 years since that happened. I don't know what happened to my friends, or if they experienced the same, since we don't talk about paranormal stuff, but I'm the only one that's really into it. When I was in my early teens, I had an obsessive fascination with the occult and spiritualism. Basically anything that offers some sort of proof that there's more to this reality than what we believe. This all started in the early 90s when I saw Ouija boards for sale in our local small-town grocery store. Needless to say, I bought it. I couldn't believe they actually sold these as games. Mind you, I lived in a small town and grew up disconnected from a lot of pop culture staples of that era. I would play the board often, mostly with my stepbrother, Dan, and stepsister, Holly, when they came to visit during the certain months and over the holidays. Both of them were considerably younger than myself. Me, being no older than 13 at the time, the board became an obsession. Even though over 95% of the time, nothing would happen. But when it did move, we would receive short, nondescript messages. On one cold winter day, this was about to change. My siblings and I retreated upstairs in an attempt to play the board. We lit the usual candles and killed the lights. After a few attempts to summon the spirit, the planchette started to move. This time, it felt different. It glided with ease from the board. It answered simple yes-or-no questions with great finesse. In disbelief, we took our fingers off the planchette. The moment we did so, the flame on the candle began to shrink dramatically. We quickly placed our fingers back on the planchette, and the flame immediately came back to life. We then asked, "Where in the room are you?" The pointer spelled out K-I-T-E. Well, we sat there confused for a moment, until we realized that I had a kite mounted to the ceiling above our heads. At this moment, the kite began to flutter, as if there was a slight breeze. We lived in a log cabin that did not have a central air system. There were no fans running, so this was impossible, and quite hard. We continued playing, and I decided to ask, "We'd like to know our spirit guide names," which is a very new age question as I look back. So I asked, "What is my guide's name?" The board spelled out Arthur. Dan asked for the name of his guide, and the board lettered out Brett. And finally, Holly asked for hers, and the board replied Gareth. We were all kind of shocked with the results, and discontinued playing to go downstairs and to tell my mother the information we just received. After doing so, she replied, "I don't know. Just look up the names in the dictionary." At the time, I thought this was pretty unhelpful advice, but reluctantly, I did. A dictionary probably isn't the best resource for looking at names, but this was before the internet, so I grabbed the dictionary off the shelf and began flipping through the pages. Searching the name Brett came up with a few uninteresting results. Next, I looked at Arthur. Not surprisingly, King Arthur, along with maybe a few other Arthurs on the list. I then proceeded to look up Gareth. When I did so, my jaw hit the floor. Gareth was King Arthur's nephew. I was completely dumbfounded. I know at this moment that the names we received probably were fictional names or actual names of scenario guides. These were purposely crafted by something with a full awareness that when we could, look them up and draw a connection between the two. Now, before you go to sue my stepbrother and our sister pushed the tangent, keep this in mind. Dan has always had a learning disability. Even today, he still has difficulty spelling and uses voice to text because of it. I am 100% confident he couldn't have moved it. I am also confident that neither of them at the time were well versed in the genealogy of any mythology. I have observed this with a skeptical point of view since the day it happened. This still remains as one of the few times that the board actually moved, more or less provided us with legible, specific details. To this day, at the age of 39, I remain convinced that what we received was not from us, but somewhere else. Something that I believe knew full well that my mother was going to tell me to look up. This story takes place in the year of 1983. I was a sophomore in high school. I must emphasize the importance of the year, as cell phones and any effortless forms of mass communication at your fingertips was non-existent. There are ample amounts of backstory, but mainly I cannot get into the feel of this story, as it's the only I can seem to tell you. You'll understand why as the story goes on. At this time in my life, my friends and I were very carelessly using the Ouija board that I found in my deceased great uncle's attic right after he passed. Again, I will not go into many details here, other than it was wooden and had no instruction. We took it home, and my sisters and I, all of my friends, began to play with it. Weeks went by, a few months went by, and lots of stuff was happening in my house and with my friends. Me, strongly being a believer in the paranormal, didn't question much of what was happening, as it was witnessed not just by me, but many others. I saw such occurrences change the beliefs of staunch skeptics in a matter of moments. I was terrified most of the time, sleeping with my lights always on, never alone. At times, I was even amused by it. We'll use the term it here, as I cannot call and will not call it by its name. Then came a day in early spring of '93 that my friends and I were sitting at a round table in the library of our high school. The topic always seemed to circle back around to what was happening in my house. There were four of us sitting at a table: myself, Monica, Kim, and Suzanne. I was beginning to get a little agitated and begin to feel arrogant. So arrogant that I said aloud to my friends almost these exact words: "If you're so powerful and so real, then you wanted me stuck in my house. So, show us a sign you can hear us beyond there on the board." And just like that, the lights went on in the entire library and swooped for about 5 seconds. When they came back on, I continued my overconfident banter by laughing and saying, "Really? Is that all you have?" The bell rang shortly after. It was time to go home. I didn't think much of the incident after, but knew my egotistical, fake act may have to cause some consequences down the line. That night when I fell asleep, I had a dream. I'm not even sure I can call it that. I can't even call it a nightmare, because that word connotates fiction to me. This was one of those strange visions, if you may, that you wake up from and feel it. You can recite every line in detail, as if he were still in it.
The northern part
To this
was
day,
ruled by
I can still feel the resignation and remember every bit.
fascinating
The dream starts off in the morning, and as I begin to walk into school from the street, I am immediately plagued with a sense of terror, and a sense that I was slowly being chased. There were black-hooded figures, fully cloaked, no signs of human life underneath, just a human form. There were 6 of them, all with their heads down. It was broad daylight, and they were each carrying a torch. In the middle of them was a very tall figure, again, all in black, with a red stripe in front of his cloak. He was not carrying a torch, but rather a long, pewter staff of some sort. This is when I stopped studying the details of who this was. I knew who it was, and I knew they were after me, especially him. They were not running more in any type of haste. It was slow and methodical. I ran into school fast and frantically began to look for a hiding spot in the library, as that's where my dream put me. I quickly jumped over these bookshelves which were low to the ground, both in the dream walls and in the real world, and balled up on the shelf, hiding and praying not to be found. I then woke up, breathless. I said few words as I got ready for school and went to the bus that morning. None of my friends involved in the library situation or the Ouija board stuff in general were on the same bus route, and I dare not speak a word of it to the kids I rode the bus with, as most of them I despised. When I arrived at school, finding my friends Monica and Ken waiting for me at the north entrance as they did every morning, I began to tell them the details of the dream. We had just entered the main hallway as I was finishing the dream details when running from the south entrance, which was a pretty good distance from us, was Suzanne. I do not feel I need to drive home the point that there were no cell phones and no conceivable way of Suzanne getting any of this info. This is exactly as it happened and is 100% accurate. Trying as hard as she could to catch her breath, she looked at me and said, "I have a message for you from him. Not it, I must emphasize. Tell Nicole she can run, but she can't hide." To this day, every time I tell the story, I envision him laughing and still saying, "I found you."
Fascinating discussion, but a little bit outside my ken as a historian. I can put on my rabbi hat. I'm not a rabbi.
So I got the chance to reconnect with some of my friends over in Colorado, who are also of the Sioux tribe and Arapaho. These are the people that share with me the same tales recently that I've discussed with you. The Dogmen and Bigfoot waging wars against each other to be able to eat the Arapaho tribe that was defending themselves against these beasts. They love the Electric Channel, and they wanted me to share more of their stories that they have. These are stories that they have obtained from their own chiefs that have been passed down from generations, as well as more tales from their own tribe that they would like to share with you. My other friend, who is part Sioux, also has very similar tales from his own tribe, dealing with not only Bigfoot and Dogmen, but what they consider to be the Thunderbird as well, especially more so in the Great Plains area. There were just certain places that were off limits for hunting and foraging for any sort of food and supplies, because these large birds patrolled the perimeter of the area. Usually, it was always in the upper mountainside, but other times it wasn't. Supposedly, somewhere along the way, one of the chief's daughters had befriended a thunderbird and was able to ride it before it tricked her and knocked her off its back and left in midair, and she fell to her death. Thunderbirds, from what I've gathered, are near as hostile as Dogmen are, or Bigfoot, but they would take pride in stealing kills from hunters by swooping down and taking the deer whole, or waiting for the kill to clean the body. Unlike other birds, they have a very distinctive call, kind of like how a hawk does, or even an eagle. You could hear it from far away. I knew exactly what kind of bird it was. I wasn't told any story about a thunderbird having a conflict with a Bigfoot or Dogman, but I'm sure it has happened. They were more elusive than the other two creatures and were not near as hostile or aggressive. They were not attacking villages, but they were waiting and watching a lot of the time. Many of the times, they would show up in full view of the villages, and they would bring upon them storms, droughts, famine, and worse. They almost acted like an omen, even though they weren't seen as much. There's a reason they have a name for Thunderbird. Although the Arapaho and Sioux Indians had their own name for them, just like they did with Dogman and Bigfoot. I don't think their name had any direct translation to Thunderbird, but it did mean something similar. One friend of mine who was Sioux Indian shared with me some stories about back in the early 1800s that these giant blackbirds with white markings on them would fly out of the mountains in South Dakota, fly down, pick up villagers and hunters, even white men, and fly up high in the air and drop them to kill them. From the sounds of it, these things didn't fly to the villages, but anybody who wandered into a specific area of territory was generally targeted. This leads me to believe that between both my friends who share very similar stories, that the Thunderbird is not only a very real cryptid, but like the other two cryptids, Dogman and Bigfoot, are very territorial beings. While something much more elusive, they still can be just as dangerous, since they can just easily pick a person up with ease and drop them from 100+ feet in the air to their death. A couple of hunters had found a large bird nest, as they described, near the base of the mountains that they were near, and found many human skulls and bones. It wasn't made entirely clear if these cryptids would pick people up and drop them from the sky to kill them and then eat them, or if it was just a killing tactic to eliminate threats. The feathers from these creatures were humongous. These creatures persisted even when white men started traveling to the area and colonizing. They too became victims and knew the ferocity of these cryptids. Unfortunately, muzzleloaders and guns didn't seem to be effective against these kinds of flying beasts. But there were certain areas that they would not venture into, in fear that these things would grab them. I'm also wondering if states with very rocky terrain, with lots of mountains and hills, makes the perfect environment for these kinds of cryptids. Plenty of places to hide, and more than enough places to have a nest without anyone ever bothering you or discovering where you are. Even today, there are still miles upon miles of wilderness all over the U.S. that remains uncharted, or too thick for humans to venture off into. It's very possible that these things have made their nests in places that are impossible for us to get to, especially with the vast amount of mountains and steep cliffs that are all over. In fact, I recently listened to one of your other Thunderbird stories, where a gentleman climbed down a steep cliff, if I'm remembering correctly, and discovered what he thought was a Thunderbird's nest. Well, his description was pretty close to what my friend's story matched up with. And his story, I believe, there were animal bones, but in that story I got from my friend, they only found human remains. I don't really tend to find too much evidence, though, based on what I know about these things, that there's any signs of them ever being on the East Coast. However, the signs I was hearing about that happened on the East Coast resemble that of a pterodactyl. Those sightings all the way down to the southern Florida area, even into Cuba. No, it's not a Thunderbird, but there seems to be a continuity with these large flying bird-like cryptids all over the United States. Going back to that Thunderbird encounter that you posted, before the man went down to the cliff in Northern California, I had heard other Thunderbird encounters around that area before. It seems like you mix around cliffs and forests. You create the environment for these things to thrive in. I personally believe that's why there are so many good sightings in the state of Colorado, such as reptilians, Bigfoot, Dogman, Thunderbird, and more. I find it very interesting that some of the supposed encounters and sightings that many of the natives recall of this Thunderbird are usually all large blackbirds of some sort. They all talk about the same thing, distinctive white markings on their body, which never seem to coincide with the specific pattern or shape. I've heard some descriptions that talk about it being very similar to a stark black eagle, while others say that it looks more like a raven. I've heard others say that it looks like it's a hawk entirely, with a pointed down beak at the end, kind of like a falcon has. Either way, we need to keep close eyes on the skies around us when we're out. And if we see something large flying our way, we know it's near. A family friend of mine operates a small seaplane business in Florida where people pay a small sum of money and he takes them on a tour overlooking the Everglades. Well, it was my birthday and I had never been on a plane before. Shocking, I know. Just so you can get an idea of how small these planes are, they're practically 2 passenger planes, I think. You know, the ones that fly over water. They're pretty small compared to any commercial airline, but large enough for you to get around in. They aren't luxurious by any means. And I'm not a planes girl by any means, so I just know they're called seaplanes. If I had to guess, I'm going to say 20 to 30 feet from the front nose to the very back. I really have no idea how big the wingspan is. As I was saying, this family friend of mine took me for my birthday, and we're flying over the Everglades. When he starts panicking and pointing up in front of us, flying a little underneath us and perpendicular was the largest bird we have ever seen in our lives. I had vaguely heard of a creature called the thunderbird, but I've not known what it is. Now, I don't know if this is a thunderbird or if it's real, but I do know now that there are very large birds out there that far exceed any size we know about. The bird I saw was extremely large and a very predatory-looking bird at that. All gray that faded to a smoky charcoal color. This bird had a wingspan that easily matched the size of the plane we were in. I couldn't believe it. My friend and I were in total awe and could not stop staring at this monstrosity of a bird. It was flying relatively low, only a little higher than the tips of the trees, and it never once seemed to look up in our direction or even care that we were flying over. It didn't come across like it was in a hurry, just calmly flying in the direction it was heading, which was south. It's all him and I could talk about for the rest of the flight. We had no idea what kind of bird it was, and were convinced that we discovered a new species of swallowbird. Little do I know now that I probably more than likely saw an actual thunderbird in the flesh.
Because they're the only people in society who are able to generate cash on a regular basis, particularly because society is so deeply invested in a modern economy with lots of barter. These are the ones who are actually generating cash.
Being in the Navy, you get to see a lot of the world. And with 2 deployments currently under my belt, I have seen a lot of crazy things. However, this occurred during my last deployment, and it's a moment that I will never forget. Not just due to the fact that it left me physically shaken, but there was no explanation for what we saw that night. For security and privacy reasons, I will not be discussing the name or type of ship that I was stationed on. I hope you all can understand. I had watched from midnight to 4 in the morning, and my watch station is in a little area right behind the bridge. In this area, I was the supervisor of a small team of 4 others, making sure that they did their job properly, which was to make sure that we knew what other ships are out there, who they are, and where they come from. The midnight watch is usually pretty boring, as nothing really happens around that time. The bridge team tends to keep to themselves around that time, and only come to bug us when they have questions about a ship or any possible ships in the area. We had one person out on the bridge, though, to talk to the lookouts, which are people stationed around the ship that made visual reports to the bridge from the other ships or any marine life that could be near us. To ensure that I knew what the lookouts were reporting, I had a speaker hooked up to the station that the lookouts used to talk to each other and make reports. Usually during this time, all lookouts like to talk about nonsense and gossip amongst each other. I will admit, a lot of their conversations were funny. On this particular night, however, one of the lookouts made her report to the bridge, and I knew something was wrong because she sounded extremely nervous. Here is the initial report. Bridge, Port Fantail. Go ahead, Port Fantail. Bridge, the water behind us is glowing. Say again? I can't explain it any other way, but the water is glowing. What? I said to myself as I went out into the bridge and talked to my guy out there, making sure he heard what I had heard as well. We both reported it to the junior officer of the watch, and he thought it was weird as well, but claimed that it might be a bioluminescent algae, which, although extremely common, it made sense at the time. I told my guy to pass the word back to the lookout in hopes it would calm her down. As I walked back to my station, I heard the lookouts talking to the speaker, teasing and making fun about how her reporting had become algae. After that, all seemed normal. About 20 minutes later, I heard the lookout come out again, and this time, talking to one of the other lookouts. Starting Fantail. Fantail. Yeah. Do you see the water glowing in the distance? Yeah, what about it? I think it's following us. You're stupid. No, seriously, look at it. We passed it about 20 minutes ago. You shouldn't be able to see it anymore. You're either really tired or really paranoid. You need to calm down. After that, the lookout again reported into the bridge, and this time, the junior officer of the watch told him to pass word to inform him when the glowing algae got closer. I went outside to check myself, and I did indeed see it. Although it could be nothing, I was a bit on edge also. Then, out of nowhere, I visually see the glow rapidly get closer to the ship, coming in from behind. I ran back inside, and I heard the lookouts making a report. But before I could inform the bridge, the water around the ship started to glow. The glowing faded slowly, then got brighter every few seconds, and everyone on the bridge was completely dumbfounded. No one moved or spoke, just stood in place, watching as the bridge filled out with an ominous green glow. This went on for a couple of minutes, but felt like an eternity. I don't know what others were thinking, but I honestly thought that this was the end. We then watched as whatever was glowing beneath the ship slowly moved away from us, moving ahead of us. Then, in a sudden flash of light, it was completely gone. Everyone on the bridge remained silent for about another minute, and even though everybody was shaken up, we all tried to get past it. And many went on like it never happened. Since there was no official report of the incident, and since it was never passed down to the other watches, this event technically never happened, except for those who witnessed it, which happens more than you think. The captain was never informed about what happened either. I have not been able to stop thinking about that day, and I haven't told anyone about it, not even to my wife and family. Not because they won't believe me, but because they worry about me constantly when I'm out at sea. So I kept it to myself until now. I just wanted to share in what my experience was and pass the word that there is something in the ocean. What is it? I don't know. And that truly terrifies me. Christians, for example, are always, even when they may be. The most deadly shark attack in recorded history began on July 30th, 1945. The USS Indianapolis, a Portland-class heavy cruiser of the United States Navy, was taking part in a top-secret mission of the utmost importance. It was tasked with carrying enriched uranium to an island in the South Pacific, along with other parts required for the assembly of the world's first deployable atomic bomb. As history shows, the crew of Indianapolis were successful in their mission, completing the delivery in record speeds that are unbroken, even by modern naval vessels. However, as they sailed back towards Leyte for training before the invasion of Okinawa, tragedy struck. Just after midnight on July 30th, The Indianapolis was spotted by a Japanese submarine. Without any escorts to defend her, the Indianapolis was a prime target. The Japanese closed in for the kill. The Indianapolis did not have sonar to detect submarines. They were completely unaware of the danger in which they found themselves. At exactly 12:15 a.m., 2 Type 95 torpedoes smashed to the right side of the vessel, instantly killing dozens of American sailors and causing obscene amounts of damage to the ship's structure. It took just 12 minutes of panic and terror for the ship to sink completely, taking down over 300 of the crew along with her. The surviving crew members, lacking life jackets and lifeboats, were set adrift among the waves of almost complete darkness. Many thought the worst was over, but their nightmare had only just begun. Naturally, the sailors floating among the debris were expecting to be rescued in a matter of hours, days at most. But the horrible fact was that nobody was coming to the rescue. Despite sending several emergency signals before the ship went down, the Navy had somehow lost track of the Indianapolis. Nothing was made of the fact that the ship failed to arrive at Lady, and many of the emergency messages that were received by nearby ships and naval bases were completely ignored. Declassified records later showed that one such commander in the Philippines was drunk and had told his staff to not disturb him. Another wrongly assumed the SOS calls were some kind of Japanese trap. The roughly 900 men who actually survived the torpedo attack were now exposed to a new, perhaps even deadlier danger. It was dawn when the survivors saw the first sharks in the waters around them. The pure carnage and chaos of the sinking had attracted hundreds of oceanic white-tip and tiger sharks from miles around. Some were apparently as large as 15 feet long. It must have been absolutely terrifying for the survivors, seeing huge dorsal fins emerging from the water as the predators began to surround them, circling, picking out the weakest links, those too weak to struggle. At first, the sharks focused on the dead bodies floating in the water. Many men had died of exposure, salt poisoning, or thirst, and it was these corpses that provided the easiest meals for the surviving sharks. But soon, the lifeless bodies among the survivors had been completely devoured by the hungry predators, and it wasn't long before they turned their attention towards the living. The survivors later reported that they were losing at least 3 or 4 men to a shark attack every single day. At some points, they counted 20 to 30 sharks in the water, their dorsal fins breaking the waves to form an almost impenetrable barrier around the surviving sailors. The sharks would often swim towards the survivors, bumping into them to test for signs of life. The sailors never knew exactly when the attacks would come, and this took a serious toll on their sanity. Men would kick and pound the water, screaming bloody murder in an attempt to deter the sharks from attacking. But this only served to attract more and more of the fishy beings, as if mimicking the thrashing of a wounded sea creature has served as a natural dinner bell for the hungry beasts. Every so often, a shark would lose patience and strike without mercy, rushing up from the burning depths to drag down a screaming survivor. Imagine it, hearing the man next to you let out an ear-splitting, blood-curdling scream before disappearing beneath the waves, never to be seen again. Some survivors recalled that the elements were perhaps just as deadly as the circling sharks. During the scorching heat of the daytime, men would pray for darkness, their faces blistering as the harsh Pacific sun beat down upon them, while at night, the water grew so cold that the teeth would shatter as hypothermia set in. Some would kick their legs and thrash their arms in futile attempts to keep warm. But again, this only mimicked the death throes of a wounded sea creature, making them a target for the circling sharks. As the floating sailors fought to survive, many of them succumbed to the horror of their experiences and began to lose their minds. Some men even began to hallucinate, seeing islands that weren't there, claiming they had heard rescue planes searching them in the skies above. One such surviving sailor recalls the heartbreaking moment that one of his shipmates finally lost his grip on his sanity. The man claimed he could see the Indianapolis floating in the water just a few feet below them, and that he could access the mess hall stores of purified water. He made repeated trips beneath the surface, inviting his comrades to join him in drinking the cold, fresh water he had found. But the man was drinking salt water. He died shortly afterwards from the effects of poisoning. Then, on the fourth day of their harrowing survival, a Navy seaplane happened to be passing overhead when they spotted the groups of surviving sailors floating in the waters below. One of the aircraft's crew members leaned out of the central hatch, waving down at the men. That's when the tears came. Tears of pure relief and salvation. They were saved, but out of the crew of almost 1,200 sailors, just 317 survived the ordeal. But for some, the horror, pain, and tragedy of the sinking would never end. Captain Charles McVay, commander of the Indianapolis, was one of the last abandoned of the ship sinking. In November of 1945, he was court-martialed for failing to order his men to abandon ship in time, resulting in the 300 or so sailors that sank the ship to the bottom of the ocean. Cleared of this charge, he was instead convicted of hazardizing the ship, a naval term which describes the failure of a captain to properly maneuver his vessel to avoid the likelihood of a direct torpedo strike. Yet, aspects of the trial were controversial, as even the commander of the Japanese sub that sank the ship said that zigzagging in Indianapolis wouldn't have made a damn bit of difference, and that he'd always found a way to sink her. The disgraced captain was cleared of all charges, was reinstated to his position, and retired as a rear admiral 4 years later, in 1949. Yet, while many of the Indianapolis survivors agreed that Captain McVay was not to blame for the ship's sinking, the sentiment was not shared by some of the grieving families of the fallen sailors. Captain McVay would often receive Christmas cards from the relatives of his dead crew members, but they did not have a remotely festive tone about them. "Merry Christmas, you son of a bitch. Our family's holiday would be a lot merrier if you hadn't murdered my son," read one card that McVay had received as late as 1960. Despite being cleared of blame, Captain McVay never forgave himself for his failures as a commander, even if it was during the most brutal and decisive war that mankind has ever known. Eventually, in 1968, McVay picked up a small toy sailor that reminded him of his Navy service, walked out onto his front lawn, and shot himself with the very same revolver that the Navy had issued to him upon entering into the service. He was 70 years old. Over 23 years later, the largest war in human history had senselessly claimed yet another life.
From the show icon image, or else there wouldn't be any icons at all. You can see here is a representation of the.
For context, I'm an 18-year-old male living in Canada. This incident that I will be talking about happened last year in September of 2019. Now, I haven't shared this incident with my family or even some of my friends, since they will say that it's a bunch of hogwash and that I was making it all up for the attention. So, back to the incident at hand. At the time, I was doing a program in cadets, many called it the psych hike, where cadets would be sitting deep into the woods and would be required to find a place to stay for roughly 50 minutes to an hour. Mind you, the psych hike occurred after 9 p.m., so we were pretty much sitting in the woods in the darkness with only starlight and moonlight. Another rule for the psych hike is that you are not allowed to talk or make any sound. Also, we are not allowed to walk to other cadets during the psych hike. It was roughly 8 p.m. The sun had already disappeared behind the horizon, leaving a reddish-pink color in the sky. We were instructed to line up in alphabetical order. Then, we were given 2 glow sticks. One was red, and the other green. The red one was to only be used in emergencies, and the green glow stick was supposed to be used for the all-clear signal after the time was up. We were also given a whistle. It was also used to be in an emergency. So, after everybody's names were called, the supervisor asked any of the cadets participating if they would like to walk away now. One cadet, for privacy reasons, we will call him M, walked back to his cabin. The supervisor then told us to get behind him and follow him out to the campsite. I will explain the layout of the camp, as this will help the story make more sense. The cabins and the canteen are located at the center of the campsite. If you keep walking southward from the campsite for a mile, you would eventually reach an airfield. The airfield was surrounded by dense forest. Even in the daylight, it's hard for the sunlight to even get past the branches to the forest floor. Now, imagine the forest at nighttime. Daunting, right? Even the most brave captains won't even venture into there. So, they decided to send us cadets in. Interesting. So, we were marched off to the airfield and ordered to stand at the edge of the forest. And then, the supervisor started to send each cadet into the forest. We were told to only walk 25 paces into the woods. When it was my turn, I started walking into the forest. The only light source from where I was standing was the stars and moon, and even that wasn't even strong enough to light up my path. After 25 steps, I found a comfortable place to sit behind a tree. I sat down and listened to the cadets in front of me march off into the woods. As the last cadet marched into the woods, everything fell silent. The only sounds were a couple of animals in the forest running around. I honestly had no idea what I was truly getting myself into, and thought this would just be an innocent experience that I could happily recount to friends and family. Boy, was I wrong. I think it was 15 minutes later when I heard a sound. Snapping. The sudden break in silence startled me. At first, I thought the time was up, and that the cadets before me were making their way back to the airfield. I checked my watch, but we were only a couple of minutes in, and that we still had a long time before the supervisor came and got us. Then, I heard it again. Snapping. I looked around, but saw nothing. The moonlight illuminated only a bit of my surrounding. I could see only a couple of meters in front of me. For the next couple of minutes, I was fiddling with the glue sticks in my hand until I heard this low rumbling noise. Within seconds, this low rumble turned into a very deep and guttural growl that sounded like it came from something very large, with a massive, massive set of lungs. I was freaking out at that moment. I didn't know what to do. If I tried to run away, I worried that whatever was making the noise would appear and rush me, and I'd never be seen again. Maybe that was my paranoia. Maybe that was my fear overtaking me. And then it hit me. A scent, a wet dog and rotting meat came wafting over to where I sat. When I smelled it, I retched and coughed a little. The smell was almost overbearing, so I held my nose tightly. Suddenly, in that moment, a feeling of dread and fear washed over me. I was suddenly paralyzed with fear. I started sweating, and my vision turned blurry. This is when the growling started to move around me, and not just stay stationary like before. It sounded demonic and raspy. It moved closer to me. I could hear it behind me. I was scared by this time, but I managed to look behind the tree. From the tree, at least 20 yards away, I could see a silhouette of something lumbering in the woods. It was tall, and when I mean tall, this thing had to be at least 7 feet tall. It was radiating that horrid smell of blood, wet dog, and rotting meat. At first, I thought it was just a man, but when I looked closer, it clearly did not fit into the category of human. I guess the 2 cropped ears on top of its head gave that away rather quickly. Having hocks just like a dog does, with thick muscled legs and a torso the size of a ripped weightlifter, this thing could tower over me, even from a distance. This thing looked like it could bench 300 no problem. It was covered in long dark gray fur from what I could see in the moonlight, and it had large hands that held onto the tree next to it that kind of resembled raccoon hands, with long claws on the end of each fingertip. It was standing perfectly erect, puffing in its chest almost, but what really made my heart stop was its head. The head looked similar to a wolf, but its snout was long, full of teeth that stuck out of its snout, just like a crocodile's does. Long, sharp, jagged teeth that didn't fit at all what a canine should have looked like. It had deep sunken eye sockets and a very strong brow bone. The eyes glowed a very dull yellow. It looked very unnatural. The entire thing looked incredibly evil, and just looking at this thing was paralyzing. The head was also humongous, like it wasn't proportionate to its body either. I tried my best not to scream, fearing that I would draw unneeded attention. It stood there and continued to watch me closely, almost as if it was observing every move I was making, and eventually walked back into the darkness. When it walked back and was out of eyesight, I still kept silent, fearing it would still be able to hear me. I sat there in silence for a while, praying to God that whatever I had just seen wasn't planning on charging in the woods at me to take me away. I wasn't even really sure what to do. I decided my best plan of attack was to just lie in wait for my supervisors to come back, because I was far too afraid to get up and move. That thing couldn't be too far, and maybe, just maybe, it was waiting for me to get up and make a move, so it could trap me. I didn't know what it was or what it was planning, but it didn't feel right. I had to do my best not to have a little mental breakdown right there on the spot. It's funny, growing up as a kid, when you hear about things like this that look like this, you're always told, oh, those don't exist. That's only in your imagination. All that's doing is setting somebody up where they actually have a true encounter with something that isn't supposed to exist out here. I wasn't prepared mentally in the slightest. I had no way to handle it properly, and I still don't. It seemed like forever until the supervisors finally came and picked us up. I didn't talk for the rest of the night. The supervisors tried to talk to me, but all I could really do was nod and shake my head to questions. I was too overtaken by complete fear to accurately even process their questions, let alone give them all the information they wanted out of me. I felt like a little kid who just experienced a trauma or an abusive situation. My brain was still trying its hardest to process what had just happened. Is what happened to me reality? Or did I just dream it all? Was the fear I experienced even real? Exploring the cafeteria, I was talking to some of my friends about the psych hike when one of my friends asked, hey, did any of you guys smell that last night? Everyone looked at him and started to talk about how they had smelled that horrible scent and felt a sense of dread and fear wash over them. I was the only one that was silent. When I went back home, I did some research and found nothing. Nothing concrete anyway. Everything led to creepypasta and scary stories, which is not what I'm about. I want to be taken seriously. I need somebody that I can talk to and tell my story. Desperate, I have now reached out to several people who are supposed researchers and investigators, hoping to get some potential answers. At least they believe my story, and I can have some resolve and ease of mind, knowing I'm not crazy. In a weird, morbid way, it's comforting to know that there are other people out there with experiences that closely resemble mine. What did I encounter that night? What was that thing in the woods that I saw? And I hope that I'll never see it again.
Right now, the modern theory that's sort of wasn't although there's a lot to say that
this didn't happen recently, but when I was a younger guy in my 20s, I had made a connection years earlier in a very odd way as a kid. Well, kid being still in my 20s. So that really wasn't the case in the sense that I encountered these entities. Instead, what I had a sense of was awareness. A sense where I knew these things were real and out to get me. I made a wrong move, at any given time. Things we don't know about exist in the world and in the wild. Things we can only think belong in our nightmares. But that couldn't be further from the truth. I went out camping in the outback of the mountains in Reno. The night before, I was attacked. I was sleeping underneath the stars with a group of 6 to 7 other people, and we heard what sounded like a low-pitched hiss, growl sound coming from behind us. It woke us all up, and we sat up and looked back to the sound. We had the impression that it was coming from behind us. Then we began to hear it all around us, surrounding us. We realized it wasn't just a singular sound, but a bunch of them. My roommate, who I was camping with at the time here, started to reach for his revolver. But I was just scared, because I didn't know what they were. I had no idea what animals were out there. I was an outdoor newbie at the time. My other friend, not my roommate, just a friend, had a shotgun lying next to him, and he was ready for anything. So I looked over at his gun, and then he looks over at me and grabs it. He gives it a cock, and he's out there with it. With him, we're all practically pooping bricks at this point, and this chorus of hissing and growling noises around us. It sounded like we were in a reptile zone. You can't even begin to describe the feeling I had. I was too scared to even leave my sleeping bag. Then, in the minimal light we had for the night, we saw these two figures begin to step towards us from the thickness of the trees and leaves around us. Tall, hulking reptile-like figures that stood on 2 legs. There were at least 10 or 12 of them, closing in on us, surrounding us. We were all so terrified that my friends at the time couldn't even fire their weapons. It was like a paralysis. And then this is where the story gets very strange. And I can't recall what happened, because none of us really know, even to this day. One by one, we all seem to black out and lose consciousness. Not fall asleep, as you would think. Your senses are heightened, and you know you're in danger. There's just no falling asleep. Not with a adrenaline like that. You're experiencing a complete and primal fear like you never have. We were surrounded by an unknown large predatory animal, or a group of animals, closing in on us physically. We didn't know what exactly we were dealing with. The other 4 of us that didn't come equipped with weapons just huddled and shook in the sleeping bag as I did. Like I said, though, we all blocked out and lost consciousness. The next thing you know, the sun was up in the sky, and all 7 of us were waking up in unison on top of this rocky cliff bluff, miles away from where we laid down our heads in our sleeping bags the previous night. No equipment, nothing. All of us were out of our sleeping bags. It's as if we were trapped here. We were scared, confused, had no idea what happened or what was going on. Both my friend with the shotgun and my roommate with the revolver, their weapons were gone. Our wallets were gone, watches, everything. The only thing we had were the clothes in our bags, quite literally. Our equipment and everything else we had could not be found. There were no indication of us being dragged, nor did we have cuts, scratches, or any sort of footprints or marks to show we were ever taken. It's like we were instantly knocked out and teleported to this tiny cliff. Judging by the sun, it was close to midday, and in our panic and confusion, we had no choice but to try and hike down this cliff and try and find our way back to civilization. Because the brush was so thick, there was really only one direction to travel down, and that's when we eventually ran into our camp the night before. We had been taken about 3 miles in total from our spot. Our sleeping bags were still there. All of our equipment, weapons, wallets, personal belongings were gone. There were no footprints, no signs of a struggle, or marking anybody at their bags, nothing. It was disturbing. It's haunted me for all of these years to know exactly what went down that night. Our sleeping bags were in perfect condition. We gathered what we could and left the area. Everything was normal for the most part. We returned to civilization the next day, since it was a long hike. And that, my friends, ended my adventure in the outback for years afterward. I don't know if we were ever abducted, or if it was aliens, or what it could have been. I like to think those two-legged walking reptile things we saw on the faint light coming towards us had something to do with all of this. But frankly, I just don't know.
Suddenly increase the speed of communication, and it works in more and more victories, and they all build upon each other.
What I saw left me speechless to this day. It was about 8 feet tall, and you could tell by looking at it, it was a mean, killing creature. It had red markings over its scaly body. It looked very serpentish with long fangs. Even though it looked human, it wasn't. It looked at me and seemed surprised to see me on foot, as if it was nervous that it had been seen. I was walking around downtown in my small little town of Oklahoma in the early 90s. About midnight, or 12:30 a.m., I was near a darker alley when I saw it, and it walked right into the light when our gaze met. I froze in place when I saw this thing, and the thing stared at me. It was sizing me up. I could see it making a mental decision in its head to not reveal itself anymore, because it wasn't safe. The creature, after staring at me for what felt like forever, but probably only a few seconds, eventually walked a short distance away, back in the dark alley where it became before disappearing. I called 911 shortly after and told the police dispatch what I saw. They did take a report down, but never said anything. The officer seemed genuinely concerned for me, but in the end, I don't know if he took it seriously. Anyway, I thought I would share my experience with you. High up in the ceiling of Nevada Mountains, I was with my climbing partner, and this was one of the most intense climbing experiences I've ever done. Aside from this encounter, my partner was sitting on top of a large pile of rocks, pulled out his canteen of water, and took 5. At certain of the rocks appeared these creatures, monsters, I would rather say, because of how frightening they all looked. 3 of them, of large size, about 8 to 10 feet tall, dark scales all over their body from head to toe, lighter green on the front of their torso and body, darker green on the back. They had these spines protruding from their backs that went all the way up their necks. Their faces were very reptilish, very humanoid. They had large yellow reptilian eyes with slits, and mouths full of little lines from teeth. Each one were carrying a dead deer away, dragging them by the neck. As they noticed us, they immediately began stepping over the rocks, and they dropped their kill and began charging us. Because of their large size, their strength was enormous, and they reached us in such little time. Next to us, the pile of small rocks was this tiny drop-off, maybe 20 feet of that. My partner and I both jumped out from it and landed onto heavy brush, breaking our fall. These things continued to charge us so fast that we didn't even think. The fear that came over us drove us to jump off this tiny drop-off. When we landed, yes, it hurt like a mother. We just pulled ourselves up and ran down the way we came. I'd never seen creatures like that before in my life, and it terrified us to our cores. The last few days, I brought this incident back up with my old hiking partner, and Tim remembers it well. We're very careful now about where we hike. Had that drop-off been closer to 50 feet, I think we would have been reptile food by now. This was back in 2008, when I was only 12 years old. I'm 24 now. What happened to me has left me with severe PTSD due to what I saw that day. Even now, it's hard for me to talk about, actually, and to write this out to you is tough. My family has a large creek, which they still own, that runs to the backside of their property, down in this little ravine. It actually feeds from one of the main rivers around here that flows to the area, so you have to be careful of powerful currents pulling you under. Not search the creek, but as you get closer to where the river feeds into the creek, it can actually be more easy to slip and fall. I was sort of back here this day because it was a hot day in August, and the temp outside was probably 102, I'm guessing. I'm at a big creek. I'm probably about 5 deep, and I had just come out of the water from submerging myself as much as I could, trying to cool down my core. The water was cold, since the river was melting off water. I heard a noise, and that's when my heart dropped into my body. Coming down the creek, walking in my direction, looking right at me, was this beast, monster, some sort of creature. It was large, with a slender body, and it was arched over slightly. It looked like a cross between a snake and a seagull from Lord of the Rings, and had huge, over-exaggerated canine fangs, kind of like how a snake does. It was jet black and covered in what appeared to be scales. The fangs were comparable to that of a saber-toothed tiger. They were exaggerated and extremely large and long. I had a very strong feeling of death, and I knew my time was up in that moment. The second I made eye contact with this creature, it reached its hands out to me as it kept walking in my direction. Not like it was reaching out its hand to help, but to try and get me. It had long, sharp black claws at the end of each of its fingers. I screamed so loud I probably blew out a lung, and I ran out of that creek, tripped on a large rock, and fractured part of my leg from the impact. I had so much adrenaline pumping through me though, I didn't notice right away. And this creature continued to pursue me and chased me up the ravine and backwoods. It's weird because I felt like it was strong and fast enough that it could have gotten me if it really wanted to. But it did keep a short distance between us, like it was just there to terrorize me and chase me out. This is still really hard for me to talk about, so I'm sorry if I'm leaving out details or not making sense, but that's what happened to me. I ran back to my house crying. My legs swollen, and I needed medical attention. I told my mom what happened, and she called 911. My leg got treated, and my dad thought it was a bear that was chasing me, and he goes back there with a rifle, but comes back about a half hour later, saying he didn't see anything like what I described. I didn't care if you or my mother believed me or not. It's a trauma that I'll have to live through now, and I still have frequent recurring nightmares.
So they are effectively still living as Jews.
Several years ago, I was on my way home from work, the financial district of Lower Manhattan. I worked in an office building, literally a block away from Wall Street. This was late 2011, around the time of those Occupy Wall Street protests in the park. The streets were packed with people wearing backpacks and headphones, carrying signs and megaphones. It was pretty much impossible not to bump into people as you tried to navigate the narrow sidewalks. The hassle wasn't anything special to me. I had my earbuds in with music playing to drown the noises during my commute, just like any other day. I do consider myself a New Yorker through and through, after all. However, in order to get to the subway and back home to Queens, I had to either go around or right through the park, which did get a bit annoying after a while. Still, crowded streets are a part of our reality. Unfortunately, the same is true for the millions of homeless people taking refuge in the various nooks and crannies of the city. I am not a saint or anything, but I do try to at least drop a spare bit of change in their cups every so often. I wish I could say this every time, but it's not. I want to help out when I can, but I'm embarrassed to say that I'm sometimes in such a rush that I don't even notice them there. I guess that makes me no different than the people who just breeze by the needy without giving the poor souls even a single glance. Sometimes, it's as if the homeless are an invisible element in our cities, subsisting on the scraps behind by those more well-off. I think that may be the reason what happened that afternoon. Right in the midst of crowds of people, was able to go unnoticed. I don't think anyone but me realized or even cared about what was happening. The park was too crowded for me to walk through. Instead of trying to find my way across to the subway, I decided to circle around and try a different To get there, though, I cut inside to a side street with significantly less busy. The moment I set foot there, I was struck with a feeling of heaviness and dread that instantly plunged my previously decent mood into an abyss. I couldn't understand why or where it was coming from, so I pulled out my earbuds and turned my music off. I felt I needed my senses to be as sharp as possible for whatever danger I was sensing. As I tucked the earbuds away in my coat pocket, a pungent odor began to creep into my nose. It was the smell that hits you when you walk into a subway car that a homeless person has made their home. I looked ahead toward the corner of the buildings to see a surprisingly young man torn up jeans and hoodie. He had wild black hair and long, unkempt beard. He rocked back and forth with a look of utter hopelessness etched into his face. He clutched a small cardboard sign covering writing. I picked out a section that read, "Help please, army vet, lost everything. Just need $40 to get back home." There were very few people walking down that particular street, but enough passing through that he would occasionally pop up from his corner with his arms outstretched, holding the sign, begging for some acknowledgement. It was a sad sight to behold. I felt terrible knowing that I had nothing on me to spare, so I would inevitably end up being one of these people myself, walking by him without seeming to care at all. Just as that thought crossed my mind, I saw an odd-looking man further down the road, walking toward the homeless guy. The strange man stopped and crouched down to the homeless man's man. After staring at him a moment, the stranger reached into his pocket and pulled out a large roll of cash, holding it out in front of him as if to offer it, but clearly holding back. It was a bizarre sight, especially in New York City, but at least I no longer felt guilty for being unable to help the poor guy. I wish things were as you would expect from that point on. But unfortunately, that's where things began to get weird. To be honest, I've been building this up a long preamble, because every time I think back to this event, a sharp shot runs down my spine, and I swear, my eyes, they tear up. So, as I continued to walk toward the pair, I realized that everything, like the world around me, began to slow down and smile. The loud noises of the city streets faded into a soup of auditory blur. Every sound muffled, as if I was holding my hands over my ears and head underwater. As this was happening, I realized I was staring at the strange man holding the wad of cash. I noticed how ordinary he was. Everything about him was plain. He dressed like any other white-collar worker. A simple, or even slightly ugly brown suit hung loosely on his slender frame. He wore Italian dress shoes and carried a generic leather briefcase. He also had a matching brown hat on his head, angled to hide the top half of his face. Looking back, I wish that was all I had seen. As I slowly made my way closer to them, the stranger lifted his hat to meet the confused gaze of the homeless man. That's when I stopped dead in my tracks. The formerly bland appearance of the man became clear to me, and I noticed two haunting features. His skin was bizarre, ash white, rather paper white, but not gray either. His eyes, they were a deeper black than I could describe. I tried my best to rationalize what I was seeing. A guy wearing black contacts in a business would be a little weird, but I'm sure it wouldn't be the first time someone made those particular fashion choices out here. I can tell you this though, a regular guy dressed that way would not be enough to stop a New York in the tracks like it did me. It was more than the look of it. It was the feeling I got from it. It was like being punched in the chest. As a child, I dealt with frequent asthma attacks, and as an adult, I've had more than my share of panic attacks. But this was something else entirely. Much worse. A heavy, nauseating feeling that was from the pit of my stomach crawled up to my chest before nesting in my throat. The air had become solid around me as I stood there, frozen. I could see by peripheral vision that other people were still walking through the side street, although they moved in slow motion. After a few moments, the strange man in the homeless man's voice seemed to emerge from the muffled white noise of the rest of the city. Their voices slowly became clearer and more clear. I missed a lot of what was being said, but certain words stood out. I don't want to die. The word shuddered from the homeless man's mouth as he reached for money. His eyes were fixed on the roll of cash, yet steeped in hesitation and fear. The stranger smiled at him, and I swear to you, Mr. X, something about that smile made me want to scream. It was that moment I realized I couldn't scream, even if I had wanted to. I could do nothing but stand there helplessly, my feet nailed to the concrete sidewalk as the scene played out just a few yards in front of me. The stranger's response was chilling. Oh, well, you're gonna die either way, Robbie. Judging by the man's reaction, that must have been his name. At the mention of his name, Robbie sat straight up, with a look of slack-jawed amazement, tinged with horror. Silent. I'll refer to the man in the brown suit as Brown. This will be important in just a few minutes. So, before Robbie could say anything, Brown lifted his hand as if to get an important presentation and spoke again. His voice was just so wrong. I can only describe it as oily, gravelly and wet, like someone trying to talk through a mouthful of phlegm. If you think the description sounds gross, just imagine how foul it made me feel hearing it. This is what he said. The question is, do you want to die happy and comfortable, wanting nothing? Or here in this alley, where no one will ever notice you until you've been rotting away? I still remember that scream and blood in my mouth at what happened next. If I could have moved at all, I might have jumped right out of my skin. A third voice chimed in before a corresponding figure stepped into my view. Another strange man, nearly identical to Brown, except taller and somehow even thinner, wearing a gray suit. I'll call this one Gray for the sake of organization. Gray held a lit cigarette, stared at Robbie with a tired look. Take the money, Robert. We have things to do. Robbie nodded with a resigned expression as he took the cash. He gasped as he clawed the bills, unfurling the surprising amount. This is so much, he exclaimed. I couldn't make out what was said next. I saw Brown stand up next to Gray, followed by Robbie standing and gathering his few possessions from the ground before thanking the two strange men, and briskly walking toward me. He brushed past them in a hurry, thanking God over and over again, crying. I still could not move. I was stuck there as the two strangers gazed onto me when Robbie was out of sight. The two sets of pitch black eyes staring at me gave me the distinct feeling of being watched by something not human. Their mouths had moved as if speaking to each other, but I couldn't make it out. The volume of the white noise around me was going crazy. Up and down. It was disorientating. Eventually, I could hear a few bits of the conversation, but the language wasn't like anything I've ever heard. Now think about this. I speak fluent Spanish and understand bits of many other languages. Italian, French, a little Japanese, Arabic, and even some Yiddish. You tend to pick up on things here and there living in New York City. I can certainly place the language roughly when I hear it. The strangers were speaking. It was just unlike anything I'd ever encountered. The sounds they were making weren't even sounds that people made. It actually caused me physical pain in my ears whenever they began to hear it. Like when your ears pop in an airplane. The feeling, you know there's pressure there, but you can't get it out. So it stings. The pain got so bad that I wanted to vomit. Brown slowly ordered his friend, and the same voice. English. Gray made him a song clicking nerves, smiling the same horrific smile Green did earlier. That far gone, it'll be fine, Brown responded. Yeah, then why'd you lie? What Brown said next still keeps me up some nights. Even all these years later, he rolled his shoulders back and grunted. Does it matter? I'll be wearing that stupid shit by the next month. Followed by a clicking noise. My eyes began to roll with tears as I tried desperately to look away. I was still paralyzed. Slowly, the world began to creak back toward normal speed again. Mr. X, I'm telling you, I'm trying so hard to cry as I sit here typing this. Just like the plight of Robbie or any other homeless man. No one bothered to even look at me as I stood there in terror. People were there, moving slower than normal, at least from my perspective, but nobody stopped or noticed that I was in trouble. Gray looked directly at me. My head started swimming, and I immediately felt dizzy. My vision blurred and I lost focus. I said, Gray's voice. Well now, look what this one could do. Cute. Suddenly, Brown stepped forward from under my eyes. His black face sneered over me, just inches away. Whatever. A chip's a chip. They're all the same. Hey, leave now. He snarled again, and I felt it in my bones. Keep walking. I wish I could tell you what happened next, but the next thing I knew, I was standing on the sidewalk, all the way up a Columbus Circle in Midtown, almost a half hour's walk north of where it was. A man I didn't know was holding my shoulders as random people passed by with concerned looks on their faces. When things came back into focus, I could finally hear the man's voice. You all right, son? He asked with a trembling voice. Damn near walked into traffic, man. You okay? Somebody said I must be on drugs. They yelled out as they scooted by. I told the man I was okay, as tears began to run freely down my face. I apologized and fled the scene, rushing over to the escalator to a train, having no idea how I got so far uptown. By the time I got home, I realized I wouldn't be able to tell anybody, not even my wife. She would definitely think I was losing my mind. I haven't seen those strange men, or whatever they were, since that day. Thank God for that. Over the years, I've done research into the paranormal to try and identify what they may have been, but I haven't gotten anything with their description of actions. I heard of black-eyed kids, and the vibes people seem to get from them that are similar to how I felt with Brown and Gray, but the situation was different. These were grown, at least middle-aged men, I think. I don't know what I saw. Were they aliens? It still messes with me. I've been in therapy about this, and I've tried to rationalize, but no luck. Whatever the case is, I'm not sure. I can hopefully go back to my daily life. Without thinking about the incident, whenever I allow myself to reflect back on it, it just shakes me up. And I'm not immune to late nights of insomnia for fear of nightmares. So, I still question my own sanity every so often. Was this real? Did I really have an encounter with half-human hybrid aliens?
The map is a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and those are, many of them are.
I grew up among many Navajo and Apache natives who shared with me many ancient tales and warnings not to travel into certain blacklisted regions in the deserts for what evil lurks there. People who started villages and sects of life were destroyed by this evil. The same evil that is said to come from deep within the Sonoran Desert has made its way far north to where we thrive and inhabit. I myself am half native and try and embrace my culture and belief system as much as I can. There is truth to the wisdom that is spoken to me, to my people and friends. I have a deep love for this nation and do not wish to see it tarnished by the black magic of those evildoers that wish to wreak havoc upon it. The peace that is currently being upheld today is because of certain protections and wards against those of the darkness, the Great Spirit. I know your channel is all about bringing awareness to these creatures that exist and practice evil on the world, so that they can grow in their power and prey upon the weak. But I can share this information with you in hopes that you can share it on your channel, and then maybe more people will become aware of what truly exists out there and to stay away from it. The more victims these creatures of evil claim, the more power they obtain, the more reign they have. You have spoken much about the shapeshifters of my land that practice magic and wear the skins of coyotes and other killers. But there is a far more powerful and smaller sect of shapeshifters that lie beneath the ground in caverns and underneath the deserts. The more power they obtain, the more their influence reigns in my region, the Navajo Nation, and even further north. These shapeshifters take the form of large desert reptilian serpents, serpent beings that devour dry wanderers and tourists alive, or capture them to be taken back to have the life force sucked out of them. I have heard others call this same life force adrenochrome. I believe that's the scientific name for it. But that's what these shapeshifters feed on. They come out at once the sun is set in the sky, to wander the deserts at night, seeking those that they can prey upon easily. They are said to inhabit the bowels underneath the sands. There are many caverns underneath the deserts that should be closed down, and people should stay far away from. Several have already been turned into tourist attractions for those that enjoy underground caverns. This is very dangerous and potentially invoking the presence of these beings. I'm still not clear whether this sect of shapeshifters is even humans or something far more vile. Unlike the shapeshifters here, these entities possess far greater strength and can hide away much easier, revealing themselves only when they want to be revealed. They will even go as far as camouflaging themselves as a regular native, just to try and lure persons from nearby tribes away. I don't think it to be a coincidence that these shapeshifters are the only things to come out of the area of the desert. My people have talked about flying demons that also live beneath the desert sand. I personally believe these to be in alignment with the shapeshifters, and possibly even under their control to scout the area, looking for the next victim. I'm giving you this information because people who walk through the area or just passing by need to be extremely aware and understand that driving through the area at night is incredibly dangerous. You need to be very careful. And you wouldn't believe me if I told you how many people go missing that are taken captive by these things, but are written off as lost to sex trafficking. It's horrendous. I'm just trying my best to keep my people safe by informing the uneducated. Please, it would mean the world to me if you could share this message. At least many who listen to it will take my warning and understand the true dangers that lie outside beneath the sands. My uncle, who was a Navajo Nation police respondent, came across a group of teenage girls huddled together on the morning hours of September 1st, 2018, startled, crying, and frightened by something. They were found in the desert, miles from the nearest road, and claimed to be driven there by what they described as a man who turned into a demon. The man was not like your typical skinwalker, and did not wear animal skins and religious garments. He dressed with a black clay covering his entire body in a single loincloth. And then he changed into this demon, they said, with eyes so black they were almost white. This man, or demon, was intent on killing them, so it chased these girls far out in the middle of the night in the desert. And grabbed one of the girls, ripped a clip of her hair out, and she had a huge clip of hair missing. Blood had dried and ran down her scalp. One of the girls that was with them was reported missing and was actually never found. Even after a thorough investigation had been in full effect, the 4 girls out of 5 claimed this demon man took this girl and took her away. They have no clue to where he took her. The girls were questioned why they were there and what they were doing. The nearest road being only a few miles away. They were en route to going home after a party in the early morning hours when they got flat. While trying to change the tire, they were approached by a fierce-looking man who came into the desert and threatened them with rape and violence, which led to him physically chasing them into the night, where they ran for a long time, where they were eventually found huddled up together around this large rock. The slowest of the girls was the youngest at 14, and was the one that was grabbed and taken away. Stories like this happen all the time here on the reservation, and it's kept very quiet, so not often will this get out. Encounters with beings like skinwalkers and evil spirits are far more common than just drunks and thieves. It's a dangerous world out here, and it's currently not welcome to visitors, even if they are of Navajo descent. My story takes place in Bryce Canyon National Park in Utah. I encountered a handful of strange creatures, or what I would like to call desert witches that can shapeshift into reptilian beings. I would later find out from an experienced Navajo man that this was indeed true, and of course my friend. At the time, I was with my ex-wife, who during her time was my current wife. For the story, I will call her Jamie. I also feel the need to be known, though, that even the canyon isn't quite a Navajo reservation. It does border, and many of the Navajo have experienced wandering through the same canyon. Their experiences, from what I've learned, are very great, to say the least. They claim this to be the territory of shape-shifting witches. Not the same thing as a skinwalker. On this day, we were the only few people on the trail, and nobody else was really around. The isolation being bittersweet, although I rather enjoy the privacy. It made the situation so much more heightened. On this day, we made our way about a mile and a half down into the canyon before this strange lady was walking in our direction, muttering some strange things under her breath. We got a really weird feeling about her and kept away. She wore a strange veil over her face, and her clothes seemed out of place. I can't quite place the description that would accurately describe to you what she had, but it reminded me of Middle Eastern clothing. We soon forgot about her and continued walking past and continued on. Shortly after, we began to hear strange sounds behind us and around us. My wife Jamie at the time began to express to me that she felt uncomfortable, like she was being watched. I told her to look around and there's nobody out here. I didn't hear the sounds, but she did. She still couldn't budge the feeling though, and we settled found an area to sit down and take a break and have some water and collect ourselves. We were in conversation for only a couple of minutes before we began to hear, both of us, what I would describe as religious chanting. It seemed to be coming from all around us and nowhere at the same time. But at the same time, behind us, around us, above us, and below us. I thought we were hallucinating, but it kept getting louder and louder. Jamie and I could both hear it, as we were both frantically looking around, trying to find the source of this noise. This chanting starts to evolve into something much more disturbing. Growls and roars. The chanting grew and grew, and then began to fade in sound as the growls and roars took over. And then there was more chanting, just roaring and growling. It sounded close by, but also far away. With the canyon structure and walks, I know the sounds can reverberate and play tricks on your ears, making you think there is something much closer than it actually is. Now, there was no more chanting, but it sounded like there were 20 lions trapped behind a rock or something, and it was seriously giving both of us the creeps. I didn't even have to motion to Jamie for us to get out of there before we ditched. Later that day, after we had left, I told a close friend of mine everyone in hell, who happens to be full-blooded Navajo and knows the area around the reservation of the canyon and multiple other areas very well. He seemed scared when I told him what happened and told me that I had apparently witnessed a shape-shifting sound, or at least heard it. This is what he described to me, that they were shape-shifting witches that go down into the canyon, and they usually sacrifice humans or animals and drink the blood and turn into these creatures. He did not exactly specify if there needed to be a sacrifice for them to shapeshift, but he did make it clear that they would get together and have some sort of ritual ceremony and turn into creatures. That would explain a lot more than I heard and growls. It was terrifying. Even if his story that he told me did seem far-fetched, it matched up with everything we heard, which is terrifying. It would also explain the religious chanting that I heard. It very well reminded me of something you would hear out of the occult, or something along those lines, just another language. This can be marked as easily one of the scariest experiences I've ever had in my life, but I just can't explain what it is. This happened when I was 14. For a little bit of background, this takes place in my grandparents' house. They live in Virginia, in a forest by a large river, in a loose community. There are about 3 roads in the community, one of which has about 15 houses. A short road that leads to some wetlands that smell terrible. And then there's a long road that leads down to the river that has 3 large houses. That's the road that my grandmother lives on. Her house is by the water. On the other side of the house, across the gravel road, is her garage. The garage is about 100 to 200 feet back from the road. It looks more like a large house rather than a garage. It is nestled against the tree line of the forest. When this happened, I was with my siblings along with my cousins. So it was dark out, and someone had the amazing idea of playing Manhunt. The boundaries were set to the land which my grandparents owned, which included the garage. One of my cousins and I decided it would be best to stick together so we could split up if somebody found us. We crawled into some bushes by the road and waited. Not long after we settled down, I started to get a feeling. It was very soft at first, just a tugging sensation in the back of my mind. Something was off. I slowly started to pay more attention to the noises around me. Everything sounded normal. By normal, I mean the cicadas were buzzing so loudly I could hear anything else. And still, there was the feeling that I needed to move. At this point, I suggested we were too close to the road, and maybe we should change spots. We crawled out from the bushes and moved across the gravel road, making a wide arc around the garage, just to prevent the bush lights from going off, and showing my sister, who was hunting us where we were. When I stepped out to the field, that the garage is on the other side of, I was aware of something. I couldn't tell what it was, but I had something's attention. It wasn't the feeling of being watched, but I knew that something was out there, and it knew I was here. But it didn't know where I was exactly yet. I downplayed it and thought it might have just been my brother, as he likes to sneak up on people. Besides, he and my cousin often get feelings that things are watching us, and if I brought this up, she would only freak out. So, my cousin and I head for the tree line next to the garage. Now, the ground behind the tree line slopes down suddenly, at what I would say is a steep angle, for about 3 feet before flattening out. Kind of like if you go forest roads and look at how just off the sides of the ground slopes down suddenly. We lay on our stomachs and watch the road for a new hiding spot, just inside the forest. I noticed after a minute that things were quieter. I looked back for a second and just kind of was listening to my gut for a minute. My gut was practically screaming me to get up and run. I knew that something was watching me. I decided to just lay perfectly still and observe my surroundings closely. It was dark, and I could only see the barn in the field. I had no chance of seeing anything in the forest due to the leaves blocking most of the moonlight. It seemed very quiet and very wrong. I noticed the cicadas had stopped buzzing, but I couldn't even hear the crickets. It got so quiet that I heard ringing in my ears, and the only noises I could hear was the light crunching of leaves under my cousin's stomach as she breathed. By this point, she was looking around, clearly frightened. When I slowly looked up at her, I could tell she had the same feeling of dread, the feeling that something was waiting, and it was about to do something.
The origins of the Jews of India go back to the
a sudden crackling noise behind us, and both of us decided we did not want to die.
ancient period. And we basically have four different types of population that inhabit the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews, who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the B'nai Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this green square box here, and they're primarily a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized population centers of the noted. Let's have a look at these four distinct types of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and ancient India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also a possibility that this remarkable mysterious Ophir, that is the source of much of Solomon's wealth, may have been a place called Sippara at the mouth of the Indus River, which also housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, and not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman sources and so on, that there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time we get to the medieval period, the Radhanite traders, who we spoke about in a previous class, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all across the European and the Asian continents, and they're described primarily in our historians. So we know that there are Jews who are visiting India and who are possibly setting up kinds of settlements in India. The first of those settlements is the so-called Cochin Jews. Now, we know of their history from their local legends, but one of the most fascinating early documents that we have that specifically refers to them are the series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. And this kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry. A remarkable level of, coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism. I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seems to be very, very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish impetus. This may be related to the fact that, pagan empires, ironically, tend to be more tolerant of other religions than monotheistic faiths. Perhaps that's because of the approach being, we have lots of gods, what's one more anyway, that kind of thing. But anyway, that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these 3 copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially a promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Rabban, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges, many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves date from probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in Malayalam language in the Telugu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying India is that it is so far from homogeneous. Just like when we talked about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths and so on. So, yeah, although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is, one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many, many different civilizations. Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have, evolved with a local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs. Like, for example, this is a parochus, a curtain that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple where a curtain would separate the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Cochin Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parochet itself. It's a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of me'orasa, as a bride that is to be married. Fascinating kind of thing. But at any rate, they incorporate that right into the parochas. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the Ner Tamid, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogues. In modern synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb that's sometimes made to look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use an actual flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea, I think. The Cochin Jews changed significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx from Western Europeans that occurs in the age of discovery, when people like Vasco da Gama are making their way around India and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Jews of Malabar looked like, and represented that backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by the Portuguese. One of those is none less than Gaspar da Gama, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer, who took the name da Gama after his patron, as it were. And then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements, but we'll talk more about the impact of the Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background, with that distinct clock tower, is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several, actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli until in the 14th century it was wiped out by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And they have this famous synagogue with a clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers in the clock were in Hebrew. Fascinating. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move on to the next most well-known Indian Jewish community, that would be the so-called B'nai Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of B'nai Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed in traditional Indian costume, but preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they primarily settled a little bit further north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It is important to note that it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were better understood. No less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the brother of Maimonides, was killed in a shipwreck on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime, possibly in the ancient period, definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai, and these are the so-called Bnei Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis, as far as we can tell, at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the Bnei Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the Bnei Israel, as it were, said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you could teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these Bnei Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah, Talmud, and so on. And they ended up developing really a quite rich connection with the rest of world Jewry, so much so that, like Cochin Jewry in the 20th century, there's a very heavy movement of Bnei Israel to make Aliyah, to move to Israel. I'm not going to discuss 20th century issues in this particular class. We'll have to get to it in the next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of world Jewry, and especially to the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some of these interesting cultural features that have developed among the Bnei Israel, here you see an interesting custom that right next to the mezuzah, the small device that's attached to Jewish doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it from the Shema prayer. On the right, they also put up some rice stalks as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph, which is from the mid-20th century. I know I said I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and the generational differences in this picture alone. And there are many such examples of these photographs in the early 20th century. Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Haradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as the name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move to the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade, and they began to establish strong footholds there. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis, and in general, they tend to be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sepharad really applies to Spain and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrahi communities, also have tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from Ashkenazim, who also had some migration to India, but not nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Haradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term Haradesi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous populations or from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important builder of the Indian community. You can see him here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very, very important in developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Cochin and the B'nai Israel populations, who are heavily influenced by Varna. That is the caste system in India, but it was accelerated with the arrival of the British in the 19th century that adds to it classism. And you have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India will begin to break down in a caste-like status associated with their occupation, sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some complications that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste. The Kohanim are not allowed to marry, for example, or divorcees, but it's really quite minor by comparison to the very complex caste system that pertains in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as, the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement, and so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British norms, focusing on the English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at the early modern period as a terminus, so we'll have to talk about the other elements maybe a little further in the semester. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and I want to thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in more videos. Thank you.
I could get him to thoroughly calm down and relax. He told me that what had happened was we came upon a Wendigo's territory in the woods. He should have known by the feel of the energy around us, but chose to ignore it because he thought his gut was misleading us. Wendigos are cannibalistic creatures that lure you in and devour you. Many have been lost to these creatures, even more during the night. They can read your thoughts and mimic those who are close to you in order to lure you in, trap you where they can get you. Had we gone just a little further to the woods, we would have gotten us. He had me freaked out by telling me all this stuff. His brothers and family confirmed this to be true with me right there and told us it's very dangerous to be in that area of woods. There's a reason that many of their people won't venture out into these places because, plain and simple, that's Wendigo territory. That is why his people and family will only go out there hunting for food if they absolutely have to, because they know there's such a large risk involved in going to these places. Thinking back on it, the other side of the woods was incredibly disturbing to me. At least in this context, I've been in those situations before where Mother Bear was around with small cubs, but never like that. And I don't recall the woods going exactly what they did there. You could hear pins of drop and it was so quiet. To this day, Wendigo or not, I can't be 100% certain what I encountered. Could it have really been a bear, or maybe something else my friends were overreacting? Possibly. But if that's true, then what was calling out my name in his disturbing voice? And why was it following us so closely the entire way back to the creek, where there is supposed territory markers? It just didn't make any sense. That was one of the last times I was to go forward to the deep woods. There probably won't be going back anytime soon.
Exiles and Portuguese exiles. The Spanish exiles were typically not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they left the region as Jews and had to deal with the disabilities that continued to be placed upon them wherever their destinations were. Portuguese Jews, on the other hand, were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497 unusual space in Jewish and European history, because here were people who considered themselves to be, at heart and in their core identities, clearly Jewish. Obviously, there was a spectrum. There were some who embraced Christianity, but they really dropped out of the story of Jewish history for the most part. They still consider themselves Jewish for generations and often hid their identity from their neighbors and sometimes even from their own children until they reached adulthood. But they had all of the freedoms associated with Christian identity, which meant that they could travel, they could enter universities, they could enter professions, even enter the church. Fascinating and unusual history. So Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite different from Spanish Jews. And they have a marked impact, perhaps even more than the Spanish Jews, for reasons that we will discuss. Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese descent, who nevertheless identify themselves as Spanish. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers of the 20th century is this man, Rabbi Rothschild, who was the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel, and really a brilliant thinker, very prolific. And he was from Baghdad. The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries upon centuries, all the way back to the Talmudic era and possibly beyond, without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, it is their intellectual identification, religious identification with Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who is perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that brings them within the larger campus Sephardi. To be sure, more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity and ethnic identities would require a distinction between Sephardi and Mizrahi Jews, or Mizrahi Eastern communities. But many Jews who kind of attach themselves to that Sephardi intellectual religious tradition call themselves Sephardi, even though ethnically they're really more Middle Eastern than Spanish. Another interesting kind of example where you might see this is, for example, there are significant populations of non-Eastern European Chabad Jews. So they identify as Chabad, which is a very Ashkenazic movement, but they are not Ashkenazic. So it's possible by way of accumulating identities that they can overlap, even though they don't necessarily make sense in a basic nomenclature. But anyway, the Sephardim that we're talking about today are primarily those who were sent into a diaspora, but they would have a much larger impact on their indigenous populations that they encountered, as for example in Baghdad. Here's one of my favorite maps of the Sephardic diaspora that gives you a sense of the scope of it. It's hard to get a really good sense of how many Jews actually fled Spain, first with the expulsion in 1492, and then with the more gradual process that took place over a century, from Portugal in particular. But it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it's about 250,000 Jews. And as you can see, significant numbers of them went to the most proximate locations in North Africa, in Portugal itself, or across
Because I'm going to give you the story in
southern
full.
France.
Every detail I can remember.
Wide
The
diaspora
entire story.
several areas that we're going to look at in this
So,
video.
without further ado,
In particular,
here
and
is
very
my
briefly,
encounter.
but just to get a sense of how diverse the
My dad retired from his job recently, but his career used to take him to all sorts of places around the globe. When I was young, I can't imagine that I was any older than 10 years old at the time. He had taken up a project which was located in Rio de Janeiro. I figured if my dad was going to be in Brazil for a couple of months, our family might as well remain with him during a nice vacation there. They ultimately planned to stay at a resort in the Amazon rainforest. While we're not exceedingly rich, I'm from pretty well off background, so such trips are reliable for my family to make. Typically, time was more an issue than money when it came to things like that. It came time for vacation, and we reunited with my father on a resort's lobby. Since he had traveled away from Rio, the rest of us from Williston, our entire family was exhausted, so we didn't expect much that first night, except to get dinner. The place was really nice. It was widespread and airy, and had a warm breeze to it.
Despite its openness, the resort was secluded by a dense array of trees, giving it a sense of privacy. After dinner, we walked back to our hut. It was pretty dark by now, but the soft lights which illuminated both the buildings nearby and the path we were traveling down made the area feel safe and cozy. We arrived at our place and winded down by watching a movie before heading up to bed. Actual activities would start the following morning. When we woke up, we got dressed and went back into the lobby, which had a large open dining room off to its side. We ordered our breakfast, and when my mom went to use the restroom, my dad sat me and my little brother a few sips of his coffee. I think it was the first time I'd ever tried coffee before. It made my heart race beyond what felt comfortable. Our mother returned, and we had our meal, and then headed out for the day. I remember my brother and I were a bit hyper at this point, but I'm sure mother just wrote it off as being excited. We were slathered head to toe in sunscreen and began to head off the hiking trail. We got about 15 minutes into it, and my parents managed to come across a couple of other adults. Except they didn't have any children. They conversed together, leaving me and my brother to talk amongst ourselves. We passed a waterfall, which I'd say was about 20 feet tall, and had a cool, crystal blue color. Surrounding its pool, at the bottom, was a wooden fence, about 3 feet tall, with signs all over it, warning not to swim. I pointed it out to my brother, and he asked why we couldn't swim in it. And I said I didn't know, that I wanted to. He said he wanted to as well. We were so caught up looking at the waterfall that we hadn't realized our parents and the other couple had trailed off so far ahead of us, they were calling out for us. We caught up to them, and once we finished our hike, we parted ways with the other people. We then had lunch, did a few more activities such as kayaking and exploring what else the resort had to offer. Before we knew it, dinner had approached us. During our meal, our parents let us know that the couple they met invited them to hang out at the bar later in the night, which would leave us by ourselves. After dinner, we returned to our hut. Our parents took a little rest before leaving us with the key cards and the lay where the bar was located, in case we needed them, telling us to not let in any strangers, don't go wandering off, and so forth. Looking back, I think my brother and I were a bit young to be left alone by ourselves, but perhaps my parents had become accustomed to the resort at that point, and figured it was pretty safe. A few minutes after our parents left, my brother and I were bored and trying to figure out what to do. We put in a movie, but it was one we had watched a million times before. So, we were quickly bored. My brother brought up the waterfall that we had seen earlier in the day, but I wish we could go swimming. I mentioned that my mom and dad didn't want us to leave. He argued that they would never find out. Within an hour or so, they'd be back anyway, because they'd still be gone at the bar. I asked him what he thought about the signs on the fence that surrounded the pool. I remember him shrugging that he didn't know. I was tempted, I'm not gonna lie. We didn't have the chance to go swimming that day anyway, and I'd really wanted to. I wasn't sure if the pools were still open, but even then, just like I would seen in the movies, we brought along with us dozens of times. I'd also gone swimming regular pools many times as well. I was craving something new and adventurous, and the resort offered the perfect opportunity. I figured it'd be really cool to tell my friends that I went swimming in the waterfall when I got back home. We finally agreed to go and changed into our swimming attire, bringing everything we needed with us, including the key card. We made our way to the area where we entered the hiking path and noticed the gate had been shut in front of it. Although it was left open, allowing us to easily push through. We made our way down the path, and what I remember most about it was it being loud as hell due to all the animals and bugs that were sighted within its vegetation. My brother and I argued a bit on where exactly the waterfall was, and whether we were going in the right direction at all. But eventually, we heard the sound of it in the distance and picked up our pace.
earlier
We
diaspora,
arrived at the site, and it's surprisingly somewhat easy to see as the moonlight had reflected itself over the water. We made our way over to the windmills, not even bothering to give a second glance at the warning signs and postered. We got over. I put the car on top of one of the fence's poles because I wasn't sure if it would get damaged.
such as, for example,
In fear of losing it in the water,
there's
my
a
brother put his finger to the pool
1846
and asked him
very early
whether the water was cold.
Thessaloniki, Salonika,
He said
one
a
of the
little
most
bit,
important Jewish
but still
centers of Greece,
made his way
and
in.
it represents
I followed.
women in
It
traditional
took a bit to get
costume.
adjusted to the
Muslim
temperature,
woman in the
but before we
century,
knew
Jewish
it,
woman,
we were swimming
who was
around and
wearing
splashing.
absolutely amazing
The
shape.
waterfall had created a
And
current,
a
which
Bulgarian
pushed
woman
us
who I
further
imagine
down.
is Christian, although
So we had to make sure to not get too far away. But even then, it wasn't terribly strong.
But it's really fascinating.
We played at the waterfall, pretended to shower ourselves with it, along with swimming behind it. I heard some odd noises in the
So that's
distance,
kind of like
and
looking
I
at some of
paused
the
and shushed my brother. I told him to listen in.
modernizing,
They happened
westernizing,
again.
but at the same time,
This time,
mystical.
I could make out the sounds more clearly. It sounded like heavy footsteps,
Looking at
and the
Europe,
squawking of a bird.
Italy was
And it
one of the
lightly
most
echoed
important
across the sky.
destinations of
As
Jews
time went on,
and
noticing
they
me get
were
closer.
extremely creative there with
At first,
something backwards.
I was paranoid that our
And
parents
likely
were looking for us,
the
but I soon realized there was nobody
translation
that
of
was
the
a
Bible
human being.
into Spanish.
My brother and I anxiously whispered to each other,
By these
trying to figure out what it was,
called the
but to no
Ferrara
avail.
Bible, named after
Soon,
Ferrara city.
a creature revealed itself in the distance.
Significant
In the dim
settlements
light,
of
I could make out a
exiles,
big human
many
shape.
of them brought significant
My brother asked if it
wealth
was some sort of
with them.
ape-like game,
Scholarship, in particular,
and I told
two
him I didn't
women who
know.
we'll discuss in just a second.
As I
On
moved
the
around,
left, you see a
it only looked
Portuguese
more
document
bizarre.
with constellations
I remember odd spiked shapes moving out of its body,
fascinating work by
and it had a long tail, which
a
seemed to look around
refugee from
behind it.
Portugal, who wrote
It got even closer. It was easier to make out by now.
sort of a play.
The first thing I noticed was that its eyes reflected a yellowish-greenish tint in the light,
History
and then I could make out that its body was covered in a brown-green
and
scales,
all
with
the way up
talons
to
at
the
the end of each leg.
16th century.
It lived across the surrounding area
Of
of the pool,
the Inquisition
and when
and
it
the
rested,
exile
it
within the
crouched
larger
much like a
house.
human would.
The
I
fascinating
couldn't seem to decide whether it wanted to move on two legs or four. My eyes met its own.
Perhaps the most
It let out the
dramatic
familiar
moment
bird
that
squawking
illustrates
and
what
dove into the water,
of the
swimming in a doggy paddle fashion towards me and my brother. We screamed, moving as fast as we could, and I didn't dare look back as we heard this thing splashing behind us. We finally got to the edge of the pool, and as I went to pull my body up, I felt one of its talons slice my ankle in an attempt to grab it.
Back of the
I screamed
calf,
once
see
more,
there's the
and not knowing
port
what
of
else to do,
Ancona, and
took a
just
shot in the
another
dark
port
by taking
of
it by the foot
Ancona
and kicking
was
this thing in the
a
face.
deeper water port
It let
and
out
a
a
little
hissing
bit more
noise,
attractive
and my brother and I clambered over the
Portuguese
fence and
Jews
ran into
made
the forest.
settlement there.
Our
And
arms
they
were getting
were
stuffed with
free
all kinds of
in
plants.
Ancona, even though it was a
We
Catholic country.
eventually
They
got our
basically,
way back onto the path,
they had a
but we
fairly
weren't entirely sure which
light
direction ahead.
supervision from
Ultimately,
all the
we just took
first,
a guess.
and these Portuguese
I wasn't even
Jews
sure if that
essentially
thing
went
or
back
monster
to
was
their
still
Jewish
following
identity,
us.
even though they
We
were
could still hear
technically
the noises
Christians
it was
because
making
they
in
had
the
been
distance,
forcibly baptized.
which was enough to keep us
Things
from running
changed
for our
dramatically
lives.
under his successor,
We
Paul
ended up
IV,
back at the gate
who
from which we
was
entered
quite
and ran out
upset that
screaming,
even
crying.
in the Italian peninsula
A
itself,
couple of
so
women
close
passing
to
nearby
Rome,
stopped us
there
to
would
ask us
be
what was wrong.
Jews who would
We
return
told
to
them
their Jewish
something
identity,
tried to
or
kill
rather,
us.
I should say,
They asked where our parents were.
forcibly
It
converted
took me a
to
moment to
Christianity,
recollect,
their Jewish identity,
but I
that
told them they
was
said
then
they were at the bar.
arrested by the
They
Inquisition
took us back to the
and
bar,
tried for
asking for our parents'
Judaism,
names
and
so they could call them
ultimately
out.
burned
After a few
25
minutes,
Jews
they
at
came
the
to
stake.
us. We told them what we had told the
Now,
women.
this was
Our
such
parents
a
were a bit upset and
reactionary,
pretty irritated that we left when we were told not to. Long story short, we finally got to some dry clothes and into bed.
Not so
I
surprising.
managed to get my
He
wool
also
cleaned
wrote
out.
very early on
Luckily, it wasn't too
his
severe.
career something called
As the women reported the incident to the
the
resort,
papal bull
the next
that
morning,
essentially said
the path
it
was
is
closed
so
off for the day,
absurd that
so the staff could try to find out what we were talking about. But they told my parents they had to come across anything.
It is
The rest
so
of our
ridiculous
vacation
that
was
the Jews be
But
allowed to
regardless,
essentially
it was most
buy
certainly
their
terrible to
religion
enjoy myself
within
after that
Christian
experience.
territories, especially
this day,
those Jews
I'm
who
still
have
very
already
hesitant to
become
go back.
baptized,
So,
forcibly
there's
or
my
otherwise.
story.
And so he had
Take
a
it for
very
what you
negative
will.
approach to
Believe believe it if you want, but I still think about this encounter from day to day. It still bothers me. I don't know what kind of creatures live in the Amazon forest, but I have never heard of a creature like that. And I certainly hope we don't have creatures like that living out here in the States.
Dramatic reaction from two very powerful women. And I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential that we're speaking
This happened to be back in winter of 2012. At the time, I lived in Florida, right outside of Live Oak, right around Highway 90. In fact, I was out behind my house, hanging out with my dogs. It was the evening time, just as it was starting to get dark. For the record, my backyard has tons and tons of grass in it, and a little bit of woods all throughout. I have about 10 to 12 acres, so there is a decent amount of woods that goes on. My dogs were walking around and started acting weird. I was asking them, what's wrong? Seeing if they smelled something or acted different. They kept looking into the woods. Also, I thought I heard what I could only describe as movement, so I thought maybe it was a deer, since, well, there are plenty of deer up here. But they started acting dodgy, which kind of put me off. Right at that very moment, my face, my nose, my entire being began to be slapped with this awful odor. It was like a mix of skunk, wet dog, blood, death, dumpster. I can't begin to describe it accurately. It was terrible. And just as I smelled that horrible odor, more movement began to occur in the woods around me. Both my dogs began to act really weird at this point, starting to low growl and watch closely as some animal moving in the woods started to make its way towards the opening right where we were. Then, before I know it, even in the dusk, out stepped this shaggy animal that stood on two legs before us. It wasn't much taller than me. In fact, if I had to guess height, I would probably say somewhere between 5 and 6 feet, since I stand about 6'2". I'm not a huge dude by any means, but I'm definitely taller than most men. I was pretty utterly shocked by what I was looking at. I just sat there and stared at me and my dogs for a second, before turning right around and walking back the way I came. This thing looked like a dog, that stood on two legs, covered in long, shaggy black hair. I couldn't really see the face very well, but it looked just like that of a dog, like a Sanjarin shepherd, but it looked different. Like the face didn't have much hair on it, if that makes sense. This animal was a little more slender, and there was hair all around its face. It's really hard to describe. I guess the best way would be to possibly describe it like a monkey, in the same way that their faces have virtually no hair, but they have hair all over their faces. That's kind of what this thing looked like. It didn't act aggressive, growl, or make any hostile movements. It kind of came out of the woods, glared at my dogs and I, and kind of seemed stunned that we were there, as if it wasn't expecting us. It looked like a kind of added deer in the headlights look, where it wasn't really sure what to do next, before just turning around and retreating back in the woods the way it came. I was shocked more than anything. I have never seen or heard of any animals like this before. So me and my dogs were back in the house. My dogs the entire time, however, were on edge. When this thing stepped out of the woods, my dogs still acted pretty hostile. They had their backs rising up, refusing to come with me. I know dogs generally chase animals and growl at animals, but this was different. Whatever this animal was, and again, I don't know what it was, my dogs definitely did not like it. So after we went back inside, nothing really happened the rest of the day or night. And there was no sounds, noises, nothing out of the normal. It's pretty common for my dogs to have our little evening time, walking around, checking out the sunset, and just enjoying nature. I mean, I love it, but I mainly do it for my dogs. And out of all the time that I've been out here, I've never had anything weird like that happen before. Nor have I ever seen anything out of the ordinary in my entire life, and I'm 36 years old. I've been around quite a bit, out in the woods, out in the mountains. The only thing I can really think of is that people here in Florida talk about seeing the skunk ape, which this
Again,
thing
there's a lot
didn't
more
look
to say
anything
about
like an
Europe.
ape
I'd
at
love
all.
to talk more about
It
how
looked
that
more like a dog that stood on two legs, which I already told you about. So unless you can tell me what it is I saw, I'm not too sure. I know there are some animals that live in the swamps, like cougars and bears, but this thing resembled any of them. Its frame and stature and build was completely different than any of those animals.
And although ultimately many of the Jews
One of the most terrifying things I've ever seen in my life happened just last spring. It was April 16th, and I was on my way to go see my brother for his birthday, who happens to live north of Lexington. I was right around Port Sanilac in Michigan, probably about a couple miles south of the time, and driving northbound on M25. At the time, I believe I was the only witness because there are no other cars on the road. But this road is not a dead back road by any means. It is a pretty frequently driven road in this area. For those that don't know anything about the geography of Michigan or the M25 road, it's littered and sprinkled with houses and neighborhoods all throughout. But mainly, lots of heavy forest all throughout, with large pastures in between here and there. You would just have to see it for yourself. I mean, you could always drop on in on Google Maps and check it out on Street View if you're really that curious. In fact, I'll go ahead and recommend you do that, since it'll give you a better idea of what to look for. All of a sudden, I'm driving and running out of the woods from my right, crossing the road and going into the woods to my left, was what I can only describe to you as a werewolf. Now, because I've seen my fair share of horror movies in my day, I feel pretty adamant that I can give you a decent description. The thing that comes to mind the most, have you ever seen the movie Dog Soldiers? If you've never heard of it before, it's a werewolf movie that came out in 2002, and it deals with werewolves in Europe. I can't exactly remember the plot, but whatever this thing that jumped across the road looked very, very identical to the creatures in that movie. Very hairless, almost a human-like body. No hocks in the back legs. Not super ripped like a bodybuilder. Lean, but not overly ripped. The entire neck and head, however, covered in a thick mane like a lion, with the face of a very large wolf. No real humanoid features at all. I mean, maybe the body, but the face is very wolf. Very fierce and demonic looking, with large hands, just like a person's, with large claws. No tail, and again, most people describe dogmen around here, or so I've heard, that they look just like an upright dog. Hocks, tail, and all. But again, this had really no fur on its lower body, and if it did, it was very minimal. The legs, again, were just like a man. I couldn't really see the feet, which is why I thought at first it was a man running in a werewolf costume, because it looked so natural in the way it ran. Like it didn't have to force itself to try and run unnaturally. I hope I'm making sense to you. Then again, seeing what I saw really doesn't make sense. But then again, this is 2020, where stuff is out of control. So I guess we have to expect the unexpected. It ran at such incredible speeds that it freaked me out. I slammed on my brakes, and it's a good thing that nobody was behind me. As in just 2 or 3 strides, this thing had not only jumped out of the woods out onto the road, but had cleared the entire highway and off into the other portion of the woods, all in just a matter of seconds. What if this was incredibly powerful and fast?
Let me remind you of
Like I said, it scared me, especially after seeing it. And I got a pretty good look at it, even though it only peered out in the open for a few seconds. It wasn't enough to see almost every detail that I needed to. To clarify, this happened right around 2:30 in the afternoon. It was sunny, no red clouds in the sky at all, so I had a perfect view of the ring in front of me. To give some estimate to you about how far it was in front of my car, I would say no more than 50 feet at the very most, but no closer than 20 or 30 feet. Again, I'm just using rough estimates. Had I been going probably 10 miles an hour faster, I might have collided with it. But then again, who really knows? After the sighting, I called up my brother, freaked out on him, and told him, "Dude, you have werewolves around here." To which he just laughed at me. Once I got to his house, and after a while, explained to him
from
is that I
that
exactly
revelation
saw?
at Sinai, according
He
to Jewish
started to tell me
theology,
of some other stories that he
people get
had,
less and
as
less
well as his
spiritually
friends.
sensitive. Now, this does
Now,
not
it wasn't
mean
until a
that they
little
become
later
less
that I learned that
intelligent.
these things were
In
called
fact,
dogmen, and that I guess they're pretty
there's
well
a
known
very
up in this
basic
Michigan,
principle that goes
Wisconsin
along with
area.
the decline of
At
the
the time,
generations, that
I
later
didn't really know
generations
that.
are considered more
Even though he didn't
authoritative
have any
for
personal
a host
sightings
of
of his own,
reasons that will
he's had
not
many
concern us
friends
here,
and
but
coworkers
you know,
who've seen the
basically
same description
much
of the creature
more
I have,
familiarity
driving to
with
work, or just
social
being out in the
innovations,
area,
technological innovations that are
especially here
big,
in northern Michigan.
more of a
I guess up
black
here, north of
export
Lexington,
material that might
there's a
not have been
hotbed of them,
available
and
to
they're
earlier
supposedly
generations.
all
Just
over
on
the
a
area.
simple technical level,
I guess
like
in
my
hindsight,
phone
none
has
of this should really
the
surprise
entire
me,
Talmud and
as
all
there
of
are
its
stretches of woodland
commentaries that
all over
have ever been
the lake,
digitized on it right
and
here in the palm of my hand.
tons
So
of
in many ways,
all
on
along the
my
west side
here
of this
living
road.
in the 21st century,
Who knows what could
have
really be living
at
out
my
there?
moment's
I mean,
reach,
after all,
books
a
that
forest in the
500
area
years ago
give
most
plenty of
scholars would
space
never
for
have
something to
been
stay
able
in
to see
if
because
it
they were
really
just
wants to.
in manuscript and so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that
I
in
grew up in a
Jewish
very
history,
religious, conservative, and
many of
traditional
the
household
more
in
traditional
northern Georgia.
historiographies really count
I practically lived and
populations
breathed
in
my church
terms of how
until
far
we
away they
attended
are from
private
Sinai.
schools.
So we
All
have,
the way
for
up until I
example,
graduated.
the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor
In order to
Dea, the
graduate from high
generation
school,
of knowledge,
was going
because
on a
they
missionary
were
trip.
filled, to quote Isaiah,
After
with the
Hurricane
knowledge
Evan
of
Florida,
God,
my school
despite
gave
the
us the
behavior that's
opportunity to
described in
volunteer
the Bible.
to help
Then you
families
have,
who were
like,
homeless
I'm just
or
going to
houses
summarize some
being
of the
destroyed.
major
Most of my
levels.
class,
The
myself
post-Babylonian
included,
exile, which
decided to go
represents a big
and
step
help
down,
out.
but nevertheless
We took a
still
bus
living
down to
in
an
the
old mansion
Temple era,
that my school had rented
Second
out.
Temple era, of course.
It was
Then
just
you
far
have
enough
the
away from the store
Tanaim,
to be able to
or
not have to be
the
touched by it.
scholars associated
So
with the
despite its
Mishnah. This
age,
goes right
it
up
was in pretty
into
solid condition.
the
Working
3rd century,
electricity,
early 3rd
plumbing,
century, and then they're
and even
followed
had
by
air
the
conditioning, and
Amoraim,
so forth.
who are the main scholars
I was told that
associated
it was
with
usually
the
rented out as a
Talmud.
venue
And as I
for
mentioned,
things
I'm
like weddings.
skipping over kind of
But
like
the landowner had
subdivisions
appreciated the
within these
school's
generations.
thoughtfulness so much
Sometime
that he gave
after
me
the
a discount.
Amoraim, then you have the
The
so-called
staff also
Rishon,
figured
the
keeping
first
every
one.
kid in one area
And they
would
represent
ultimately be
such a
cheaper and
significant
easier to
shift in
pull
the
off
type of
instead
thinking and
of
the
stuffing
types
us
of
in
things
multiple
they
rooms
did
across
for
a
research
hotel.
that we have a whole
All in
lecture
all,
alone
I was
on
pretty
the
excited
Rishonim.
when
I
we checked the
encourage you to
place
go
out.
back in the series and
When we
listen to
arrived,
that if you want to know
we
more
were
about the
greeted
Acharonim.
by a
But
huge
that's where
room
we are right
in
now.
which a
The
backyard with a
Acharonim
swamp.
are the
The yard
scholars
had a
who
shed
lived after the
with a sofa
16th
set and a
century,
garden,
and
which
they
included
are in
benches to
many
sit
ways
under the
quite
trees that were
distinct
there within
from
it.
the Rishonim.
The inside of
We
the
haven't
mansion was
had
very open and
anyone
bright
really innovate
and
a
reminiscent of
new
Greek
term
architecture.
for late
It had
20th,
lots of
early
fireplaces
21st
and
century
silver and marble
thinkers, but
statues.
we might be getting
The
close to
bedrooms
that
had
as I
up to
hope
6
to
people
discuss
each
that
and had strange paintings on the walls.
Let's
The
think
place
about, well,
even
what
had an
exactly are
indoor
the
pool,
Acharonim? What
although we
exactly
weren't
do they
allowed to
do
swim
that's
in it,
different from the Rishonim?
mostly
So
because the adults didn't want to deal with
the
boys and girls being
characteristics
scantily
of the
clad
Acharonim,
within close
this
quarters
is
at a time.
something that,
That would make
I
sure
haven't read
nobody
a lot
drowned.
about it. I just have to sort of think to myself about what
We
it's
had pretty
like
basic
studying
rules,
the writings of
and a
Acharonim
schedule
as
relayed
opposed
to
to the
us.
study of writings of
No sneaking
Rishonim.
off,
And I
no
can say three
swimming in the
things.
swamp
First of
pool,
all, they
no boys and
tend to
girls'
write
bedrooms,
super
and vice versa.
commentaries
No
rather
stealing
than
food from the kitchen,
commentaries.
no sleeping in,
Rather
and
than
so
write a
forth.
commentary on
Our
the
schedule
Talmud itself,
consisted of
on
waking
the
up at
Bible
7:30,
itself, on
breakfast
the
at 8,
Mishnah itself, they
volunteering
tend
from
to
9 to
write
3 with a 30-minute
commentaries
break in
that,
between.
even when they
Dinner
are
at 4,
based on
lessons
that
from 5
core
to 7,
text, they're
being allowed
widely
or so forth
cognizant
from 7
of
to
a much
8:30,
broader
and lights
literature.
out by 9. We'd
By
start
way of
volunteering
contrast,
before
for example,
and dinner was being prepared for us
Maimonides
kids.
will quote directly from
We
the
attend the
Talmud.
kill.
He's a
We
Rishon,
weren't allowed to
but
swim in the
he
swamp.
will not spend
The
a lot of
adults
time
didn't have a
talking
problem with us
about
fishing in it.
other
So,
commentators
My friend
on
and
the
I,
topic. He will
let's call him Sam,
really base
and brought
his
some Carol with
halakhic
us to see what
discussions
we
based on
catch.
his own assessment of how to understand the
We'll
Talmud
call her
section.
Jasmine.
Whereas
Decided
super
to join us and
commentaries
talk to us
will
when
become
we did our
based
thing.
on Maimonides
She
on the
mostly
topic.
talked to Sam,
So it tends to be
as I have a
sort of a
tendency to zone out when I'm
meta-analysis
doing
rather than a
tasks.
first order
We
analysis.
ended up catching a
That's
couple
also, I think,
things.
very much characteristic of modern research in general,
Just as we
that
were
you
about
have
to
to do
finish
like
our
kind of a
Jasmine
literary survey. Who
had a
else is
strange
written on this
shape
topic?
that
What
just
do
moved
they
her.
say? That's the kind of thing that
My vision
academics
has always
tend to
been
do,
kind of
much
bad.
more so
I forgot to bring my glasses on the trip.
Secondly,
So
in
at first
terms
I
of
thought it was a
their
rock,
expression,
but then I
they
realized it was a
are
crocodile.
almost always written in
I
rabbinic
watched it
Hebrew,
for a minute or so.
non-rabbinic
Collectively
Hebrew,
agreed to not
but
tell
the
any of
vast
us
majority are writing in rabbinic
as to not risk
and
any
their
more
language is
sessions.
still coded,
We soon had
but
dinner.
not nearly as
Afterwards,
cryptic as
Saved
Rishon.
me aside
Like
and said he wanted to
when I went to
resolve
yeshiva,
Hanukkah
which
in
is
submission.
I went to Or Sameach, a
to
traditional
impress Jasmine.
Lithuanian style yeshiva.
We
We
were still
spent
very
almost
early in
all
high
our
school
time
and only
learning
14.
how to decode
So for a boy his age to have such ideas
the
was
Ritva,
stupid.
the
Was
Rashba, and so on. And then
Even though
when
I
we
was
got
the
to
same
Achrone,
age,
it was like all of a sudden
but
we went so
afterwards,
fast.
I knew
You
better.
know, we were
I
doing
called him
so
an
much
idiot.
more
He
text,
called me a
covering
wimp.
so much more mileage.
I
The
told him
language
Jasmine
just
think
has
he was
like a
stupid,
breath of fresh air.
but he insisted
And
that
we've
she
shown
wanted
it
to be
every
so.
single
We
syllable,
went back and
every
forth for a
single
bit,
little
but
jot
neither
and
of us
tittle
budged
in
from our
the text.
positions.
So
Our
much.
conversation
And
died
you
by
have
the
to
time it
pause,
was
you
time
have
for
to
lessons.
contemplate what it
He
means
didn't
and
bring
what are
up
the
the
possible
following day
ambiguities.
on
Whereas
breakfast
in
or
the
for
writings of
dinner.
the Acharonim
So
tend
I
to be
figured he
far
must have
more
either changed his
straightforward,
mind
less
or simply
cryptic,
forgot.
more prolix. They tend to be much
It
more
wasn't until the bus
longer,
brought us back to the
using a
beach
lot more
that I
words
was
to
trying
say
to say
something,
it.
but more words
I found
helps
him on the
with the
swamp of
precision
Jasmine.
and rapid
He was
understanding.
letting her fish with his
And then
gear.
third, in
I
general,
enjoyed that.
they tend to
For a few
lean
minutes,
towards the
nothing
pragmatic.
until
They
Jasmine
Acharonim
mentioned
still
spotting the
deal with
crocodile again.
theoretical
He was
questions,
swimming to the left of
but
us.
those theoretical
That is
questions
when
are not
Sam
pure
brought up
theory.
his cool
They tend to
idea
be linked
of
to
wrestling
an
the
actual
crocodile once more.
situation. They tend to be linked
Jasmine
to a
just
specific
laughed,
question that
not
was
taking it
raised
very
about
seriously at first.
a real life
But then he
case,
began to follow the
and
crocodile down its
they would
path.
use all of this other
I once
body
again tried to
information that
convince
they've
Sam that he
accumulated
was an
in
idiot,
order to bring it
and
to
both
bear on
Jasmine
that
and I
particular.
chased after him.
Those are three
We were
characteristics
beginning to stray pretty
that,
far from the
in my
property,
humble opinion,
to the
are
point
associated with the
where we had to
Acharonim.
make our way
It
through
may be
some
helpful
wild,
in this
unkept
context to
forest
sort of
street.
look at the
I knew that
first
if we were going to
author
avoid,
who is
we
widely
could get into
considered
serious trouble.
as the
Sam
the
stopped to pick
initiator
something
of
off the
this
ground.
era, a
By
liminal
the time we caught
character
up to him,
who
he'd
his
thrown it into the
writings
water
really straddle
and
the
missed the
period of
crocodile,
Rishonim and the
but seemed
period
to get its
of
attention.
This is, of course, none other
Both
than
Jasmine
Maran
and I
Ben
were
Yosef,
begging him
Rabbi
to back
Yosef
off.
Karo, the author
He
of the
picked up his
Shulchan
stick
Aruch,
and
as
told us to take it
this
easy
book and
and throw it.
subtitle explains.
I
Now,
tried to stop him,
who
but couldn't
was this
block it in
individual?
time.
He was a fantastic
This time,
scholar,
it did hit the
remarkable
crocodile.
legal scholar,
Its head
also a
poked through the
Kabbalist,
water
as we shall see in
and
the
hissed
next
at
lecture,
us.
God willing.
I
And
swear to
he
Sam
is
he
the
pissed it
author
off
of
when he
the
didn't leave.
most widely
Before any of
used
us knew
code
it,
of Jewish law,
it
the
descended
Shulchan
from the water
Aruch,
in
or
a
the
completely
set
upright
table.
manner.
However,
The
why don't we
swamp
call
couldn't have
him
been more than a few
Maran,
feet deep,
which is the title of
and we could
respect,
see the upper half of
like
this thing's
our
body.
rabbi? Why don't we call him
It had a
Maran
tall and humanoid
Shulchan
shape,
Aruch? Why do we call
despite
him
being covered in
Maran
dark green
Ben
scales.
Yosef? Also, by the way,
It began to trudge through the marsh,
Hamechaber,
hissing
the
for a while.
author. As
I
I
caught
to say,
glimpses of its lower
this is
arms,
really the
which seemed
model
nearly
of all
tall enough to go
authors.
down to its
So the
knees,
reason is
as
because
if
it
with a
is
person.
a magnum opus.
Like I
It is
said,
not the Shulchan
I don't
Aruch.
have great
In
vision,
fact, he
but its hands looked to be very
placed
similar
much
to the
less
shape of
emphasis on the
persons,
importance of the
except
Shulchan
they had
Aruch.
long,
His
black nails on
greatest
the ends
work
of
of
them.
scholarship is
And you could
undoubtedly
call for
his
his
incredible
claws.
work called the Beit Yosef, which
We
is
strained
a
our love, trying to
Rishon
make our way through the
style
shrubbery
commentary
in order to
on
get
an
back onto the
earlier
property.
code called the Torah.
We yelled,
And
but
what he
everybody
does with the
inside from the
Torah
nearby monster.
is
And most people
begins
just looked at
this
us in
kind of
confusion.
meta-analysis,
Past
but
the
it really
first
goes
one,
deeply into
it
the
let out
sources.
another hiss.
Once again,
Some
using
heard it,
the
and others did
kind
not, causing
of
more confusion.
pragmatic tools
One of the
to
adults
draw
nearby
out
ushered
the
us inside,
theoretical
and
foundations
after a couple
of
of
the
minutes of
decisions
gathering
as
everybody,
laid down
they
in
began counting
the
heads.
Torah. Now,
Once it was
amazingly, he
confirmed
went and he
we were
wrote
inside,
commentaries on other great codes such as
Jasmine and I
Maimonides
began to
and
get
the Torah.
questioned about
And
some.
when he had finished all of
We
these,
repeated what we had
only
already
then
said.
did he go on to write the
Most
Shulchan
people had their
Aruch,
own
which he
opinions and
clearly
notes.
intended, actually,
They were
not
shocked.
as the
The
primary
adults didn't know what to
text to be
think.
studied. He hoped
They
that
weren't
people
sure
would
if we were
study
just pulling
his
the
Beit
prank.
Yosef and his
We
Kesef
stressed
Mishnah,
how
other
it
works
worked.
like that on other
One of them
great
pointed out that
commentaries.
the girl was in our
the Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Study the entire Shulchan Aruch every month. But that's really what it was kind of like a short form. It was a concise version of the much longer Rishon style in terms of thinking that he put into his earlier commentaries. So the Beis Yosef is considered widely the last work of the Rishon era, and the Shulchan Aruch by the same author. This is the initial book of the period of the Apollonists. He also had a fantastic, amazing life, which also straddled the great Iberian Jewish population. He was among the exiles from
I woke up to
Spanish
some ruckus
expulsion
going
as a
on
child.
downstairs.
He wandered throughout Europe
Apparently,
and
while checking out the area at dawn to make sure it
Constantinople
was
and ended
safe,
up in Spa.
one of the staff members saw a crocodile in the distance. She said it stood at about
So that's
17
sort of like
feet tall.
what the Acharonim
Its
are all
body
about. Let
looked
me
like
just
a
ask
mouthful
one
of
last
persons,
question.
with its
What
bones
about
jutting out at strange
the
angles.
period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries that we have been
As the adults
thinking
figured out
about
what to do,
Acharonim and writing like
they ended up
Acharonim.
letting us have our
Is
cell
there
phones back
something
and
new?
called the late
Are
owner
we
in a
in a
nearby hotel to try and move us instead.
period? So
Around evening,
there are definitely
we were all ushered
Acharonim
into
who
the
are
bus
still
and
alive
driven
and
up to
well
the
and
hotel,
working with us. Rabbi Chaim
about 30 miles
Kanievsky is one of
away.
the greatest rabbis,
Once we got
very
there,
widely
some
respected
parents had
in
driven down
Israel,
to pick up their kids.
whose work
Jasmine's
belongs
parents
to
included,
the genre
but
of
otherwise the mission
Acharonim.
trip was
But there's
going as soon
interesting
as
kind of
usual.
development
So we got
that,
set.
again, I'm kind of going out on a limb
I
here.
gave
This is
Sam
not
some
really
crap
my
about how he
area of
ruined the mission
expertise. They
trip
say that
and his own
historians
chance to
shouldn't
give to
talk too
Jasmine.
much about our own time,
And I
especially
figured
like
that the
pressing our
incident
windows up
alone was
against
an
the
important
glass.
lesson
But
for him
when
not
I
to
look
mess
at
with
like
little animals.
new books
The rest of
on
the trip
Jewish
resumed as
thought,
normal,
particularly in
although the
Halakha, which is
crocodile
where
was basically
Jewish
the main
law,
talk
where
amongst
the
us kids
Acharonim
the
tend
entire
to be
time.
concentrated most.
Because
It's an
one of the
interesting
staff members
phenomenon
saw the
of
monster for
hyper
themselves. Most
specialization,
of the adults had
partially
some sort of
assisted
like
by
entity.
technology, because now,
So
if
we
you
were often
want to
judged
find
and even
everything
punished
that's ever been
for
written
discussing
on
with them.
even the most arcane
Some
subject,
kids had their
it's
phones
simply
taken
a
away for the
Google
rest of the trip
search
as
away.
well,
Obviously, there's
and
some
some would have
specialized
detention
databases
upon
and so
returning
on,
to
but
school.
it's
The staff
accessible.
were worried
And
we'd
so
attract
all of a
its
sudden,
attention
a person
and
can
potentially
accumulate
even risk
an
following us back to
incredibly
Georgia.
broad
Of
grasp
course,
of what
being
has
forbidden
ever
from chatting about it,
anywhere
they
been
just wanted
written
to talk about it
about a
even more.
specific issue and write a book about
It's been a long time since this
that.
event,
I'll give you
and
one
I've had a
example,
lot of
which is
time to sit on my thoughts
amazing.
regarding the whole matter.
I'm sure many of you who are watching
These
this are
days,
familiar with
I
the
don't consider
custom
myself
that
as
on
deeply
the holiday
religious
of
or conservative
Hanukkah,
as the
one
way I was
should
raised,
eat
but
foods
I still am
associated
a
with
Christian
oil, right? The
and
oil
active in my
is
local
put
church
in
and
the
community.
Hanukkah, the candelabra, and
I've
so
told
on.
my
So
story to many
one
people
of the most
within
common
since.
foods is
Some
potato
believe it was
latkes
some
and
sort of
also
demon.
donuts, which
Most
are
seem
known
to
in
figure it
Hebrew
was
as
simply a bizarre living creature
so
that's from
in
this earth.
Israel and Jewish
That's the
neighborhoods
conclusion
all
I've
over
come
the
to as
world,
well.
you'll see lots and lots of
I've been down to
foods
Florida many times since then.
that are baked and
A
available
few
for
times
the
I've even
holiday.
been too
They
far
tend
off
not to
the
be,
location of said mansion. I have never
sometimes
seen
they tend
anything like
not
it
to be
since.
what most Americans think of as
Not that I
donuts. They don't have a
particularly
hole
wish to.
in them, but they are hollow and they're typically filled with jelly or custard or something like that. I know you don't really want to hear about
So,
this, but there's a reason for this. And
if that's
just a
not
couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps
it's basically
post-Aharonic
insanity
work
when
came
it's in a
out,
van. Rather than
so-called
a house
Sefer
or
Emek
apartment,
HaSufganim,
it's not too bad.
the
My
book
van is
of the
equipped with
Valley
basically
of the
everything a
Donuts.
regular house would have.
And the subtitle
It's
reads
just in a more compact space.
that it's all about the custom
It is cheaper
of
in the long run.
eating donuts
If I
on
need a
the
shower,
holiday of
I
Hanukkah.
can stop at
And
the
it's a
gym.
massive tome,
If I need to
actually,
use the
hundreds of
bathroom,
pages,
I will
all
either
about
use the closest
eating
gas station
donuts on
or the
Hanukkah.
great outdoors.
So
In
part
recent
of me
years,
wants
it
to
has
think
become pretty
that this
trendy
is
to
clearly
vandal,
post
and that is no
Aharon,
surprise,
that
given the
we have gotten
ridiculously
such
housing
a level of
prices these days.
specificity and detail
Listen,
that
I'm not here to sell
can
the hamster,
produce these massive
but I have been in
works
this
of
gig for
Jewish
nearly 2
law and
decades now,
thought related
so
to
I
something
reckon
as
I've got a lot more
prosaic
experience than
as
most people do
donuts.
on the road.
And it
Good
remains to
and
be
bad.
seen what's
I've
next.
had people try to steal
What
my
are
van
the
or
post-Aharonic
steal things from
like?
inside my van.
I don't know how long this can last, but
Sometimes
I
they've tried to
certainly
steal my
some
van
great
while
thing on the
I'm still
horizon,
inside
but
of it.
we'll just have to wait and
I've
see.
had
At
weirdos
any rate,
follow me
I
for
hope you
miles.
found this brief
Medheads
lecture
breaking in
useful.
my windows.
If you did,
Cops
consider subscribing and getting
thinking
involved in
about
the channel. It's really
immigrants
nice
and
to
so
see
forth.
so many people really
If you and I met at a bar,
Thank you very
I
much
can
for
keep
watching.
you occupied all night with all kinds of crazy tales from my life on the road. At the same time, I have met many wonderful people throughout all sorts of cultures in both American continents, and have seen countless beautiful sights, whether they are cities with skyscraper towers or open ranges where the population
is sparse. I have gotten to try so many kinds of foods and hear all kinds of music and listen to unique stories and perspectives on life. Van life isn't perfect, and it's definitely hard work, but I wouldn't trade it for anything. I'll die knowing I've lived my life to the fullest. That's all I can really ask for. Still, none of my experiences, good or bad, compared to the surrealness when I was lurking in the mountains of Montana. about 10 years ago. I had been traveling around the northwestern U.S. for a couple of months and was preparing to drive back down south as fall was getting ready to make its return. It was a night in around early September, I'd say, and I found myself inside of an unloved campsite somewhere in the western part of the state. Whenever I could, I slept in a brightly lit, busy area. Sounds like hell, but curtains over the windows along with earplugs make it, so it's really not that bad. I did this for safety reasons, obviously. Less chance of someone trying to steal my stuff. Being in the western half of the U.S., though, I had to get used to the idea that I wouldn't always find a place like that, given how spread out its geography is. A lot of nights in my van and I were completely alone in wide, empty areas. I had trouble sleeping through the first few nights because of it, but I grew accustomed to it eventually. I even left the curtains open so I could see the stars through my window. The lack of light pollution was quite a nice change of pace, and I began to dread having to sleep in cities again. On this particular night, I had begun a fire and cracked open a beer, playing that banjo that I had gotten just a few months prior. The cell service and internet was shoddy where I was at best, and at the time, I hadn't even gone out of my way to get a home plan, which involved usage of satellites. So I wasn't left with much to entertain myself with except my banjo and a few books. I stopped playing as soon as my eye caught sight of an animal moving somewhere in the distance. The fire provided enough light to make out a figure of what appeared to be an elk, but there was something extremely strange about its appearance. It seemed to be discolored. Its legs were abnormally long, and it looked like it had too many joints. When I squinted my eyes to get a better look at it, my heart began racing as I noticed its face was only a skull. The rest of its body was covered in fur, but past its neck, it was just bone. No skin, eyes, no nothing. I was trying to make sense of it in my head, but no matter how I tried to come to a conclusion, I always thought of another way that it couldn't be explained. And that's when I noticed it didn't have any hooves, but what seemed to be human hands on both the end of its front and back legs. Even though it didn't visibly have any eyes, it seemed to stare at me. It didn't move, however. Not wanting to move myself, I simply froze. I couldn't do much but try and calm myself down by focusing on the chirps of the bugs that surrounded me and the thing. After what felt like forever, which was probably actually only a minute, I began to slowly play my banjo again. I don't know why I did this, if I'm being honest. It didn't react. I continued this for a bit until I ultimately decided to get up from the log I'd been sitting on and walk backwards into my van, silently closing the doors and shut the curtains, all the while making sure to keep the interior dark. I was tempted to climb into the driver's seat and take off, but at the same time, I didn't want to cause any disturbances. I wasn't sure whether or not it was a hostile creature. It was just standing there and staring. I didn't want to alarm it and cause it to lash out and damage my van, especially in the middle of nowhere. I crawled in bed instead and tried to sleep. After a few minutes, I heard what sounded like the snort of a horse. I heard something shifting around the van. The fire inside was still lit, and through the curtains, I could make out the silhouette of the elk, mere feet away from me. I continued to pace around, and it seemed to do this for hours. Somehow, I fell asleep. By the time morning came, I peeled back the curtains to check to see if it was still there. I couldn't find anything. The fire had put itself out and was still smoking, and I decided it was still safe to head out and take a leak. As soon as I opened my car door, I noticed a pile of sticks right in front of it. I was confused, but I figured I must have not noticed them sitting there in the evening before. I had to go to the bathroom pretty bad, so I ignored it and did my business. Then, went about my day. I was on my way down south, and when I stopped again that night, I I noticed I was still in Montana, but pretty far from the campsite I'd stayed the night before.
And there is a certain amount of dispute.
I slept in the parking lot and woke up the next morning to what I swore was the same pile of sticks just outside my van. Except this time, it was slightly less in quantity. Again, I ignored it and continued on my travels. When I took a nap in northern Wyoming, I still woke up to the sticks, yet again, in an even smaller pile. I was freaked out as anybody would be. Part of me was tempted to take the sticks and lock them in my car, so whoever or whatever was messing with me would have to go out of their way to bother me. Still, at the same time, I did not think it was a good idea to touch the things. And at that rate, they disappear soon enough anyway. It wasn't until I'd gotten towards the middle half of Wyoming did the sticks finally stop showing up. For the rest of that year, I had no problems. I told my family and friends of the strange incident, but they treated my sighting as nothing more than an urban legend. And the stick incident, that's a mere coincidence. If I'm being honest, so did I. I figured I was just seeing things. That maybe it was something about the high altitudes that threw my brain in vision up. The following summer, I traveled back up to the northwest and stopped about 50 miles from the campsite where I first saw the elk. My heart sank when I woke up the following morning to another pile of sticks right outside my van. I swore it was even smaller than the last time. My paranoia then got the best of me, so I decided to say screw my plans and leave that in there. Going to sleep, I only had to. When I did rest that night, I found two sticks crossed over each other, like an X the following morning. When I drove even further, I woke up to none at all. I said my friends about it. One of them said her arm was a sick. I could probably take those. I didn't believe it. Stop. The input. The less chances I had. What it turned to me, though, was a little up to the imagination. She said I was going to get up every day because her girls were looking at me the next night. It wasn't the idea that my banter music would be able to sound ridiculous. It's really my favorite incidents I chose. I like it. But deep down, I wanted to just stay with you. I've now returned to the area since, and I wanted to go back because I know I remember being at this point, I basically refused to touch anything in Montana. I am a bit disappointed, given how beautiful the West is. This never happened. Probably silenced my sense there. I do sometimes wonder if I can shake the sense of visiting Alberta or Saskatchewan instead. But something tells me it's still abide by modern rules and regulations. It's too much to risk. I'm putting my feet in the flesh. I'm putting transport from Canada, US, and being busy materially from the country. Whatever the case, I'm glad I've stayed far away to nothing. I think about what would have happened to me and potential people out there that didn't listen to the warnings it's given them. Maybe I'm a little too paranoid, carried away because of the spirits, but I can't help but wonder if that's why so many people are missing the mountains. Never turn up again.
Using around that level, almost your study is moved the whole bed 3 times. You fed as hell. Get off the bed. You need to get off the bed and do some weight. You need to get off the bed, I'm telling you. Like what? This is so disgusting. Look at the bed is this. You were too fat to be putting your clothes in front of your laptop.
The deal breaker was the kind of foods we shot.
So many
Like regular Asians, it was pretty obvious by the way I dressed, and especially by the way the actress was dressed, that I didn't exactly share the local values regarding entertainment. So, people would often, very often actually, refuse to have anything to do with us. So, we kept touring down the road, looking for multi-banner formats, or green bin. Anything that looked rude and spooky and vacated. So then,
specifically with regards to the question of why does evil exist? For the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, evil was, as it were, built into the system, that it is a natural consequence of the way the spheres are designed. Whereas for the Ari, evil was created as a result of some kind of early cataclysm, which he termed the Shvirat HaKelim, the bursting of the vessels. Put very briefly, when the universe was created and divine influence was poured into, to use a metaphor, the clay containers of the Sfirot, they could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness, and they shattered. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the actual clay that held the outside of the vessels. I know this sounds confusing, but basically that's where the material world comes from, according to the Kabbalah Ari, that everything that we have, like my phone or this book or my desk that I'm sitting at, they all have a mixture of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is this shell, a klipa, that is formed from the original vessels that were intended to create the contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from the Kabbalah of the Ari, which really energized much of the later Hasidim, who borrowed much more heavily from the Ari than from the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in rescuing those sparks of holiness that are buried within the physical universe. That it is the goal of Jews in particular and of humanity as a whole to raise up the holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind Hasidism in particular, related to the vision of Kabbalah according to the Ari. Fascinating material, all kinds. There's so many other figures who are active at this time, but let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating thing that occurs, and that is the debate over the renewal of smicha. This image is from a movie that had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child. The Ten Commandments, great movie, directed by Cesar Vidal. This is a picture of Joshua, the biblical Joshua. One of the few pictures that I could find online in which he's wearing a shirt. And Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy. And at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which is known in Hebrew as smicha, or ordination is the way it's translated to English, but literally means the laying on of hands. You put your hands on a person's head and you put your weight on them and you transfer your authority to them. There's a lot of interesting discussions of this in the Talmud as well. Now, in ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses to Joshua, Joshua to the elders to the prophets, and so on, is something that is preserved in church work.
I used to work as a veterinarian's assistant for a few years in a small veterinary clinic in a far area. I'm not normally from this area, but because I have family close by, I went through some really rough personal times that required me to move in with said family. I ended up working at this place for a number of years. This clinic saw a lot of animals, farm animals and exotic animals alike. Maybe exotic is the right word for it, but more than your typical cat and dog. You see a lot more bigger animals out here than you do in the cities, and we had people bringing in horses and all other sorts of animals.
But
We should all get
this is not
together.
why I'm writing to you.
We should all agree
I wanted to get some
that,
background
for example,
information
Rabbi Rothschild
cleared out of the way
is the
before I
greatest
wrote to you what is
sage
really going
people,
on.
and there's a
See,
very good argument
I
to be
listen
made
to
for
a lot
that.
of these dogman
And then
encounters that
we
you
will
posted, and I've
collectively
heard multiple
proclaim
occasions where
him
cats and
that
dogs
rabbi,
alike have gone missing.
not in the sense of
Same
you
with
fulfill the
livestock.
title, but an
But people
actual
are not
rabbi
talking about
like
it.
Joshua was a
It's what it's
rabbi.
like to work in my
because
field
Moses
where you
was
have
a
people
rabbi.
working with
And then
animals,
once
and
he
they bring
has
these
that
animals
authority,
into you
then he
who've
will
been
give
attacked by
others,
certain creatures.
including
I've seen some pretty gruesome sightings. Horses, for example, that have been attacked by what I determined to be a very large canine. This one horse, for example, nearly had its jugular vein ripped open, and its back leg was severely ripped open. I'm telling you this now because there's no known predator in the area that attacks the way this did. Because my veterinary clinic that I work at is really the only one for miles around. If I get up to location, you could figure it out, and I kind of want to keep it private for the sake of my older employees. I have a lot of respect for them and the hard work they do. I apologize for that, but it's ultimately to protect them. I've seen cats and dogs come in that were nearly mauled to death. In fact, I can remember this one German Shepherd that was brought in recently. She was such a sweetheart, but she was blinded and had her front paws ripped off. Of course, in the job, I couldn't outright say this was a dog man, because there are cougars and black bears. But if you take time to study how these particular predators attack their prey, it's nothing like the way a dog man does. Unfortunately, there's not an in-depth study of how a dog man attack, other than listening to episode after episode of what these things will and can do to animals. Something without a doubt is going on, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. Don't think I know this all by myself. I have friends in other veterinarian clinics across the East Coast that we talk, and we talk. Clinics that are in far more rural areas like this one that I work at, we're prone to situations like this happening. It doesn't stop. This is a real situation that we need to take seriously.
Hello and
If
welcome
anything,
to another video
even
in
if you
Jewish
don't believe
History
in the
Lab
existence
series.
of
Today I'd like
crickets
to
or
spend some
dog
time
man,
with you looking
there's some
at
sort of large canine predator out there doing severe damage to these animals.
the
It's
false
shown itself
messiahship
time
of
and time
one
again.
Shabbatai Tzvi.
Of
Very
course, there's
dramatic
always going to be the
series of
occasional
events that
bear
took
attack,
place in
and
the
bears can do a
1660s
significant amount of damage to an
primarily.
animal. Upon further
And,
inspection of the
you know,
wounds,
this is
bite
not the
marks, and
first
method of
time
attack,
that false
these are
messiahs
without a
have
doubt
made
canine.
their appearance in
The
Jewish
only
history,
thing that
but
points
this
me
happens to be,
is to that
without
whatever
doubt,
reason
one of the
these
most
animals are being
consequential,
attacked
particularly
by
in
a
modern
larger group of
times,
wolves
because
possibly.
the impact of
That
Shabbatai
doesn't make
Tzvi's
any
activity
sense
was felt
unless you
both
add in dog man to the
geographically
mix with the
broad,
population
meaning
ever growing.
far away
There
as
has been a
England,
couple
in
of
particular
clientele
Amsterdam,
that I've
was
gotten the chance to
affected
speak
by
to about
his
their
activities,
experiences with dog
and also
American
chronologically, because over the
talking about
next
such things would
200
be
years,
nonsense to
there
so
would
many.
be continuing
I have to be very careful who I
reverberations
speak
of
to
the
and what I ask them
challenge
and
that
tell
he
them.
posed to
There's
conventional
an
Jewish
origin
thought.
in his
So let's
60s
spend a little bit of
that has
time
some
looking at
formidable
exactly
signs
who
brought in.
was Shabbatai Tzvi and
They're pretty
what
banged
did
out,
he teach,
and he's a man
and
who's openly
what
told me
actually
he's
happened
seen
to
some
him
things
and his
that I wouldn't
followers.
probably believe in
Let
if he told
us
me.
recall that
On a
this is
personal
happening
level,
in an era where
I
there's
got him to
much
open up with me,
more ready
and he's seen
communication.
these creatures try to
The
take down some of his
print media,
horses
of
and
course,
animals.
has been circulating
He doesn't
widely,
know what to call
and
them,
the idea of
and I
the
haven't brought up the
Jews
term dog man to him,
enthusiastically
so he
adopting
just calls
a
them large
potential
wolves.
Messiah is
He
something of
described
great
them as
interest for
unforgiving,
Christian readers as well.
vicious,
So there's
and
actually
without
quite
mercy.
a good number of
They've already
you know,
claimed the lives of
newspaper
several
articles,
other of his
the
animals,
contemporary
and he's
equivalent
in the
of
books
newspapers like
removing these
broadsheets,
horses
things like
that he was
that,
working
and
with.
a lot of
I'm
popular
pretty sure that you
publications
want
that
some of the gruesome
explain to
details, but
non-Jews
out of
exactly
respect
what
for
was
him
going
and
on with
myself
Shabbatai
for
Tzvi,
having to
and this
relive it,
tended to circulate
I'm
back
not going to
into
go
the
into
Jewish
more
media
detail
as well,
on the
where
damage that
many
was done.
Jews who were followers of Shabbatai
Let's
Tzvi
just
would
say
actually
that they
bring
needed facial
copies of these
reconstruction,
broadsheets
and
to
their
their
limbs needed to
gatherings
be
and so
sewn
on.
back together
We
properly.
have a wide
As of
variety
now,
of them.
though,
This is an
both of his
example of
horses are
thing I'm
doing
screen
great
right here from
and are making
Germany in
full recoveries in a
1666,
different
right at
area
the height of
entirely.
the activities. And
That's just
he's
one client,
portrayed here
though.
as some kind of an
Another
emperor,
client, not even 20 miles
on
away,
a prancing
thinking one of
horse.
the
And
horses
he
had
was
issues with
transposed
the
with,
same supposed creature,
Louis
taking
Quinze or
orders
something
from
like that in
dogs.
France. Certainly one of the
Anyway,
Austrian emperors, even
had I not
Napoleon,
known about
appears
crickets
like
and
this.
dogmen in general,
Because, many people
I
weren't
would
exactly
probably
sure
have zero
what to
clue
make
as to
of
what was going
Shabbatai
on.
Tzvi. The political
At this
context
point,
is,
it
of
has
course,
to be a
very,
dogman.
very significant.
There
In
were
the
no
previous
other
video, we
options.
discussed
I'm
the impact of
convinced.
the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had a similar kind of repercussions among northern communities in Eastern Europe, and it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee violence. We see an example of it in none other than the journals of Nicola Hamel, a woman who lived in German territories, who writes about the displaced population. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era, in the sense that my own grandparents took in orphans from the Holocaust displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father. He's like a brother. So we're talking about like a post-Holocaust kind of an era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways their anticipation of a messianic future. There's also, into this mix, the very heavy of capitalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating in the name of the Arizal of Rabbi Isaac Lurie, which really poses a kind of apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final repair of a broken history that implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought on the fabric of society through actions, good deeds, and studying Torah and pious activities. So this very, very heavy apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also, reeling from the huge losses and displaced populations of doesn't have any houses on it. And finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. In many ways, it's not at all unlike the period that we live in today. There is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasingly available media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we had in the precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regard to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to gain information than classrooms. And women often have much more access to encrypted information than they might have had to closed, educational circles like yeshiva. And this may be actually one of the areas in which Shabtai Tzvi's impact is felt with the greatest resonance in the modern era. Because I thought I was going to get Shabtai Tzvi was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented, intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he was engaged in two other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll, that's right, not to a competing, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah that momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars, looking backwards, tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle, in which he would have at some times moments of great elation, in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation. He called these periods the illuminations, in which he would engage in some really unusual behavior, like pronouncing the forbidden name of God aloud, something which was only pronounced sometimes by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. And he claimed to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. And he would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude, silence, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there are other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of a perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah and his otherwise very genial nature tended to stand in good stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. And on occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, shown leading the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to the Messianic era under Shabtai. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and he became essentially Shabtai's number one propagandist. And broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabtai was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabtai's mental health, tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his delusions of grandeur. So, what were the characteristics of the things that Shabtai was talking about? Well, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involve antinomian behavior. Antinomianism is really defined here. This is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, nomos meaning law, and he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar he once celebrated, the pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week, spread out throughout the year. He would regularly, as I mentioned, pronounce the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite alarming to traditionalists, but people who saw him as the Messiah would read into these behaviors a type of new evaluation of the laws. In particular, things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destruction of the temple. But there are prophetic teachings that say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabtai also, by the way, claimed to have been born on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claim to be Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting and certainly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional rules of sexuality no longer apply in the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in Shabtai's community, with the exchange of spouses, and he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently orphaned from the Magnitsky massacres that we discussed last week, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience, but Shabtai saw in Sarah his opportunity to fulfill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of ill repute, so the two would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through to the very end. So this kind of licentious behavior and challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. when he was at his most manic, he actually would, in one case,
for sure.
he took an axe and strove to break down the locked door of the synagogue because he was barred from praying communally with them. And when he came in, he insisted on not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from the traditional scroll, he actually invited his friends to come up and they had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in many non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a
I can't even come up with words to
landmine that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs, in which he believed there was like lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue during the Sabbath services. So in many ways he was like truly bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life. But this tended to enamor him to his followers. This idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of Eve from women, was something that actually might have engendered still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seemed to have had a significant impact later through the Frankist rule in particular, and perhaps even through proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a book, very open to new ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfoldment of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening, the whole story is one broadsheet that was printed in German, in 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem and initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He didn't want to make Shabtai Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself the Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabtai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time. And then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly, who, according to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove. And his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi. But if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counter-offer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives of the period, but some accounts indicate that he approached this counter-offer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately, what happened was he was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan, who once again didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabtai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. That that's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the good men. They exist really right up until the 20th century in particular. His wife Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image. You can see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion science fiction films. Here's Natalie Portman and Abdallah. You can see she has exactly the same hairstyle. Well, at any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He he continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities who exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. He sometimes continues to have some relationship with not only his own followers, now good men, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitudes, to still participate in the reading of songs and engage in prayer. And in fact, his very last request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond Shabtai Tzvi's short but eventful life, we see that actually are small but significant role, particularly in Turkey, or the image of a mosque building in Greece by the Jews. He also had a significant impact on later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than an Islamic bent. And perhaps the most significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbateanism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Jonathan Iverson, shown here, the great Ramchal, the Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, author of the Silver Shine, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. There were definitely Sabbatean circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabtai, more commonly, however, kind of secretly reporting circulating his doctrine and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression among some of his later followers. So that's a quick look at Shabtai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of people who are interested in Jewish history is significant.
So it took a while to get all of us out there. Although meanwhile, my father getting lost a few times just trying to find it. After we had, our plan was to stay there for about a week and then move on to go see my grandfather and grandmother who live in upstate New York. While we were here, I had some cousins that I hadn't seen since I was very little, so reconnecting with long-forgotten family was very great. I do remember that one evening, we were out there at nighttime. We had a big bonfire in the backyard. My cousins that I hadn't seen forever were telling me spooky stories, trying to scare me, but I wasn't buying it. Then we got to the topic of exploring.
Thank you very much for watching my online lectures. I hope you
wasn't a believer in Bigfoot, so again, they didn't scare me at all.
continue to find them of interest. Today I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know,
that there's an old gravesite
I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren publishers
that has been there long before this
And
house was built.
as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish history lectures. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I've created an online course that's massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded so you get a sense of how well you absorb the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what lacunae you observe in the work, and maybe I should add in some more details. What areas, may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so you'll give you a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material, I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is biblical Jewish history. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as an historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that period. The Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. You know, if I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's produced below, and you know, I would love to have you in this course. I hope you enjoy the lectures, and take care. Thanks very much for listening.
That we couldn't really find any information on it at first. There was a big stone slab in front that had been taken over by the years of growth in the forest, but the writing was so worn away. It was illegible. The grave site was smaller than I expected it to be. Maybe 30 graves in total, with some not having much of a tombstone left at all. Most names we saw had been so weathered away that we had a hard time making out dates and names. But a couple of the dates we saw were in.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab.
The gravesite felt forgotten about, as if we had stumbled onto an old relic of time. The forest was so thick on all the surrounding sides of the gravesite.
Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I lived in a time when people still use words like mendacity. And as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself liked to, use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of bury coded things in his writing that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av, and at the 9th of Av, he actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Louis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his group, one Louis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabled to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, Europeans that is setting foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back a accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. Anyway, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of Cuba. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Simon, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedom associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Christian living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It was a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constituted 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a communal settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidish, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, 1 synagogue to pray in and 1 synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if you go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You'll recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was a result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debt. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam Jews, Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population in London began to grow. It's very significant. Of course, we have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne, Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were isolated individuals that came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauss, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't leave much of an impression on Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not host bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community development until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York City Harbor. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So, small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population here. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke that this guy is wearing, right? And I have to say, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps very, face-based or some fashion statement. But speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with it. Ultimately, Stuyvesant lost the market for it. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins, that the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming, utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlements in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So, Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
We made it back to the riverbed and paused for a moment. I looked back to see if whatever it was, that whatever I saw, was following us. We saw nothing at this point, and we kept moving back toward our camp. Part of me wanted to go back for a better look, because I've always wanted to experience something supernatural, if that is what this was. But the other part of me wanted to get out of there. Eventually, we made it back to the camp, and our friends were still sleeping. We ate a little food.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab.
When we woke up the next day, as we're getting ready to head home,
in the previous video, we looked at the arrival of
one of my friends told me that he woke up to the sounds of somebody walking around his tent in the middle of the night. He said he thought it was one of us, but hearing
Americas,
made him
and
think it could have been
the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migration had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple of centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British. And there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700s, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we discussed. Also, Newport, Rhode Island, where the Truro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia, in the South, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is very important. Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population are derived more from Ashkenazic lands, kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal forces. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnabi's historical atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retakes the former Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast. And you can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time you get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along
these things still.
The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. A lot of reason why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in America. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame. Have taken it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this Jewish migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000, and by 1860 to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive on these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. The only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house, seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in a more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and it's also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area, and kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants, and they'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that has developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's, or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism. A much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that, and they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the Western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant, Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it could be a guess here. But this is kind of like typical of the Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their famous fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877.
I've come to open my mind a lot.
The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is a region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized countries to the north. 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general. Smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Evitar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looks like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and the rest are roughly evenly divided in North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800. That's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase, and much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of Jews living in the U.S. and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing now. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration, but for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much.
To wait till she gets home or to a certain location to spawn. She will pull over at the very next pull-off she can and pull out her phone and text you back. In a way, it's really nice if you're trying to have a conversation with her. But at the same time, if you're on the passenger side and you're trying to get to somewhere, it can drive you crazy, constantly pulling over all the time to her responding to people. But she is very anti-texting and driving, so I guess safety is best. During the course of her sending a response text to one of her friends, she looks up, and running at her out of the woods to the right of the car
Hello and welcome
She
to
said was
Jewish
a
History
lizard
Lab.
man
Today I'd like to look
and
at
jumped on the hood of her car and tore her front bumper off entirely before speeding away and knocking the thing off
the
her back.
emancipation of the Jews in
Then
Western and
she
East
said
Central
she's
Europe.
after her
In
car
many
for a
ways,
couple
this
miles,
particular period,
nearly
which
jumping on the
begins
top of
at
the
the
car
end of the
before
18th
veering
century
off
and
down into
extends
the
into the
embankment.
19th century,
As she's
represents
telling
really
me this story,
the coming together
she's
of a lot of
physically
pre-modern
shaking, and
impulses
her voice
and
is tensing up.
results in the ultimate
I was
political
reliving her trauma through
emancipation
her
of the
eyes
Jews,
and
or
her
the
physically
granting of
expressing the
equal
story to
rights
me.
to Jews throughout
Either she's a
Western
liar
Europe.
and a
As we
damn
shall
good
see,
actor,
the
or she
legal
went through something
emancipation of
that
the
she
Jews is
believes
not quite
is
the
out of
same
this
thing
world.
as the social
My
emancipation of
mother
the
isn't
Jews,
the type of
but
person to make up
nevertheless, it's a
stories.
fascinating story,
She's
and
a
in
very
many ways it
honest, do the
represents the
right thing kind
beginning
of
of
person,
modernity
and always
as
has
we
been.
understand it today.
I give
Now,
kudos
it's
to her
really
for
important for
raising me
us to
with a
just
good moral
take a
compass.
second to think about what
Thanks,
does this
Mom.
word emancipation
I asked her
actually
afterward what she
mean.
thought it could have
It's a
been,
word that
and
Jewish
she just shook her head,
historiography
saying she did
has
not know.
seized upon,
I had her
although it
describe it to
clearly is
me,
borrowed from
and she
the
said it was about
experience of
9 feet
African
tall,
Americans
built
and
like
a
a
much more
bodybuilder,
dramatic
head
emancipation
like a massive
that
lizard,
occurred with the
yellow
context
eyes,
of the
large
American
teeth,
Civil
and
War in
long
the
claws.
1860s.
When it jumped onto
There's
the
a
front of the
huge
car,
contrast. In
it
many
kind
ways,
of
it's really
belly
not a
flopped, as
fair
she
word
described
to
it.
use,
It kind of
but
slid
that
off the
is the
front
accepted
and
term,
used its
so
other hand to tear the
we'll
front of
go
her
with it.
bumper
The
off
Jews,
and nearly
prior
pulled out her
to
right
their
headlight.
emancipation, were
She
not
was shaking and
slaves. It's not
screaming
the
so
same thing
bad.
as the African
I
American
guess she never once
experience.
thought to call the
They were
police
largely,
because her thoughts
living
were,
with a
what would they even
series of
think? That this
disabilities,
woman is clearly off her
residence
rocker and
restrictions,
she has not taken her medicine.
the hated
But
Jewish
there's
oath,
something
and
she
so on.
included into what she told
They
me
were not
that was
directly
even stranger
enslaved
than the events
owners.
that had taken
They had a
place.
certain degree of freedom of movement.
Apparently,
They
when
had
this thing
a
had shown
limited
itself in
degree
charge in her
of
car,
freedom to choose
all the
different
electronics,
occupations,
including her
very
phone,
isolated and
started
narrow
glitching
opportunities
out.
for higher education,
Even
but
though
it's
her car
not at all
remained running
comparable
and
to
operational,
being a slave
the
on a
radio was
plantation.
in and out the whole
But
time,
nevertheless, we
and
use
her
this
phone
term
had died
to
completely.
try
She
to
was sitting at about a
find a word
70% battery
to
charge when
express
the next
the
thing she knows,
release
her
of
phone
all of
is
these
completely dead
disabilities
and
in
drained
the
of
late
all
18th and
charge.
19th century.
There's
So,
also a
by
very
way of
strong
background, it's very
electromagnetic
important for
field
us
in
to
the air,
understand that,
but she
if
described
we're
it
using
as
the term
static electricity.
emancipation, what do we exactly
I
mean
don't
by
think
it?
she inherently
So,
noticed it right away,
before
but
the
over
modern
the course of
era,
driving and
Jews
escaping
lived
this
in a
creature
corporate
chasing her
structure,
car,
which is a little
she
bit like
noticed it.
feudalism,
All
meaning
the hair on her arms was
everybody
standing
in
straight up,
society lived in a
just like
certain
when somebody takes
box
a
that
balloon
is
and
related
rubs it against your
primarily
hair.
to their role in
She
the
said it was
overall
very thick in
economy.
the
You have
air,
this massive
kind of like when
box
a
that
thunderstorm
is
approaches,
primarily
but
populated
never
by
nigh.
serfs
A very
who have the
disorienting
least
indeed.
amount of rights. They are kind of
I asked
attached
her
to
if I
the
can go out
land,
and check out the
and
vehicle
although
and maybe
they are
see for
also not
myself,
enslaved,
and
they
she just
are
kind of shut
nevertheless
down even more
highly
and
dependent
shook her
on
head
the
very lightly.
nobility
So
for
I
their
walked outside.
rights of movement, even
She
their
wasn't
rights of
kidding.
marriage and things like that.
The front of her car was
But they
messed up.
nevertheless have kind of like
The front bumper
day-to-day
is completely
freedom
gone,
that
and the
makes
right
it very
headlight is slightly
unslave-like.
loose. It's like she hit a
The
bear.
Jews were not in that
After
box.
seeing the
The
car,
Jews were also
after
not in
her
the
telling
box
her
of the
story,
nobility or the
it
knights,
gave me the creeps.
so people like that
I told
who
you
engage
earlier
in
that I'm a
various
huge fan of creepy
activities
zoology,
that
but
are
to me,
specifically,
they were all made up
related
stories.
to
But
their
now,
high status in
I think a
society,
little differently about
managing
it.
large
Maybe there is truth
farms
to all
and
these
manors and
sightings.
things like that. The
I
Jews were
didn't know my
closest
grandmother's
to the
experience
burgher
was something I
for
had no
the
experience in.
sort of
What's
incipient
really unsettling is this is
middle
so close to
class
home,
who were
because the
dealing
spot
with
she
various
told me she
types of
pulled off at
commerce
is only
because
about
Jews
7
were
miles
heavily
from the house.
urbanized. But even
Whatever
in
followed her
urban
car
centers,
could have easily continued to
they will
follow her
frequently
and was just
deny
waiting for the right time to come
formal
and try to
burger
get into the
status.
house.
They
I
were
fear.
typically
I really
denied
do have a
access
reason
to
now
a
to be
whole
terrified.
range of professional
I guess I
skills
was
and
kind of
things like
surprised at
that.
first it wasn't a
And
Bigfoot,
so they weren't
because
really in the
I've never
burger
really heard of a
class or
lizard man
burger
before.
status, even though
But
they
when we landed
tended
in
to
Surrey Marsh,
in their lifestyle be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which was another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi amarai regius. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending, and a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it is no longer possible to keep people in these boxes serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate their serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50-odd years later. And people were like moving into cities, industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated moral Judaico, this kind of medieval oath where because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were making an oath in court, like they had to stand on a pigskin sometimes with their chest there, holding off to a sacred Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement, saying that, if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let's not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when things in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African-American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly, but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these people were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, and the 19th century as well. They were not quite the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. The Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. there was tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who are also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, the Americans fought a war over that, but also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There were questions about whether or not they could hold public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed that was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It was not really that difficult to actually make that big step and emancipate. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have a situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always been him, and it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation of Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens and like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Gouge actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she composed a declaration for the rights of woman and citizen, and the word citizen, of course, in French can't be defined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time is not willing to accept that. They're really only thinking about men, honestly, both man and they meant man, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader, economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tend to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews, and Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerous. They were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period, but they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability, the assimilability of the Jews. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationship to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables and the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of masculines, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint, what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hadn't been hawed on this answer. They said, well, not exactly, wouldn't precisely be recognized, but, and they essentially, they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrin, or the Assembly of Nobles gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that God forbid we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort, they would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zintine, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues in France, but I'm going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzmatten in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back, and the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back, the constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Chassam Sofer, a very important rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights because that's really a very important tool that the Jews use to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to Jews as well. This has also created a tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region has the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So, like in great contrast to England,
My sighting
where
takes place
social
in
change
southwestern
demonstrated the
Tennessee.
readiness for
This is in a
emancipation
place known as the
well
Cross
before it was
Creeks
actually
National
granted.
Wildlife
In
Refuge,
Germany, you had
right
a situation
alongside the
where there was
Cumberland River,
definitely
not too
very
far
little
outside of the small
social
town of Dover.
readiness for
East.
emancipation.
I
There
was
were
driving
some,
home late one
bright
night on the
lights here
49.
and there, like
This is
Christian
where I had
William
a sighting
Bondome, who
of
wrote
what I
very
would like to call
important work
the man
advocating
iguana
for
from
the
hell.
emancipation of
The
Jews.
49
But
is
by and
pretty much
large,
a straight
German
two-lane
society as a
highway
whole was
that
just not
travels
ready
all
for
throughout the
emancipation.
wetlands.
But a far
There's
more
really nothing
representative
too
figure would be
exciting to
someone
see,
like this man, Heinrich
except
von
what I saw
Treitschke,
in my
a
case
very
was
significant
extraordinary,
historian
and not in
who
a good
entered
way.
into a
This two-lane
very
highway
heavy debate with
traverses throughout the
Heinrich Kretz
wetlands,
over the
covered
publication
with
of the
thick
latter's
forest on both
History
sides
of
of
the
the road.
Jews.
And again,
Von
the Cumberland
Treitschke
River,
coined
right
the
nearby.
unfortunate phrase,
It's
the
important to keep an
Juden
eye out for
sind
deer
unser
and anything
the
else that the
Jews
river
are
might draw,
our
like any
misfortune.
other nocturnal
And he
animals.
articulated a
I'm not a
position
Tennessee
that
native
would
by
later
any
be picked up
means,
very
but I've been
enthusiastically
around here
by
long
none
enough
other than
that I
Adolf
feel
Hitler.
pretty confident
And he
driving here,
argued that the
especially around
emancipation
nighttime.
of the Jews
It
had
was
to be
getting close to
rolled back,
midnight,
and of
so
course,
it was pretty
the
dark outside.
disaster of
No other
the
cars on the road at
Holocaust
this time.
ensued.
Out of the woods
So that's
to
a
my
very
left
quick look at
comes a
the
creature,
emancipation of Jews
what I
in
call
Western
the iguana
and
man from
East
hell.
Central Europe.
I call
And
it
in the
that
next video, I'd
because
like to
that's
look at
exactly what it
Eastern
looks
Europe,
like.
which had a
Every
very
detail
different
of this
trajectory.
thing.
If
This
you enjoyed
painting
this
was
video,
horrifying,
please consider
down to
subscribing.
every
We
inch.
have a
This thing
great
comes
learning
out of the
community that
forest
is
to my
always
left,
expanding,
crosses the
bringing
road
in
in front
lots
of
of
me,
people who
and
want to
heads
study
north
Jewish
down
history.
towards the
And
river. This
okay, I
thing
guess that's about
was
it.
so
Thank you very much
large
for
that it
watching.
had a dead adult doe hanging right there in its mouth. This creature, so tall, probably around 9 feet, and if I was to guess, shoulder to shoulder width, I'd say 5 feet easily. This thing was a hulking lizard. It's like you took Conan the Barbarian and crossed him with a demonic-looking iguana. The head was like a human crossed with an iguana, which is where I get the name from. This thing just looked evil. The expression on its face was like a fierce alpha
Hello, and
predator.
welcome to another
The
episode
entire
of
being just
Jewish
looked
History
unnatural,
Today, I'd like
and
to
it was
spend
not
some
only
time
large
talking
enough,
about
but
the
strong
birth
enough
of
to
modern
carry an
Jewish
entire
politics,
dead doe
which
in
is
its
really a
mouth
phenomenon.
like nothing. This thing just trots out of the woods, casually walks across the road, and down off into the river. My headlights lit this thing up in
And that
full
was if you're
because it
late
walked right in front of my car.
Now,
But
obviously,
it paid no
that's
mind to me,
ridiculously late.
didn't even give me a glance. I'm sure that it felt a zero threat from me, or so I guess. It didn't even acknowledge
As
me.
long as there
I
have
felt a
been
mixture of
more than
primal
one
fear
Jews, there have
and
been
total shock
politics,
at what I was
which is
seeing.
part of the
This thing looked like
nature
an
of the
experiment
Jewish
gone
experience,
wrong
I think,
and then dumped
possibly
off
of the
into the
human experience in
swamps.
general.
It took me a
What
little
I'm
bit to
going to be
process
focusing
that I had
on in
just
this
seen a
context
real-life lizard man,
is the
assuming
idea
that there
of
never
the
was such a
birth
thing before.
of mass
Afterwards, I
movements
struggled with
with
who do I even
political
tell about this?
ideologies
Who's going
that
to believe
are
me?
adopted
This
by
isn't
Jews,
just as simple
particularly in
as
the
seeing a
modern era,
Bigfoot. There's even
especially because
people in
this is
that
a time
community
when
that will believe you if you've seen
democracy
something
begins
else
to
other than a
make
Bigfoot.
its impact on
They
the
were the
community,
first
and
group
in
of people that
particular
I
the
went to
great
about my
mass
encounter,
of
and even they
population
seemed
that
reluctant to
resides
believe
in
me.
Eastern
I went
Europe,
through a
where there's
phase
so
where I
many more
somehow
Jews to
convinced
bring that
myself that I broke
critical
the whole thing
mass
up.
to lose
But
political
eventually, I came to my senses and
agendas
realized
along.
that this is
Prior
indeed
to the
truth.
1880s,
This was a
by and
real-life,
large,
living,
Jews
breathing
were
creature.
quiescent
As
when it
much as
came
it
to
scared me to
political
death,
activity.
I
They
just learned to
largely
be overly
trusted
cautious
their
now about when I
leadership
drive,
to have any
especially at
kind of
nighttime.
interface
I do share my
with
story from
secular
time to
authorities,
time, but
and so
most
it
people
really
don't
was a
believe
matter
me,
of more
and
kind of
that's
like
okay.
feudal
I feel like this is one of those
relationship where
situations where
the
it's like, what do I
sidelights
do with
the
the information now that you
intercessor that
told
would
me?
be hired by the
So
President
it's
of
more just
Manila
about being
would be the one
cautious
that would
and
be
knowing that there are
interacting
things
with
out there
nobles
that we
and
don't quite
servants and
understand.
whatever.
The
On
takeaway
behalf
from my
of the
story
entire
is to be alert
the
as
idea
possible
of a
and to
group of
always
Jews
be
breaking
aware of
away
your
from the
surroundings.
central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition
Because I
for
still
the
work
modern
as an
era.
officer
In
in this
the modern era,
department,
however,
I'm
for
going
a
to keep my
variety of
identity
reasons,
anonymous,
Jews begin
just
to
for
look
the sake
at
of my
more
protection.
contemporary
In my
ways
job,
of organizing
I could
themselves
get
and not
seriously
necessarily
reprimanded for
push
sharing
conformity with the real rabbinic and communal leadership, and that's where we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically.
I started working for the
I
same
think we
PD
can
I
date
still work for
the
now.
major
I had only
important
been an officer for
turning
around
point
a year
in
this
the building
time.
of modern Jewish
It's
politics
still
to 1881.
in certain
That is the
situations,
date upon which Tsar
especially
Alexander
when I was put
II
in
was
this very night.
assassinated, shown
The
here
county
with
I
his
work
son
in
and
operated
with
as
his wife.
smaller.
He
So you
was a very
sense
popular
of
Tsar
the same
in
people.
Eastern Europe. He was the
Trust
great
me,
Tsar
I
liberator,
haven't read
but
the same
it was
trunks
on
and
his
addicts
watch
that we see
that
on
the
the roads
serfs
many
were liberated.
times, but
it was
That's not a
not
story.
a complete solution.
I'm going
Like
to share
the
with you
emancipation
something a
of
little
Africans
different.
in America,
This
it
night,
was not a
I was
front-load
responding to a
emancipation
call.
like
A
they
noise
went from
complaint
one
behind
set of
this small
difficulties
area.
to another set of difficulties. But
This
nevertheless,
neighborhood that I was going to
the
was
Russian populace
quite a
as a
small
whole
area.
tended to regard him
A
favorably.
medium-sized body
The
of
ones
water.
who did not, in
Again,
particular, were
I'm
the
purposely refraining
revolutionaries,
from
the
mentioning
early
the lake or
socialist
town
movements that
because
were
I don't want my
burgeoning
name
in
anywhere
the
attached to
1870s.
this.
And
This
in
lake stretches on
1881,
and streams out
a
into
group
a
of
river
them,
that runs into a
organized
larger
under the
river
name of
just a
Rodney
few
Agogia,
miles
the
away.
People's
It was
Will,
not
tossed
uncommon
a
to get
bomb
noise
at
complaint
his
calls in
marriage
this
and
area,
killed him, as you can see in
especially behind this
the
neighborhood of this
contemporary
area,
newspaper
because
account
teenagers
of
would
that
take it
act of
upon
violence.
themselves to get drunk,
The
rowdy, and
rumor
create a
went
lot of
out
noise in the
throughout
summer nights
the
party.
empire
I'd
that
gone a few other times to break up
the
when British
emperor,
parties
his
were
son,
drinking
Alexander
sex in the
III,
same area.
gave the
Late at
populace
night, I figured
permission
this
to
would be
beat
just
the
another
Jews
run-of-the-mill
for 3
call.
days.
I
Now,
pulled
for a
into
long
the
time,
address of the
Jewish
individual who
historiography
placed the call
basically
on
took
the
this
voicemail.
at some kind of
And
face
I asked the
value,
person if
and
it
if
was the
you've
same
seen
party
further on
and
the roof,
music
there's
that
a
had been
famous
happening
scene
previously.
where Tabby
To
is
which they
approached by
responded no.
a policeman who wants
They
to give
said
him
they were
some kind
hearing
of heads
lots
up
of
that a
strange,
problem is
loud
coming.
animal
But
noises
it
that they
seems
could
like this
not
is not
describe.
an accurate
This had been going on for
depiction of
almost an
what
hour.
happened in
It
Russia.
was so
In
loud.
reality, the
It
pogroms
was disturbing
went
the
way out
neighbors
of
in the
control.
area.
The Russian
This
Empire
individual
and
was
the
nothing
government
more
was
to
certainly
place a
not the
call about
architects
it
of the
the same
violence.
night.
They had a great
This
difficulty
portion of the
trying
neighborhood I
to
was in
control them.
was
The
directly in front of an
entire
area, which
administration,
then
the
follows
police
to the
force,
body of
was
water.
exposed as
I
being
went to inspect the
inept,
area in question, not
excessively
hearing anyone
bureaucratic,
previously
too
mention
slow
any
to respond
noises.
to this rapid
Between the section of
movement of
houses
violence
was
that
a dead
essentially
end road
followed the
that led
newly laid
directly to
rail
that
lines that were
forest
coming
area,
from many communities.
and then
And
to the lake.
the pogroms went on
Larger
not
body
for
of water.
3 days, but for
Upon
3
approaching
years,
this
from
area,
1884.
I began
And it
scanning
really
closely,
underscored the
looking for any
fact
signs
that
of what
Russia
could be
was
making
no
loud,
longer
disturbing
capable
noise.
of maintaining
I
itself
found
as a
heaps upon
Rekha,
heaps of
that
beer
is,
cans and
a
trash and
country
blankets
governed
that were
by
probably
law.
fresh,
There was simply
maybe
too
from a night or
much
two ago.
anarchy possible,
It
too
looked like
much chaos
somebody had been
possible,
partying out
and
here for a
that
minute.
is really something
After
that
maybe
the
7
Jews as a
minutes,
minority
walking through
fear
the thick of the
tremendously.
forest,
So
approaching the
it is
larger
the
lake,
violence that
the feeling
erupted in
around me felt
1881 and
very
then for a few
hostile.
years that
It
really
was dead
triggered
silent,
the
not even
rethinking
crickets.
by Jews of their
Very
political
unusual
status.
for a summer
More
night like
ethnic
this.
populations
Clear
that were
skies.
minorities in a
I began
particular region,
scanning the
like
shoreline,
Poles and
the
Ukrainian
area
territory
directly
and vice
behind the
versa, things like
neighborhood in
that.
question,
And
looking
it
for
was
any
something that
clues.
really just felt way
I
out of
began
hand
to
for the
feel
Russians.
multiple
Now, this
presences
map
around
and the
me,
2 charts that I'd like to show you right
behind,
now come
in
from a really
front,
interesting
in the
article
water,
published in
and
2019
off to my
by
right
Elena
in the woods.
Rothschild, Sekund,
When you're an
Sakali,
officer,
and
there are
Katerina
certain
Sudovskaya
situations where you do
that
not have time to
point out
think.
something that
You
really
just have to
is very
react.
obvious, but no one
I knew
else,
it was about
to
to
my
be one of
knowledge,
those
has
just by
really
the
made
feeling
the
alone.
correlation.
My
The
initial
pogroms,
thoughts were
why
that I
did
was
they
about to
happen?
get
So
choked or
there's definitely a
stabbed by
certain amount
possibly
of
some
latent
junkies.
anti-Semitism
I kept
in
my hand
traditional
close to my pistol,
society, and we can
ready.
tie it to,
The noises
certain
got
church
closer and
teachings and
closer.
certain
Then
economic
stopped.
practices of the Jews,
I had
and
stopped,
the
shining my
long
light around me
resentment that
directly to my
goes
right
back
into
to
the forest.
the Khmelnytsky
Out of the
rebellion,
brush
the
stepped something
Haidamach
that was
rebellion,
like
and so
right
on.
Navajo.
But Jews basically lived
I tell you this,
relative
I need
peace
you to
alongside
understand
their
that as an
Ukrainian,
officer,
Polish,
we're not
Lithuanian,
trained to deal
Latvian,
with
and
these
Russian
kinds of
neighbors,
situations.
with only
If
a
you have ever
few
seen that movie in the
significant
90s,
punctuations of
I believe
violence,
it's
like
called
under
Connoisseur.
Khmelnytsky in the 17th
Whatever
century
stepped
and
out of the
under
woods,
Hunza in
very
the 18th
identical
century.
to some of the creatures in
So
that film.
the majority
It
of
reminded me
Jewish
of a
history
half
was
dinosaur,
was
half
relatively
human,
peaceful,
very
not necessarily
reptilian looking,
loving, but
long
one of
snout,
coexistence.
colonial
So why
eyes,
all these
very
pogroms all of a
humanoid
sudden?
body,
So have a look at these
covered in
charts.
thick skin.
Let me just move over
It
to
showed
the
its
other side
teeth
of the
right at
screen
me
here.
and
So
hissed.
This is a chart
The teeth
that
of this
shows
creature
the
were just
number
like that
of
of the
drugs
velociraptors,
in the years 1800 to
pointed
1900.
and
And
tipped
I'm
towards
a
the
little
inner
bit
part of the
suspicious of
mouth,
the last
as
number
though
because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in
I might be
1919. But
comics,
let's take it at face value for now because the
mind you, in the
numbers are
instance,
really
I
useful.
was petrified.
Here
I could
is
not even pronounce the right
the number
weapon.
of drugs
This thing was as tall as I
correlated
was.
with
I'm
years of
6'3".
crop failure.
I work out here
And
and
as you
there.
can see,
And I'm lean,
yes,
but I'm not bulky by
drugs
any means.
correlate with
This
certain
thing
periods
was
of crop
very
failure,
bulky.
but by no means
It looked like it
all
could bench
periods of
press
crop
3 of
failure.
me any day
There
of the
are
week,
some
anytime.
periods
I was
when
shining my light directly on
terrible
it.
crop
The
situations,
details I saw
especially
were
from
vivid.
before
But when
1881,
you're in that
that
state
did
of
not
worry
result
and
in
panic,
anti-Jewish
you
violence.
don't perceive
And in fact,
everything
this
as
rather
you should.
extended period before the
Remember
Russian
the squad
Revolution
stood there,
in 1917, where there's no violence to speak of.
showing its
So,
teeth,
what's going
as if
on
it
there?
was readying itself to
Then
punch
if you
you
look at a
and
different
attack.
kind of factor,
I don't know how to
political
explain it.
turmoil, the
I just
same
knew
kind
it
of
was
thing holds. Yes,
the
those
presence,
periods periods of violence against Jews in 1881 and 1904 or 5 with the Constitution pogrom and the Civil War pogrom, they coincided with significant political upheaval. But lots of periods where you have political upheaval and no violence against Jews. So what the authors of this study did, which is very clever, is they put together both of those variables with violence against Jews, and this is the honey chart right here. Wow, look at this. The purple line demonstrates that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous time for the Jewish life. And those two factors joined together have a direct correlation with violence against Jews. And I think this says a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate people to attack their neighbors. Okay, let's go to the political thing. So under these circumstances, I just have 3 years of chaos in the fellow Russian Empire. And Jews are basically saying, nothing's working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled, among other things, the Transformation crisis that we discussed in the previous video. We have to do something different. So basically, Jews decided en masse that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to meet the moment. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all, and that is emigration. Right? That historically, when conditions are growing increasingly poor for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked very well. And so you can see from this map, as we looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Settlement to America, Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, to South America, 250,000 to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem. It just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it could in fact become worse, as we shall see as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. His second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country. We're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat strike that ultimately forced the Russian government to change its way of operation. It's called the 1905 Revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar was still in power, but he had to cede more authority to a revised parliament. What is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problems with the Russian Empire is that in 1905 it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. So anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because socialism, following the ideas of Karl Marx, who was himself born Jewish and baptized as a child by his parents, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a self-hating Jew, and he had lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have very anti-religious, anti-clerical positions, so it did not represent the mass of the Jewish population, but there was definitely a segment of the younger population who felt like socialism, although it represented a radical break from Jewish culture and thought and so on, nevertheless represented the way forward for a more enlightened society. We'll continue with this government in the next video. Thirdly, rather than saying let's emigrate and hope it gets better someplace else, rather than saying let's not emigrate, let's try and change the country here, the third strategy is Zionism, saying let's emigrate, but we'll emigrate for the last time. We'll emigrate back to our national homeland in the land of Israel, and we will there re-establish a Jewish polity, a Jewish state, a Jewish army, Jewish flag, Jewish passports, and so on. And this would mean representative of some kind of secular messianic ideal where we represent the end of time, because we no longer wander from one place to another. Here is an image of the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, with the large picture of Theodore Herzl, the founder of political science in the background, proclaiming
Here's the other piece of the
independence
puzzle.
of Israel
This
in
encounter my grandfather had
1948.
comes
This
to
was also very, very
one of these
popular
things
option
completely tore his
that
leg,
many young
nearly
people,
ripped him
particularly
open, and
gravitated to,
disfigured his arm
even though,
entirely.
like
I always
socialism,
figured he had
most
a
of the
bad run with
traditional
an alligator,
rabbinate
but
and
things are
leadership
starting to make
opposed
more
it,
and more
saying
sense.
that it was kind of like
My
a
grandfather is well in his 90s and has always been a
an
hard,
act of
stronger
insolence
person.
towards God, in
He
the
grew
sense
up with
that,
a hard life,
you know,
and a lot of his
returning to
brothers and
Israel is part of the
sisters
Messianic
always
future,
told me
and
that
by,
because he had
you know,
survived the Great
forcing
Depression,
God's
went to
hand
Pearl Harbor
by
in
moving
Vietnam,
to Israel
it's
and
really
is
made him
trying to
now to be a
establish a
hero
state
man.
before the Messiah arrived. That was
One of the
considered,
few
you know,
times
almost
he was
heretical
actually
to
terrified
some
was
rabbis,
this
and therefore
experience.
this also represented a great
My
contradiction.
grandfather has done and seen it
The
all.
fourth option
Farmed and
was
survived the
the
Great Depression,
least popular, but
enlisted in the
nevertheless
Army,
had
and survived
a
Pearl Harbor.
significant impact
Met his first
ideologically.
wife,
This is the
had
notion of
kids, went on to
diaspora
serve in
nationalism.
Vietnam,
That said
walked
essentially,
for a
okay,
while,
we're not going to
guided
leave,
for a
no
while,
immigration.
hunted and
We're
tracked
not going to
professionally,
change the
all that
society
crazy
to
stuff.
become socialist. That's
I
like
also
a
truly
radical
believe that how my
change. We're not
grandfather
going to do that.
survived was
We're
the
also
miracle
not
of
going to move
God.
to
Because
Israel,
of the
which
condition he was
actually,
found
according
in,
to diaspora
he should have been
nationalists,
let out
sort
and
of
died,
represented a
but he
step
didn't.
backwards in
He's alive
terms
to tell
of
the
the
story and proves to be the
evolution
miracle
of the
still
Jewish
happening.
people. Because as the
Anyway,
founding
here's the story.
ideologue of diaspora
This happened
nationalism
in the late
argued,
70s.
the Jews
My
had sort
granddad
of
was out
advanced
fishing deep in
beyond
the
the stage
bayous of
of being a
Louisiana.
political state
He never
to
disclosed the
constitute
exact
their
location,
own identity.
but he
The
said it was
Jews
away
were
from other
capable
popular
of
fishing spots
perpetuating
at the
their
time,
culture
but the
and
locals
thought
knew. And
as
his
a
friends knew.
minority scattered
And he
throughout the
kept
world.
going deep
So to
to
go and
certain
say, oh, we
spots to
want to create
create
a
an
state
isolation
somewhere,
feeling.
whether it's
He
in
loved it
Israel
so
or
very
Uganda
much.
or anywhere,
He had a
that
small boat
represents
he
no
would go
looking
on and
backwards
spend
for the
days
diaspora
fishing.
nationals. And where they had
Not being out there
a
for days at a
limited amount
time,
of impact
but
in
would
Eastern
spend all
Europe,
day out
their
there fishing.
ideas were actually
With plenty of
implemented
food to
very
eat,
briefly in
hang out.
Ukraine, and
He
then
would go
for
in the
slightly
morning,
longer
come back
periods
at
in
night,
the
rinse and repeat.
interwar
You get
states
the
of
idea.
Poland,
He knew
Lithuania,
the
Latvia,
dangers
and
of the swamp
Estonia.
life.
Everything came to a
Alligators,
crashing halt
poisonous
with
snakes,
World War
you
II.
name it.
A
He
version of
always carried
diaspora
his famous
nationalism,
Model
however,
1990
survived the
with him.
institution of the
He
Jewish
preferred it over
Federation,
his 357
which is kind of
due
like
to
this
its nifty
loose
size and weight. And made up the
agglomeration
swamp.
of
He
Jewish
didn't want to be lugging
groups
anything that
around
he
the
didn't
country
need to be
to
looked around.
collectively raise
He
money
usually
for
always has
charity,
a
to
couple of spots
represent
he'd like
Jewish
to go
interests
and visit.
before
But
democratic
notice that on
governments and
this
so on.
day,
The
the fish
huge
weren't
difference
really
between
biting
the
as
way
usual.
the diaspora
In
nationalists
fact, a lot of the
envision
swamp life
their
seemed to be much more
thought of
dull.
how to
Is
deal
the
with
word he
identity,
described it.
and the way the Jewish
It wasn't
Federation
as
works
lively.
is that the Jewish
In the
Federation
pursuit to
is
catch fish,
entirely
my grandfather
voluntary.
being stubborn as
A
he knew,
person can choose to
he had to keep
identify
out of
as
the
a Jew,
swamp water, so
affiliate with
till
the
unknown
community,
territory.
or not.
He
That's,
would do this
you know,
often,
modernity
so
doesn't
it
really
wasn't like
demand that you
cultivating
have to
areas
fit
that he
into a
had not yet
particular box.
explored.
The diaspora
He said that the
nationalists had
deeper
a
he went
vision
in,
where
it
you
started
would
to feel
actually
different.
be
But
in
it
a
couldn't
fixed
describe
group.
what he meant.
They would
The
pay a
brush
certain
was
amount
much
of annual
thicker,
taxes
and there was a
to
lot
their own
less light
leadership.
coming through,
They would have the
making it
rights
harder to
as a
see.
group to
Even
draw
though it
on
was bright
state
as can be out of the
resources
sun,
for communal
it still eclipsed
practices.
his
They
own
would have a
light.
certain amount of protection in
He would
terms
make
of,
several
you know,
stops
not having
as he
elections
kept
on
venturing
Shabbat and things like
further
that.
to see if he
But
could get
it
a
was a
bite.
much more
But nothing.
kind of like
The further he
well-structured
ventured into this area,
organization than the
the
Jewish
duller it
Federation, which
became,
is
and the
essentially
overwhelming
a
feeling
volunteer
he described was
organization.
growing.
However powerful
The way
and
he best
effective it
described
is,
the
it
area was
ultimately
that he
depends
shouldn't
on
be
people
there.
wanting to belong to it.
I asked
And
if he
there's not
felt
a big
anything
diaspora
ominous
nationalism.
or that he was going
And
to die.
finally, the
And he told
last
me no,
national
but
strategy
it didn't
to
feel like that
deal
it was his
with
place to be
the
there. He
evolution
had
of
never felt like
Jewish
this
life in a
before
modern
in his
democratic
before.
area are
I
the
should know that he has
so-called
never had any
quote so called by me anyways, renewed traditional. These are Jews who really are still, in many ways, thinking the pre-modern era of traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much an Orthodox kind of way of thinking. And they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews organized politically? We should be investing much more energy in our religious activities. We should be focusing on things we need as religious Jews. However, given the rapid advance of democratizing movements in Europe and the promise of a democratic Russian empire, which turned out not to work out that way, but not in the 20th century, at the beginning of the 20th century, we'll talk about that later as well. They said, you know what, If we don't organize politically, like these other non-religious movements, then we will lose an opportunity to express the voice of religious groups, which represents a very large proportion of the overall Jewish
combination with the
So
sun
the
shifting in the sky
traditionalists,
due to the time of
with
day,
parties like
it made it seem
Israel and
almost
Hakim, several other groups,
on the verge
they
of giving up,
essentially
about to
try
turn around to go
to
home.
promote
He gives
a
it one last
religious
shot
agenda,
to
an
see if he can
agenda
get
that
anything.
really
He tells
demanded
me he knew
things
better.
specifically
What
for
little sense
religious
of life there
observance
was before
within
this
this
was now
new
nothing.
democratic
There
or
was barely any
pseudo-democratic
insects
environment.
around, let
Okay?
alone signs
Those
of
are the
fish.
5 basic
He
strategies
said it
that
felt
Jews
very
chose
unusual.
from. There were
That
lots
he
of
felt very
shadings in
welcome
between
now,
them. Let's
even
just
more
have a
so
look
than
at
previous
what they look like
insanity.
on a political
He
spectrum.
talked about how this feud was
Essentially, I'm
more
going to
intense
be
than ever.
reviewing
We're not going
the
to let that
material in the
stop.
last few
Doing
slides,
things out there to
but
do.
we will be putting it in a
This is the
graphic
part of the
format so
story
it's a
where
little bit
things go
easier to
south
understand.
very,
So here you
very
go.
quickly.
Here's a typical
His line is
political
cast in the
spectrum,
water,
the way we
and
would
he's
study
maybe
it
spent
in
about 10
American
minutes.
political science.
He's
Like
waiting
that.
for anything to
You
miss
have a
the
line, and on
and
the left
feels
you
a
have
large body
socialism,
underneath his boat.
and on the right you have
Rocks.
capitalism.
Not
Right?
hard,
If you think about
but
American
enough that he
politics,
thinks it's a big
at
fish
least until
and gets
recent years,
excited.
you could say that
The next thing he
Democrats would be
knows,
just
out of
slightly
the water,
left of
coming
center,
to greet him
Republicans would
face
be
to
just
face,
slightly right of
was this
center,
thing
but
he
basically
believes
they're
came
really
from
close
the
to the
pits of
middle.
hell itself.
Jewish politics are not like
He
that.
said it had
Where
the head
people
that
have
resembles a
really
crocodile,
wide
but much more hideous
ranges
in
of
his stern
extremes
looking.
But
Those were
Jewish
his
politics
words,
is not so
mine.
simple that we could
With
all
the upper
live on
body
just
and
one
arms
spectrum.
resembling
In
that of a
fact,
human,
a
with
second
long black
axis has to be
claws.
added, and this
This thing
relates to
comes
the
out of
question
water
of
on the side of his
zoites,
boat
which
that
means
he's facing.
basically
Perhaps only the side of
queerness.
the boat, and pulls
Do
him
we
into the
believe
water
political
in one
parties
motion.
and political
The
organizations would
force of
argue
this thing grabbing
in
onto him
developing
and
Jewish
pulling
life
him in
here, so
capsized his
in
small
the
boat.
diaspora,
He was immediately
or do we
pulled down
believe
to
in
the
doing
mud
it
and sunk
north,
below.
over there,
But
meaning
was able to
in
break
Sweden?
loose of the
Are you
grasp
more
that this thing
Zionist
held against him?
than
He
diaspora?
resurfaced and managed to
So
almost pull
every
himself
party has
back
to
onto
fit
his
on
capsized boat.
both of these
As he's
X and
pulling
Y
himself
axes.
up,
If you
this
look in the
creature
lower left
resurfaces
quadrant where you
behind
have
him
socialism
and bites onto
and
his
go
right
at
leg,
night,
then
most
grabbing
important
onto
party
it,
is
and in a
the
ripping
general
motion
Jewish
of the knee,
workers
rips and pulls his entire leg
USG.
off with
That
his
was
now
actually one of the
bone
earliest
exposed.
parties to form
He was able
illegally
to
in
make
the
his
Russian
way
Empire in
laying flat on top of his
1897.
capsized
It
boat
actually claimed
and out
a
of the water.
very large
On the
number of
second one of
followers.
these
It
things,
was
slightly
essentially a
different
very
in color and
leftist
variation, he
agenda
describes, comes
that
out of the water
was
on the
exercised
opposite
in the
side
Yiddish
and nearly
language,
rips his right
largely
arm off
because
with its
there was a
claws,
significant
severely
population of
disfiguring his
blue-collar
arm,
workers
but not
in
ripping it off.
northern
He was
Palestine,
bleeding out
Lithuania
so
in particular,
badly after
that were
having
very
his leg
receptive
torn
to
off,
socialist
his chest
messages.
scratched,
So the
and his
Jews
right arm
really
disfigured,
relied on
and he
the
was trying to
Jewish
paddle with his good
proletariat,
hand
which
left.
was quite
But soon
significant,
after
particularly
that, he
in the
lost
more
consciousness
industrialized
due to
north.
blood loss.
By the time
He
we
had
get to the
slowly died,
1917
but
revolution,
it doesn't stop there.
there were
From that
30,000
point, he doesn't
card-carrying
recall
members
time
of the
passing
group.
or any of that.
Now, backing up,
He
what
remembers
about
waking up
in
and
the
floating
quadrant
above
to
his
the
body,
lower right? You
his
see that
body
we
being
have this
operated
man,
on,
Shimon
the
Dubno,
doctors and
who
nurses
represents
rushing
the
in and out,
diaspora
trying to save
nationalists,
his
right?
life.
They're
He was able
definitely
to
very
recall
big into our night.
conversations,
They
things
did
that were
not
said during
favor
the
the idea
operation.
of moving to
He
Israel,
said he was
but
out of
they
his
didn't
body
think that the
and
country
realized
had
that
to
he
be
had
so
died on
radically
the dock.
changed on a socialist agenda.
He recalled the
They were
doctors
really
stressing
more
that they had
interested
lost him,
within a
and to keep
capitalist
trying.
economic.
He said this went on for some time
Now, if
before
we
he
go
was
up
sucked,
to the top
his
right
words, back into
quadrant,
his
we
body,
have, of
where he
course,
regained
very important
consciousness
group,
days later
the
in hospital.
Zionists.
He woke
And
up and
there
was
were
told
many,
by
many
the doctors
shades
and
of
nurses that
Zionist
they don't understand
interpretation.
how he's even
But the
alive,
most significant
and he
one
should
was
have been
the
dead
group that
by
was
the
founded
sheer
by
blood
Theodore
he
Herzl,
lost.
shown here,
He was
the
pretty
father
badly
of
dinged
modern
up.
political
In
Zionism,
fact, they
who in
even announced in
1897,
DOA,
years before,
which for those that
had
know the
the
medical lingo,
General
is
World
dead on
Zionist
arrival when
Congress.
he showed up.
And the
But one of the doctors there wrote to pursue trying to save his life. And it's a good thing that doctor did. Because had he not, well, my grandfather would be alive to talk about it. But it turns out there was another fisherman doing the same thing that my grandfather was that same day, in the same area. It just so happened to be explored that same area storm. They found him unconscious, bleeding out on his capsized boat, rescued his body, and brought him back to shore, where he was even taken to the hospital. Like I said, he was able to stay away due to his blood loss, but the doctor who operated on him wanted to desperately try to save him. I don't even know if that's part of the protocol, or if that's something doctors do indeed.
Or
But
the
that's
great
what my grandfather
powers,
tells
they
me how
felt
they
that
told
Herzl's
him.
approach was
His chest had
basically
been torn
a kind of
open,
shuttle
revealing muscle
diplomacy.
and
Go
tissue.
here, talk to this
His arm
important leader, go
disfigured,
there,
and
talk
his
to that
leg torn
important
off
leader,
above the
and
knee.
eventually you'll
He spent some
negotiate
time in
through
the
and look at
hospital,
Israel.
but ended up making a full
Jabotinsky and his
recovery.
followers felt that no,
Doctors
Jews
considered him a
must be much
miracle
more
that he was
aggressive,
still
they
able
must
to
be
walk.
much more militarily trained. They should have more of a kind of a right-wing outlook. These two approaches of Herzl and Jabotinsky essentially form the core of the political party we could label as Israel. Finally, if you move over here to the upper left quadrant, one very important movement, the Coalition, the workers of Zion, who were definitely very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if Israel would just be a reproduction of some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be established on socialist principles. They invested heavily in kibbutzim, collective farms, the sort of ideal of the Israeli-born Sabra, who has a rifle on his back and is pulling the land and draining the swamps, things like that. That's kind of like the ideal of coalition. And this movement is primarily responsible for the core of the Labour Party that dominated much of the Israeli party. So if you think this is complicated so far, they're not even finished yet. As Jews are not satisfied with two political axes, we have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, and now we have Z, which is kind of like a third dimension. I'll draw that with sort of like this third green line, and this represents the religious party. But up until now, all of these groups have been either anti-religious or neutral on religion. That leaves out a huge number of Jews who still held religious values, and traditional Judaism was sacred to them, and they did not want to, abandon their traditions. So the first group we look at are the so-called Mizrahi. These are Orthodox Jews who believe that, contrary to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working alongside secular Zionists to establish a modern state represented an abrogation of divine will, maybe that was precisely what God wanted. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact, represented the gradual unfolding of the Messianic idea. They followed in large part the teachings of this individual, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Cook, who was a brilliant scholar who lived in Israel and was a very profound Zionist. Although he was not specifically politically motivated, he didn't lead the party or anything like that, but he was kind of like the ideological founder of many of the ideas that were actually. And then finally, and I'm actually saying finally for real right now, we also have those traditionalist Jews, these are new traditionalists, who did not agree that Zionism should be embraced by religious Jews, and furthermore, they certainly disagreed with everybody on the left side of the spectrum who were anti-religion or neutral on religion. They wanted to embrace religion. So these were the groups, like the Agudat Israel, that basically decided to organize themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their many great achievements are the Siyam Shas, the Yoni program, which I'm very proud to participate in myself. I do give a 2 to 5 minute class every single page of the Talmud, 2,711 folios that over the course of the 7-year cycle, the students of the Talmud complete the entire corpus of the Babylonian Talmud. This is the most recent celebration of the completion of another cycle that was held all over the world. This happened to be a meeting at the MetLife Stadium. I was actually present at the celebration. So that's kind of like the things that Agudat Israel does. They think about what the yeshiva students need, what the Kollel families need, and they're all sort of like working in politics in order to defend So that's a graphic representation of how these political organizations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but as my father always told me, I would say it just gets product to South Carolina, okay, I hope you found this enjoyable and interesting. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do. It's really nice to see that lots of people are actually setting to it. And if you don't want to miss a lecture, make sure you click on the little bell button on your YouTube so that it'll give you a notification
So I left that
hey,
life behind,
videos
and then
happening,
ended up
or
getting clean.
premieres happening where
The
we
man
can
I used to work for
actually
also got caught
communicate in
years
real
later
time with the
and is
chat.
serving
Of
full-time
course,
with
we
the
have
feds.
other levels
I
of
know many of these
membership,
details
which
are not
give
relevant,
you
but in the
access
last
to
few
other
years, I've
lectures
really grown to like
and
these
live events
monster
and things like that.
stories.
But
And I know your
I'm
channel
really
has a
happy
bunch of them.
that you're with me
This is
for
really
this
the only
video,
experience I
and
have in my
let's
life
move
that
to
could
the
somehow
next
come
one.
close to that. My grandmother told me recently about things that she's seen and experienced when she was in her youth. My grandmother is part Sioux, Apache, Navajo, Ute, and another tribe that I can't remember. She's moved around a lot as a kid because her father couldn't hold down a steady job, and her mother and her father, well, that's another story. They would get evicted and forced to move place to place. Her father was able to hold on to a decent job for about 6
Hello and
years
welcome to
before
another
getting into
episode
a terrible car accident that nearly cost him his life and his
of
ability
Jewish
to
History
move.
Lab. Today we're going to
Shortly
begin
after, he
discussing
would pass
the
away.
Holocaust, one of the
For those 6
most
years,
difficult
they lived
chapters
just
in the
outside
long
the Toronto
history of
National
the Jewish
Forest
people.
in Arizona.
Please note that
My
this
grandmother always
information is
described to
for
me how
educational
beautiful her
context
backyard
only.
was.
I
It
will only be
stretched out for
speaking very
miles
briefly
and
about the
miles,
Holocaust
and
in
even
the
had a small
context of this
creek
series.
running along the
But if
backside
you are
with
curious
multiple
and are
bridges and
motivated to learn more, I
crosspoints
have an
that led
entire
to old
online
deserted
course
logging
which
roads and
is
game trails.
specifically
She
on
also
the topic of
spoke
the
that when
Holocaust,
the property
and it
was
is
first
free
being
and open to
constructed
the community.
years and years back,
Please see
they had
the
built a
lecture
small
notes
community
for a link
cemetery
to that
on the
particular
backside of
course.
that same land. A
What
small
I'd like to do
cemetery
today
for that
is
area
speak a little bit
that
about
probably held
the
around
interwar
50
period
to 70
But
gravesites.
let us begin first
Years down the
with a
road,
discussion
as they
of the
expanded the area
terminology.
and
What is
industrialized
this
more
word
and more,
Holocaust? Where
they
does it come
actually
from?
dug
Why do we
and
use
moved
that
all
term?
the graves
So
that were in that
the
cemetery
Holocaust
and
itself,
transported
obviously
them
we're
to
speaking
a
about
gravesite.
the
I'm not
Nazi
sure what the
attempt
point
to
of it was
destroy
and
the
at what
Jews of
point they
Europe
discovered,
during World
but she
War
spoke
II.
about them finding
It
during
was
this
such
time that there was a larger
tremendous,
area
such a
further back
huge
that was
and
used as a native
audacious
burial
act
ground.
of
It had
brutality
been largely
that
grown
it
over and
begged
lost to
a
man,
specific
as it was
term
described
to
to me
try
for
to
years and years
capture
of
what it
abandonment.
referred to.
I
In
was
the
told this was a burial
1940s through
site
the
that dated
1970s,
hundreds and
various
hundreds of
terms
years
were
back,
tossed about to
far
try and
before the property
capture
of
the
her
sense of
family's was
this
ever set.
historical event.
When she was a
Probably
little
the
girl,
first term
her
that was
father
used
never
is
allowed
the
her to
word
play back there
genocide.
on that
This
side
was
of the
coined by
land
this man,
because of the
Raphael
energy
Lemkin,
he would
in
describe to her was bad.
1944. The
She
term
could get
comes from
taken,
the words genos,
hurt,
meaning
or even
people
worse.
or class,
There
in the
were
sense of a
times as she
class
got
of
older, she would
family,
wait for her father to
and
either
C-Day
leave
meaning
or
to
get
kill, like
preoccupied
as
with
in
something.
homicide or
She would
suicide
sneak
or
back to that
patricide,
area
that
of
kind
the
of thing.
land when she
So
could,
genocide
and
means
would
the killing
always
of
regret
a
it.
people. And
She
that
went
term
back
was
there
very
a
useful
small
and,
handful
of
of
course, has
times
entered the
without
English
getting caught.
language, but
She
it
described it to
lacks
me
a
as
specific
very dark.
Jewish context. It
You
doesn't
just got this
specifically
feeling that you were
address
alone
the fact that the
and surrounded by
Nazis
hostility.
really targeted the
It
Jews.
was
There
very
were other
uncomfortable to be
people,
walking
such as the
around.
Roma,
You
Sinti, and
always
others,
felt like you were
but
being
the Jews
watched,
really were
like a visitor
high
in a
on the
home
list
that you
of
were unwelcome
targeted
in.
populations.
That will
So
always stick with
genocide
me
is a little
when
bit
she
too
told me about
generic.
that.
A term
When she
that
had gone
began to
far
be
enough
used in the
back, she
1960s
discovered
is
what she explains
Holocaust.
as
Here's
large mounds of dirt and rock.
a poster from a
These are
film
very
that
large
popularized
mounds,
the
and they looked well
Holocaust. It's
constructed.
Meryl Streep and others.
The first time she saw
And
them,
where does
they
this
were
term
further
come
back
from?
in the
So
thickness
actually,
of
it's
the
kind of a
woods,
problematic
but
term.
still visible
It
from the
is
burial
a
ground
word
area.
taken from the
That's when
Latin
she felt the
translation
idea of
of
coming
the
back in the
Hebrew
early morning
Bible.
with a
The
flashlight
translation is
while
called
her
the
dad was
Vulgate.
asleep.
And
Was a good
in
idea.
Leviticus chapter
I
29,
explored
by the
them
way,
more
it's a different
thoroughly
numbering
and
system
get
as
a
well,
much
the
closer
Hebrew
look
Bible.
at those
The
mounds.
verse
Even
in
though it was very creepy
Leviticus
being
uses
back
the
there,
term
it
Holocaust
was
as
an
a
immense thrill.
translation for the
A
Hebrew term
total
Ola,
adrenaline
which
rush.
means a
My
sacrifice
grandmother has
that is
always been that kind of
completely
lady,
burned
anyway.
up.
So
And
when she
in
told
the
me about
verse in
all
Leviticus,
this,
it
I guess I
basically
shouldn't
talks
be
about
too shocked.
offering a Holocaust
This is the
with a
same kind of lady
pleasing
that goes
order to
skydiving
God. God. Now,
bungee jumping.
the term definitely has some
She's always
value to it. It definitely has
being the free spirit that she
burned
is.
up.
This
Even
story
though,
that she told me
you know,
isn't
the
the first,
majority of the
probably the
victims
last
in
time
the
she'll
Holocaust were
experience
not
things
actually burned
beyond
to
her
death. They
plane
were
of existence.
gassed to death or
That
shot and
native
others,
roots
but
and cultural
still,
roots.
it
Her
does have
father
some kind of
was half
totality
Norway
to it.
and
But
half
at the
Ute.
same time, it
And
has
at the time,
theological
there were
problems. Like,
tombs
are
and
we
a few
actually
others at
going
this
to
range,
say
not
that
far away from where they lived
if
at the
the
time.
Jews
He
are
was a
serving
great dad,
as the
she would tell me, but
sacrificial
was
lamb,
overly
so to speak,
protective of her.
what does that make
Even
of
when
that?
it came to the spirits,
How do we say
my
that
wild
next
grandmother
to
would tamper
God
with in her
perceiving
teenage years,
pleasing
witchcraft,
odor.
etc.
It's a very
But I'll
problematic
save
term.
that for
So
later in
for
the
that
story.
reason, many religious
Sorry to
thinkers
veer off so
prefer
much.
not to use the term
Anyway,
Holocaust, and
So
they rely
she
on
waited a few
the
days
Hebrew
until
term
where she could
korban,
sneak out at
which
night
means
and have a
destruction.
flashlight
And
handy
that term
and ready
korban is
for an early
specifically
morning adventure.
connected to the
She went to bed like
destruction
normal
of the
that night,
temples in
pretending to
Jerusalem
be
in
asleep,
586
only to wait till the
before the
moon was
Common Era
directly
and the
overhead in the
70
sky
of the Common Era.
before she made
So
her
for
descent
religious
to the
thinkers,
window.
the
There
term
was cloud
korban
coverage,
is
but
definitely
the moon still had
popular,
plenty of time to show
but it
through.
also adds a kind of
Sometimes
religious coloration
casting
that
its
is
own
problematic
shadows.
for more
It
secular
was
Jews.
mostly
In
cloud
Israel,
coverage
the
that
most
made for the
popular term
journey
is
into
undoubtedly
pitch black
Shoah,
complete.
also a Hebrew
Anything
term
she
that
could do
occurs in
to
the
defy
Bible,
her
but it
father
does not
and
have
push
that
forward
same
in the
connotation of
face of
connecting it
adventure.
to the destruction of the
This was
temples
around
and
mid to
the,
late July.
you know,
The night was still
theological
warm from the hot
baggage that
day,
goes along with it. One
and
last
everything was
term.
lush and thick.
We should
It
be
made
careful
things even
because some of the
darker.
terms that are
She
used,
recalled
I
the walk to
personally
just
think
get
are
to the
rather
area of
offensive.
the
For
land
example,
that was
use the
uncomfortable.
term
She
extermination,
began getting hives on
extermination
her
of the
skin and
Jews of
points,
Europe.
and
You know,
feeling this
extermination is a term
burning
we use for
sensation
vermin,
on
which
her arms and
plays right
legs,
into
like
the
someone was touching her with a
message
hot
with
poker.
regards to their
She talked
destruction
a lot
of
about
this
how the walk to the
population of
burial
people.
ground area
There are certain terms like final solution
the
and
darkness felt
illusion,
thick
which
and
were
wet.
actually coined by
It felt like it
Nazis
was
themselves.
alive
Here
and
you see
surrounding
a
her.
mugshot of
There
Herman
was a
Goering
strong
from
sense of bad
the
feelings and
Nuremberg
energy
trials,
all
and
around.
he used terms like this,
Even
an
more,
end seal,
now
the
that she
end
was
goal,
enshrouded
things
by
like
the
that. So
darkness of night.
Holocaust is a
As
difficult
crazy
term
as
to
my grandmother
use. It has
is,
some
she
problems with
continued
it,
to
but
push
nevertheless
on,
it is
despite her
the
whole
term that has
body
become
telling
most
her to get
popular
out of
in the
there.
English language, and so
That's right
therefore
about
we
when she
use
had
it
her first
for
sighting
expediency.
of this creature.
So when we
She
go
makes
to
it
the
to the back
historical
burial
data
area
here, the
and goes
Jews
further
in
this
Europe
time
at this time,
into
you
the
see
area
this map, which
out
comes from the United
towards the
States
burial
Holocaust
mounds.
Memorial Museum.
This is when she was
They're
talking
spread out
about
across
how
Europe.
it
The
became hard
great
to physically
mass
go
of them
back there.
are in Eastern Europe,
It was
in
like this
the Soviet
unforeseen
Union and
force
in Poland
trying
in
to hold her
particular.
back, so she
Germany
couldn't
has
go
only
further.
about half a
But she
million
did.
Jews. They tend to be
Once into
highly
the small burial
assimilated.
site,
They tend
she said
to
her
speak German
flashlight's
very
light
well, dress
reached
like
less
Germans,
and less
tend
further.
to have
The
less
darkness physically
outward
became thicker,
adherence to
which is something
traditional
she had never
Jewish
experienced
observance,
before,
whereas
but
when
would
you
later
move to the
encounter
east,
in
you have a
different
lot more of the
scenarios.
masses of
Again, we'll talk
traditional
about that later.
Hasidic and Lithuanian Jews
Here is where things
who
go
are much
haywire.
more obviously
Upon
Jewish
reaching the
from
burial
them.
mounds,
But that didn't
she
stop
noticed there were three of them,
anti-Semitism from spreading
spaced no
in
more than a
Germany
few
in
hundred feet
particular. In
away from
fact,
each other.
a lot of the
Its small
anti-Semitism
overgrown
the
paths
Nazis
made each
relied on
one.
had a specific
These
coloration.
mounds
We've
were
spoken in previous
far
lectures
larger than
about the
her.
development of
On the
anti-Semitism through
backside of the
several
first one,
phases,
she noticed a large
from
hole
ancient
that dropped down
xenophobia
into the
to
ground on the
medieval
back of
Jew
this
hatred,
mound.
and
It was like a
when
hole
we get to the
that
modern
then
period,
dropped down into the
there
earth.
is a very kind of
Think like a small
quasi-scientific
outcropping,
quality
and
to
then
it,
a hole
in
that
which
leads down on the
the
backside
Nazis
of
have
this first mound.
largely
With her
abandoned the
flashlight, she
outwardly
couldn't see where
religious
it led to.
aspect
She
of
just knew it was down into the
previous
earth.
forms of anti-Semitism,
Every
and
fiber
they
in her being
focus on
was
this
screaming to get
racial
out of there.
quality
She
connecting
knew
with
she
the
was being
idea of a
watched, that
conspiracy.
this place was full of
Specifically
bad
that the
spirits and
Jews
energy.
constitute a
But she didn't
distinct
care.
kind of
If she could
race
just check out the mounds,
that
she
are
would have been satisfied.
altogether joined
Just
in
as she
a
was
global
able to walk to the
conspiracy
second
to
mound,
dominate
she
other
began
races.
hearing light
And the way in
footsteps
which they
roll around her.
dominate, which obviously is very difficult because the Jews
She
are a
shined
tiny
her light
minority of the
rapidly,
population,
but never
is
saw anything,
specifically in some kind
calling
of
out and asking who was
cancerous
there.
or bacteriological
Of course,
form.
no
Like, for example,
response.
here you see a
Right at that moment
a
is
German
when something
language
very
novel
large
from
came out of the hole
1920
behind her
that
from the back of the mound.
shows a
She shined her light,
hideous
and
kind
to
of
her horror,
vulture
what
that's
she
weighing
describes
down
as this large,
this
reptile,
shirtless man.
humanoid
And
creature
what this
steps
picture is
out.
meant to say is that the
Eyes
Jews
like a cat,
who are like
sharp and
carrion
piercing,
eaters, they're
and a
vermin,
face so
they live
hideous and
off
fierce.
decay,
She
they're
froze
going
up.
to dominate
Before I
the
go on,
otherwise
here's
This is the point that I began asking her all sorts of questions
And once
about this
they
thing looked
eat
like.
them out like
Because
a
even I was
cancer from
apprehensive to
within,
leave her the
then
moment.
they will feed on their
I know my
corpses. The
grandmother
title,
is
by the way,
crazy,
reads, "Die
but I know she
Sünde
is
das
not a
Blut,
liar.
ein Zeichen
And the
vom
genuine fear she expressed
sin
to me
against the
when
blood,
describing
a
this creature
novel
she
of
saw
the time."
is a little disturbing, to say the
The
least.
fact that the Jews of Germany were much
They
more
had larger
assimilated
scales,
actually fed
very
into
snake
a lot of
serpent
this, such
like
as, for
face,
example, you see
with
this
sharp,
really
jagged teeth
bizarre
protruding from the top
form
and
of
bottom.
children's propaganda published
teeth
in the
were long
1930s
and
by
pointed.
Elvira Bauer, a
Its
really
arms were long,
twisted
extending
kindergarten teacher
further than
and
its waist,
propagandist.
and had hard,
This is a
exaggerated
book for
hands.
children called
It had
Gifts,
hard,
the
defined, wrinkly
poison
muscles underneath its
toadstool.
thick scales, and stood
And the
much
thing about
taller than her.
toadstools is that they look
She
like
knew down in
mushrooms,
her being,
but unless
and
you are very careful and you know the signs, you will always mistake them for healthy mushrooms. And you might eat one of these, but it's actually poison. So too, the metaphor goes that the Jews look like regular Germans, but in reality, they are quite distinct, racially different, and they represent a threat. That's the kind of thing that goes on in that particular
along with the
piece
approaching
of propaganda.
footsteps
The Nazis frequently referred to Jews as various kinds of vermin who are bent on destroying the entire world through a global conspiracy, like this French language piece of Nazi propaganda that shows the Jew as some kind of like vicious tarantula scavenging the world. Or here's something from the Warsaw Ghetto that shows that the Jews carry typhus associated with this deadly lice-borne disease and so on. So, and here finally, here's an Austrian example. This is terrifying. Again, from the elections of that early war period, the Jew is portrayed as some kind of like devilish snake who is strangling the Austrian eagle. And the image reads in German, Deutsche Christen rettet Österreich, which means German Christians save Austria, right? Meaning you have to vote for a particular political party in order to save Austria from this Jewish snake, who, by the way, is associated with the communists, because you can see the hammer and sickle are lying underneath there. So that's the kind of atmosphere that Hitler came of age in. Now, here's an image of Hitler as a baby, kind of a children's image to look at. Hitler had a difficult relationship with his father, who was much older than his mother. And when his father passed away at 18, that allowed Hitler himself a little bit more freedom because he had always wanted to be an artist. He had some middling talent. Here you can see some of his artwork that's actually available on the web. Unfortunately for the young Adolf, he was not especially talented, and he was rejected from the Vienna School of Art. A rejection that stung him bitterly, and in fact he complained about it in his memoirs later. And he always felt that somehow his rightful place in the Vienna School of Art was taken by a Jewish applicant, and it's this idea of the replacement theory, meaning that Hitler felt he should have been in the Vienna School of Art, but a Jew had replaced him. A Jew had, supplanted his rightful place in the incoming Jewish body. That's something that, by the way, reverberates throughout a lot of nationalist, white supremacist thought, right up into America in the early 21st century. At any rate, he found new purpose with the onset of World War I, and he joined it enthusiastically, and he was actually wounded during World War I. He was the victim of a gas attack, which gas was used at that time, as we discussed in the previous lecture. But when Germany surrendered in November 1918, he, like many other Germans, felt that this was a stab in the back that was somehow orchestrated by Jews. Here you can see another Austrian propaganda cartoon that captures the idea of the stab in the back, which in German was the Dolchstoß. You can see by the way, I'm using some Austrian materials here. We should mention that Hitler himself was actually an Austrian. And Austria and Germany, although they are separate countries, they are really in one larger cultural unit. Austria would join with Germany in the Anschluss, and they would prosecute the war together, but that's for later on. Anyway, here is an Austrian depiction of the anger that many Austrians felt over the surrender in World War I. There's a lantern-jawed Austrian soldier with a steely gaze, defending the Western Front. And sneaking up behind him is this hideous-looking woman that has a Jewish star on the French-style hat that she is wearing, and with this leering smile, she's stabbing him in the back, meaning that the Jews somehow betrayed Germany and Austria from within, causing a lot of anti-war sentiment and causing the Germans to surrender prematurely before they could have actually won in World War I. Hitler, when he came back from the war, got very much involved in right-wing politics. He participated in the Beer Hall Putsch, in which there was actually an attempted insurrection for which he was arrested and sent to jail. Here is a picture of him, believe it or not, in jail. He actually had a very cushy time there. The judge who sentenced him was clearly very sympathetic to Hitler's aims, and although he could not let him off scot-free, he gave him a very, very light sentence in jail, very brief duration, and allowed him a personal chef, all kinds of ridiculous things. And it was in jail that his reputation was secured. He got credibility for having gone to jail for his right-wing beliefs. And while he was there, he wrote his memoir, My Struggle, in which he essentially laid out his political program. It's a rambling, frequently incoherent document that lists all of his anti-Semitic complaints and his, ambitions for Germany and so on. And essentially, this gave him, when he was released from prison, a lot more popularity. He used these thugs that were organized in the so-called Brown Church, the Sturmabteilung, to intimidate much of the population in the various elections that were held in the 1920s and 1930s. But he never gained a majority of the vote with his Nazi party. Here you can see the elections of 1928, he only got 2.6% of the popular vote. He got actually quite a bit more in 1930 and 1932 as primary opponent to the Communist Party. In March 1933, he garnered 33% with a lot of dirty tricks, but ultimately, when you look at the comparison with the other parties, you can see the communists lost quite a bit in that last election. The Social Democratic Party, the second largest, only had 20% of the vote. So in the coalition-style government that was prominent in many European countries at the time, Hitler was given the opportunity as the leader of the largest single party, the plurality, to form a government, and that's when he was able to come to power. Proceeded early on to identify Jews with the so-called Nuremberg law that clearly identified them by racial characteristics, that is, how much blood was in them as measured by their grandparents, creating a very racist society that was dependent for all kinds of advancements in various careers and in public services like education and so on whether or not one was free of any Jewish blood. Jews who were removed from civil service, from the courts, from education, and a whole series of measures were put in place to gradually push them out of German society. This culminated in a dramatic attack, the largest attack of its kind. It's called Kristallnacht in 1938, where there were, it was really a nationwide pogrom against Jews, a widespread attack, widespread burning of synagogues. The name itself, Kristallnacht, comes from the broken glass that littered the streets of German cities. And it was kind of like the last warning for the Jews in Germany that they had better get out. The difficulty was that although many Jews were really quite willing to leave Germany, and a large number of them did, there were very few countries who would actually accept them at that time. As immigration quotas were imposed, and fewer Jews were able to find safe haven elsewhere. We're going to continue with the onset of World War II and the Holocaust.
And then it went back hundreds and hundreds of years. Scores of them would get together in secrecy and worship the darkness, casting spells of protection and illusion, bindings on the burial sites for protection, wards to give off bad energy. It's a very serious part of their culture, a part of their culture that they don't talk about. It's very similar to what the Navajo people experience with what they describe as skinwalkers, people who have given themselves over to evil. It transforms them, even contorting somebody's body to a whole new being of darkness. My grandmother's take, which is an educated guess on what the mounds were, and that lizard being is, or evil beings, assigned to protect that area. She knows this kind of thing exists in many other tribes and cultures. This is what she firmly believed her father had tried to keep from her and protect her, was this evil energy that laid there and waited.
We're going to focus our remarks on the region that was conquered first.
For my 18th birthday, I had gone up on a small road trip with my extended family, mainly my cousins on the East Coast. Driving from Florida up to New York, back down, Years later, after I had my encounter, I came to find out that a man had seen close to the same thing I had when traversing through the same area. My encounter happened in 2009. We were in Lee County, South Carolina. I can't tell you what town we were close by because I don't remember. I can tell you that it was nighttime, and we were not just on the freeway. Even though we were on a road trip, my brother, who was driving at the time, insisted on taking all these back roads in every state to get a real feel for the area. This caused our road trip to take 10 times longer, which I didn't want. We had been driving through swamplands for the better half of an hour, not seeing a whole lot because it's dark and there are not many lights. If you're not familiar with the area, we're out in the middle of the swamps on a 2-lane road, just cruising in the summertime with the windows down. My brother, who's 21 at the time, pulled over slowly to the curb of the road. Not even a pull off, but slightly off to the side, and while keeping his foot on the brake in case another car came swinging in, told me to reach into the glove box. I did. He had brought several old papers and some weed. He was going to roll some joints, and we're going to drive around smoking. But in that moment, as I'm handing him the stuff, we heard this strange screaming noise close by, closest to the driver's side of the car. It's pitch black out here, except for the stars in his headlights. There's not another soul on this road. Maybe 5 seconds later, after that scream, we hear this noise of something big coming toward the car. I don't know what it was, man, but out of the swamps to our left comes this freaky-looking gangly thing coming straight for our car. It was almost gliding in motion, not at all like a physical animal running after something, even though it made thudding noises as it moved forward and looked so weird. Instinctively, my brother throws down the weed and swerves back onto the road, smashing the gas pedal all the way down. We were driving his crappy Volkswagen Jetta at the time, which I remember had a faulty knock sensor, so its acceleration was off. We go flying back on the road around this bend, and this creature, whatever it was, still hot on our tail, reaching its long arms out to try and grab a hold of the car. Everyone in the car is screaming, including me. Even though it's dark, we can see this thing. It had these yellow glowing eyes, almost white, unnatural looking eyes. Another car comes down the hill in front of us, and the thing chasing our vehicle hops off into the swamps to the right of the vehicle. My brother doesn't realize this yet, and he began losing control of the car. That's when he tried to stabilize the vehicle. Ended up flipping the car because he was driving so fast. Luckily, we were all wearing our seatbelts, but it knocked me unconscious, along with my brother. I woke up later in the hospital with a mild concussion. My cousins had worse injuries than me. My brother somehow managed to avoid getting any drug charges, because I guarantee you they found his stash in the car after the crash. I guess when each one of us gave identical recollections of the events leading up to the crash to the police and hospital staff, I think they just left it alone. Life ended up going on after that, but years later, my friend on Facebook sent me this thing about Scape or Swamp. This young man was over on the side of the road, and something that looked almost identical to what he described charged and tried to attack him. He got away, but by his accounts in the article of the paper, it's almost to a T what we saw. There's a rough sketch he did of the creature he saw, and it looked very much identical to that. It was also very, very fast. I have no idea what it was, but it really sent a chill down my spine to know that there had been somebody else who'd seen and experienced what we did. The best part was, at least this young man was even documented by the newspaper. I tried reaching out to this man, who would be now 20 years older, to only learn that he had since passed away in a shooting. I don't know what's out there, and if you would have told me my own story before it ever happened, I'd call you crazy. Now, I'm a lot more open to people who have similar experiences as I do, and believe in things that the world says does not exist. Good day. 3 years ago, When I was down in South Florida, I'll never unsee what I saw walking into the mangroves. I was walking along a small sector of deserted beach, very close to the thick swamps and Everglades that opens up right into the ocean. This is one of the many spots of the state where freshwater and saltwater clash. I was kind of in the thickness of the swamp, but at the same part in an open enough area where there was plenty of empty beach. As I continue walking straight, I'm looking ahead. It was far away from me, but I could still make out details to know this wasn't a man. Something on two legs, standing like a man, walking like a man, and moving like a man, walks out of the mangroves onto the sand, and its back is turned to me. It takes a few steps, then stops like it was caught. I'm talking frozen at mid-step. It turns its head and looks right in my direction. While keeping its head fixated on me, it bolts off into the swamps and mangroves in just a flash. When it had emerged out of the mangroves, I didn't see it at first. I thought it was just an animal, until it came out to a clear view. It was heading in the direction of the water before it noticed me. What it looked like to me was this large lizard man. It had what I guessed was a small tail on its backside. It looked dark, and its head was shaped like a lizard head too. I couldn't see any eyes or anything specific about its body or skin because I was walking far away. The movements looked natural, fluent, organic. There's no way somebody in a random suit was just walking around out here in the middle of nowhere. Not even a camera crew. Nobody to prank me. No cameras, nothing. The speed at which it took off at, back into the Everglades, wasn't human either. It took 3 huge strides at breakneck speeds, and bam, gone for good. It scared me and shook me. I really don't know how to describe with words what it was. Florida is home to all sorts of crazy animals. Last thing I would ever imagine is lizard men. There was nobody else around me or near me for miles that I could see. This was kind of out there, not exactly on a big popular Miami-style beach. This was very secluded, an area that you have to travel through some swamp to get through, but anybody can access it. It wasn't hard, just took about a 15-minute walk. I feel like writing this out is helping me get over it and understanding what I saw. Even though I can understand it, it's like my brain is having a hard time processing the reality of it. When you're told your entire life, things like this are real. Well, they sure are. And if you see one as I did, it can throw your whole world upside down. Now, I just need to work on getting over that and living with it. Thanks for being an outlet we can send our stories to and get these off our chests.
On the other hand, there are other ways of looking at resistance in the ghetto that affirmed life without necessarily taking up arms against the Nazis. One great example of that is the spiritual resistance that was organized by Rabbi Shapiro, shown here, known as the Eish Kodesh.
It's probably no surprise to you that you've heard things about dinosaurs still existing. Missionaries who have traveled deep into the Amazon rainforest have seen things that many forgotten tribes have seen. Real-life breathing sauropods. Although extremely rare, these are not the only large reptilian sightings to come to surface. While the details to these particular sightings might be as elusive as the dinosaurs themselves, there have also been creatures spotted in the Arizona deserts, identified by what many would consider to be a velociraptor of some kind. Not the Jurassic Park renditions, though. These are much more bird-like. While there is at least some evidence that points to these things existing still, the real purpose of this message is to relate to you the several encounters that happened near Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. Now, Guantanamo Bay already has a pretty bad reputation, but for much other reasons, like violence and tyranny, and not so much dinosaur sightings like you would imagine. Over the years, there has been several witnesses, from locals who live on the islands to U.S.
Jewish
Marines,
History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion
kind of being.
of the
Some
Holocaust.
of these
These
accounts stretch all the way
intended
back to
for educational
1965 and
purposes.
before then.
One of the
However,
historiographic
due to
challenges of studying the
technology
Holocaust is
and the more
defining
frequent
precisely
traveling
what
between
is
the
it
US
that
and
we
Cuba,
mean when
there
we're
have been
speaking
far
about the
more
Holocaust.
sightings.
Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involves two major periods of Nazi activities: the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. My YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double-crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact, as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that were sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Shtepla, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing Georgia. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets because it represents a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problems, so to speak. This was discussed at a important conference that took place at a resort at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adam Heidman shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that it included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chelmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up, and in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the Genera, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, they're political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered really at the very end of the war, when it was clear that the Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of whom had died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their person, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be mutilized, to have lice removed from their bodies. It was very common in many of these camps, and even the Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was Zyklon B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof. And then Jews were exposed to it and died in 20 or 30 minutes before most deathbed. Then bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient. Frequently, the bodies simply had to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed or gassed, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when these liberated the camp, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history.
But I know my uncle.
Thank you very much for
I
watching.
saw the look in his eyes as he's retelling this story. This is not made up. I saw his genuine reaction as he's explaining this to us. Whatever this was scared him to the bone, even though the story that I'm going to share with you is his story. It is disturbing, but bear with me. To retell this event, we're going to go back to 1972. My father and his mafia partner just got done putting a bullet into this man's head for ripping them off on a drug deal. I think the whole thing involved cocaine, in mass quantities of it to be exact. And I think when he was confronted about it, told them to go F yourself, to put it politely. Well, being the mafia, they're not going to stand for that, so they took care of business, as they like to call it. My uncle and his partner disposed of his body in the only way they really knew how back then. To take his body out to the middle of the swamp and dump it and bury it. Let the alligators and whatever other bugs out there take care of the rest. I'll never forget when my uncle looked us in the eyes and said, the amount of times we did this to get rid of bodies and were never caught, it's a number that I myself have lost count of. Anyway, going back to the story, my uncle and his partner are out there in the middle of the night in northern Louisiana, somewhere out in the middle of the swamp. He couldn't exactly recall where, because I don't even think he knew exactly where. I think they just pulled over somewhere and dragged the body out of the car and walked into the swamp a bit with shovels. They were originally going to dump the body, but they thought it would be better to dig at least a loose grave to hide any evidence. My uncle's business partner has this lantern, and my uncle is the one digging the shallow grave. As he's digging, they both begin to hear what he described as a jaguar sound. They both look at each other and just nod their heads to keep digging and to ignore whatever sound it was. My uncle continues to dig, and he recalls this exactly. And he says, quote, I had just shoved the shovel into the soft soil, put my foot down, pressed it in, and I heard my partner scream bloody murder. When I looked over, this lizard, larger than a man, was running at him and swiped his claws, disemboweling him with one swipe. The lantern he was carrying and his intestines both hit the ground at the same time. My uncle had to pause here and catch himself because he was getting kind of emotional. This is where you could tell that the story was getting really traumatic for him to recall to us. He then continued. Without even thinking, he threw the shovel down and sped back to the car at record-breaking speed, while turning around and firing a couple shots off of this thing. He wasn't even sure if it was following him. He was just in a complete state of shock and panic, made it back to the car, and got out of there. He had bigger fears. His partner, now dead, and the body was left exposed in a trash bag, sitting out in the open with a shovel. If caught, their DNA was all over everything. All of this, coupled with the fact that he just encountered some sort of giant swamp lizard that killed his partner in one quick swipe. What was he going to say about his partner going missing? What he told us is that the mafia believed that he had some part to play in his partner's death and tortured him consecutively for 4 days straight. He never exactly told the version of the story that he told us about a swamp lizard coming out and disemboweling his partner. They would have never believed a word for him, and probably would have killed him. In fact, my uncle is very glad and humbled to be alive. He claims he's very surprised they didn't take his life, but that they would rather teach him a lesson. I had asked him if he could describe what he saw in more detail, the thing that killed his partner, and he just kept saying that it looked like a big lizard with huge teeth and long claws, and that it ran on 2 legs, just like a person, but was shorter than him and his partner, which, by the way, him and his partner were pretty average height, 5'10", 5'11", in the dark lighting conditions of the swamp, and the lantern being his only real source of light. It's hard for me to accurately guess how much he truly did see, but it must be serious to traumatize a cold-blooded man like him. A man who had no problems killing you if you came between him and his mafia family. In case you didn't catch it the first time, this was in northern Louisiana, sometime in the early morning hours, I was told. My uncle then veered off to a different story, but I could tell it was hard for him to retell to us. It was clearly a very traumatic event. Since hearing my uncle's story, I've had the chance to check out a few of your reptilian encounters on your channel, just to try and verify if there's any corresponding details that exist between his story and the stories you've posted. While I can't pinpoint anything exactly, it's pretty eerie that other people besides my uncle have seen reptilian creatures in the swamps. I've always known that the swamps were dangerous and home to alligators, but if you would have told me that they were home to man-sized carnivorous lizards, well, that's a totally different thing on its own. My sighting takes place in southwestern Tennessee. This is in a place known as the Cross Creeks National Wildlife Refuge, right alongside the Cumberland River, not too far outside of the small town of Dover, east. I was driving home late one night on the 49. This is where I had a sighting of what I would like to call the man iguana from hell. The 49 is pretty much a straight 2-lane highway that travels all throughout the wetlands. There's really nothing too exciting to see, except what I saw in my case was extraordinary, and not in a good way. This 2-lane highway traverses throughout the wetlands, covered with thick forest on both sides of the road, and again, the Cumberland River, right nearby. It's important to keep an eye out for deer and anything else that the river might draw, like any other nocturnal animals. I'm not a Tennessee native by any means, but I've been around here long enough that I feel pretty confident driving here, especially around nighttime. It was getting close to midnight, so it was pretty dark outside. No other cars on the road at this time. Out of the woods to my left comes a creature, what I called the iguana man from hell. I call it that because that's exactly what it looks like. Every detail of this thing, this being, was horrifying, down to every inch. This thing comes out of the forest to my left, crosses the road in front of me, and heads north down towards the river. This thing was so large that it had a dead adult doe hanging right there in its mouth. This creature, so tall, probably around 9 feet, and if I was to guess, shoulder to shoulder width, I'd say 5 feet easily. This thing was a hulking lizard. It's like you took Conan the Barbarian and crossed him with a demonic-looking iguana. The head was like a human crossed with an iguana, which is where I get the name from. This thing just looked evil. The expression on its face was like a fierce alpha predator. The entire being just looked unnatural, and it was not only large enough, but strong enough to carry an entire dead doe in its mouth like nothing. This thing just trots out of the woods, casually walks across the road, and down off into the river. My headlights lit this thing up in full, because it walked right out in front of my car, but it paid no mind to me. Didn't even give me a glance. I'm sure that it felt zero threat from me, or so I guess. It didn't even acknowledge me. I felt a mixture of primal fear and total shock at what I was seeing. This thing looked like an experiment gone wrong, and then dumped off into the swamps. It took me a little bit to process that I had just seen a real-life lizard man, assuming that there never was such a thing before. Afterwards, I struggled with, who do I even tell about this? Who's gonna believe me? This isn't just as simple as seeing a Bigfoot. There's even people in that community that won't believe you if you've seen something else other than a Bigfoot. They were the first group of people that I went to about my encounter, and even they seemed reluctant to believe me. I went through a phase where I somehow convinced myself that I dreamt the whole thing up. But eventually, I came to my senses and realized that this is indeed truth. This was a real-life, living, breathing creature. As much as it scared me to death, I've just learned to be overly cautious now about when I drive, especially at nighttime. I do share my story from time to time, but most people don't believe me. And that's okay. I feel like this is one of those situations where it's like, what do I do with the information now that you've told me? So it's more just about being cautious and knowing that there are things out there that we don't quite understand. The takeaway from my story is to be alert as possible and to always be aware of your surroundings. I've been living out here in rural Mississippi for the past 6 years now, and it's pretty common to hear a variety of different animal noises. Still, I can never pinpoint an animal to the sound that I've been listening to lately. It's pretty common to hear coyotes like that all the time. And my partner wants to say that this was a coyote, but let's be honest. A coyote doesn't sound like a dinosaur screaming. I only hear the sound at night, but it seems like I'm living in Jurassic Park. If you ever have seen the movie Jurassic Park, there are multiple times throughout each film where a dinosaur roars or makes a noise, and it just has this reptilian sound to it, where if you are blindfolded, and even though the T-Rex sound, for example, is made up of a few different tones, if you've ever watched a documentary on the making of it, it still sounds like it's coming from a large reptile or a dinosaur. I'm telling you this and including this in my email because that's the only way I can accurately describe and explain how this sounds. It sounds nothing like a coyote, and my partner seems to want to disagree with me. I don't know if it's because he's scared or what the deal is. It does not sound natural, and it is not anything that I've ever heard before. We live close to a rather large part of swampland, so already that's a strike against us. I've listened to all sorts of weird horror stories about people getting lost in the swamps and all the monsters that are supposed to be living in the swamp. Quote unquote monsters. And then I start hearing this at night. I don't believe monsters are real necessarily. I think I'm probably just hearing an unidentified animal, in my honest opinion. Still, scientifically, I've never heard any animal sound as loud as this, or matching this exact animal's timbre. I don't know how much you know about giant reptiles that live in swamps, but it almost has this hissing quality. As I'm typing this to you, I'm trying to sit here and think of what animal I can explain to you that would make the most sense. If you've ever heard a Komodo dragon, for example, they have this deep roar or angry groan hiss sound. That's not quite what I'm hearing, but imagine that amplified with more of a roar guttural quality behind it. Now you're starting to get close to what I'm hearing. Again, a reptile sounds like a reptile, and there's no mistaking that. I'm sorry if this email is too long. It's just been really scaring me lately. So I thought I would reach out to several different big YouTubers, because with all these stories you guys get sent, I'm sure you get knowledge and are able to clarify some things that might be out there, or possibly be unknown to man. A couple of years ago, some friends that we made since moving up here told us about some Bigfoot encounters they've been having in the same area. Now, I'm not a believer in Bigfoot by any means, but their encounters and sightings were frightening with how they retell their stories. I guess Bigfoots run rampant out here, but I didn't know that before moving out here. I thought to myself that it could be a Bigfoot that I'm hearing out here in the swamps at night. But from what I've been told, and from what little I know about Bigfoot in general, they don't sound reptilian. Maybe they do. Hopefully you can answer me and reply. Perhaps it's an entirely new discovered species of animal that's only living here in the Mississippi swampland. I have held on to this encounter for a very long time, and I haven't told anybody about it because I fear I would be mocked and called crazy. But maybe it's about time for me to finally share my experience with the world. After listening to all the stories people have shared with you, it's really encouraged me to step up and share what happened to me back in the late summer of 1979 in Columbus, Mississippi. Your video series about reptilians is precisely what I wanted to talk about. Until recently, the past 6 months, I had no idea that there was anybody else out there who's seen a creature like I have. People talk about Bigfoot, and even I've heard about a thing called a Mothman, but I never would have guessed that other people have seen large reptilian humanoid creatures just like I did. I thought I was crazy because I thought I was the only one. I've never been into conspiracies or wanting to dive down that rabbit hole. But the more I listen to some of these stories, the more real this all makes it seem, and the more it all brings me back to that evening. I can tell you, it was July 10th in 1979, and it was beginning to get dusk. I lived out of a small house that I was rooming with a few friends. I'd only been there for around a few months, and by nature, I'm a small-town boy from Colorado. So a few friends of mine moved out here to start up a small business, and they really wanted me on the team to work in their department. I didn't have a job at the time, so I thought it would have been the perfect fit. Rooming with some friends, working at the same position. We could party and work together. What more of a life could you want at only 22 years old? Now, you need to understand something. At the time where I was living, it wasn't fully developed like everything is nowadays, with stores and businesses everywhere. Commercial real estate in general has very much expanded in just about every area. Back then, this was about as rural as you can get, with only a few plots of land here and there, with houses sparsely spread. At the time, there was only a few other houses in the area, with mainly large empty fields and thick woods all around. You bet it was humid as hell. Our drive to work was approximately 25 minutes, which we enjoyed, because that means we could party and be as loud as we want to, without having angry neighbors calling the police on us. In fact, that's actually one of the reasons why we decided to go in and rent this house together. If you look out from the front door, it goes out all the way to the front road, and beyond that, it dips down in a small embankment to a thick, grassy field that goes on for acres and acres into more and more denser woods. You can call it an empty meadow, because the only thing that's really there is probably some marshland and some really, really tall grass. At the time, there was zero development, and the closest house is probably a half-mile down the road in either direction. Again, perfect for young kids in early 20s to party without disturbing anybody purposefully. And might I say that at that age, I drank like a pirate. At the time of the sighting, though, I was stone cold sober, and I really want to hone in on that. I was the only one home at the time, because my few other roommates were out doing something, I don't remember what. Probably out chasing girls like they always did when they weren't working. I was usually the more reserved one. I was outside having a cigarette, and I see this giant lizard stand up from the tall grass in the field opposite of the side of the house. I stared at it intently for a few seconds, just trying to comprehend what I was looking at. Then, it turned its head, and its whole body followed. It slowly began walking towards the woodline, which was probably about a few hundred yards. I watched this thing walk all the way towards the woodline, before finally entering and disappearing. This thing looked like a Komodo dragon crossed with a human. It was dark and scaly looking and had long arms. It did have a tail, but because the grass was so tall, its lower body was obscured. I almost dropped my cigarette and thought to myself, I just seen a lizard man. When I was outside smoking my cigarette and happened to see it, I wasn't necessarily looking for anything. I was just kind of spacing out, looking off in the distance, thinking about my day, when this thing rises up out of the tall grass. It was tall, though, because that grass is easily 3 feet tall, and it only came up to about mid-thigh to this creature. That meant that it was probably around 7 to 8 feet tall, and it had a massive reptile head. I don't know if it actually saw me, or didn't, and just chose to ignore me, but it never looked over at me, and it's not like I was obscured by any trees or bushes. I was out there in the open, this small, tiny, skinny guy. We don't have any trees anywhere in the house or the yard, so I was sticking out if it would have looked over. I don't know if it was hunting or what it was doing, but it was obviously there before I even came out with a cigarette, crouching down in the grass. I was out there for probably 5 to 7 minutes before I saw this thing stand up and walk off. And when it walked, it was just like a human. It had a very natural glide with long strides. It was incredibly muscly, and there wasn't, or at least looked to be, an ounce of fat on that thing at all. You could tell by the muscle mass that it was strong. It never made a noise, and I never smelled anything either. After it vanished into the trees, I dropped my cigarette, like I said, and ran inside because even though I was in total awe at what I saw, I was pretty freaked out. I had no idea that we had upright walking lizards out here. Like I said, just being a small town boy from Colorado, this was way out of my environment. I didn't tell any of my friends when they got home later that night, and I kind of kept this encounter to myself for a really long time. But I do think about it from time to time. All these reptilian accounts you've been posting over the last few months have really brought me back to that moment. And I figured it was time for me to share mine. Now I know many of the accounts you share explain vastly different creatures, most of them acting very hostile and aggressive. Well, I don't think I saw any of those creatures you told. I definitely can stand behind the fact that it was an upright walking reptilian humanoid creature. It was very tall and enormous. I never saw it again after that, because the following year, I moved back to Colorado. Anyway, thank you for letting me share my experience with you. Back in the late 90s, a lady was said to have committed suicide on a portion of highway that borders a swamp-like area, crashing into an oncoming car. I don't know if her suicide has anything to do with my sighting, but the fact that the two coincide together just makes my skin crawl. In place of her death, or the part of her road that she shot off and died, is a memorial. You know, one of those typical sides of the road white crosses, adorned in flowers and other memorial-based items. Well, because of my work, I have to drive this 2-lane highway every day, to and from. I've been very fortunate in these times of COVID-19 that my work has actually been steady. In fact, my workload has actually doubled, if not tripled. And so because of that, I've been very fortunate in these times of COVID-19 that my work has actually doubled, if not tripled, because of other people being laid off and me being kept on. I want to keep what I do anonymous, so I'll leave it at that. But I'll just say that I help businesses create revenue and bring in more clients. Anyway, I was coming back in the evening time. Keep in mind that because it's spring and summer, it doesn't get dark out till super late. So at this point, the sun was just starting to go down, but it was still bright outside. I'm coming up the hill, getting ready to turn, and the Ladies' Memorial is right there on the side of the road. Well, as I'm coming up, my headlights, which by the way I keep on 24/7, because I prefer to practice good driving, they reflected these two lights to the side of the road, directly to my right where the memorial is. Because the reflection of light caught my eye, out of reaction, I look over, and I see this lizard-looking thing on 2 legs that's looking right at me in my car. What exactly was I looking at? I'm not sure. Was I seeing a real-life alien? Was this somebody in a convincing costume that didn't get the memo that it was not yet Halloween? It had a look on its face like, oh crap, I've been spotted. And I went from doing 45 miles an hour to a slow 15, mouth agape and all. I didn't expect to see whatever this was. It looked to maybe be 4 to 5 feet tall, with a long tail that drug behind it. I thought it was a person in a costume again, but it looked to be just like a lizard man, a real-life lizard man. It was really ugly too. After staring at me for a couple of seconds as I'm passing, it turns around and jumps right back into the trees where it came from. The longer I spent looking at it, the more I came to the conclusion more and more that this was a real animal. If it was a costume, by any stretch of the means, then it was a Hollywood tier makeup and acting job. Why would anybody be out here on the side of the highway dressed up like that? I know people do crazy stuff, especially in this day and age with YouTube and everybody wanting views and fame, but it just seemed to be too far-fetched for me, and this thing looked far too animalistic to be a person. I didn't want to believe that, of course. I wanted to believe it was actually a person. I saw what I saw, and I cannot argue with myself and say that this did not look animalistic. Even the look in its eye had that wild animal look. So, afterwards, I called up my wife immediately and told her what I saw. Because, well, her and I tell each other everything, no matter how crazy. I told her that I was worried, and that I wasn't getting enough sleep, and that I was starting to have visions. What I saw didn't look like a vision, though. It looked like a real flesh and blood, living being. It looked intelligent, and it looked very much kind of like a human does. The stature, the way it carried itself when it walked, everything. It's kept me up at night, that's for sure. And the next few days and evenings, when I would drive past that memorial spot, I kept looking for this thing, to see if I could see what I saw. I never did see it again, and I have no idea what it was that I did see. I'm not even sure how to wrap my mind around it, because it is just so left field for me. It didn't look like a monster, but maybe a lizard that was exposed to radioactivity, that became part human, or mutant, or something. I know I'm venturing into the realm of comic book reality here, but the thought of it is just so out of the realm of normal. I can't even come up with words to accurately put a picture of what I saw. It was a human reptile that walked just like a man, and acted like a man. I find the term lizard man to be the best way to accurately describe this thing. In my earlier 20s, I was an outdoor junkie. I traveled all over the northern United States, and even many parts in Canada, to see as much as I could. My whole ideology is that life is so short, I don't want to miss what this beautiful earth has to offer me. I had just gotten out of a very toxic relationship for 4 years with a girl that I probably should have never dated. And to put it lightly, the breakup devastated me. So, I wanted to turn my life around and give my time and energy towards being out in nature. That's what really sparked this whole incident. Had none of that ever happened, I wouldn't have had my sightings as I did, and I certainly wouldn't have been at the Algonquin Provincial Park that day. To make a long story short, I sold everything I had, pretty much lived for hitchhiking and walking everywhere I went. It sounds crazy, but emotional turmoil will make you do crazy things, and I wanted to remedy my pain with nature instead of substances and alcohol and things that would make me feel empty. Anyway, enough talk of broken hearts and trying to heal. Let's get on to what happened. I had a sighting of a reptilian-like creature at Algonquin Park in Ontario 5 years ago. I was hiking by myself, and I came to the end of one of this trail. To the right, the trail curves, but there's a sudden drop-off. If you were to fall, it's about a 50 to 60 foot drop. As I'm approaching this drop-off, and before I can even see down, I hear commotion, like something big moving around. At first, I get excited, because I think maybe I'm about to see a large bear, or something. But I look down, and I see this large reptilian thing running on all fours off into the woods. I had a double take, because in my head, I'm thinking, what am I seeing? I wasn't high, I was not drunk, and I certainly was not on acid. I was sober as a honeybee. I was also the only one around because I did a lot of hikes by myself. I looked around to see if there's anybody else around me that I could motion to ask, did you see that too? Unfortunately, I was the only person around me. I stood there, looking out over the small drop-off into the canyon below, if you could even call it a canyon. About a few minutes later, an older man comes walking up the trail and smiles at me and greets me with a friendly hello. I turn to respond to him, but ask him if he's ever seen anything weird up here. He politely says no, and you could tell by the look on his face that he isn't quite sure what I was getting at. I pointed down at the drop-off Instead, I just saw this weird reptile creature running on all fours like an animal down there, and I wanted to know if you have ever seen such a thing. He shook his head and continued on with his hike. Now, I was struggling with reality. Did I really see that? Well, I let it go in the moment, and I continued on with my hike. Fast forward years later, and I'm telling my friend about it because we got on the topic of seeing strange animals, and he was telling me about his Bigfoot sighting that he had had. I don't believe in Bigfoot, or in anything that challenges the realm of reality that we live in, but I can't refute my experience, and so I was telling him about what happened to me. He told me that I should go check out this YouTube channel called What Lurks Beneath, and that I should submit my story to you. Well, I checked out your channel, and I was blown away to find that you had a series, an entire series at that, dedicated to just reptilian cryptid creatures. I learned so much in just spending a few hours listening to these encounters back to back. Crocodilian men, Komodo dragon-like people, very similar to what some of the creatures that I saw. I guess I'm not crazy after all, and I'm obviously not the only person seeing these types of creatures. Unlike a lot of the encounters you feature on your episodes, mine didn't happen anywhere close to a swamp, to my knowledge, but it did happen out in the open. Then,